Moldova. Greetings, esports fans, and we are back in beautiful Bucharest in the springtime for another season of PGL Wallachia, the third one to be specific. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, always loving to be back in the studio, and of course, we've got two of the world's finest analysts joining me here. We have Fear, a TI winner, an absolute legend in the game, and we have someone that won something more important than TI. You won my heart when you recorded that daddy chill voice line. It is, of course, Jenkins. Looking forward to working with you for the first time.
Thank you. Yeah, it's great to be here. I was wondering who is the second analyst that you're talking about. That was really nice. It's great to see you, Fear Darkness 69. It's been a great time.
That's not my name.
It's been a
Why do you have to make it so awkward?
Anyway.
That's what we pay him for. That's the style.
Yeah, truly. Yeah. I mean, it's been a while, Jenkins. I haven't had the opportunity to panel with you very much.
It's been a wonderful time with you, Fear. This is a fantastic studio. We got the medieval theme going on.
Please talk into the microphone.
We have.
There's was I holding it away?
A little bit.
But just remember, one fist on the chin. This is how we do it in the business.
Like this?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like that. You can drop the fist, obviously.
Keep the fist.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So what we'll do, while we teach him to use a microphone as well, we'll do that in the break. Why don't we talk about the patch? Because I feel like once again, we're coming into a PGL Wallachia season where everything's kind of up in the air and we don't necessarily know where the chips are going to fall because we've just had a letter patch after another big event. So we've got lots of bits and pieces that we want to talk about, but I'll just start with you, Clinton. Obviously, a few unknown quantities. We're likely to see an evolution of the meta over the course of this tournament. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, definitely. First of all, a big patch came out a few weeks ago, right? Or a couple weeks ago. And that patch itself was still being discovered. But then we got the letter patch on top of it. So a lot of the heroes that we thought were good are now nerfed. Are they still good? We'll have to see. But yeah, a lot of the heroes that we'll probably bring up in a minute have been changed. And we're going to have to figure out, is it going to be good? Is it going to be bad? I don't know right now because those heroes were good, but I feel like so much was unexplored about the previous patch as well.
Yeah,
so things are going to creep up.
Around quick because I think like having a big event, obviously, you know, you're going to see these nerfs come in, and we'll start here. Obviously, these are the most nerfed heroes from the Dream League that just happened. Talk us through some of these changes, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, this is tiny. They reduced some of the armor from Grow. I personally didn't feel like this one was a huge nerf to Tiny Fear. Like,
I think it's pretty big personally.
Really?
Because this hero relied on its tankiness. And I think when you have half the armor at level 10, or yeah, with your ultimate, sorry, at level 6, they went from 10 to 5 armor. So that makes them killable. This is another one that we could probably debate as well. I feel like this looks big on paper.
Yeah.
But in reality, how often are you anchor smashing people in the late game as like a Tide Hunter? It's usually very rare. There's so many ways to get it off of you. I feel like this hero is still very pickable. I think the Dead in the Water nerf might be even bigger for this hero.
Definitely bigger.
Because you are doing less damage. You have mana problems on this hero. And this hero got absolutely gutted.
This felt like he got, I don't want to say destroyed, but this feels like one of the more severe nerfs this patch.
Yeah, this is a rough one. The Infest not disarming.
Yeah,
that was the whole reason you bought it.
That was why you bought it. Yeah, the heroes that would counter Lifestealer were the ones that didn't like BKB piercing disarm. So this is a pretty big nerf. The Tidehunter thing too, by the way, the fact that it hits towers, I think that's a big nerf that people are going to eventually realize. Like the anchor smash worked on towers, so you take no damage from towers, but now you will actually take some damage from towers.
Interesting. Cottle as well, our friend. We might be talking about him in a more sustained fashion later. We'll see. But what did you make of this one?
I think this hero is extremely strong. Like already, I felt like the mid meta was like the Invokers, these Lushraks, like these heroes that they just get in there. They're heroes that are like countered by Spirit Vessel. Cottle's like the best Spirit Vessel.
This guy was buffed,
technically,
in the game. Not nerfed.
And
right?
and he was buffed. I mean, this is a nerf to everybody that enjoys their pubs, because Cottle mid is the most toxic bullshit that there is.
Yeah. It's horrible. Jakiro had to get nerfed. I mean, like, it's still probably going to be picked a lot this tournament, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. But I think the fact that it lasts for 5 seconds instead of 6 is big, but the big thing is going to be the cooldown on this at max level. You'd oftentimes see Jakiro get 2 to 3 ice pass off in a team fight, which would completely change the fight. If that's still on cooldown, that could change the team fight drastically. So this is going to be a really big change for Jakiro, and a much needed one too. And Jenkins, I think you put this one in.
Yeah, the thing is, like, it's kind of a boring change, but often the +1 armor or the stat changes are the things that you actually see the biggest, or the
yeah, true.
The biggest win rate decreases or increases. And Ember is a hero who, like, the whole point of him is he gets in there, you don't kill him, and then he presses R and he gets away. Like, he's about like tanking a bunch of spells, and it's a lot harder for him to do that now.
DK, another one that kind of had to be hit with a nerf stick.
It did. Honestly, DK was at a point where it was just completely couldn't be picked in captain's mode because it's permabanned. And pubs, people as a carry would first pick it in the first round. Just that's how good it is. And if there's ever a carry where you can just pick first pick, you don't even have to wait for second phase.
And it's always a carry.
And it's always
There's
a carry.
no flex.
It's broken. So they gave him the treatment. They halved everything essentially. Like the AoE is less, and now you're level 4 ultimate on the E, whatever it's called, the Worm's Wrath, is the equivalent of level 2 now.
I think the other facets are good though. Like I remember Miro.
You might have to experiment with them.
Miro was spamming the Frost Dragon when it first got released, and he had like a very high win rate. But then everybody realized the Red Dragon was OP.
And we got Abaddon here. Another one that kind of, it felt like he was a really good flex pick. You know, kind of, you could play him in a couple of positions, really.
I mean, I don't know if he got nerfed enough, personally.
Okay.
Sure, the base mana regen is a good nerf, but the duration on the Photic Shield is whatever, and the
carry... Because it was popping already, right?
It was already popping. The Miscoil nerfs, who really cares? You got stats instead of that as a core in most cases, so yeah, we'll have to see. And this one, I think, is a bit of a sleeper. It doesn't seem like a lot, but it will matter. Warlock was getting his ultimate like 5.5 minutes in some games, which is completely unacceptable. So they needed to reduce how much experience this hero got, because the ultimate on this hero is just too strong if it gets online too early.
Yeah, and with the Tormentor being like the objective to fight right now.
You're always ready.
You need the ult, and you would always be ready for that. Do you remember when Whitemon in the interview, he was like, he said that he never goes for the Black Grimoire facet? He said that in an interview, and then we went back in all of the replays and we checked, and he had the Black Grimoire facet on it.
Trolled you.
So either he forgot or he was just lying.
I think lying.
Sometimes Dota players lie.
Yeah.
That's something you have to be careful about. They lie.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about the Tormentors. You referenced it there. Obviously, it's another big change. I mean, we're still kind of getting, well, I have to say, you probably got to grips with it. I'm still getting to grips with the new map. But this is obviously your top 3 changes that you've listed here, Clint.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Tormentor is something, you know, Jenkins just mentioned. You play for this, right?
Yeah.
15 minutes, every single objective, every single team fight ability. You're saving everything for these fights because that's just how good it was. They did make some changes to it, so it is less good. I imagine it's still very good though, because what else are you going to play for on the map here? However, I do want to see if there's new prioritizations on, are we doing Tormentor? Can we trade for Roshan potentially? Is it actually worth it at this point? So it was just the objective, and I think it needed to be tweaked a little bit so it's not there, and there needs to be other objectives on the map you can play for.
Yeah, I remember in Dream League it was already trending towards, people were doing really interesting things around the Tormentor. Like for the first week of the patch, everybody was just 5-manning in the Radiant safe lane because that's where the Tormentor was. And then teams were trading for Roche, and then teams were smoking to fight after the Tormentor. Then teams were taking Roche and then smoking to fight as the other team was running away from the Tormentor. So the meta was still evolving. Probably it still was too good and needed a nerf, but I like that the nerf wasn't like too heavy-handed, you know?
Yeah, it's always weird when you kind of like switch it up part way through, like the meta's kind of settling, and then you get radical changes in the middle of a meta shift. That's why I'm kind of intrigued to see, you know, how some of these team fights, especially in objective capture, how that kind of pans out here at this tournament. I think it's going to be interesting. We can talk about some of the big winners of the patch as well. Obviously, you know, I'm a big winner because got to work with you finally. So, but the heroes that are the big winners.
Yeah, there's been some heroes that are trending in your pub. So these are the Dota buff stats, which of course are pub win rates. But once again, during Dream League, we talked to a lot of the players because the patch just came out, and they said like they do look at the pub win rates for these things because you have millions of games being played, right? So you can see Caudle seems like it's popping off. I mean, anytime Caudle has had the cooldown reduction on his ult, he has been strong, and anytime the ult is low uptime, he is weak, at least in like a core position. Morphling's an interesting one. I don't exactly understand that. Maybe it's just because the more high skill Morphling players are playing it, because he got patched in 7.38. People got excited about playing it. It's a really hard hero, and people feed on it.
Yeah.
So there's potential there. But yeah, Coddles is really the big one because I feel like this is a very meta-defining hero, and I think it counters a lot of the mid laners that are currently popular.
Well, I think it depends on Coddle being OP. What item build is good for Coddle is like the question, because Vessel, it got nerfed recently. You also would go Orchid at some point.
Maybe Dagon. Maybe like Vessel Dagon.
Dagon is good.
Dagon's a good.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think that hero is counterable in a lot of ways. And the mid mechanics right now, is it good for Coddle? Probably. No bottle
because
refills.
There's no bottle refills.
No bottle refills. That definitely benefits Coddle a lot, I think. So yeah, I could definitely see it come into play for sure.
Yeah. These are the big losers as well, just to underscore the point we were making
That's
earlier.
very rude. Oh,
I know. Not yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, right.
I did point at you. I didn't mean to. Just shut up and pay the tariffs, bro.
Yeah, fair enough. 51st state. Visage, yeah, I mean, this hero, they reduced Grave Chill, which I think was for the facet that it made your Grave Chill AoE, but this just nerfs all the Visage facets as well. We can see DK, Tiny, they did Lifestealer, Ember, Abaddon, like these are the big.
Yeah, I mean, Visage it must be a pub thing, right? Because we didn't see a ton of Visage in competitive, so he must have been tearing the pubs up. But the rest of them, well-deserved nerfs.
They
were atrocious heroes to watch play. So I'm glad they got nerfed.
Another big change in the patch was the introduction of enchantments, and now they're being tweaked as well on the fly. I know you had some strong thoughts about this one, Andrew.
Strong thoughts. I mean, I'm interested to see how it pans out and how people feel about the enchantments in like 2 months from now. I think that it makes a lot of heroes viable in any game. For example, like I think for Bristleback, a big problem is this vampiric enchantment, and Bristle got pretty hard nerfed after 7.38, and yet we still saw him get picked. And I think part of it is because you can very easily get this vampiric facet, and it gives spell lifesteal. There's not that many sources of spell lifesteal in the game. This is amplified by Bloodstone. Like I remember on Bristle, if you got, what was the spell lifesteal item before Vampire Fangs?
Yeah.
Yes.
So if you got Vampire Fangs, like your win rate chance went up by
sword as well.
Your win rate would go up by like 15% or something because these items are so imba on Bristle. And now all of a sudden, because of the enchantments, you're essentially guaranteed to get this at some level. So this is really good for the heroes that really needed those specific neutral items.
Yeah, I haven't had a lot of time to play this patch, just being honest with you. It's probably the most unprepared I've ever come into a Dota event. I had about 3 games on the letter patch, so I really don't know what those enchantments are going to do to the game kind of long term. Definitely feels like some are way better than others, though. I mean, I think that's kind of where we're at in the balance state.
Yeah, definitely.
I'd agree. I mean, some are better than others, but from my experience, personally, I feel neutral items are less powerful now with these.
Right.
I feel like in general, like their enchantments are going to make your hero stronger, but none of them are just so busted where you're like, wow, this guy got this enchantment, we lost, type of situation.
Right.
Where I kind of felt that way about the old neutral system. Like,
yeah, for sure.
They got this neutral item, GG. Like, what is the RNG? Now it's kind of like much more balanced.
See, that's my gripe with it. Is I feel like Dota is an inherently unbalanced game. Somebody gets something, you're like, that's bullshit, dude. He got that thing. But then you also have some bullshit thing on your side as well. That's the fun in the game, and I feel like the neutral items are like homogenizing the game a little bit, so I imagine at some point
what I liked about the bullshit, particularly in the neutral items, was if the bullshit happened in a late stage in the game, let's be real, it sucks to lose, but sometimes you just want a game to end. If you hit that bullshit that ends the game, then cool, you know. But like I feel now that, and this is more pub theory crafting, I guess, but it does feel like you're less likely to hit something because you can mitigate the power balance with an enchantment on your side.
I mean, I will say though, the cool feature is that after 60 minutes, like I think every 10 minutes afterwards, you can change your tier 5 item.
I love that.
Which is really cool in the ultra late game. So it does have that aspect, which I really like. And I need a new item for this situation because 10 minutes have passed. It's 70 minutes now.
Yeah.
So that stuff is actually very cool.
I will say, for the record, this was like my initial opinion on the enchantment system in general, but the active part to the neutral items, so the item themselves, they are actually still bullshit. Like there's that one that gives you the shield that they had the Gale Guard, which they had to nerf from 400 to 250 shield because that
was bullshit though.
This was bullshit. It would come out and everybody would have one of these.
Right.
If you had access to this thing.
That Glimmer Cape, Gale Guard, Solar Crest.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Shields for days.
Shields were a mistake. We need to get rid of shields.
Right, well, we'll see how all of that stuff pans out over the course of the tournament. We will be giving you hot meta updates as the tournament progresses. But for now, let's take a look at the participating teams. As you can see, we've got some of the world's finest here. And I've got to say as well, Clinton, one of the things I'm happy about for this season, last season coming so hot on the, after TI, there were some teams just decided to kind of take a break, and everybody felt it was Falcons to win, and then we got the really cool story with Heroic. No doubt we'll talk more about that a little bit later. But now I feel like a much stronger field, and there's definitely some question marks around this one.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, last season we didn't have the best competition because, as you mentioned, now we've got some of the names that everyone knows, and then we got some new faces too.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also, it's like kind of like, it's not even the beginning of the season, really, and we have some shakeups and roster changes for teams like Xtreme Gaming that look extremely promising. So I'm very excited for this tournament. I want to see these new teams play I haven't seen in a while. I want to see how they stack against the big dogs. It's going to be very fun and entertaining.
You got a dark horse pick?
I do have a dark horse pick. You read my mind. I'm thinking Wildcard, honestly, because I remember at Fisher Playground, they were winning a lot of scrims. A lot of the teams that I talked to would say
the NA team. Wildcard.
They're the NA team.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, a lot of the teams were saying like, yeah, they're actually good. Like that was all, that you have to throw the actually in there because it's NA and NA's dog shit. But they're like, yeah, they're surprisingly good. And also when they did get knocked out in the group stage. However, they were beating good teams.
Right.
It was like 1-1 sort of scenario. So I think they could do it here.
I think Xtreme Gaming be counted as a dark horse. Okay.
I mean, I guess kind of. When you look at the roster, sort of, you should have high expectations.
Yeah, I mean the roster, if you look at it, is it's kind of like the old Xtreme Gaming. A lot of the Ame, XM, XXX, Gen Q. They used to be on the old Xtreme. But what I'm excited for is Xiaowei coaching this squad.
Yeah, obviously.
Can he bring back the LGD Prime days where China was on top? Love to see it.
My favorite thing about the Ame teams is he just forces dog shit picks. This is the best.
That's where Xiaowei comes in.
No, I want to see it slip out every now and then. Where you just
love that Juggernaut coming in every once in a while.
Come in so we can just learn how bad this hero is.
All right. Well, look, there's nothing dog shit about the format we've got for you. The format is absolutely stellar. The best, you might say. It is, of course, a Swiss group stage. 16 teams. All of the matches are, of course, going to be a best of 3. No surprises with that one, but optimal, let's say. And, of course, you're going to have the top 8 teams going through to the playoffs, which by deduction, that means 8 teams are going to be out. We are then going to proceed to the playoffs, which are going to be a double elimination bracket. I just love double elim. It's just the best thing esports has ever done. And you can see we're going to progress all the way through. If you knew, double elim essentially means you get a second life in that lower bracket you'll see down there, so you're not out of the tournament if you lose a game in the upper bracket. We're going to go all the way through till we crown our champion of PGL Wallachia.
I love Swiss.
Yeah.
Swiss is amazing. Just the fact that the teams that you're playing have the same record, it means that every game is just so good. Because, if a team is doing poorly, they're playing versus another poorly team. So the game is at least going to be interesting because they're both making mistakes. If both teams are winning, then the game's going to be interesting because both these teams are playing really well. Who has the better strategies? It's really fun to watch.
Yeah, everybody even likes the toilet bowl when it comes to these.
Oh, we love it.
These tournaments, watching the 2 worst teams.
We might get El Clasico here,
but we can
Speaking of toilet bowl,
we can have a lot of toilet bowls in a Swiss format.
See, we call it El Asico over in Counter-Strike.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
We've got El Asico when 2 bad teams play. That's what we call it.
And who are the bad teams in Counter-Strike? Names.
I don't know. I've got my own opinions on that.
Okay. Well, who are the bad teams?
I'm a big Falcons hater. So
really?
Yeah.
Well, we are too actually here. So.
Oh, okay. That's kind of cool.
Welcome to the club.
Cool. All right, we're looking forward.
What are the bad teams?
We'll bond over that in the green room,
sure.
I guess. But first, let's take a look at the prize pool. This is what the players are competing for. A big chunk of change. You can see first prize is $300,000, which that's like OD Pixels day rate. So it's a lot of money. You can walk away very wealthy for winning this one. And obviously, all the participating teams are going to get something for being here.
If you won $300,000, would you buy a Bugatti for your mom?
That's not enough money to buy a Bugatti.
No, you couldn't get a Bugatti.
You can't get a Bugatti.
No, that's like $1 million car.
Well, if you won 3,
I could buy a used one, maybe.
A used one. There's no difference, really.
I mean,
Didn't you win
What is
that
the
for
question?
TI? Didn't you win that for TI money anyway?
Yeah, I did not buy a Bugatti. I don't think buying a car is a very good investment.
You're a practical guy. You're a father.
Yeah.
I am
Father of
indeed.
four.
That is true.
I'm glad
I
you
am
put it-
not, but
Glad you put it into a high interest savings account. Very sensible. This is it's a PGL event. Nearly forgot the line. It's a PGL event, so we have got 2 streams for you. This is what we're going to have on the secondary stream. You can see we're going to be starting the day with Xtreme Gaming going up against Mosquito Clan. Gaimin Gladiators will take on the yellow Submarine. Heroic will take on Team Tidebound, and then Tundra will take on AVULUS. And then coming up on the mainstream, which will be our focus on the analysis desk, we'll work backwards for this one. You can see we're going to be closing out the day with Team Spirit taking on OG Esports, Falcons, which we love so much, versus Team NGX, and Aurora Gaming versus Wildcard. We got lots of opinions about that one coming up a little bit later, but we are going to start the day with Team Liquid versus Na'Vi. So, guys, let's start there. Obviously, Team Liquid, such a storied team in this game, done so much in esports history, so much in Dota history, and you know, favorites for this matchup, I suppose.
yeah, I would say so for sure. But Liquid, they have been going through growing pains, having Saberlight on the roster. 33 did leave, made his new team, and Liquid hasn't looked the same since. However, Saberlight can definitely make this team look good. He has his hero pool, but they haven't had a very difficult time making it mesh, and that's where a lot of their difficulties are going to come into play. And I feel like a lot of that has to do with like the connection between Boxy and Saberlight as a whole has not looked like a very impressive lane to me.
Okay.
I think they need to maybe do some stuff outside of Dota, because I feel like you're right. It's a synergy. It's a synergy type situation.
Do they not? They seem like a team that would do things
I don't
outside
know.
of Dota.
I'm not sure.
What would you suggest?
You know, go on a hike. Just
Is Blitz not to have him go to the gym? Is not his
Oh,
thing?
I
Does this count?
walking. It's just when we
Earbuds in, not socializing?
Yeah,
I
when
don't
we
know.
saw them on the
that
cameras
doesn't bode well at all.
in the previous tournaments, it's like there was a sense of frustration, and this is not something that is normal for Team Liquid. However, with Liquid, they always seem to bounce back. Like, this is one of the most resilient teams of all time. This is the exact criticism people gave when 33 was joining the roster, and then guess what? They won TI. So you have to respect this team's ability to integrate a player to the team, no matter who it is, no matter what the playstyle is going to be. It's just that it does take time.
Yeah, and I think they have a great system around them as well. Like in terms of making adjustments over the course of tournaments, Team Liquid do seem to be able to find that gear and kind of, you know, improve if they have slow starts.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. They are a team that improves very quickly. Maybe the fact them having 3 coaches does help with that. It speeds up the process a little bit. But yeah, they are a team that I would definitely agree with. When things get rough for them, they oftentimes don't get worse. They just get better over time. So we'll see if they can do that here. But I think they're hitting a point now where they do need to start showing some results here. They are the defending TI champions. And you'd hate to see it be another situation where a team wins TI, then all of a sudden just slowly tapers off.
Yeah. Their opponents today, Na'Vi. Obviously, a team, again, with such a rich history in this space. But, you know, hard times of late.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know much about this team. They haven't really shown up too much. So I'm very excited to see them play here. I mean, obviously, everyone knows the org, and we know a lot of these players like Shad, Boom, Sanctity, Kaori. I know these guys pretty well. I really am a big fan of Kaori when he plays 5. I think he invented the Phoenix rushing Hex, which is like a really cool thing to watch. I hope he has more cool builds up his sleeve for this tournament, but I think you had some time to watch Na'Vi a little bit.
Yeah, I was watching their games because same situation for me. Like, I'm not super familiar with this team. Na'Vi is an org that has like finally come back to Dota, which thank goodness. We even have Na'Vi Junior, which these guys are kind of duking it out in this region. But I would say the defining thing for this team for me watching them was that they are limit testers. Like, they will go really, really ham, where you will see they go for a gank and you're like, there's no way that this works. And then it does. Like, they just know they run the numbers, they crunch the numbers. But then this also will result in, like, they go for some dive where another team won't, and they feed.
Yeah. What I'm intrigued about is I think they had a coaching change, right? They switched.
Yeah, Milan.
They have Milan
they
now.
brought in Milan now, and
They're experienced at this point.
yeah, that's what I mean. I that's what intrigues me most of all, because, you know, yeah, we've seen these players before, but, you know, it's like, how can they evolve with with a different coach at the helm, and so I am very interested to see how that pans out.
Yeah, I think they are a team that is absolutely worth refining because individually they're all extremely high rank. They have very high individual skill, and like I said, they're limit testers. And when they're in the flow state, they do really cool and crazy shit. It's just that sometimes they can kind of like put their foot in their mouth, I guess, in a way, and cause problems with this attitude. So if Milan can kind of polish them and bring them down a notch and get them to chill out a bit, like they might actually be a very strong team.
Yeah, and you see the kind of head-to-head matchups to pay attention to while we're playing. Still haven't got used to the new map. It looks so weird.
There's a lot of water.
Yeah, really having a hard time processing it. But anyway, you can see that on your screen. I guess with that in mind, then, let's talk about some quick kind of keys to victory. Clinton, is there a player that you'd like to highlight for this one?
Well, depends on which side, right? I think for the offlane of Liquid has been my biggest gripes as of now. It feels like Boxy, whenever I remember watching Liquid in their prime, like Boxy was like so good, man, right? Like he was the reason why they're winning so many games. He's been a little bit quiet for me going into this. And I think Saberlight also has been a little quiet on this team, but he has to fill the shoes of giants essentially here. He has to fill in for 33. It's a lot of anxiety, I'm sure, to be on a TI winning team directly after and have to perform in that situation. So I definitely want to see those guys really step it up in the offlane and make things happen.
I think for Na'Vi, Kaori, I completely agree with you. I think that he's probably their strongest player.
Position 5 is their strongest player.
I think Position 5 is their strongest player, but you know, depending on the meta, this can win you a lot of games. Like when we were in the Enchantress and Chen meta, like a lot of the Pos 5s were carrying their teams. I think Phoenix is a hero that can do that. We've seen Whitemon on Tundra just like take lanes on Phoenix, and he's, you know, super high net worth carrying the game. Kaori can do that. Chikiro, same thing. You can kind of take a lane, get a lot of farm, have a lot of impact in the fights. The question is like, how many of these heroes actually remain meta that take farm in the 5 position in the ladder?
Well, from what you're saying though, this is a team that is playing their own style, right?
Yeah.
So if you are just playing your own style, just play your own heroes.
That's true.
Fuck the meta, you know?
I would
Well, it's a good time to do it as well, right? I mean, everything we talked about at the top of the show, you know, we're kind of, what even is the meta right now? You know, we can't be absolutely certain on it. So yeah, I'd like to see some curveball picks. For
I think when you're coming into a tournament as let's just face it, an underdog, your first series is up against TI winners. You probably, and you're on a new patch, you probably just want to play your own meta. Like it makes too much sense.
I seem to recall last time we did Wallachia together, Clinton, that you were a little bit critical of Boom's play. I don't know if I'm remembering that accurately, but I do seem to recall that.
That was when
very likely. I think a lot of people are.
Right.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, what role is he playing right now?
He's offlane.
He's offlane. Yeah. So now is the time. He's had plenty of practice, so we'll see how he's evolved. But it's always been a very difficult transition for a lot of players to go to the offlane. I don't know why, but it seems like that's the lane everyone is switching to nowadays. Like everyone's just going to the offlane. Yeah, there's not enough of them. I guess that's the problem. There's very few good offlaners. So maybe in contrast to like the best offlaners in the world, he just wasn't there yet. But this is something that does take time. We'll have to see if he has really grown into the role. I feel like he has had appropriate amount of time since the last Wallachia to do so. So we'll have to see.
Andrew,
what about Shad? I feel like
Shad or Chad?
Shad
or bad.
That's
I remember that from last season as well.
We'll see, because I feel like he's an Illusion Heroes guy.
Yeah.
And PL buffed. Win rate went up.
Yeah.
Naga is playable, right?
Yeah, in the right hands.
But is it a good carry? I don't know. I'm not sure.
It depends on what supports are good, I think. Like if you can fit in the Jig heroes and maybe a disruptor, then the hero's good. Naga's always been about her team fights. Well, she has 2 win conditions. Either you picked a dog shit draft and she can just split push forever and you can never kill the illusions.
I think that's dead.
That's pretty dead. It's very rare. Or you have good setup for the sleep and you can team fight really well around the hero.
Yeah, I think it's the team fighting side of things. We did see some Naga Jakiro, of course, but then there was also Naga Disruptor in Dream League. So I think it is viable, but you know, that was also a time where teams were really experimenting with their picks. So there's a possibility that's just dead and we won't see Disruptor at all in this tournament.
Loving this as well. Getting to see the first huddle of the
There
season.
we go. Yeah.
Loving that.
No, I think Milan is a very capable coach, honestly, and he is a psycho. This guy is crazy. He's off his rocker.
He's on the right team then.
Yeah, I honestly think this is a perfect team for him. I don't expect to see some boring, very meta, I'm following what everybody else is doing draft. I think we'll see something interesting.
Yeah, because it was Sword Art that went out, right? Was that right?
Who?
The coach?
No, I'm not familiar, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Well, no worries. But I mean, obviously, I do feel like Milan's an upgrade for sure, and I'm really looking forward to see.
Yeah, I mean, he has lots of experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Like he was a professional player at one point, and then he has been on multiple teams, including the old Downs. So he's got. Yeah, his resume is quite impressive at this point. And I feel like when you are a new team like this and you have some newer players that don't have the most experience, it's nice to have a coach that has, been around the block.
He's also a coach that grinds a lot of Dota. I think right now in particular, because the patch just dropped, this is really important. Like he has a good feel for the meta. He's like 14k MMR. He's actually grinding a ton of pubs. So yeah,
that's good contrast actually, because if you look at Liquid, I think Blitz in interviews was just like, I'm trying, but like I'm not a high skill player. It takes us a little bit longer to figure things out because I don't pub as much. I'm not as high MR as the other coaches, and maybe that is why Liquid is a bit slower on getting good.
It's like I say, I think when you've got, like you say, the 3 coaches, and as I said, it's not just the coaches with Liquid, in terms of just esports, having like an actual, kind of bench of staff that are there to support you, like just, you can get a sports psychiatrist in, like whatever you need, like at any given moment in time. I do feel like Liquid understand how to make these adjustments and kind of like settle down players when they're having a tough start. I think they do it better than almost any other org I can think of. And Liquid might have a slow start, but I always back them have deep tournament runs just because of the adjustments they make on the fly.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where that comes from, because it seems like with every iteration of Liquid that has been something that is true. Maybe like you said, it is from the org, but I remember in Dream League when the tiebreakers were happening and Liquid was in them, like they didn't look like they were going to make it through at all, and I was like, these guys are going to end up winning the whole tournament, having the hardest tiebreaker run ever. Like, it went to 2 rounds of tiebreakers. They did end up winning. Then they, got knocked out of the second group stage. But they always have these, like, miserable runs, and then they end up winning. Yeah. Like, it can never be easy for Liquid.
They're definitely, as you can see on your screens at home, they're definitely in one of those runs right now. I mean, obviously going to be very disappointed with their last 2 placements.
Yeah.
And, this is a good statement. If you're coming out of a slump like that, you've got Na'Vi, inexperienced opponent by contrast, new coach at the helm, maybe some new ideas being thrown around. You're in the middle of a new patch. Now's the time to kind of just come out and dominate, I think.
I 100% agree. I feel like for Liquid, they need to come out swinging in this series because, I mean, maybe Na'Vi is just like a sleeper team here and they're just godlike, but I feel like this is a match where Liquid do need to get their stuff together.
You're expected to win this one.
You need to win this one, I feel like, or you're in a bad situation mentally. Not necessarily score-wise, but mentally, this is not a match you really want to lose because it won't get much easier from here.
And just remember at home, of course, obviously it's a Swiss system if you are just tuning in for the game. So that does mean, obviously, you're looking to get those holy 3 wins to get through to the next stage. We have a slight delay here. We're just waiting to begin the draft, and it should be coming in shortly.
That's what I'm most excited for, though. Like, what changes are going to be made in the draft from the letter patch,
well,
essentially.
Is DK actually going to make it through for the first time in like 100 tournament games?
What we saw last time, if you remember, when we were in the exact same situation in the previous season of Wallachia, everybody picked the same tech, even though it had been nerfed, and then that changed about at the halfway point of the tournament. So
for sure, yeah, it might just actually be like that. We'll probably see teams like, you haven't had a lot of time to scrim on this new patch. It's only been out how many days now? Is it 3 at this point? Yeah. Like, it's not a lot of time. So we'll have to see. And yeah, it's very much so going to depend on how many pubs these players have been playing. That's why I mentioned before, like having a coach who's grinding pubs. That is how you get good at patches quickly.
Every person that you can have grinding pubs that's in your vicinity is good. Like, because you can just get fresh ideas. Everybody's talking about Dota. Yeah, I think. By the way, one of the most interesting things to me about Dota is when that happens in a patch. When you have the 2 groups of people, you have the people that just play all the old shit, and then you have the people that play the new shit.
Yeah.
And then they kind of meet somewhere in between, where a lot of the old stuff falls off, and a lot of the new stuff was just kind of overhyped. If you could just somehow get to that middle, that sweet spot in the middle, you could gain so much MMR, win so many tournaments.
Team Liquid's turn to
All right, well, we're off to the races.
Yep, so pretty much same ban so far, other than DK.
No
DK has
DK.
been let through so far.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll see if a team wants to risk it here.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, the nerfs are
They're brutal.
they're pretty substantial. So it maybe went to a point where DK was just first overall pick to unpickable.
You think so?
There's a chance.
Okay.
Or very situationally.
I trust your DK opinion. I will just say I have this gut feeling one of the other facets will come out halfway through this
Oh,
tournament.
so I should put it this way: the fire DK was gutted.
Yeah.
I don't understand the angle for the poison Dragon Knight at all. It turns all his abilities to physical. I don't see how that's a good thing.
I'm not sure. I'm more thinking the Frost one.
The frost one,
You have like an 80% slow.
but you can't farm,
Remaining.
This is true.
and that's like
This is true.
in this age of Dota. If you look
Well,
at all the
you-
heroes that are good, they get big because
You
they
still
can
get
farm.
cleave from the ult
Team pick.
on every facet.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
That wasn't just a fire.
Okay.
I see. Okay, well, anyway, we may or may not see it, but we will see NP. This is a hero in the last patch that was actually quite strong. So to see him still picked up now is nice to see. And following the rules of most of Dota that we watch, first pick usually is a flex pick. This hero can go in multiple positions. Seen it in support, seen it offlane, seen it carry, seen it mid. This hero can go anywhere, essentially.
I'm trying to look. What do they change about natures? Oh, okay. Primal Beast insta pick. This is
Oldie.
El Saberlito's best hero probably currently, unless maybe Dawnbreaker's in the picture there as well. But classic counter to Nature's Prophet. You cannot sprout him. If you sprout somebody else, you just trample the trees.
Yep.
Even when there was the sprout leash talent, which was removed,
5 seconds remaining.
you could just get out of the trees. Like Nature's Prophet likes a split push. Primal Beast is very good at catching you out on the map when you're trying to be an annoying split pusher. So
I mean, this is like a 2023 counter. Back when Vanguard was popular item, you just lane it for SNP, and guess what? Vanguard's good again on Primal Beast. If you want to go that route, you don't have to necessarily. But yeah, for all the reasons Jenkins mentioned, very good matchup. I like Saberlight on these heroes that can get active very quickly for Liquid. That is their play style. But I also, from what I'm hearing about Na'Vi, I do enjoy seeing this Nature's Prophet on their side because they like to be crazy. They like to do innovative ganking, and NP fits that perfectly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
how do you guys feel about Liquid first picking Saberlight's hero in terms of
Good.
it's good?
What we saw in the past was when you're betting in the new guys that are skittish, like you just get them on their comfort picks as soon as possible.
Yeah.
I just think that's the best way to approach it, right?
Yeah.
He's like under the most pressure on the team. I think.
Yeah, and I also think, in my opinion, of Saberlight as a player is that he isn't going to be that type of player that just straight up carries you games with a last pick niche pick. And he's very good at playing from behind. Like, so if he does have a bad game, he knows how to recover from that really well. So I think if you do have a player that's a specialist and isn't going to be your last pick, that's going to just have some niche pick that's going to destroy the game, getting his hero into the game right away is nice, but I wouldn't do it just in under bad circumstances, right? Like they picked his hero, but versus what he saw, this is good, so it will be good versus NP no matter what role it is on.
Yeah,
so it's already a good pick.
You know that the Primal would be banned in the next phase if you're starting with a Nature's Prophet. Like this, at least if you're Liquid, picking Primal makes it so that you're pretty sure Na'Vi is incentivized to go for like a support Nature's Prophet, you know? So you're like, okay, well, we know where you're going to put this hero. It gives us some information in the draft.
Right, what did they change about Nature's Prophet?
They...
Aghanim Scepter no longer reduces cooldown by 25 seconds.
I don't think that's hugely significant.
Level 10 talent, Wrath of Nature base damage decreased from 30 to 25. That's nice.
The big thing is the level 20 Sprout Leash talent was replaced with minus
that's
15
big.
seconds on Wrath of Nature cooldown. So that makes the core natures worse. But support nature is fine. Interesting. I see a lot of people spamming the Tinker position 4 and position 5 in pubs, just playing with the heal bots.
Yeah, this hero is making a comeback for sure as a support.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it played mid too though, but if you're picking it this early, and it is Liquid, they have ran this recently on Insania as a position 5, And this is actually one of the games where in the last tournament they were doing very poorly and they needed a win, and we didn't think they could do it. And they picked a Tinker and like, okay, they definitely lost, but then they won that game. So, and it looked really good as well with the heal bots too.
Yeah, they were ahead of the curve with this one for sure. Like everybody is spamming it. It's also a hero that can follow Nature's Prophet around. You know, Nature's TP somewhere for a gank. You have Tinker who's also global TP, so you can like match his pace. But BH as a counter pick, you can find Tinker farming in the woods, low HP, Soul Ring, and BH is also a Eul's buyer, and you absolutely need a Eul's to purge the Tinker shield, which is also why they picked Shadow Demon to press R and purge the Tinker shield.
Yeah.
So very solid drafting coming out from Navi. It is a little like one-to-one countery, which can
it's definitely lacking in a lot of areas.
It's lacking in a lot of areas because they're trying to just one-to-one counter.
So like, if you are doing the one-to-one counter, like the Shadow Demon, incredibly good versus Primal Beast and Tinker. The Purge just destroys Primal. Defensive Disruption against the Pulverize, also amazing here. However, the problem or the narrative of the game that I'm seeing at the moment is you are playing a very skirmishy style on Navi, and if you're going to try and team fight against Liquid, who has like Holy Locket, Greaves, Tinker heal bots, some tanky Primal, you're kind of lacking damage right now. So in theory, like your abilities are good one-on-one.
Any picks you could theory craft that would bring a solid team fight together here?
For Navi?
Yeah.
We'll have to see after Liquid's next 2 picks here, because there's going to be a lot more information. But if I were Liquid in that regard, I would just keep beefing up the team fight right now.
Yeah, I would too. Just double down on it. It's like, you guys want to fight us? Okay, we'll just, like, you're with a BH, you're never going to be able to 5v5. Yeah, and they do exactly what you said they would do.
Because this just makes it even harder, because like there is a point in a draft where you're 3 picks in and you're one-dimensional, where it's too late to salvage if the other team really capitalize on what they have and as their advantage, which is team fight right now. So they're going to pick a lot of stuns, a lot of AoE abilities. They want to take these fights at the Tormentors, Roshans, High Grounds, whatever it might be, because right now NP doesn't do anything when you walk up to an objective. Shadow Demon does very little, and Bounty also, his biggest weakness is running into team fights. He does nothing.
Don't you think also with an SD, you kind of want a stack farmer?
Ideally, yeah.
And okay, I guess
they don't have one,
So now there's only one set of Ancients in the triangle, right? I mean, I guess you could run the SD as a 5 and then also stack the Ancients that are by the safe lane. So you can go some like Bristle Carry.
Yeah, SD definitely got nerfed in that regard, huh?
Yeah, he did. Because
you
can't, like, stacking the triangle isn't as
not a thing anymore.
Yeah.
But they'll run out with Sven. This hero's been gaining a lot of popularity. I think we're going to see a lot of Sven this tournament.
I think so too.
With Tiny and DK getting nerfed, this hero was kind of like next in line. So that could be really good. As far as what they should pick now, do they... I guess you have to decide where NP's roughly going at this point. Is it going to be offlane carry, mid? It's core no matter what. But I want to see their offlane be a team fighter, because I feel like they need team fight a lot. But it is going to be for Sven.
Or their mid, like a Pango or something that gives them a lot. You know, like they need a lot of team fight out of one
Pango would be good. I don't know. I'm looking at like some Underlord or something crazy where they need damage. They need good laning stage. It'd give them more global of what they already have.
I think Underlord's enough team fight. I guess with Gleipnir build.
I don't know. There's nothing. I think that's going to be enough team fight. So they're just going to double down to playing their style of Dota.
I don't mind. I mean, I like the Beast though. I do think like at least it's a BKB piercing disable for Sven. Like this hero
that's true.
He's very susceptible to being kited. There's a lot of heal bot and counter initiation coming in from the other heroes on Team Liquid, which I'm a little worried about, but Beast is also a tempo hero. So with like Beast, Nature's Prophet, BH, if they can start getting some early kills, you can really snowball this game with auras. But it does require them to have a really good early game, and you're playing against a TI winning team right now.
Yeah, and that's exactly how this game is going to have to go, I think. Navi, they're going to have to play just the rat Dota, essentially. And then Liquid, they're going to have to play around objectives. But I will say, generally speaking, in this patch, objectives seem a little OP. So
5-manning is
most,
so strong.
most teams are gravitating towards that. So, but this is chaos from Navi. If there was a lineup to just like break a team, this would be it, right? Like you've got the NP, you've got the Beastmaster, you've got a Bounty Hunter. You can be everywhere at once. You just got to really rely on these pickoffs.
I like the Storm Van from Liquid. They see this exact thing that you're talking about. They're like, we're not playing into your bullshit. Like a Storm would be perfect for playing around the split push. It's nice when you have these split pushers that there's also a hero that is killing the enemies that are splitting up to deal with you. So Storm is like the perfect ban. I mean, Puck is banned. That would have been another good one. They do need some mid that is like a spirit type that's going to be, you know, running around. And
I think the Pango you mentioned is really good.
Pango's good. And Pango would give them also, like, he can do the pickoffs because Rolling Thunder is fairly low cooldown. He's got a lot of damage. But then also, if they eventually want to fight, Pango gives the team fight.
Yeah.
Dire team ban.
Dragon Knight ban.
Respect.
Yeah, yeah. That's interesting.
I mean, we still don't know where NP is
It
going.
could be a Nature's mid, yeah.
Mid or carry, so.
Yeah. It's been a while, but yeah, it definitely could be.
I just want to see DK once.
Yeah, just want to see how bad it actually is. Like, or is he still viable? You know.
One team will pull it out pretty quickly, I think. Just considering it was permaban phase since the patch dropped.
I think you likely want a mid here for Navi. I'm not sure if the NP versus Shaker is... It's kind of like giving Shaker a free game, in my opinion. Not sure if you want to do that. Perhaps you pick something to make Nisha's game uncomfortable. As I think he's going to most likely be the Shaker, because, I don't know, Shaker Primal Lane sounds awful.
Yeah, it does. Although I think I did see Boxy actually playing some Earthshaker, so...
I mean, the Puck is banned, so obviously Navi thinks that the Shaker could be a support.
Of course, of course. I'm just looking. I'm looking at mids that Navi has played. I mean, they haven't played in like almost a month.
Yeah, but my theory behind this is like very simple. You have a lineup that needs to snowball. The only way to snowball in games typically is by winning lanes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, a snowball won't happen.
Yeah.
So if you don't pick something that can like make the laning a little bit harder,
There
I mean,
it is. You called it.
We called the Pango. This is not going to destroy the Shaker in the lane by any means,
No.
but it does okay.
It gives them what they need. That's all.
It's a safe pick.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
not all in, but now they have a little bit of team fight. They got more.
to be honest, I was a little worried that they were just gonna like one-to-one counter everything, and this just doesn't work against these tier 1 teams. So going for the Pango, accepting that his lane is not going to be some like, oh, we got you, like we have some epic hero against Earthshaker mid, but then it solves the problems in the draft. I think this is the correct way of drafting. I mean, you can see the Milan in this draft, you know.
Yeah. Question is, what is Boxy going to play here? I was thinking some Grimstroke could be cool against Pango with Primal.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't have very many stuns.
They have the
as well.
double, that would give them the double Sven stun as well, which is really nice.
No idea if that hero is good or not, but they're looking for a position 4 or a mid. Okay, so it is support Shaker. Okay, so I said that lane is terrible, which it is, but maybe that's what they're going to play for. So the way that you do play this lane is you sack Saberlight, and I mentioned I do think he's a good sacked player. Shaker can just go walk mid now. You know, just allow this to happen. Nisha can just destroy mid with Shaker roaming. And you have a look on your face.
Oh, I feel like as a Dota player, I see Last Bakaskar and I just die on.
You have to naturally recoil in horror. Like, it's only fair.
My anus is extremely puckered right now. This is never a nice thing to see. But it's not a pub. The guy that's mid is not going to grief the game because he got Last Bakaskar against him. You know, there are options.
TBD.
It is a mid nature's.
Yeah, I mean, I think the moment you see Huskar come out, you have to make some adjustment, right?
Right. And actually, this is where you're happy if you're Navi that Boom was a mid player because he plays an excellent Pango. This was a mid hero since its inception with a little bit of off lane in there, so he will be very comfortable playing this hero.
So I've picked your brains. I think we now are ready to pick the brains of our commentators as well. Of course, the voices that launched 1 million casts. It's Odie Pixel and Fog. What do you make of that one?
Yeah, I mean, the Huskar coming out, but I kind of like what Navi's doing, right? They switch it up, as you say. We're getting the Prophet mid. I think it's a pretty good change-up, and one that I don't think Liquid maybe expected.
I think it's, like you guys are saying, it's a cool first game of tournament because we have a clash of 2 styles, right? We have one team looking to team fight, another team trying to snowball and go off the lanes and take objectives, so...
I also just want to say as well, I saw a Reddit thread, Owen, that said absolutely accurately, you've just completed over 100 Dota events, all of them drama-free. You've had
Probably,
no dramas,
yeah.
no scandals.
There we go.
Publicly, yeah.
Obviously,
Oh,
you're a
yeah, we
monster
keep those
behind the
hidden.
scenes, but
Yes,
you know, so
yes, we don't
So I
tell
just
them
want to say
about those.
congratulations on a broadcast for that. You're a great ambassador for the space. I love you.
Oh, that's very nice of you, Richard. I don't know if it's quite 100. It might be more, might be less. I don't keep account myself.
Reddit would never lie.
Well, there we go. If that was the source, it must be absolutely accurate.
Well, have a great cast, guys. I'll see you in the green room. Let's get into the action.
I see about Richard. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, we're getting into the action here, and it's an exciting one. I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to go on here. Na'Vi haven't got to see much from this new squad. I think what Jenkins is saying, they haven't really played in like a month or in terms of
24
records.
days.
And Liquid, we obviously have seen quite a bit of recently at Dream League at season 25. They didn't do great. You know, didn't make it through group stage 2.
Standard Dream League for Liquid, though.
Sure, something about the Dream League curse. So we'll see if they do a little better here. Because coming in today, right, you still look at these names, you look at these lineups. Liquid should be the favorites, but hey, who knows? Maybe Na'Vi's going to come in with an upset.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's definitely going to be, like we were saying before, like an interesting clash of styles in a way, because there's a lot of single target on Na'Vi. Yeah, they have some extra AoE and team fight that comes from the Pango, but Liquid's draft has a ton of team fight, tons of control. It's just going to be up to how do they actually do in these lanes. And yeah, how much can Na'Vi split them up? Because that's essentially the style that they're looking for. Look for these pickoffs with NP teleports, with bounties, setting up ganks constantly with invis. It's going to be an interesting one for sure. And there we do see all the facets that are taken. I don't believe we see any that is very out of the ordinary. I feel like it's all kind of standard this time around. I saw Boxy was toying with which one he wanted to do. He had Tectonic for a second, but then he swapped to Slugger toward the end of it.
I won't see any first blood action here, even with those smokes. So what do you sort of make of this mid lane? Do you think Liquid, when they pick this Huskar, were like, hey, there is a chance that Na'Vi switch their lanes around, take the Pango to the bottom, and put the Prophet mid in this setup? And even if they did, does this cause any issues for Liquid, or they don't really care? They still got what they wanted with the last pick Huskar?
I would say there's some answer for sure. Its Prophet can do pretty good versus the Huskar in comparison, where the Pango gets slaughtered. Yeah. So Liquid should have probably seen this coming, but I do like the approach from Na'Vi, because it fixes exactly what the panel was mentioning, where their lineup is kind of about getting ahead in the lanes and then playing with that momentum. So I can see why they would like to have this. And it's a pretty tempo-based draft when you look at it for Na'Vi too, right? There's no hard carry. We've gone back to the Beastmaster carry. We have Nature's Prop in the mid lane, Pango. So it should be a lot of fighting that comes out from them in this early game.
And so how is this top lane for Na'Vi? When you've got the Beastmaster in the safe lane with the Shadow Demon, are they going to be okay against this Primal and Shaker? You know, is it in fact maybe Liquid that struggles more in this matchup?
I actually think Saberlight's going to do better than usually anticipated as a dual melee lane in this matchup, because they can definitely get on top of if the Kyori uses a bad disruption, if Shad's out of position, there's definitely kill threat once Saberlight gets levels. But we'll have to see how Boxy wants to play fully, because I imagine he's going to be playing, as usual, between that mid and that top lane to assist Nisha, who is going to need some assistance at some point, it feels like. I'm not too sure how this matchup actually goes nowadays when the levels do build up, but I feel like the Nature's Prophet, Sanctity should be pretty fine.
Yeah, for sure, in the first few waves in particular. I mean, yeah, so far what we're seeing, 6 and 4 on Sanctity against Nisha's 5 and 1, so getting a few extra denies in there as the Prophet.
This is a pretty dirty lane bottom. There's so much protection coming out from Liquid's side. You have March of the Machines, you have Laser for the blind duration, you have Warcry, so they have a lot of defensive capabilities down here.
Yeah,
so
it is right.
I'd be surprised if they give a kill down here.
I was going to say, if you get a kill down here as Na'Vi, it's got to be Liquid making some big mistakes.
Maybe if Insania just really overplays his hand, but even then, I just don't see them really being able to pressure the Sven. And definitely a game where the Sven can get to those Ancients and farm if Na'Vi doesn't get off to a good start. Sure. Their lineup is great at hunting, but yeah, this is definitely a game where you can see a lot of stacks come out. It's standard Liquid, how they like to play.
And with that in mind, would you imagine that QBFY and the Bounty can look to leave this lane pretty early? Or, like, the Pango shouldn't die against these heroes either, right?
That's my question, yeah.
He can kind of chill solo, still get CS out of this. Because if you're not going to pressure the Sven with the two of you, you know, how valuable is it to actually keep the two of you there?
Yeah. I mean, he probably needs to stay down here a little bit longer, but could maybe see a move or two happen from QBFY. Trying on Insania again, but yeah, it just feels like every time the March goes down.
Yeah, it's so hard to make a play. It's a very, very safe lane duo here from Liquid.
Lotus battle. Up top is the big fight, Saberlight.
He's getting kind of low, be able to charge across. Boxy's got the Fisher down onto the two of them. He's going to try and chase down Kaori, and he should get him. Yeah, Kaori not able to find his way through the tree line, so Liquid will claim first blood.
And that's a big deal. This is a double melee lane. It's a Shaker that usually doesn't provide too much in the lane. The fact that you can get a kill early Definitely is a good sign. Saberlight does get brought low. But yeah, very nice for Boxy. It's usually your timing is level 3 on the Shaker that you get aggressive, but around that Lotus, they're able to get the advantage there. That's pretty nice. Who got the kill? And it was Boxy also.
Yeah,
Okay.
he
So
gets the finishing touch, so that's going to be his boots on the way out.
usually that's the biggest struggle for the 4 Shakers is finding farm in the early game. Usually just walking around with some clarities. So he's going to have boots to be able to move between the lanes pretty early on. And the Huskar is actually starting to kind of take over in the mid lane too. There's 10 denies from Sanctity, but in terms of last hits, Nisha has really started to pick it up again. Yeah,
well, once he's got the few levels here, definitely feels strong enough that 2 points in the passive. So, unlike these Sanctities, he's ever going to be able to kill Nisha on his own, so Nisha can farm a bit more aggressively.
It's actually been interesting. I haven't seen Nature's Prophet versus Huskar in some time, and with the Incendiary Spears, you actually kill the tree.
I guess, yeah,
it's percent damage. It's a lot of damage.
It is a lot of damage. You can just clear out the tree.
So that actually is pretty big. Saberlight top, getting connected with some poisons. Boxy.
Poisons are going to stack
he
up.
actually gets stacked.
Yeah, indeed. They've got enough to burst through Saberlight. See if Shab wants to spend more time chasing down Boxy. No, wants to get back to the wave. But with Saberlight gone, the wave's going to be free for them to continue to hold the lane in quite a nice position here. Shout at the moment 20 for 2 against Saberlight 16 and 1, so still having the greater time out of this lane despite the fact they gave up that early kill.
Hey, this is crazy in mid how much it's changed though. 23-9 to 12-10. Sanctity's gotten like 2 last hits.
Yeah, it's getting rough.
2 minutes.
I hope he enjoyed those first few waves because the rest of them, they're not a lot of fun here for the Nature's Prophet.
I mean, look at he kills every single time tree's down. He just kills
it's just more money. It's
so,
like I guess at this point, Sanctity's like, what do I do? Do I stop summoning? I mean, he's going to keep summoning, but yeah, Nisha's going to keep killing.
Even with base damage, even with advantage on base damage, the attack speed, Huskar is actually just Nisha almost 6 already. So Sanctity.
Bottom lane. Boom trying to get aggressive, but as we say, this is just
no.
You're never getting a kill here.
No.
That's it. Mickey said if they die, they've done something incredibly wrong.
Absolutely.
So this sort of Sven, anything really plus a Tinker, it feels like sort of along the same lines as something plus a Warlock, right? You've just got that much sustain, and you're not going to die unless you have some crazy aggressive duo lane. And at the moment, this Pango bounty, it's not going to do it against these heroes. It's not going to punish Sven. QBFY is going to start making the move, of course. 6-minute power rune.
Nisha, he has hit 6.
It's amplified damage. Nisha's going to be able to pick that up. They're going to try and turn towards Nisha. They're bringing in Kaori as well.
Nisha.
I mean, can they actually finish him off? The Nisha's walking away.
The march.
Disruption.
It's adding up.
Fishes out on towards him. Insenia gets the double kill. Nisha does die, but Na'Vi, they're likely going to lose all 3 heroes for that. He's going to try for the deny to Roshan. Will not succeed as he ticks out to the spears of Nisha. It's a lot there. A lot of effort for Na'Vi to try and get that Huskar out the game. Cost them 3 heroes.
So much damage that comes out just from the Tinker in particular. It's a 5-position Tinker who did 1,000 damage there. 1,100 in fact. 1,600 from the Huskar, but they just had in that march. It really started to build up onto them. Trying to get aggressive onto Mikke here.
Still got the stun. So there's a wand and a Lotus. So even though it looks like they get him close to death, he's not that close at all.
No. This is a very hot start, I would say, for Liquid. As we were mentioning for Na'Vi, they do want to have an advantage coming out of these lanes, and I'm still just this mid lane in particular. Right? We were saying Sanctity 10 CS at the 4-minute mark. He's at 16 on. He's getting 6 CS in 3 minutes.
It's rough.
So Nisha masterclassing it up in this mid lane.
And I guess this is the difficulty as well, because we've already established that the bottom lane is not easy to kill. And that's still going to stay true even if you're bringing the Nature's Prophet in for a rotation. And not an easy lane to gank. Then even looking sort of the top lane, right, you're looking at a Primal who's going to be able to charge away. You're unlikely to be able to lock down as a Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
And, maybe Shaker's a potential kill, but he's still got stuns to throw out. It could get messy. Level 3 Fisher buys time for TP backup. It's just not easy to sort of see ways for Sanctity to make plays on the side lanes very early this game.
And that is kind of what happens sometimes when you do first pick it. Yes, they decided to move it to mid because they wanted a better solution versus Huskar, but clearly that didn't really work in the way that maybe they anticipated because of maybe the extra fire spear damage on the tree and all that. Like he was actually just killing the tree every time and then harassing Sanctity. And this game for NP, making moves on the side lanes, yes, he can, but it can be very scary. You're playing against one of the hardest counters of NP in the game. It's Primal Beast. So if you TP and your rotation doesn't hit, Primal's going to kill you.
They're going to try for Mikke. The backup is on the way.
Mikke's dropping low.
TP's in as well, and with that, they'll be able to get him. The question is, can they get out underneath the tower? Corey's going to get caught by the Fisher of Boxy. Can the rest of Na'Vi split from this?
That's worth it so far.
Yeah, absolutely. If you get the 1-for-1 here.
And Sanctity is able to get himself out, which is really important. I'm really trying to watch on Sanctity this game because some of these TPs could just quickly put him into death versus Primal.
Yeah, he's got to make some very, very particular moves. And yeah, first one, absolute banger. Gets involved for the kill, and they only lose the support for the trade. They will take every time here, Na'Vi.
And even though, we were mentioning how they won't be able to pressure the Sven, right? We talked about that a bunch for the side of Na'Vi. Boom is getting a lot in this off lane. So this Pango sometimes can struggle in a lot of lanes. That was not a pressure lane. So Boom, very farmed. He's got a lot of small items for this early mid game.
Well, they're looking towards Saberlight.
The roar.
Do they have the damage? It's a lot. And Boxy's going to head over trying to help out. Drop the slam, but Saberlight's already gone.
Oh.
Chad is going to be able to put the stick charges, and he's going to get away from
He's
this.
okay.
Na'Vi, double kill for Kaori as Liquid get nothing.
Boxy runs in. Echo does not do enough. It's so close to bringing down Shad, but they've got the numbers there. Good usage of the Roar, good usage of the Purge. Shadow Demon is going to be a very good target versus Primal Beast to stop any charges with the Purge.
That's the thing, right? I imagine Saberlight was farming in that position because he was like, these heroes can't kill me, but, well, what do you know? They absolutely can.
Yep. He doesn't even, I don't even think he even tried to get the onslaught off because you just can't, right? When you're playing versus Shadow Demon.
You're stuck in position.
It's just gone. Very nice move. 5-5, fixing their the laning phase in particular.
Now look at the mid.
QB.
Should be a pretty dead bounty hunter. As Nisha and Saberlight make the jump.
And they will get a power rune in, perhaps even the mid tower. Is there going to be a move? Nature's Prophet ulti on cooldown 20 seconds, no roar. The only way they can defend is if Boom probably wants to come. They're going to glyph. Let's see if Boom does want to make the move with his Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, hard to hold as the Prophet on his own.
Yeah. Oh, he'll actually get... Oh, okay, never mind. I thought he was going to get the kill on the shield rune, but not the case. Let's see how they want to hold this.
They're going to dive in for this. They're looking to Sanctity. They've got the setup with the Fisher. Saberlight charges across. Sanctity will fall.
Boom's here.
Thunder's coming in from Boom. There's Na'Vi. They're going to try and fight back. Nisha's pretty low. The Rolling Thunder catches him. In fact, Nisha's just straight up dead, so they'll get the trade. Liquid will manage to pick up a second kill as they get the grab onto Kaori, but Boom's ready to get back in with a 3-man shield crash and swashbuckle. Nathaniel will TP out. Boxy holds back Boom for now. Boom might be able to still chase. He's looking at them, but it is just him. He's not getting any backup right now from the Beastmaster. Shab wants to stay focused on the farm top. But they fight back a little bit. Still, Na'Vi losing 3 heroes, only getting Nisha from it. It's an aggressive move from Liquid that still works out in the numbers.
Boom makes the TP over. Maybe a slightly delayed when they needed it initially.
We'll see it here.
I think he waited to TP to the tier 2 and maybe someone else was calling for a front TP. He comes in, he gets a good angle, but they'd already lost quite a bit, so they lose. It's a trade for 3 for 1. Tower does get saved, but it's in deny range.
Let's see if they want to go for that pressure mid again. Liquid finish that tower off.
Nisha's just committing for it. And ooh, Boom actually steps up. Should be all right.
Still a lot of damage. You've got to be careful with these spears. They start to stack up next to you. You're losing a massive portion of your max HP.
And Mika now is getting time to be left alone completely, right?
He is.
He is starting to hit those Ancients. I believe he farmed at least one of the stacks. So he's going to always have that advantage. I think the panel was also mentioning Na'Vi doesn't have stack takers really on their team, so definitely going to have to be watching these stacks constantly because Liquid, this is their bread and butter. You're going to see Insania flying up on that net worth since he's going to be farming these Ancients. And his mech is almost online after Holy Locket, so a lot of sustain. Na'Vi does have their ults back at the ready. QBFY trying to get some information for his team. Not able to take advantage of anything yet, though.
Looks like they might want to bait something out top. Saberlight stepping up.
Nisha's pretty scary right now. He's 2100 HP. They are pinging him out, so they do know the setup from Liquid is going toward the top lane, but Liquid now also has everything available again. And yeah, Insania is... He's a core. That's what this Tinker does. That's why they like to play.
It's pretty crazy.
He is...
And it's just what, because the map is just big enough that you will find the space to get this farm as a Tinker.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're right. They first 2 picked it, so they have to be very comfortable with it.
Yep.
Seen this before. Boom.
Saberlight
in the same spot as before.
I don't think he's getting saved here. No, he's very dead. Fisher will be thrown out by Boxy, but Saberlight dead in the same spot. Something about this area, this camp, he doesn't want to go it. They'll get him every time.
It's 4 heroes, but it's a track kill, so ends up being more valuable. Actually, I think the Wrath of Nature hits too, so 5 in a way to share. As Sanctity does have Maelstrom done, very squishy, but does have some extra damage to provide from the backline.
We'll see how this continues, of course, the battle of the net worth between Saberlight and Insania.
Insania will surpass him by a lot, I believe.
Well, you think Saberlight might not take that spot back from him?
I don't believe so. I feel like he's going to be the sacrificial go in first, tank all the spells, and then Insania's going to be doing like the laughing in the back of...
Oh, he just got double dusted. They can't
he's
get
safe.
The Fisher. Easy.
That's
well,
a good circus music.
Thanks for the dust.
And in the meantime, too, we do see that sentry that was placed by QBFY earlier. So Ancients will be blocked. They know how Liquid wants to play, at the least. So they're trying to prevent that. And they're not really like overreacting in a way at all here on the side of Na'Vi. They're just farming, right? Waiting until they get those timings. I believe they have their next timing now. Shad, the Aghanims is done, and they have Boom with a Diffusal. So with this timing, they can look to fight again. But Liquid also are definitely going to be very keen to fight just based off of their heroes, naturally. As we were mentioning before, Kaori is smoked up, or sorry, Invis, so he sees Insania.
Ooh, he's getting some good info. Liquid are not aware that he was watching them. The tracks come out. They are going to smoke up whilst tracked. So we'll see if they're able to do much with this. Same time, Na'Vi are going to smoke up themselves, obviously, with the fact that they know Liquid tried to go for this sort of setup. QBFY keeping tracks on Nisha on the back lines.
Keeping tabs of low HP, Tormentor.
Yeah, it's that important time. Liquid, do they want to just try and force it straight up? They're going to. They're just going to start going for the Tormentor.
They are pretty sustained, right?
Not super easy to take it. Okay, they'll get the catch on a QBFY. Found him with a Fisher. That's the bounty gone.
Fighting into March. This feels like a tough area. They do have Rolling Thunder, though, so let's see if they can get a really good angle. It's going to be mostly up to Boom.
They're going to start poking with the axes. Boom wants to time it, so he kind of comes in at the awkward time where Liquid want to continue to try going for finishing the Tormentor. They get the slowdown on Saberlight. Fisher will block off potential follow-up. He's still going to get a good angle down the middle of them. Saberlight taking a lot of damage here.
That's the Rolling Thunder used. They still have God Strength. They have everything ready. Insania's going to reset, heal, and can come back to heal his buds.
Now, Saberlight has also got the Halberd.
I think Na'Vi has to get out.
Yeah, this is no longer a fight for them. They've got to let Liquid have this.
The Fissure comes in, it stops all the aggression, right? They can't actually bypass it at all. Nobody dies on Na'Vi, but they use quite a bit to try to commit for the kills. I think all three of the ultis use, and they are going to give up that Tormentor. They do split up to at least get some farm, but there it is. Insania will be getting a shard. A very good shard now, in my opinion. For some time now. It hasn't really been changed recently, but it's much better than once upon a time. Tower mid will fall.
Insania can mess around with them a bit. Actually, yeah, it's back up. They've got damage. Booms. Here, ready to back up QBFY, same as Sanctity. They'll be able to take him down. We'll see the gold strand pop by Mickey. He'll pick up a freebie as he gets his hands on QBFY heading up to the high ground.
Insania is a high value kill.
Yeah, I guess
it's not a 5 position.
Right? When you're farming up on the Tinker, you got to be careful with the feeding.
Yeah, he is essentially a 3 position. I mean, look how much he gave up. 380 plus 334. So.
And he can die, yeah, if what, they sort of just get the setup from QBFY and have Boom or Sanctity nearby. It's a pretty easy kill when he's out on his own.
Yeah, so unless he has like the barrier up, right, and he's closer to allies. Yeah, should be a pretty easy kill. Blink, did Boxy actually end up going for? I believe he went Shard. So he's going to be playing more from a distance rather than committing in. And Roche now, I mean, Liquid, they're hitting the objectives. So they got Tormentor, they're going for Roche. Can Na'Vi contest it, and do they want to? Or are they just going to play their own game?
Yeah, it looks like they're going to let it be. Yep, let Liquid have this. QBFY in the neighborhood, but won't be able to get into the pit in time. So Roshan's full. Nisha grabs the Aegis. Getting these objectives, Liquid. But overall, on the gold front, Na'Vi, they're keeping up. Yeah, only a 1k gold difference. And Na'Vi not falling behind that badly, especially when you consider that, you know, that mid lane matchup, there was definitely a point where Sanctity, we were seeing him get nothing out of the lane, but as it stands now, he's level with the farm of Nisha's Huskar.
And he's got his big damage item and his big farming item. So he's got the Mjolnir already finished up now too, so.
I mean, that's, yeah, and with this sort of build rise, there's the potential for him to get up to the level of farm as the Sven, right?
Absolutely.
When you have this Mjolnir, you're just cleaning up the map. You can get massive. Like he will effectively become the position 1 for the team.
100%, yeah. He absolutely will. He just has to, again, I will reiterate, he has to be careful of the primal. That's the biggest counter that NP has to worry about in this game. Nisha, let's try to pop the Aegis.
They're trying, yeah, but yeah, detection's out. QBFY can't head up to try and poke and catch him off guard, so Aegis will be kept safe for now.
They keep their tier 2 alive, though. It's 4 heroes to rotate to do so, but they will be able to protect it for now. Liquid still sticking in the area. Secondary smoke used, Saberlight on Boxy in the back line.
Do they want to actually get stuck into a fight here, Na'Vi? Don't have Shad around at the moment, focused on pushing out the mid.
They're reading the flank pretty nicely, though. They didn't get caught from that little wrap there from Liquid. Tower inevitably does look like it's going to go down, but Beast was pressuring mid. Nature's Prophet was pressuring bottom. So reacting accordingly.
Yeah, minimalizing the casualties. I mean,
Yep.
11 to 8, it's very close on the numbers. So you got to remember this, even with Liquid taking like this tier 2 and such, this isn't like some sort of impossible to defeat gold lead that
Nope.
Liquid have right now. Na'Vi are keeping up and have a lot of potential when they do want to bring things together in the team fight, get Sanctity involved. So Liquid still with very much a challenge ahead of them.
I'm wondering when Sanctity wants to actually inevitably go for the BKB that he probably does need in this game. It's curious. He's delaying it as much as possible, which is great, being able to play that greed card. And yeah, they're just farming up. I mean, this is kind of the patch in a nutshell right now. It's like lanes happen, and then there's just so many places to farm. So tend to see at least 2 cores constantly farming. So Liquid is sticking together a little bit more, and it's making Na'Vi just kind of keep that net worth consistent, only at 2K. Liquid gathering up again.
I feel like QBFY is getting away with quite a lot as well.
He is.
A lot of times he's getting these tracks out, and he's doing it in a manner that very rarely have I seen Liquid being able to punish it with Dust and Sentries, right? He's getting some good positioning on this bounty, some good information.
And they do have a Dust even on Saberlight all the time. They don't have Dust on the points at the moment, but...
So the Dust will come out now, but backup's obviously in for QBFY. Curry's
Going in.
the purge on towards Saberlight, booms in with the Rolling Thunder as well, gets the angle onto the two, and then they take the Aegis out of Nisha. They killed Saberlight off underneath the tower. They're going to try and set him now here for round 2, potentially on towards Nisha. It's got to start to back away now that they don't have the front line of the Primal Beast to rely on.
The wraparound is coming.
Boxy's still ready to strike from the side.
They saw him, though. Sentry was down, so Invis not going to work. Nice jump. Beautiful play there from Na'Vi versus the Aegis.
And QBFY poking forward again. I mean, he really feels like he can get away with a lot, and he can. BKB's now off for a shot. He's going to go straight towards Nisha. Boom's coming in with the damage. They've been able to take him out. Shield crush over was insane here. They get the double kill on Shad. Mickey trying to fight back against Shad, but Mickey, he can't. He's got to run. The axes are coming out. Boom's going to be fine. Boxy trying to get the Fisher down. But Boom's even ready to jump back in over the box. He gets in with a shield crash. Boom. He has no fear.
Oops.
Gets in. Triple kill for Shad.
Sanctity, whoopsie.
Yeah, what happened over there? That's we were watching. We kind of kept it clean there. We didn't show what Sanctity was doing because we were watching, Shad pop off.
He may have TP'd. He may have TP'd in and just died.
Well, just in front of the Sven. Oh no.
He tried to cut him off, but he actually handed him on a silver.
Well, outside of that, great fight for Na'Vi.
Yep, and they might still be able to get Mickey. He's got the Purge. They should have him. Oh!
Not quite.
One more poison.
Not going to happen. Mickey is going to be lucky to live.
That is so close. Saberlight.
Curry.
Angle.
He's out in time. But that fight, yeah, I mean, we're seeing Na'Vi turn up, and yeah, that was Liquid having an Aegis.
Yeah, I think
and they still lose the fight.
I think what you were mentioning there, QBFY getting away with so much. The information he's giving. I think he saw for a second that Liquid had split up from the mid lane, so there was only 3 in the mid. This was before this replay, but either way. There's only 3 in the mid initially, so they got to go on them before they were ready, before the Sven got there. That Echo did quite a lot of damage with the creep wave there, but ends up still not being enough, as they can just push through. Shad and Boom in particular played so well playing the front line there and just allowing Sanctity to just get the right clicks, but then you see Sanctity TPs there on the side of your screen, and it's a bit of a whoopsie, but it happens. Mickey comes in a bit clutch for his team, but Na'Vi get themselves completely back in this game.
Yeah, I think they're feeling pretty good about this. Shad is level with the farm of Mickey as the Beastmaster, and as we say, with the Nature's Prophet, there's absolutely potential to scale just as much as the Sven.
And I'm watching Sanctity. He keeps switching. I think it's the 3rd time I've seen him swap. He's like, I want to go another greedy item. And then he swaps to BKB again.
I think another grab in the mid. Boxy did manage to spend his money, get that blink down.
They got Nisha.
Up top, Nisha's dead. I mean, they're going to try and punish Shad. He's got the BKB and the Roar. He's going to get the effort to run from this, and backup's coming in for Shad. So Boom can get in under the tower, shield crashing onto the both of them. as they're just going to get in on top of Insania. QBFY is ready to pop up the Drax. Liquid, they've got to try and get out of here. Midk's on the retreat. Insania goes with the TP out. He won't make it. The damage is done. As Curry pops the poison. Na'Vi, they're getting these track kills. They're now getting a gold lead. 3K ahead.
I love how they're playing.
They're looking great. And Liquid, we're still seeing some of the shakiness that we saw from this lineup back at Dream League already in this first game here, Wallachia.
100%. They're playing the team fight lineup, and they're not getting the big team fights. Navi's doing what their draft wants to do. It's split them up and catch them once they start getting isolated or once they don't have that 5-man there. And that's kind of what happened there again, right? They get a kill mid, they get a kill top, and then it's save your buddy syndrome, and that's where their lineup can thrive.
I mean, what's Liquid got to do, right? Because Liquid can't afford to keep getting caught out like this. Like, what's the call now? Is there something that they're close to on one of their cores, or?
I was thinking it was Saberlight getting a BKB early so that he can just charge in, but he is going nowhere near that route. He's gone Halberd, he's going S and Y. Sure, yes, yeah, like Roar, and there's a lot of different spells that can deal with him. That's probably why he doesn't feel like he wants to go for it, right? But they're having some issues in the front line, it feels like. They're gonna have the triple S and Ys, but let's see if that's gonna be enough to deal with what Na'Vi has. Because Na'Vi so far in these last two fights, it's been pretty beautiful.
And boom. Quick plays there. Teases with the wave with the swashbuckle. Has that newly picked up blink that he jumps right out with. Liquid, they're trying to step up. I mean, they will get this poor old Corey shattered him. I mean, surely, yeah, they do with the God's Strength, but they had to use quite a lot for it. And now backups coming.
Saberlight.
Look at this damage from Sanctity. Just tears through the Primal.
The Roar.
The Roar onto Midk. Boxy will jump in with the Echo Slam. It will be enough to bring Shad and Boom down. So Boxy will manage to rectify the fight there for Liquid as he turns up with the Echo. And my goodness, they needed that. If that didn't come in, if that Echo didn't come in, and when it did, that would have been another rough one. But Boxy fixing the problems there for Liquid.
And Saberlight truly being the sacrificial lamb. I feel like he does this very often for this team, but he tanks all of the spells. It feels like the Roar comes out, but the BKB wasn't used from Shad, and he gets full comboed from the Echo there from Boxy. Back and forth we go, 17-16. This time the S and Ys, they reign supreme.
And we'll see it again on the replay.
It starts a little awkward.
It does. They're going all in on this, right? And suddenly these TPs are coming in from Na'Vi. Saberlight dies pretty quickly out of the damage of Sanctity, and off to the side is like, Mikke's in trouble. He needs help.
Boxy.
Help is there. Boxy. In with the slam. Beautiful fisher down the three of them. Boxy solves the situation.
If Shad gets BKB off there, maybe a different scenario, but yeah, Boxy very quick with his positioning. Ghost Scepter now as well. Ulti's back up in about 50 seconds. God's Strength's at the ready. Mikke's about to have his BKB too.
Yeah, this is a big timing.
Level 20 plus that BKB. And now those neutral items are starting to get picked up. Let's see how many Gale Guards
Is it still
they get.
Because this got, in terms of the numbers, right, it was a significant nerf, but still the item is just that good.
Barriers are
You're
just
still taking it.
It's a barrier. Barriers are up in stonks for quite some time now. So how many do we have now? 1, 2, 3 on Liquid that they've picked up, and 2 Essence Rings. So it's all about survivability, it feels like. When at least almost all these tier 3 neutrals do feel like they've been very good about survivability. It's either that or you get, you know, these Brigand's Blades and Serrated Shifts. But Tormentor will get claimed. Kiari able to get the cleanse.
Liquid, they'll be able to settle for the Roshan as they're in position. Of course, last Aegis, they did have that struggle around the mid-fight. We'll see how it goes next time round with the pickup.
Yeah, as you see, Liquid, if there is their ball, as there is their 5, very strong. If they start to get split up, that's where Na'Vi can thrive. And there's that third S&Y, so, I mean, I feel like this item has to get changed sometimes, right? I mean, I know we got the status resistance reduction,
but it was at 5%.
It's 5%, exactly. Like, when I saw
this item did not get touched in the B patch, right?
No, not at all.
It didn't. It was just, yeah, the big patch that gave it that little bit of a nerf, but it is still being picked up across the board.
It really is crazy how many of them that we really do see. I feel like every game has at least 3 that I watch lately. Smoke's up. Everything's at the ready.
Oh, QBFA continues to be so annoying.
He is really giving so much. I feel like
he's doing so much.
I feel like his impact is kind of what's allowing this net worth to look the way that it kind of is.
I'd say so, yeah.
He's giving so much info. He's letting his team split up and farm and keep themselves at this kind of like even state. It's really nice. And now we see a Beastmaster even with an S&Y.
I'm going to be looking for the AC next.
Nisha. There is an Insania, but they do have the Purge. So no shields for you.
Boom coming in. There's the angle onto the both of them. Sanctity coming in with that extra bit of damage. Nisha, he's not dying.
He is not dying.
He's able to jump over the ult towards Sanctity. Sanctity will put the BKB, be able to slide away. The Saberlight's going to go straight over for him. Boom still trying to finish off Insane here. Will finally get him. But Boom surely actually gets the blink off.
He gets the shield.
They're going to try and chase him out. This has caused the fight to be rather split, so Saberlight is left completely away from the rest of the team. They did manage to eventually kill Boom, but couldn't do anything to get over and save Saberlight. So it ends up the 1 for 2.
And they can split immediately. Nature's Prophet, the beauty of it, use TP and go back to farming where you were. Navi, strike again. I can't believe Nisha survived. I mean, that was actually insane, but...
They went all in on him, and it felt like they didn't even get that close to killing him. He had like a few hundred HP at minimum. They're going to try and strike back here, Navi, by the looks of it, see if they can get a further catch.
Still has Aegis, but they're going to walk right into him.
No, he's going to turn and try and fight back. Moxie gets the Fisher out. Nisha jumping in. Disruption to defensively help out Shab for a little bit. They can pop Nisha the one.
He is very isolated.
Is there going to be any help? Yeah, there's not. There's no tier 1 and TP to nothing. We'll see if he's able to walk this one off. I don't know if he can. He's just completely trapped by the Sprout. Jumps across to try and pressure Sanctity, but the Roar's back up.
But it gives time. Mickey shows up.
See if they can find anything big in return.
Chad.
Sanctity and QBFY to fall. Chad, he will get out. Kaori also able to TP away. So Liquid, they do manage to at least use the time that Nisha was giving to get to the fight. Punish Sanctity in return, so still... The trades, they continue to be so close.
So it's very, very close. That was maybe a slight advantage there for Liquid at the end of it all, kind
because
of,
they're cleaning up Sanctity, I'd say so, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, he's still the high-value target.
Okay. And now...
Is falling behind a bit on the golds anyway, so it's more about the Mickey and the Sanctity right now.
And now I'm surprised, I'm actually surprised it took them this long to do it, but I just saw Insania, he bought the gem. So it felt like this was actually needed maybe 10 minutes ago versus the bounty just to get that lead growing, but now they will have that. He's got a 4-staff level 18. Navi. I'm just watching Kaori also, by the way, since he had gotten the shard earlier. He is continuing to pass poor Saberlight in the net worth as well, too. So Saberlight continuing to just be the sack. Level 23 on Mickey. That's a pretty big deal. He's going to get that 25 a lot faster than anybody else for the burst. Shad level 20.
Looking at the mid.
Nisha.
Closing the gap onto QBFY. Jump in from Mickey. It's dead bounty. They're ready to start dealing with this bounty. They've had enough of him. Greaves online now for Insanios. Liquid can start gearing up for some pretty heavy 5-man pushes.
Looking for another potential kill. The lanes are being shoved out, though. Boar on bottom lane, top lane got pushed from Pango. Is Liquid gonna poke high ground here? They're considering it with the catapult. I think
you go for it. With this Greaves timing, you're kind of strong. Sure, you don't have the Aegis. You got the banner.
They've got sustain.
See what happens.
They'll force a glyph. And probably reset away from that. Nisha's still considering going in.
I think he's still strong. Satanic's on the way out.
Okay.
Doesn't have it yet, so might need to be a bit careful with that in mind.
And Boom is at the ready on the side. Nature's Prophet just got Revenant's Brooch, so a high increase in damage. Especially versus that Warcry.
They'll back up now that they're satisfied with how much of a response they forced there from Na'Vi, with everybody heading back to defend.
Yeah, they forced a glyph. They saw 4 or 5. I think they saw maybe even 5 heroes, because I think Sanctity showed himself, so. Still sticking in the area. As you said, Nisha, fresh Satanic finished up. And vision control right now at this point for Na'Vi, pretty limited. They have ward on the bottom side, but that gem has taken out a couple of the other ones. So not too much information, so they have to kind of avoid this top side for a moment, since Liquid has full control of it.
Yeah, next big item timing likely to be that nullifier for Boom. When they've got that, they themselves will have a chance of just going full out.
Then they can actually not have to fully rely on Kaori, right?
Yeah.
Because in most of these fights, Kaori has to be there with a demonic purge, and they have to focus fire burst that one target. So nullifier will give them like a double way to deal with either, you know, Warcry or the barriers or whatever it is now. Well, not Warcry anymore because he does have shard, but.
They found the bounty.
Quick, easy kill for Mickey.
Not as easy for QBFY now. Catching him out a few times. Over in the mid.
Sven stonks on the rise for sure.
Not going to quite be able to make the jump towards Shad.
Or just get sniped. Sanctity.
Sanctity, he's out just in time.
Ooh.
Away he goes.
Trying to split the map, right? Especially when they lose a hero. Navi's going to be playing this style for the majority of this game, just cutting waves, trying to find that opportune fight versus Liquid. But Liquid, I mean, they're just kind of just farming it up, looking for those pickoffs themselves now at this point. And Saberlight, he's forgotten going for the BKB probably with the map state because he sees how they're playing, you know, just kind of that rat Dota. So he's looking for the blink so he can get the extra catches for his team. And perhaps the initiations too. As Na'Vi trying to get outside. They're going to smoke out.
All right, because Na'Vi, they're still strong.
They are.
Get the jump.
They can get the jump.
They can blow up a target with Sanctity's output. A lot of damage from this Nature's Prophet right now. Amplified damage as well.
Ooh.
He'll definitely TP over to grab that for himself. So Sanctity, he's going to be hitting pretty damn hard.
He cannot get gone on. He cannot get gone on first. Like, he has to be turret in the back.
Absolutely, yeah. If he can't freely attack in the fights, then it's going to be a bad time for Na'Vi.
Some more Lotuses.
And not finding any action though, Na'Vi. Liquid grouped up down bottom, ready to work their way towards taking the final tier 2 tower away from Na'Vi.
Pushing forward also for the Wisdom Shrines. They're pinging out both of them. I think Mickey maybe wants to ensure that they get theirs as well. We're seeing them set up. So they're looking to steal and take theirs.
Wow, that looks like they're going to get away with it as well. Na'Vi aren't really timing it to, you know, it's just QBFY that's hovering around. They're not putting any further to this.
They might try for Insania. This could be risky.
With the Nullifier done, they could definitely get the setup underneath the tower, but does Boom have enough damage on his own? Greaves a pop. Insania is going to be okay. Boom, he's going to have to opt for the TP out of this one.
Nice play. At least he TP's out.
Okay.
They will lose one, though.
Yeah, gets the grab onto QBFY as he tries to run away. So they try and go for that dive, but they just didn't quite have the numbers, and it was a risky one, right? Not one that Sanctity would have wanted to join as the Nature's Prophet.
No, and the way Liquid kind of did it, right? They put Insania out on like a silver platter. They're like, please go for him.
Well,
I mean, this time they'll go for him.
Yeah, they'll get him now, surely. I mean, when I say that, the Greaves are off. And
he is tanky.
Okay, he's going to live. Yeah, shout-outs to BKB TP out. They can't take down Insania.
Aye, this is not your usual... I mean,
No.
I say not your usual Tinker, but I guess nowadays it kind of is. He has 26 armor, and he's got Gale Guard. He's actually unbelievably tanky. He's like 4,000 or more effective HP with this armor.
I mean, it really is seeming, you know, any play that Na'Vi go for that Sanctity's not involved in, probably not going to result in a kill.
I feel like they
really down to their Nature's Prophet on when he wants to fight.
They have to kind of like full commit onto that one hero with, it feels like almost everything, right? Like a roar, a roll, a Shadow Demon Purge, and they need to full commit to kill that hero. But there's a lot of counter initiation we've seen from Liquid. The stuns.
Oh, good Fisher.
Coming in.
Yeah, there we go. Straight in onto the Shadow Demon core. He's gone. He'll buy back immediately. They're going to try and make a fight happen out of this. Boom's in with a jump over towards Insania and also Saberlight, who jumps into this one. They both get clipped by the Rolling Thunder, but still the sustain from Liquid
Boom
is pretty strong. Boom's got to try and get out for the last moments, but they'll go straight over towards him and get the grab on towards him as well. Mickey's in with the God Strength. Boom's gone.
They can't help him.
He's out for 80 seconds. No gold for the buyback.
Shad, just without BKB being available, he's terrified to go in. Can't really walk forward.
Same for Sanctity right
Yep.
here. Just doesn't want to put himself in a position where he could get jumped. Well, we're seeing why, you know, Liquid, when they get their hands on you, you're just deleted.
And that's a pretty big deal, Owen, because that's the base. You're at your base and you can't actually kill the target right outside. Sanctity.
He's got a BKB, but he knows they're onto him. He's got the grab. Sanctity gets caught. He's gone. Same time. I mean, they're trying to fight Boxy and Mickey, but Boxy and Mickey, they've got the backup of Insania. Boxy's caught up on the cliff. He will die there. Mickey's able to chase down Kaori. And now Shad and QBFY, they've got to get out of it. QBFY caught by the stun of Mickey. They've got the vision upon him as well. Na'Vi losing heroes all over the place.
They're trying, because they do the NP bottom, they see them split up. They're like, oh, we have an opportunity to chase, but Boxy gets a pretty good echo. And Insania can always join in. You know, it's not just two heroes. They've got that third. He is everywhere. He is, I mean, this Tinker maybe has to go.
I mean, when you see what Insania's doing here, I think indeed, especially in this series.
First them. Yeah,
you know,
versus
Na'Vi's
Liquid in
like, okay, we don't want to play against this Tinker.
He's just a, he is literally a third, he is literally the same farm as a Beastmaster.
Yeah, the carry Beastmaster.
Yeah, exactly. Shad's game. It really, he's 4-1 and 8, but it feels like after he got echoed in the mid lane from Boxy, he hasn't been able to have too much more impact.
And now Sage has got his E-Blade.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that is ridiculous levels of farm, actually. He is part of 26 of the 28 kills, so that definitely helps.
Tough times for Na'Vi now. Liquid, they just got away with a lot. Na'Vi, can they kind of regain strength now in these moments? Liquid, they're going to get the freedom to head over and take another Roshan.
Just feels so complicated now for the way that Na'Vi needs to try to jump targets. As we said, they need to kind of throw everything onto one specific one, but now they might just be getting too tanky on a lot of these front liners.
This could be a pretty brutal fight.
Here comes Nisha, shield.
Liquid, they look pretty set up for this. They get the jump straight away on towards Corey. Shad will put the BKB. They're trying to focus down the Huskar. Can they kill Nisha? Sanctity brings them down.
They do.
Can. They kill Nisha off, but
Takes a
Shad
lot.
will fall. Sanctity gets the BKB off. Gonna try and stand his ground and fight back. Now he's gonna opt for the TP out during the last moments of the BKB, and he will get out of there.
Nice.
If they
blink
can
by
take a
Boom.
2-for-1, they'll take it, but I don't know if Boom's getting out of this. He's got the roll up. Meke's got the God Strength. He's rooted. He's trying to jump out with the shield crash, but there's no escape for the Pango either. So Liquid, they'll lose their Huskar, but again, killing off 3 heroes for it. It's a minor slowdown here for Liquid. They can continue to roll forward and keep this game under their control.
Takes too long for them to bring down that main target. These tanky cores, I feel like this is, it was looking like the meta too. I mean, of course, it's just one game, but yeah, 3 strength cores, 5,000 HP. It costs them so much to contribute, to commit to kill these heroes, and throw in double barriers on.
Yeah, all these barriers and such, right?
Nisha got purged, right? Nisha got purged at the start of it, so that was pretty good. I think his Satanic maybe, I believe is, I think it came out late, I'm not sure. I didn't actually get to see. But either way, they couldn't commit onto that target fast enough and kill him to move on to the next targets. Their damage is just not really there anymore. And Insania getting closer and closer to 25. And I believe that's the new talent, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Well, the AoE?
The Defense Matrix
defense.
duration. I think that's the 7.38B. Let me make sure. Or 7.38, I think it was.
Or Shad.
Yes, that is it. So no longer bonus magic resist, but 10-second defense matrix.
Uh-oh, he's not getting away with hitting that wave. Not at all, surely. He's got the BKB in the roar. Nisha's gonna dive in, ready to chase him with the Aghanims, taunts him. Shad's gone. Out for 90. Does have buyback. We'll see if he gets forced out from them, as Liquid will be ready to push on, you'd imagine. They're feeling pretty strong right now. Oh, and he's in.
Just in.
He is. He straight away goes for Boom. It's a pretty deep, aggressive dive. The buyback will come out here from Shad. Boom's going to try and chase him with the Rolling Thunder, but the BKB is from Saberlight. They just turn and grab Boom. Boom's gone. He's 100 gold short of buyback. Mickey coming onto Sanctity. Sanctity pots the BKB. They're going to try and force him out of there, but they're closing the gap upon him. Sanctity, he's healing up.
He's trying.
He really survived this. He's got the disruption coming in from Kaori, but he's so low. Comes out of disruption, dies immediately. Double kill for Mickey. As Mickey, he's not done yet. Goes over to Shad. Shad, he bought back for this. Saberlight's in as well. They have the stun on a Shad. Shad cannot be saved. Triple kill for Mickey, and he's ready to keep it continuing. They turn over to Sanctity.
Give him a rampage.
Saberlight. Ultra kill for Mickey. Looking over towards QBF5. They got the detection. Where's the detect? No detection, no rampage.
Team
That's
supports.
how it works.
Oh,
There we go, they see him now. GG's been there, there it is. Rampage from Mickey to wrap this one up. It's Liquid. They take this game 1.
a pretty well-deserved rampage, I would say. Mickey was an X-factor this game. He stayed ahead very long, even in the fight when they were kind of dying a little bit, right? He gets that big kill on Sanctity and gets out somehow. So for me, this was Mickey playing super clutch and the two supports on Liquid playing very, very good at ideal moments. For Na'Vi, I think they just, a couple of these team fights just got out of hand for them, and Shad's impact really fell off a cliff pretty quickly.
It did. It was good sort of first half of the game from Na'Vi. They really managed to give it that good kind of back and forth against Liquid. But yeah, Liquid at the end of the day, they get the good lead. They're able to wrap it up. And yeah, Mickey having a bit of a stretch there after his rampage to close up this game 1 victory for Team Liquid.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, Owen. So, yes, Liquid do indeed draw first blood in this series. And it looked very good down the home straight. A little bit sketch in the first half of the game, but once they took control, it was pretty straightforward.
It's the Mickey show for me. Like, he
Yeah.
played out of his mind there. This was not an easy game to carry in my eyes. Like, it got really tough at one point, but yeah, Mickey just really put his team on his back this game. And this is something that I've been wanting to see from him for a very long time. One of my complaints sometimes in patches where your carry needs to be like a hard carry, I feel like Mickey sometimes will struggle to like step up and be that for the team. But he did it in this game, and this is a really good performance, and this is what you want to see if you're a Liquid fan, because like the problems in the offlane were still here in this game. Saberlight did not have a great game, as you can see from his net worth even in just this clip here, but it's been a tough series overall, or a couple weeks for Saberlight, and this one wasn't very inspiring either, but Mickey looked good.
I will say, okay, let's do a little kind of experiment here. I'm going to defend Saberlight. I'm going to give you an excuse, and you tell me if you're STI winner.
Okay.
Bullshit or not bullshit? He's got a Tinker. This little fucker steals all the farm on the map. He's farming Ancients. He's farming Triangle. He's marching the machines. I feel like this is what happens when you have a Tinker on your team. You know, somebody's going to take the sideline when it comes to farm. Bullshit or not bullshit, Fear?
That is definitely bullshit. That was a good attempt for sure. It was 10 minutes in the game. I don't think Tinker was stealing all the farm at that point, but you know, I mean, there is truth to what you're saying, and I will say, given the circumstance he was in, he is very good at playing from behind, and he did in this particular game. He knows what he needs to do in this situation, but what I want to see, what a lot of people want to see, is we want to see Saber Chad. You know, we want to see him take a game by the horns and just completely destroy
Just
it.
to prove that it's possible.
Yes.
That he can do it.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that. Let's explore that, because I think it's interesting. I mean, look, we said right at the start he was the player that was kind of under the most pressure, just in terms of A, the shoes he's filling, B, the role he kind of has to do in the team. They prioritized giving him a comfort pick. You even said it was a favorable, you know, kind of in the team compositions, it was a good, solid pick. And then obviously in the end, it didn't really work out. He didn't have a particularly impactful game, even though they were able to win.
Yeah.
What do you make of that overall?
Well, there's two people I put on that, right? It was Boxy and Saberlight, but Boxy, he played an amazing game himself, right? So I think in general, this team is going through a lot of transformations right now. It was a first pick overall for Saberlight, so we did debate, is it too early to pick his hero? Maybe if this is the results you're going to get, but I did like the fact that Boxy really stepped it up in this game.
Yeah, I think like the way that I would put it for Boxy is that, yeah, the laning stage was not so great for them. The early game was not so great from the off lane, but Boxy absolutely clutched. I think what we want to see from Liquid in terms of the off lane is that they don't need to clutch, that they're just, even though they get sacked in the early game, they have enough of a game that it's not complete devastation. Because for Boxy, like, I legitimately just think he played the team fights amazing. Like,
for sure,
in so many of these fights, you saw these big echo slams. You saw like fissure blocks, like blocking one half of Na'Vi off from their saving support. Like, this is insanely clutch from him. It starts the fights. It lets Mickey go beyond godlike, but maybe like TI winning team, you don't want them to have to clutch things like that, you know?
Yeah, well, especially not given, you know, the opposition as well, and the circumstances at the tournament and the run that they're having. I mean, you said this is a, you know, continuation. It wasn't just a rough series. It's been a rough couple of weeks.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Look, let's start looking at kind of the tail of the tape and how the game broke down. I know we've got some highlights that you want to go through and talk about. There was one at 9 minutes, I believe, that we've picked out here.
Yeah, so basically, we're going to talk a little bit about why did Saberlight have such a bad game. And it's moments like these where he's getting a little overconfident, I want to say. I'm not sure why he's overconfident in these situations. He's playing enemy triangle. He dies here. He baits Boxy to go into. Boxy as well will die. To be fair, though, Na'Vi was playing a great game here. They are in position, but it happens twice, right? Twice in a row. And if you look at the net worth of Saberlight here, after this death here, he already had bad net worth. And I feel like maybe he's making these plays because he's trying desperate to get higher net worth, but that put him behind his Tinker now and farm. That's your position 5. Sure, Tinker was very farmed, but you can't be putting yourself in situations where your game is that bad, or the point where Mickey and Boxy had to like pull out their A game to really win this game.
That's where you are really glad that you have Mickey on a hero that's like Sven that can just like flash farm and get huge and actually 1v5, because then that space, and I think against Na'Vi in particular, this works because Na'Vi, they 5-man to everything. Like they were doing this, before this patch. This patch, everybody 5-mans, right? It's all about taking objectives. We talked about that in the pre-panel, but like even before they were doing it. So this team will show up as 5. So if you have a hero who is actually farming and then a player who's able to clutch, then you know, you'll still win the game. But once again, ideally, we don't want to be in that scenario for Team Liquid fans.
Just to continue the theme as well, at 23 minutes, we're kind of taking a look at the Primal and the Pango kind of head-to-head here.
Yeah, I mean, this game at one point, I did really think Na'Vi had it in the bag. And I think Boom, he played such a good Pango this game. Like, we didn't talk about it yet, but we mentioned Boom. Is he going to play well? Is he not? He played so good on this Pango. And to compare it to Saberlight, like, the item difference is huge. You got this Aghanims, you have the Fusel Blade, and Saber, he's got a Halberd in a game that doesn't really do a lot. You kind of have to do it for the build-up. You've got a Sange, not much is happening, and I believe we have a video as well that might show what this Pango was doing in these fights that almost allowed them to have a victory here. And like when you get this Ags, when you do have like an Arcane Rune on this hero as well, it makes the game so easy to play. Of course, Mickey coming in with a TP there, which is very nice to see, but this fight in general, just this Pango absolutely destroying with the Aghanims here. And I was a little bit shocked here, like the fact that Na'Vi,
I think,
yeah, they in all regards, this game was not a stomp by Liquid. They really had to work for it, and Na'Vi, they looked a lot better than I anticipated, I think. So I don't know how much of that is Na'Vi actually really that good. Is Liquid still looking a little bit weak? We'll have to find out, but it could be a mixture of both.
Or is the patch just hugely determined by team fights because like everybody's 5-manning, you know?
Could be as well.
Because it did kind of feel like one fight would go Navi's way, the other fight would go Liquid's way, and it was kind of back and forth until the very end where Liquid got like a 10k gold lead from one of the fights. But this is where Milan is going to really come in clutch for his team.
That's why I brought him up. You know, I'm intrigued to see what they're going to do as the series moves ahead. Just one last highlight we've got to show here. I believe you picked this one, Andrew. It was the 36 minutes.
Yeah, this was nice. I mean, this is like such a nice fissure. I remember there was a while people were talking about Earthshaker. Like, he's not about the Echo Slam anymore. He's about the fissure and the Ag Shard and like cutting the right people off in the team fights. They start the fight by catching Kaori. He's the save support. He dies. He has to buy back. And because he's the save support getting gone on, Boom has to go in. Fear talked about how good of a game Boom was having. Now he's dead with no buyback. This is the game. Like one fight on a high ground with the right pick off from Boxy determines the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, it was a valiant effort. I guess we'll talk a little bit about just Na'Vi and, you know, there were bright spots. We talked about Boom and how he's, you know, seemed to be very comfortable on that Pango at least, but getting more comfortable in that role that he's been learning. Were there any other little moments you saw there where you thought Na'Vi actually outside of the draft, you know, they've got a chance in this series?
Yeah, they definitely have a chance for sure. I think what the Huskar pick made them go out of their comfort zone. I feel like Shad playing on Beastmaster isn't really his type of hero.
No.
And they also, Sanctity on that Nature's Prophet didn't look 100% comfortable in the laning stage either. So I think if they have better games and Boom still picks it up where he is on the offlane, this team has a really good chance.
He did bring it back on the Nature's Prophet. Like he did bring it back,
yes.
But the thing is, like, people specifically pick Nature's into Huskar as a counter matchup.
He got destroyed.
Because you win the lane, and Nisha just kind of outlaned him, which, to be fair, it's Nisha. Like, this is going to happen, but you don't want that to happen when you have a counter pick.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get into the second map of the series. We'll see you soon.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Oh, I mean, Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
All right, welcome back. First series of the day underway. Team Liquid are 1-0 up against Na'Vi, and we're going over to the analysis desk to break down the next draft as it comes in. Also, do want to say that song you heard there, that's coming on Jenkins' upcoming album. It's going to be released. I mean, you've done a great job with the harmonies there.
Yeah, thank you. There was a lot of like vocal kind of synthesizing that we had to do on that, but very
I was
proud
on there
of this
too
album.
as well.
Yeah,
if you heard me.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, definitely. The auto-tune kind of downplayed it. But anyway, speaking seriously for a moment, here we go. We're straight into it. Standard bands that we've seen coming in. A couple of repeats.
Yeah, Magnus still making it into the first phase bans despite the nerfs. I think all of these ancient farming carries are going to be very strong. I think the more early game carries that could farm ancients, like Tidehunter, people are playing as a carry, Beastmaster, these are not necessarily going to have to be the ones that people are picking, because not only did they get nerfed, but also the Tormentor is less good to take, so you don't really need to do the offlaner and the safe lane thing. But the carries that can farm ancients, like these heroes, are going to come back big time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
That's why we're probably going to see lots of Sven. I think you're on point about that.
Yeah.
I think now that DK's kind of out, Sven will rise again.
Maybe he's out. We'll have to see.
I was gonna say I'm gonna stay on the DK other facet train until we see it, and then it's dog shit, and then I'll just like backpedal on it and pretend that
It's okay. You get your wild predictions in on day one, and then everyone forgets you said that.
Right. I can just say it was ironic. Also, that works.
That works for lots of things.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking for a second, and all right. So
it's all right.
Night Stalker.
Dead
is a hero that's
fine.
Yeah. Well, I think in general, like when you do play against Liquid at this point, just from what I've seen, they really are good at this tinker. It looks like a problem, and I'm glad they banned it. They did make the trade of giving Night Stalker away, which he did get changed slightly. His like free Hunter in the Night ability he gets at level 1 is now 10% move speed instead of 16, so it's not like he gets free boots at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, we were talking about this off air, weren't we? You were saying that because he was so good originally, you could play him in multiple positions, great flex pick, but now you were saying support Night Stalker not viable anymore, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think, but I could, maybe it still might be pickable, but it's definitely worse now, because like you want to go for, as a support, you want to just get that early points in your Q and W, the silence with the nuke, and at level 2 you're really aggressive, you're fast, you don't need boots.
Okay.
Now that you can't do that as easily, it's going to be a little more difficult.
This pick is interesting. The theory on this is so wild. So the idea is that Night Stalker wants to take the Night Rain facet, which makes it night in the first 5 minutes, which means when Lycan is using Howl, it's global because it's nighttime. So in the first 5 minutes, you're winning all the lanes by having a Lycan with Howl. So it's one of the weirdest particular counters in Dota right now, but it's really good. I remember some player mentioned this during Dream League. We were like really theory crafting the Lycan and completely wrong about it. They're like, no, the Howl works at night. It's global. It's like, oh shit, that's really good actually.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. And outside of that as well, like this hero has always been good for Night Stalker. You just sick the wolves on him. He has no AoE, essentially. Doesn't really matter. He can't slow you either when you're in your ultimate form. So those are all good points. It just comes down to, is Lycan good enough to just pick this early?
Yeah.
Because there's a Night Stalker in the game. And that's something where Theorycraft is better, like, in theory and instead of on the game, because I really think this is a situation where Lycan isn't always good. Just because you have a purpose in the game doesn't make it so you can play this hero, because you oftentimes cannot play Lycan as a support, where NS could be a support, and now you're in a situation where you're hard countered.
You're countering a hero that's like countering with a carry to a potentially 4 is not a fair trade.
It's an interesting thing that's kind of continued over from draft 1 to draft 2, though. These like for like counters that they're kind of doing, the 1-for-1. You know, definitely introducing that style here.
To be honest, part of it that I want to chalk it up to is a little bit of like Milan spent a lot of time coaching in NA, and I feel like this is a really NA mindset. You'll see Bulba draft like
we
this
like to overthink all the time.
We really like to overthink and just one-to-one counter
I've
things.
never heard of NA being accused of overthinking in my 20 years in esports. You must be jesting.
Usually we don't do enough thinking.
Okay, right.
In this case, it's Sometimes you're so previous level, you're next level.
Well,
Other times-
they're theory crafters, right? We're really good at theory crafting the game. Execution, on the other hand,
Yeah, yeah.
it's a different beast. But
Talkers, not doers, right?
Yeah.
I get it.
and
love
so
talking.
they do
why I'm
go,
here.
they do go for Ember, despite the stat nerfs to him and the win rate decrease. I do think that Night Stalker is generally pretty good against Ember. The AoE ground targeted silence. Ember would like to not buy a BKB if possible. People will even go for like Manta styles and things like that. But of course, you can't use a lot of these items against a Night Stalker because it's ground targeted. His silence.
Well, it goes both ways, I think, technically, because when you play Night Stalker, typically you don't like getting stunned from afar, right? So Chain Slight is pretty annoying for
Yeah,
Night
he
Stalker
also
too.
can poke him with the chain slide.
Yeah, so
sure.
whoever catches who first kind of wins this matchup, because if you just chain that guy, he has issues. So we're just picking all the heroes.
Okay. So,
Slardar's out.
so that's a
Interesting.
mid lane counter to Ember. The hero's win rate went up in 7.38 with all the water. Makes sense. And he's
Speaking of theory craft, though, this hero on paper looks good, but every time I see it play, it's just underfarmed. You can't. Fog was talking about it in the green room. Is like this hero doesn't farm anymore. Like the bash.
but surprisingly, the win rate went up. But this is pub data we're talking about, so a lot less people are farming. More people are just like owning in lanes. CM Slardar would be such a nasty lane. I know it's most likely a Slardar mid because it's a Ember lane counter. I think Nisha has done this before against Ember. But yeah, CM such a strong laner.
It's interesting to see that he goes for Slardar one game and Huskar is in the pool, but he chose Huskar in the other game. But there's an NP that could have been flexed. Like Ember doesn't flex, so like why not just Huskar in this game? It's interesting. I think both these teams are still really wanting to try a lot of different things, or not just show all their cards right away potentially as well.
Yeah, it's like I said, I think it's a perfect opportunity to do it. You know, you're betting in first series at a tournament. We really don't know. The patch is up in the air. It's nice. One of the problems I think we always have when the meta is settled is you just see the same heroes over and over again.
For sure.
Like, games do get stale.
I do want to say though, for Navi's draft, it looks way better than the last game.
Oh, sure.
It has a little bit of everything. You got the Jakiro, you got Ember, so you now have a bit more team fight into the mix here. They're adding even more team fight with the Dark Willow, which is nice to see as well. So
A lot of control here.
yeah, I mean, even though I feel like Navi kind of outplayed Liquid in a lot of ways in the last game, it just got to a point where they had a carry Beast versus a carry Sven, and Mickey just like took the game in the late game.
It was way harder to execute than it needed to be.
Yeah,
I
for
think.
sure.
But this is easy. I mean, they have so much damage when it comes to fights, so much stun. Lycan presents a problem for Liquid to solve rather than the other way around. I'm curious where the lanes are at for Liquid because we still don't know much other than CM5. Like this can be...
They have to show something here.
Yeah,
right?
this could be Slardar carry, Slardar mid, Slardar off lane, Night Stalker could be support. It could be carry as well.
Maybe they were waiting for the Huskar now. They still could.
Yeah, they still could. I mean, honestly, Slardar carry versus a Lycan sounds quite good. Physical damage for the Wolves in lane, and Ursa counters Lycan for a similar reason. You just run him down, and all he does is slowly run away from you. Like he plays up in the lane. You can kill him pretty easy.
But which Wolves will he get?
Yeah, that is true. Spirit Wolves, let's go.
All right, Spirit Wolves were changed. Bonus health per wolf increased at max level from 200 to 225. Minor change. I don't know if that's good enough.
I don't think so. That was a bad facet. It removes wolves, bro. You lose your spell. We'll see. Maybe it's a carry facet.
Nah, I think it's gonna just be probably offlane Lycan
Yeah.
with the big boy wolves.
This is still interesting. They could still run these heroes in any role. Like we've seen Tidehunter carry. I know I was just saying I think that you don't need to run these offlaners in the safe lane just because of the ancient camps. But teams were doing it because of the ancient camps, and then also because you can stand in front of your safe lane tower and defend the Tormentor.
Yeah, the Kraken Shell and Anchor Smash specifically this game are really nice to have. You can break so many of these annoying stuns. And then, obviously, whenever you play against a Lycan, the supports, they need a core to kill the wolves or they're just going to destroy them.
Yeah.
Oh, and you can use the Tide Shard on Lycan, and it limits his move speed.
Movement.
Yeah, so overall, it's a good pick. And I completely agree. I wouldn't hate this being their carry. Could be their offlaner. Don't really care. But it smacks Ember mid too. I don't know.
It does, yeah. It actually dumpsters Ember.
Yeah. But I'm thinking more and more that this...
10 seconds.
I did think that the support Night Stalker might die, but looking at this draft, it might be alive this game. Because if you're going to first pick it, I suppose, right? Maybe you do still have to, even though it is worse, definitely worse, maybe you still have to have the flexibility of potentially putting this as a support.
I think you're pretty happy as a support Night Stalker playing into Willow Jakiro. These are two like squishy backliners that even if you don't kill them, just getting the silence on them and making it so that the rest of the team has to like peel you off of them. This is disruptive enough in fights that even a Night Stalker with no items is going to have impact in this game.
Yeah, I like the vision that Liquid has for what you're saying. Like Night Stalker's going to deal with the backline. The Tide is going to like help his backline, right, by dealing with the Lycan, because Night Stalker and Lycan have similar jobs, right? They want to kill all the squishies in the back. So who is going to protect against the Night Stalker? I'm not entirely sure. I guess Ember might have to do it, but I'm not sure if that's going to be good enough, where Tide's job seems very simple. Just stay next to his CM, just anchor smash the wolves away, let CM get rounds of spells off. Frostbite, incredibly good this game versus the Lycan and the Ember Spirit. So if you can keep CM alive, she could have lots of value here.
Maybe Lycan can do that if he's super far ahead with like a harpoon, you know, but he needs items to do that.
I mean, Lycan has to run into Tide Slardar, right?
Yeah,
And it's
yeah.
not easy.
No, these are not heroes he likes to play against.
Well, that's what happens when you first pick a Lycan, though.
Yeah.
Not
So
sure
we'll
if
see if
I'm
the
liking
Howl-
this.
We'll see if that was a good one.
Thank you.
It's like I'm sitting next to Lacoste, except a big buff version, Mr. Clean. Mixed with Lacoste. Yeah.
Never been called Mr. Clean in my life. That's a new one.
There's a lot of bald people at this event. I might just be thinking about Mr. Clean because of no offense. I don't mean to.
No, hey, I own my baldness.
Hell yeah.
A lot of these esports people taking out hair transplants and stuff now.
Yeah.
Yeah, very popular.
Shout outs to Turkey.
Yeah, absolutely.
Turkey's delicious.
Well,
Okay.
we'll workshop that one.
Yeah. So still, Terrorblade can be an offlaner.
Nah,
You think this is like guaranteed carry? I mean, you get the Lycan Aura, which is nice.
I'm just saying things at this point. You're right. No,
Okay.
it could definitely be anything, but I personally think I want to see Tide be on Saberlight, because that's kind of his hero. Pair with the Night Stalker.
Nisha mid Slardar, and then
Nisha
the
mid Slaughter, and just
carry
do some TB against Lycan, which is a classic counter as well. You get the Feral Impulse, which is very nice to have when you use Reflection.
So we need a carry for Shad, probably against TB. Naga, I remember, had a pretty high win rate against TB. For
You're talking about PL earlier.
Yeah.
PL's like the ultimate illusion TB counter.
I mean, you're playing PL versus Night Stalker, Slardar, TB. Sure, maybe a little annoying versus CM Tide, but if there was a PL game, they're talking about it for sure.
Yeah, the win rate went up big time.
But Lycan carry and Darkseer.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's a safer approach, I think, for sure. I mean, the idea is simple. You get a wall illusion of TB, you get a normal punch illusion of TB, and you're just a stronger Terrorblade. Like, this is one of the strongest counters in the game to Terrorblade. So yeah, I mean, I like this pick. It does mean, like, in the carry-to-carry matchup between Lycan and TB, though, this is hugely TB favored.
How are we feeling about these drafts, then?
I definitely like the lineup a lot more for Navi this time. Boom. Maybe it feels like he stepped up a lot with not only his hero choices, but play. Hopefully it can continue through this game, because the carry of this game is not the Lycan, in my opinion. It's definitely going to be the Ember and the Darkseer. And that's just kind of the reality of when you first pick a Lycan. They decided, weirdly enough to say, that the carry role is the least important role in this game.
They're going to win through team fighting.
Yeah, essentially.
Like Darkseer vac into Big Jakiro, Ice Wall, tons of magic damage. Yeah, it's definitely a lot easier for them to execute this game on Navi.
Still love these Team Liquid fights, though. You got like some big team fights.
Yeah, they have Ravage. They have like good backline jump from Night Stalker. Like Nisha is on Slardar is going to stick on somebody. I mean, Terrorblade is like an area control hero. You know, you metamorph and he just becomes a turret, and they have a lot of stuns for him. Like Ravage plus a TB metamorphing is like.
No, Navi's gonna stomp this game. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know about stomp, but I feel like we are going to go to 3 games.
Yeah, I think so too.
Crazy. Throwing in predictions.
Yeah.
Which we usually don't do, but I love that. No,
I mean, I just am not really feeling this Liquid lineup too much. I just feel like Slardar mid lane loses steam very quickly.
Well, we'll find out. We can go into the action with our commentators. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, getting into the action here for Game 2, Na'Vi versus Liquid. And we're getting to see some exciting stuff once again, right? This time round, we're going to get to see the mid Slardar coming out from Nisha, something that we have seen from him in the past. We'll see how good it is nowadays. And yeah, Boxy going to still show us if this support Night Stalker is still viable.
It definitely is.
Yeah, it's still, you like it. More in the support than the offlane, or?
Not sure. Flexible, right? You
Yeah.
can just flex it for most of the situations, but definitely you have a free spell, right? So it just happens. So.
And then from Na'Vi's side of things, they do, as the panel said, they've got that wombo combo, right?
They've got
Darts
the Ice
into
Pet, the
Hero.
Vacuum. They've got the Ion Shell on the
Pretty
Ember,
nice.
Ion Shell on Wolves. We've got some old school. This actually looks like old Na'Vi from 2013 lineup.
Yeah.
Darkseer, Jakiro, back when I played.
I mean,
a million years ago.
That's the thing, right? The panel, they really like Na'Vi's lineup. Are you sort of on the same train as them? Do you see that, or you kind of like what Liquid's got?
I mean, it's literally a draft that I'm not even joking.
It's just
draft
old
that, This is a draft that we used to play like 10, 12 years ago. This is actually pretty fun.
And 10, 12 years ago, it was a good draft.
We weren't very good, but it was a good draft
It was
that
a
we
good
kind of
draft.
tried to abuse in ways. But this is dating ages and ages ago. Liquid, they've got an interesting approach.
Yes.
You know, they've got this TB to get the auras, but this last pick, Darkseer, can be very problematic.
It's
And
a dead
Nikke,
TB.
he's going down.
First blood for Boom. That's quite nice to have on your offlane, right? When you get that as a Darkseer, that little bit of a boost at the start. Very nice for Boom to start this game off with. So, this mid matchup, in the past, you would pick this Slardar, and it would have a pretty good time against the Ember. Right? You can bully the Ember.
Absolutely. And nowadays, especially too, your mobility is even better, right? Because you've got extra water to be able to go down. I'm actually I want to see more of this Slardar in particular because I'm just uncertain of how the hero is. On paper, you look and you're like, the map has water. You should be much better. But they removed your farming capability off of your Bash, right? You farm with your Slithering Crush, which is kind of the same as what you used to before, but Bash does not do bonus damage anymore to creeps. So it hurts quite a lot when you go farm and go back up to neutrals. But if you're a mid Slardar, maybe you don't hit those neutrals too often. Maybe you're going to be looking to make moves. So we'll see what Nisha does, how he adapts, and how the lane in particular is going to end up going also, because I feel like Ember's just been doing very well in almost all games.
Ember's just a solid pick. Top lane.
Whoop.
See if Insane is able to get away from this, but I think he's going down. Another kill here. The two of them up top. Boom. Picking up these early kills.
And this is really interesting, actually, from Shad.
Yeah,
So
what do we got?
He went Howl level 1. Since it's nighttime because of the Night Stalker during the start of the game, he actually has this global Howl that's affecting everybody, and Nisha's actually getting what minus 12 damage on him or something. I don't know. These things add up, right? Like little things like that. That's really interesting. Perhaps one of the reasons that they did want the Lycan versus the NS as well. I don't think I've seen that before.
Is it worth it to skill that level?
I honestly have no idea.
Yeah.
It looks pretty cool. Minus 4 armor on the whole map, 25% damage reduction. So like Nisha, if he gets hit by that, then he gets slighted, right? He gets hit by a lot more damage, and Sanctity's base damage is higher than him every time he gets howled. So little interesting things. Just wanted to point it out because I don't think I've seen it before.
So far, the lanes, who's losing out the most? It's pretty close.
Ooh.
Saberlight just a little bit behind. He's going to get harassed back here by Kaori. Boxy's going to head over to help out, though. Same time.
Top lane.
Top lane, Mickey able to strike back, take down QBFY. Bottom lane, Boxy will try and chase on for Corey, but he's under the tower. He's going to be perfectly safe. Top lane, Boom will survive. So Liquid able to get something themselves there between the two of them around the Metamorphosis and Mickey.
They tried to go aggro onto Mickey. They tried to vacuum him onto a Bramble, and it was just way too aggressive. They used the Curse Crown, so QBFY showed what skill he has. So he has Bramble plus Curse Crown rather than the Shadow Realm, so they just committed onto him up top.
I imagine this game as well. Should expect to see more from Saberlight, right? Because this is not one of those games where Insania on a Crystal Maiden is going to be able to pick up the slack if Saberlight has a tough time.
He's a true core this time. Yeah. Last time he was the full sacrifice. This one, his job is actually pretty important. Right? He is the Lycan solution, and he is the big lockdown for the TB to stick onto targets. So, and by that I mean the Ravage, but also the Dead in the Water. Right? We do have to talk about the Shard this game. It is very valuable versus the Lycan and versus the Ember Spirit.
Did get nerfed right in the recent.
Get nerfed.
But still, in terms of how it functions, still going to offer that same sort of impact.
Yeah, exactly.
Against these slippery heroes. And Saberlight's type, he had honestly his best game at Dream League Season 25 was definitely on his Tide Hunter.
I'd agree.
He had a really good Tide Hunter showing. So we'll see if he's able to bring that back today.
I mean, just
mid-lane matchup pretty close so far.
I mean, this Dead in the Water nerf is like completely irrelevant. It just doesn't do as much damage.
It's a little bit of damage, right?
It's a little bit of mana cost and a little bit less damage. But it still does the job of grabbing them.
It still does what you wanted to do.
Very interesting. Nisha looking for the rune, but there's a TP in. Kaori will be able to secure that one, but Nisha should get the bottom rune. Top, they're looking for the dive play.
Well, they put the brambles down.
Okay. It's got backup.
And indeed, they're now able to turn and potentially threaten them. QBFY is going to go for the TP. Actually, he cancels it because he wants to stick around and kill Insania. He will die, but he chose to get the trade. Fair enough. Can respect that.
Choice he made. Continuing to see this Howl being spammed out throughout the laning phase. I do feel like it's having a bit of an effect, right? Look at the mid lane. It's Nisha's winning the lane, but Sanctity's having pretty solid farm as well. So
yeah, I think
this is a cool approach.
For sure, right? You're going to be happy as that. As the You're not losing the lane in a matchup where there could have been the expectation that the Slardar would have caused more issues for you than it has. Sanctity's doing perfectly fine.
Very, very cool.
And Boom, of course, getting a very quick and easy Vanguard timing top. It's going to be very hard to bully out the lane now for these two.
Him getting that first blood, right, is very, very impactful for how much his survivability is going to be. He has Stick and Surge. Should be all right. Next time, though, they could have him with Boxy. Nisha continues to take quite a bit of a beating there. Daytime has hit. So both the Night Stalker is more... Night Stalker is more useless, but now Howl is no longer global.
And I imagine what for Nisha in the mid, when you're playing the mid Slardar, you do just go Treads blink every game, or are there some games where you don't get that blink first?
I would imagine so.
Because you said you don't want to be hitting creeps, right?
That's what I'm curious.
Yeah,
I'm curious because of these nerfs if it's going to deviate or change his build at all. 26-8. CS-wise, we are seeing Liquid pull ahead in the lanes, but the Darkseer, as you said, does have those 2 kills under his belt for the Vanguard, and Shad is still farming pretty damn good, and he is going to be going the route that we've seen in the past. He's going down that Midas for the Lycan, so he's going to have those Wolves very high level, very early on, which will be a menace versus something like Crystal Maiden, if you did get it that fast. But Saberlight can kind of stay down here at all times versus Lycan. It's a choice they made to swap the Lycan away from top, so he didn't have to play versus the TB, but now he has to play versus Tide. And Saberlight's actually kind of walking him down while this play is happening top.
Yeah, they're going to go straight in for Boxy. They've got the setup into the Brambles. Boxy, he's making them work for it. I mean, Boom's got the Surge to close the gap with the Iron Shell. Boxy will get taken out.
Mickey could also be in trouble.
Might be able to dive in for him as well. Corey, a little low on the mana. They've got the Curse Crown from QBFY to set up, though. Boom trying to get in with the Iron Shells. There's TPs coming in. Frostbite's out onto Kaori. They'll get the vacuum out of the two of them, but Nisha's got the amplified damage rune. Gets his hands on Boom. Mickey will be fine. Kaori has to go for the TP out. So Liquid, they'll make sure that Mickey doesn't go down today.
You could see the hesitation about them diving, right? I was like, man, I think they can actually go from there, but they were very well aware of Nisha being able to TP. Still gets brought down in the Darkseer through the Vanguard. And on the meanwhile, Saberlight, he was doing a good job of bullying Shad away from the tower and away from a couple extra CS there. He's at 6 now. So they could even look to threaten Shad since he has not hit the level 6 yet. Boxy's very low level though, so maybe not the case unless they bring the CM bottom. But they actually are bringing the CM, so Insania?
This is definitely a play that could happen around the Ravage, and it seems like Na'Vi are playing it safe. They know that Liquid's likely to look for that around this timing.
Yep, and Mickey, he's just going to leave the lane. He has 3 points in Conjure Image. Means top tower likely going to get killed on the side of Na'Vi, but bottom tower also in jeopardy with the way Saberlight's playing. Insania gets scouted by the Wolves. He'll show himself and hit the tower.
Nisha in with the wraparound. They really want to try and push for this. They've caught them in a bit of a tough position as they can close in towards Shad.
Oh, he's
looking pretty
very dead.
If they want to drop a Ravage, they'll have him easy. They don't even need to drop the Ravage. Nisha alone can close him with the Crush. They get the kill. They've still got the Ravage at the ready, so they can put the pressure onto the tower.
And Mickey actually does not end up losing the tower just yet top either. He actually is able to swing over. Na'Vi decided to, I think, swing toward mid to perhaps apply more pressure there, but that does mean...
big.
Yeah, it's a pretty big move. We are seeing Iron Shell Wolves, so it's starting to happen already. Old school throwback. Chasing Mickey. Doesn't do too much damage to him yet, but that can be very pesky. Midas is done. But Liquid, just like last game, a 2K lead out of the initial lanes here.
Yeah, they're feeling pretty good about this. And it just does feel that Mikke is getting a lot from that top lane.
Was that a
considering
blood
he's been
grenade?
left on his own.
Wait, what was that? He just threw a blood grenade to grab. Was that to grab the creep aggro? I didn't even see. That was interesting. Sanctity?
They're coming with the TP's mid. I got the slow onto QBFY, but can't quite get the grab onto Sanctity. I say that though, he's stepping up. Okay, not able to grab him.
Kaori
at the ready. Kaori's going to get closed in upon. Saberlight, of course, has the Ravage at the ready if it's needed. Boom's going to try and help turn this fight around. They'll look to Insania. They'll get the CM. Saberlight still trying to bait something in if they see a chance to get Nisha back in, but Nisha's a little bit low.
He's going to do it now.
Yeah, they're not afraid of fighting this. There's the Ravage into the crush. I mean, they got baited so hard there. I mean, they're dancing around the Tide that's ready to press the R button.
You have to know that was coming, right?
I don't know.
You're all getting corrosive haze.
Yeah.
The anchor smashes are adding up.
Uh-oh.
Saberlight now. Kaori takes half his HP from one anchor.
I don't know what they thought was going to happen.
Yeah, that one was...
Yeah, that's a rough one.
I mean, Saberlight is clearly showing that he is the strongest hero on the map, right? This Tidehunter is pretty much untouchable. You can just walk in. They had no reason to really be hitting him or walking up like that.
They had no business being there at all.
No, they just give up massive kills. Nisha just gets the corrosives out, I think, onto like 2 or 3 heroes before the Ravage too, so big boom damage. They're actually looking to poke Nisha. Boxy should be fine. They'll get the rune for Sanctity, but a huge win for Liquid in these last 2 minutes.
Yeah, getting all that play done mid. I said you, Saberlight is at the top. Something about when you put him on the Tide. He had an amazing game at Dream League, and it's looking to be that he's having another amazing one here. As the point where Liquid, they've got to get some more Tide in their drafts.
I agree. I think this hero is definitely like massively on the rise too. So we did see a couple nerfs come into play. But especially in this game, right? It's a first pick Lycan.
Yeah.
Tidehunter has been historically probably one of the best counters versus Lycan for a very long time, actually. So we'll see how that continues to go. Mid tower looks like they will be able to poke it down. Sanctity gets the last hit.
Middle tower has fallen.
But man, yeah, definitely gonna be needing to see Boom get that mech ASAP, because the Vanguard, he's got some HP, but he does not look tanky at all once they get the connection onto him with the corrosive.
Absolutely not. Yeah, that last time round, just Ravage into the crush, and they just disappear.
Yeah.
They're going to try and smoke up for a play here, Na'Vi.
Ravage cooldown for 40 seconds, so if they can get a good angle, ideally look for Mikke, but looks like they might have to just settle with Boxy.
He's going to try and get out of here, but Ice Path's down. They've got the stuns. But that's a smoke gank tanked.
How do you feel about that item, by the way? The Ripper's Lash. I love this thing.
It's pretty cool. It's got like cool little animation, right, with little tentacles slapping you.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting. It's like this little mini Bloodthorn thingy that's got going on. I like little new additions.
Yeah, certain heroes it feels really nice on that. Especially with the best one is what Broodmother.
Yes.
Would you say? Yep. At that time of all the broodlings getting those extra attacks. And mid lane, Nisha stepping up pretty aggressive.
He's got a shield rune. He's got backup. The whole team's coming over, but
and they
Liquid's
have
also here.
I don't want to see Na'Vi just walk into a Saberlight Ravage again. They can't be doing that again this game.
Does have a shield rune, so he's playing more confidently forward.
I mean, they're getting baited in the same spot, folks. Don't get baited like this. I mean, he doesn't even need a Ravage to kill these supports, says Kaori. I mean, he's saving the Ravage for if any backup comes in. Anchor Smash to finish off Kaori.
They've been baited.
This bit of the map, they got to stop stepping over the river trying to kill people.
Oh, whoa.
I mean, if it sets up for the boom kill, it's worth it.
I don't think it will.
Okay, it doesn't.
Little awkward.
At least for Na'Vi, this time around the Ravage from Saberlight doesn't really do a whole lot, but still it's not a great series of events for Na'Vi.
No, and
it's the fight that they walk into and they lose the tower.
It also didn't really look like they needed the Ravage by any means, right? So he just walks around, anchor smashes them. He's getting it very farmed. Top net, we're tied. All in the meanwhile, too, since all the attention's being brought mid, Mick is able to farm.
He's having a great time.
He's just chilling
all the space in the world, and also with all the attention being drawn towards the mid, where we're now starting to see Sanctity fall quite a bit behind.
Yeah.
Slow game from him.
And a lot of things that he has to worry about this game. CM Frostbite, Dead in the Water, Night Stalker Silence, just the stun from the Slardar too. Not the easiest things for something like Ember. Ember doesn't really like playing versus high physical burst damage. And Corrosive plus Slardar, this is a reason why they want to pick it versus it. And I believe that is the blink for Nisha, so things could definitely accelerate. It is nighttime too. Mid lane Sanctity, if the blink gets delivered in time.
I mean, maybe they were going to have to make the play without the blink. The silence is there.
Gets the chains.
Insania's not able to get close enough. And now he's in. Blink crush onto the two of them. Sanctity's got the Remnant at the ready.
Nisha's just committing forward.
I mean, he's over Corey. Corey took the backup from Boom, but Boom's not able to do anything to save him. Maybe they can punish Nisha. They can. So this time it's Nisha kind of pushing on a bit too greedily, loses his life.
Tanya, the Wolves.
Getting chased down by them. The Sleight of Fist comes in. Na'Vi will be able to get a second kill out of this. So yeah, this time Liquid are the ones to overstep their hand around that mid lane. And yeah, Nisha just getting a little too excited there with the Blink Dagger reveal.
When you get Orb of Destruction on these armor reduction heroes, I think you just go all out, right? You're just like, I'm going to kill everybody. So he did get Orb of Destruction, tried to commit for the kill, but does get brought down there. Sanctity. I feel like the Ion Shell is going to be a big thing to enable them in this game, both the Lycan and the Ember Spirit. If I see Darkseer in the fights with them, I think the fight can be infinitely better than without him. He's going to provide the auras, he's going to provide extra damage, which they are definitely lacking a bit in this early game. Unless the supports are able to free cast, which it's just not an easy game for the supports to free cast on the side of Na'Vi, because there's going to be this Night Stalker, there's going to be Blink Slardar in their face. And seeing the build that Saberlight's gone down, he's gone Mage Slayer. So very valuable this game versus the Darkseer and the Ember.
We go down bottom, they've hit the scan, they know Shad's here.
Shad.
Are they going to be able to catch him?
He's very vulnerable with this Midas at the moment. Insania will walk into
back
them.
up. He's just going to go in the crush. Insania stands his ground here with the ultimate. Does a lot of damage to QBFY, enough to get them the trade.
Dark Ascension's popped.
Ravage is back up, so Na'Vi have got to be careful. Fighting into Liquid, and Liquid do have this area of the map under control.
They want more time for Shad, right? Like, he has Treads Midas. This is not how he really wants to fight. He wants to get more farmed up, send the Wolves out to do his bidding. But Liquid looking to continue accelerating things.
They can take this Tormentor very safely around the defense potential of the Ravage from Saberlight.
Yeah, and
if
Slardar.
Na'Vi head over, and Na'Vi, they're TPing over, but...
Oh, the Wolves? Oh.
And they're looking to mess around with it, but Boxy will still get the shard under his hands. Na'Vi, they're looking to see if they can maybe catch someone split up. But Liquid are grouped up. They got the wall down onto Mickey. Ready with the fear as well. They're locking down the Terrorblade, and it's enough.
They got him.
They have indeed. The question is if Saberlight wants to Ravage. He'll probably not. He's not got the backup with him.
He's not really dying very fast.
He dies very slowly. And it's going to take him some time.
He's thinking about turning.
He's probably like, team, guys,
he's like, Slardar, where'd you go?
Can somebody get over here? I'm living. I'll pop the Ravage down. There we go. Nisha's in. Crush onto the three of them. Saberlight, he should surely still die. Surely they can kill him. They will finally kill him.
And now Nisha
bait them in again pretty far. Sets up for Nisha get the double kill. Can Nisha get out though?
I don't think so. Slight chains.
And so I don't know. That doesn't really work out right for Liquid. They do bait. Nisha does turn up, but it takes an awful long time, and they don't quite have the full lineup of Liquid.
Yeah.
So Na'Vi, yeah, they take that. They're like, yeah, we will chase you to the ends of the earth because you just didn't have the teammates ready to help.
That truly was a definition of team, right?
Yeah,
he's like,
what, guys?
Like, I saw Nisha, he just booked it out of there, and then Saberlight's dying super slow, so then he decides to go back, and then he's like, man, I knew I should have left you. Dies anyway.
Definitely one of those moments where the rest of Liquid's kind of looking up there like, oh shit, he hasn't died yet.
Now we look like the bad guys.
Yeah, we didn't help him.
Blink will be picked up. Na'Vi striking back at a very opportune time. They needed to get these kills as the gold lead was starting to get pretty oppressive. Still at 5K. Boxy will be able to get out with Dark Ascension. But Sanctity has now... Ooh, he's actually looking at a bigger choice. Since he's playing versus a majority physical damage, sure. Yeah, there's some magic damage coming, but pretty much mostly physical. He's going to be the Radiance route.
Okay.
Nice and early this game.
Okay, always the temptation on an Ember Spirit.
Sure. Miss rate versus Slardar, miss rate versus TB.
But definitely means you're still likely to die if they get their hands on you. But
definitely,
you buy something else more defensive, you're probably not going to be any they're not going to even care if you're alive. So
it's an interesting approach.
Radiance route.
I mean, we'll see if it ends up working out. Top illusion. Nisha grabs it. Mid lane should have Insania.
And Na'Vi's getting some kills.
They are.
Still overall, the gold lead increases for Liquid with how much farm both Saberlight and Mickey are picking up on the map. But Na'Vi getting some action, showing that they're not afraid to fight back. So yeah, the question down the line is going to be if they can deal with Mickey and Saberlight. We already saw, obviously, how long it did take them to kill Saberlight. You give him the chance to get another item online. Obviously, they're trying to get that shard. Then he's going to be a very, very scary offensive potential that Liquid have to lead in without having to drop the Ravage to start action.
Yes.
He's going to try and bait something again. I imagine this is an intended bait because he blinks in. It's near a tower. Back up.
They're connecting. Can they make it in time?
Let's have a look. See if the bait works out this time round.
I mean, he is
He dies very slowly. Ravage comes out onto the three of them. They're getting on towards Corey, but Corey's still alive. They didn't quite finish the Jakiro. They didn't get a kill out of this at all, Liquid.
Saberlight?
Go back on a Saberlight. He's going to get up to the high ground.
They got him.
If this gets him. They've got the freezing field. Sanctity with the remnants at the ready.
Wait, he's back in.
All the attacks are hitting him.
Uh-oh.
The sleight of fist to dodge a few. Nisha's dead.
What a play.
He's still alive. There wasn't enough damage following up on towards him. He's able to jump across the middle of the team fight. They don't kill him.
Navi's dancing in this team fight.
Some of these baits, they're going wrong now for Liquid. Couple of times here. They've tried to use the survivability of Saberlight to start off the action. It's not working out for them.
Slight chains again, but looks like they're starting to run out of SDI. Navi poking and prodding, forcing reactions from Liquid, and the reactions, they're not good. Nisha, back-to-back, gets baited, jumping in. They don't even finish off the Jakiro.
Mickey has got Sunder.
Sanctity.
Well, that was not necessary. That little unfortunate for Sanctity.
That's the same kill that we saw earlier when Mickey was playing the Sven, and Sanctity TP'd in on the Nature's Prophet.
There you
He just gets sundered.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
Whoops.
And now Liquid's going to get the freedom to kind of try and chase them down. Boom's going to hold back Nisha with the vacuum.
That's a pretty big slip up there.
Yeah,
Sanctity.
He didn't need it. I guess he got tempted because he was like, Mickey's still around here low, but I mean, the Terrorblade that's low is the Terrorblade that's ready to sunder.
It's like all that momentum they just got, it stops in its tracks quite a bit there because now it gives time for Ravage to come back online.
That was a huge fight.
Heroes
they got the Ravage out of Liquid. They killed off Saberlight. They killed off Nisha.
Yep.
And then it gets kind of thrown away a little bit. Yeah. We'll see it again here. I mean, this was all intended, you imagine, from Liquid. You know, they were coordinated. They're coming over with the TPs. They knew from last time how long Saberlight could live. They wanted to try and use this to get a fight going. They get this jump. They can't even kill the Jakiro.
Who did Oh, he gushed late. That's what it was. I was wondering who he was waiting to gush in that situation.
Back in action.
Okay.
They managed to catch out Mickey.
2 supports.
And he's not getting any help, Mickey. The walls are upon him.
Essence ring.
They've got
Not enough.
Well, there we go. You know,
mid lane though, Sanctity died.
That's true. Sanctity is dead again.
He got dead in the water.
He's got to stop this dying.
Well, now it's harder for him to not die because there's a blink anchor.
I guess so.
So definitely problems for him. There's also a 4-staff now on Boxy to close the gap. And speaking of close the gap, they're wrapping around these backline heroes.
Yeah, Liquid's just going straight for this. They don't need the Terrorblade to fight. There's the Ravage. That's a good meaty one there onto the three of them. This surely should be a cleanup, unless this vacuum's going to do anything crazy. No, there's no follow-up.
Shad?
What Navi have left alive. Frostbite to stop the TP out from QBFY. Shad's going to run.
He's got half duration still, so he's going to make him work for it. Is there another dead in the water? Still not for 10 seconds.
Is they going to be able to...
Insania cutting him off.
Oh, rush up the mount. Doesn't matter. Frostbite's there. They get the catch up on him. Shad cannot escape this. So, Liquid, they will clean up the fight in their favor.
Big strike.
Getting the cleanup on the rest of the 4 of them.
Oh, those 2 back-to-back deaths on Sanctity are
he was
massive,
he was doing
honestly.
great. He gets caught out in sort of his own own manner there but early, and then that one in the mid, I guess, as you say, Shard was online for the Tide. It's what can you do? But his game, definitely continues to get punished to the point where we're seeing, this time, last game was insane. This game is going to be kind of Boxy that's stepping up into the realms of the cause as he's very close to overtaking the Ember.
He is going to be very farmed, yeah. He's going Glimmer instead of even going for the Blink. He feels like he doesn't need to, so then he can just protect his allies, also bypass into backlines versus Jakiro and Willow. Looking quite problematic very quickly.
Yeah, 10k lead now.
There's like 4k lead, and then they kind of like bounced it back tiny bit, and then back-to-back deaths for Sanctity, and then that fight that just happens too. Snowballs things massively, Liquid.
Because it felt like Na'Vi did get given chances, right? There's 2 team fights where they commit onto Saberlight that they actually came out of ahead.
I mean, now you actually don't kill him. Now he's 15, so now Anchor Smash is 70% reduction. He's got the Mage Slayer, and now he's got Boots of Travel to join every single fight too. I mean, Saberlight putting in the work from that last game, right? He was the sacrifice this time around. He's putting in that heavy lifting on the Tide. 15 of the 20 kills for him, and I love his build so far.
Sanctity was trying to take a Watcher.
Uh-oh. That's... Oh, man. Him dying to pretty much just Boxy and Saberlight.
Now, that's risky. They can't afford. I mean, QBFY was lucky to get away there with the TP out.
That was a Gossamer cave
No,
save.
they're going to suffer for casualties here. Kaori chased down.
It's another kill.
They can't afford to have Sanctity on the front lines.
They're completely lost control of this in any ways now. They lose multiple heroes. They're going to lose the Roche. This is when Ravage was on cooldown too, Owen. So they're able to find these quick kills. That's 3 back-to-back-to-back deaths on Sanctity.
It's rough, yeah.
And they would have even got the Willow there. He actually lives because Gossamer Cape dodged the attack from the Slardar, so. Roche gets cleaned up, and Mickey, I believe, also got the last hit on Sanctity. He comes in, I think an illusion touched him, so he gets a surge of gold too. All 3 cores, similar net worth. And Nisha, showing that the mid Slardar, it can still farm, but mostly just through fighting. He's 21 of the 22 kills.
Yeah, he's been in pretty much everything.
Yep.
Yeah, very active.
And the map now looking quite a bit smaller. Boxy playing very aggressive. He has Glimmer and Force. Got a Dust, but he is quite fast.
He is. Yeah, they're too fast for this poor old wolf to catch up to.
Yeah.
He's out of there, Boxy.
Besides the Howl level 1 kind of thing, I'm not really seeing the like encounter to the Night Stalker. Because they did opt to grab it first pick, right? So, just to point out.
That's a tough one now for Na'Vi.
It sure is. Versus this Aegis,
Very
versus
tough.
Ravage being back online constantly now when you're on the defensive posture.
Okay.
Kick steps up.
He's getting back up. They know it. They're afraid to kind of just commit from him. And of course, he's got this Aegis. It's just very difficult for Na'Vi to make a move right now. They're in a very tough spot. Liquid 15k advantage.
Yeah, they've shown now Sanctity can die in a single stun.
And there's the opening. They're in with the stun. He'll get the slider fist. Stop Boxy's in with the silence. They'll focus for the easy kill first. Take out Kaori. Jump forward. There's
Got the leash.
Saberlight. He's able to get the catch on towards the Ember. Pretty much dead in an anchor smash. As Saberlight gets the double kill.
He is bottom 4 now. Back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back deaths. And maybe
there was potential. There was potential this game. And I think, you know, the panels, as they said as well, there's potential with the draft for Na'Vi. And game 1, the play was not bad for Na'Vi, but this game 2, some rough decisions were definitely made.
Absolutely. Maybe, I mean, could talk about items as well too. Maybe like this Radiance, perhaps not.
Sure.
You can see on paper how it could have its efficiency versus Slardar and TB, but now it's 3 deaths or 4 deaths that he's had back-to-back-to-back. Where he's just got Tread's Corrosion. He's 1300 HP. He's very fragile. So besides just some decision-making, maybe some items that could have been...
Should be another one here.
Boom. Another anchor.
Dead in the water. Dead in the game.
Yeah, this Tide pick was so good.
I'm telling you, Liquid,
Pick Saberlight Tide.
They need to get Saberlight Tide more.
Yeah.
He has crushed consistently now on the Tide Hunter pick, so they've been able to grab him.
Yep, I do have to highlight, I like his build a lot. Besides, I mean, the Boots of Travel or whatever, but the other items that he's gone for, very kind of standard, but amazing, right? The Mage Slayer is fantastic this game. Blink's great. Vlad's is a getting needed item on Tide Hunter, so. This game has gotten very, very one-sided.
Yeah, this is...
hard to see the way the Na'Vi can crawl their way back, even if they land wombo combos, right? Because we did mention that earlier for their draft, right? The Vacuums, the Jakiros. At this point...
Yeah, Jakiro needs an Axe. That's what.
Yeah.
This is the kind of game where if you're the Jakiro, you're not buying anything else. You're just buying yourself an Aghanims. Just for the opportunity.
Way too poor.
the vacuum into it. I mean, it's the only way out of this game for Na'Vi if they can keep it going.
Truly feels like it.
The other sort of ways out of this are looking pretty rough.
Yeah, I just don't know when, like, in particular, right? Like, the Ember's game is completely gone, right, for Sanctity, and then Shad's game, I just don't know how, I don't know how the Lycan ever approaches any team fights.
Yeah, who does he hit?
I don't know, because he gets anchor smashed, either gets stunned. There's just not really ideal targets. There's tons of disables. If you go near Terrorblade, he's just going to make an image of you and get 30% bonus damage from your aura. The Feral Impulse, that is.
Liquid can just take what they want here. They tail on top. And Saberlight, Tower Gold as well. Very close to having a full Hex online. So he's going to have all the lockdown required to jump anyone.
Sure. I mean, why not? That's... How the hell do you get out of that on an Ember? You're stuck for 10+ seconds. And they've shown they only need 2 really to kill you.
They got Lotus out for Boom. So a little bit of defensive potential.
Who's got it now? Boom does? Okay.
Boom's got it.
A little something.
There's something. Maybe one person lives a little longer, but everyone else is probably going to be dead.
Yep, it doesn't get rid of the dead in the water, so they're still going to be stuck. So you'll be able to get at some stuff, but... On to the high ground. Okay. Full Scotty, 40 seconds still on the Aegis. Saberlight behind him.
What are you going to do if you're Na'Vi? You need the Dream Wombo combo. Times 2. Maybe times more than 2. And they don't have the times 2.
No.
Ace is online for Shad. The tier 3's gone.
So War, the illusion.
Saberlight, he's in. It's the dead in the walls onto QBFY. Sanctity tries to poke him with a sleight of fist, but Nisha's in straight away. They'll get the remnant away. Sanctity will live this time.
Mikke's Wall is the strongest hero on the side of Na'Vi.
It kind of is. They're struggling to deal with that illusion. So the push will be stopped. They keep the racks alive. A little bit of a successful move from Na'Vi. 21k down at the moment.
They're going to smoke out to try to chase. They have the Wolves on Insania.
Yeah, they've got to try and see if they get a chance to catch someone alone. But Liquid are still relatively grouped up, so this is a hard move to make. Sure, there's no Terror Blade.
But they're still strong even without him.
And that's the thing, right? We saw so much of this game as well, even when they were level, how much Liquid's lineup could do even without that Terror
Yeah,
Blade.
and now Nisha does have his Ags finished up, so a big peak timing for him. And yeah, the Hex there for Saberlight. It's a very threatening thing versus Sanctity. He's actually has to go BKB, he feels like. Another Tormentor to fall. Minus armor still incredibly effective versus it. And there you go. Now Insania has a way to deal with Wolves as well. You just Crystal Clone and Nuke. Hold them in place. And Boxy's scaling. He's gone for his 2 defensive items after getting his Shard, his Force Staff, and his Glimmer, and now he's going to go down S&Y route. So he can just stick onto the back lines. Support Night Stalker also 5, 2, and 10.
They're coming for them. Smoke's out.
Can they both get out? QBFY, he's pinged.
He's away.
Only just.
Time. Yeah, they were on point with where they knew that they'd be TPing out from. They get out of that.
Kaori, they're going to see them burning, and the Croakers are burning. Are they going to find
They
him?
might find Boom. Okay, they'll get them find Kaori, as you say. Boom's going to be lucky to run.
Four-shotted.
And Boxy nearly does get the catch on him, but Boom, I believe, just got the Blink Dagger delivered, so was able to get him out.
They saw QBFY with this ward here. Boxy, he's right on top of him. But
Count time.
Nisha says, I want you.
You know, it's easy if he gets the read, but not quite on the point.
But here
Push
comes
going to
the
come in
siege.
again.
Where's the wall? They need it. They need to get illusion. Mikke's just going to walk away.
They've got the vacuum, so the Blink vacuum. So he's got the setup now, Boom.
Mikke. He's just sieging. Full butterfly now.
They're going to try. And they've got to try something soon. The fear's out. QBF, he's in on the front line.
He is incredibly dead.
Well, yeah, that's not going to work out great for him.
I think he blinked in after the Shadow Realm was wearing off. Boom, trying to get him back into that wall, but won't be able to. They're actually just going to say, screw this wall, we're going top.
Yep, just go to a different lane.
Wave gets instantly cleared. Rax gets brought down. And that's kind of most of Navi's team fight. It's really just a wall. Everything else is just poking and prodding. Liquid will back up. 26,000 lead.
That's a rough one.
It's a rough one.
How close is the Agnums on Jakiro? It's 1,200.
It's not.
That's a point booster.
Yeah, he needs the big Philly. He didn't get it. He got the Keen-Eyed. What's it called? Greedy. Sorry, we can't call it. I'm going to call it Philosopher's Stone forever. It was Philly Stone. Big boy Philly. Now we got greedy Gale Guard and greedy other items.
Well, a lot of people take the Brawny one, right? That's
Yeah, Brawny's like one.
pretty nice for the numbers.
Brawny and Tough feel very, very nice. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of Tough for sure. Especially when they're playing versus all that minus armor, but
7 armor.
a lot of gunpowder gauntlets. I guess just because of the buffs.
It did get buffed.
Yeah.
Did get a little
We were
buff.
reading a couple of the changes from it. It got a couple nice changes. And other items did get nerfed, so. Map continues to be incredibly small, as we see for Na'Vi. They walk out farm maybe 2-3 waves and then feel the pressure. Because at any point, Liquid could just jump them.
Yeah, they certainly will. They're going to be ready to go soon here. Liquid closing in towards Na'Vi's base, keeping all these waves pushed forward and ready to make that move upon anyone on Na'Vi. Liquid. Now Na'Vi, they're going to have one shot. The vacuum, ice path, macro path.
5-man combo.
5-man has to be. Anything
Even
less,
then. Even then, they're going to need quite a lot.
maybe they kill one hero. Probably they don't.
Probably. Maybe a support.
Maybe.
Maybe. Oh, dude, gunpowder gauntlet with Anchor Smash.
Yeah, right, triggers it.
Look at that. Cool. Saberlight level 20, Anchor Smash affects buildings now as well, so he can take effectively 0 damage if he's under tier 4s.
Yeah, I can just step up and sit there.
He's got a great Healing Lotus as well for extra mana and health. Boxy will scout for information, and the waves, they're coming in. I see Alpha Wolves looking to cut the mid wave,
Okay.
but they've got problems in the other 2 waves.
Liquid.
Playing patient.
Yeah, they're chilling.
Yeah.
There's no rush for them. They want to wait out the next time or the next one, they can. This game unlikely to get into a less favorable territory for them right now with the lead that they have.
Yeah, this one does feel like one of those like, unthrowable categories unless somehow they're in the fountain.
If we get a throw here, this will be one of the bigger ones they present.
Yeah.
This will be quite the throw.
Yeah, we saw there. They have 18 level advantage.
Yeah.
Besides a 29,000 gold lead, right?
If they lose this game, that will be quite the cinema. Well, it's not going to happen. Unless we get that Aghanims, I'm telling you.
Double Aghanims, right?
Where's
They need
the
boom. They need boom Aghanims,
Boom Agh-
and they need
Ori
Jakiro
Aghs.
Aghanims.
Yep. He didn't spend his money. I guess save him for buyback, which he might need. As Corey, he's going to be going down. Dead.
He's not going to get the eggs. I hope he does.
They just need one.
Oh, the ward. It sees them. Shad actually has to use Shapeshift.
They got him with the crush. He's running, but the damage from Mickey is not enough to kill him. Shad will live.
Only just.
They're going to turn there. Actually able to kill off Insania, so there's the support kill. Can they do anything more than that, though, Na'Vi? It's not looking easy. They're backing off.
They're poking him. The wall is down. Liquid, they're like, okay, we go away from the wall again. We learned our lesson last time.
I mean, maybe this is the strap, right? The Aghanim's Ember
Is that
for the Lycan.
How much damage is this on the slides, actually? It
doesn't look crazy.
Doesn't look crazy, but,
No, but
they're trying.
He looks cool doing it. He's like some wolf just zip-zapping around.
No more wolf.
Oh,
Ravage, it's dodged.
We'll still catch on to the 3 of them and caught Boom at the same time that Boom was trying to make an entrance into the fight. Boom will buy back immediately.
Sanctity actually got the Remnant off. Does get hexed. He's anchored.
The water as well, but he's got backup around him. Vacuum onto the 2 of them. They're going to have the fear coming out potentially as well. They look towards Nisha, but the BKB's popped by Nisha. Let's try and stand his ground against Shad. I mean, he has to be a bit careful now with the BKB coming to an end, so Liquid will back off. Saberlight ready to get back, and Refresher has been delivered, so Saberlight's going to be ready with a second Ravage.
Saberlight's dead.
Dead. They've killed him off. Saberlight, he's gone. 80 seconds. I thought he was maybe going to... Oh, no, wait.
It wasn't on him. It was, it was on his courier. Yeah. Might get another kill too. Insania just got back here.
He's gonna die again. All right,
it's a hold.
It's the start of something.
It's a hold.
It's the start of something.
Like that was actually pretty surprising how much damage they did to Saberlight there. He got brought down very quick toward the end.
And maybe Liquid should have waited that little longer, because if they had Refresher on him, a second Ravage would have probably secured that fight for Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely.
But somehow, someway, Na'Vi.
They push forward pretty hard there. And it does require a buyback. 2 of them.
Well, check this
right?
out again, right?
A big jump.
At the moment, looks pretty good for Liquid. They get the jump, they're onto the barracks, but I guess at this stage, you can kind of feel it. I mean, they still feel that they can sort of stand their ground, and then now it gets a bit iffy. You know, Nisha pots BKB, is like, okay, I can fight this. Oh, wait, maybe I can't. You know, Shab with the AC, he's tanky enough now that the slot, I can't really clean through him.
What ended up finishing off? I want to see what it ended up slowly finished, because his HP went down very quickly.
So the slights, the burn?
It's just everything adding up. It's Bedlam, it's Ice Path. Yep. Pretty much everything on the floor there. A pretty good kill. Solid stuff at this deficit.
Holding on.
Holding on. But now there's a refresher. Saberlight, nice try backpacking the Vlads there. Let's try hard. But they know. They saw it on the Aura. 1 minute 40 still on the Aegis. Meta is back available. 2 Ravages about to be at the ready again. Na'Vi. See what magic they can do with this Aghanims again.
You see now on Nisha as well for Liquid.
This time they don't have the buybacks. So the Darkseer and the Jakiro, not having these available, they have to be quite careful with their position. And yeah, Boom needs massive, massive vacuum.
Oh, they're very close to the Shiva's Guard with 300 gold, yeah.
Yeah, it's almost BKB also on Shad. It could be it could be a sell Midas soon angle. Honestly, if you do see the last Rax is dropping, you might have to do so. It sucks to do it, but it's getting sieged very fast. Mickey
It is back to business here for Liquid. Saberlight's in. It's going to catch Sanctity with the first Ravage. He's ready for the second. Pops it straight away. That's the Ember dead. And now turned towards Boom. Boom is in trouble. Get the vacuum off, but Boom will fall.
Is there damage?
They're looking towards Mickey. I mean, Shad is going to put the ultimate. Sunder comes out. Sunder's off, but Aegis is still there for 40 seconds, so they can't really go for the Terrorblade right now.
They're trying to keep poking. Sanctity's attempting, but they're still healthy.
Yeah, Mickey's able to kill off the range Rex at least through the backdoor protection.
The melee Rex also, they're bypassing it.
That's a lot of damage. 50 seconds, no Boom for this hold. As the creeps come in, they'll be able to finish off the job, get this bottom set of racks taken as well. Still the mid set standing.
No Darks here for 40, though. He is the most important hero.
And there was 2 buybacks. Sanctity and QBFY coming in. And they jump again. They're in the Hex on the wall. Sanctity dead in the water as well. They will manage to force him back to safety, so Sanctity's going to be fine. But now gets back in with a sleight of fist.
Aegis gets reclaimed.
Nisha. Oh, we're just thinking about going back in with the crush.
Sanctity's got a fresh BKB. They want to look to keep going.
20 seconds until Boom's back up. Sanctity and the team can just sort of hold back until the Darkseer's back in. Maybe they can have another effort at putting together a team fight at the same level that they did earlier in this mid lane. Fortification will come out if they try and hold on to these final barracks. Nisha's in with a jump though. That's just Sanctity. Sanctity's ready with the Remnant. The route's on towards Nisha. Boom, he's back in the game. QBFY's in on the front lines. He's actually able to slide the Hydra. The vacuum's there onto the 2 of them. Chad, put the ult. If they got the damage to chase anyone though. Boxy's in onto Kaori. The barrier's keeping Kaori safe. He's able to turn with the Ice Path. Sanctity swings back up with the sleight of fist and the chains. Boxy trying to run. Saberlight jumps in, smash onto the 2 of them. They get the Hex onto Sanctity. Sanctity will get the sleight of fist off. BKB's at the ready. He jumps over, gets the chains again onto Nisha, but it's not enough damage to kill Nisha. Still though, Sanctity can stay safe. Another Remnant ready behind the tier, up to the tier 4s.
That's the final Rex.
Willow now. And Liquid, they got the objective. Well, they're trying their best, Na'Vi, but they're fighting a team that's 38k ahead, and indeed, they'll call it. They tried their best there to hold it on, but yeah, Liquid quite far ahead, quite early on in this game.
I have to commend them. You know, Na'Vi in particular, I have to commend them fighting at this deficit, right, after such an unfortunate sequence of events that happened in this game pretty much, because it was like they had that one situation top where they get a bit of a slip up there from Liquid, but overall, I mean, Liquid, let's just say Saberlight in particular, right, kind of showing and displaying his power on the Tideband in this game.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, they played it very safe and very solid this time round, and yeah, Na'Vi, I think after game 1, maybe we expected a bit more, but some of the decisions in that early to mid game definitely did not work out for Na'Vi and hurt them in the long run. Liquid, they do manage to close up this series cleanly. 2-0 for Liquid here against Na'Vi.
Thanks a lot, Owen. Yep, it is clean 2-0, just the way you like it. Saberlight's back. Wasn't even bad. What are you talking about? Had a great game.
He had an amazing game, actually. Like, he put his team on his back this time. And yeah, and that was a great performance by Saberlight overall. I think he did carry his team. He made up for the last game, or he definitely got carried. He's like, but that's what a good team is all about, right? It's like, I got a bad game, I'll get you next game, bro. And he definitely did this game, so love to see it. Yeah,
they changed the draft up a little bit, which allowed for him to not, you know, be in that devastating position he was in the first game. They got the 4th pick Tidehunter, so a little bit better of a game, and he got to lane against the Lycan, so it led to, you know, a lot of nice ravages like this, where you know, maybe sometimes we weren't entirely sure if it was going to go their way. He was really holding the Ravage for a long time, but yeah, in a lot of these situations, once they started getting net worth on the other heroes and they had the ability to actually, you know, kill the heroes that were in the Ravage, then yeah, it was turning out very nicely.
It's probably worth noting there were shades of the first game as well. There was an aspect to it where there was just some questionable decisions from Na'Vi, and the game kind of ended up running away from them as a result of those.
I mean, I think it's a little funny because Jenkins said he did a little bit of prep on this team in the old patch, and it's like they're limit testers. Yeah, it showed just the same in this series too. Like, they're doing all types of weird stuff. Like, I saw Ember run into the Terrorblade one time. He just gets thundered and then dies. Well, I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
And that was after a fight where he did really sick shit.
Yeah, and then he just fed the Terrorblade. I'm just like, what is going on at this point? And yeah, Sanctity, he had a very strange series overall. I feel like he looked like he was the star of some team fights, and then he'll have these random feeds. But I will say, yet again, for Saberlight, what was the key for this game was not only just him being super tanky, the Shard, man. It did so much work this game. He used it on the Ember, killed him multiple times. Darkseer, Lycan, all these heroes hate playing against the Shard, and it just made the game like almost unplayable.
Most damage in game.
I could double check that. He did, yeah. He had 33,000, and the next most was Nisha, 27.
So he had the most healing as well.
Just a crazy all.
Yeah,
he didn't have the most in the game. That was actually the Ember.
Yeah. I think it was just
most damage on his team and most healing in the game, which is really insane for a Tidehunter, especially because he definitely had the most damage taken as well in the game. Because all of the fights were starting where they were going on him. He was baiting. This is what you want to do as a Tidehunter. Like, you want to have a good lane, which he did, and then transition that into being that wall that is just playing in front of your team, starting the good fights and just defending towers, you know, defending the Tormentor and things like that. They did get the Tormentor. So just a flawless Tidehunter game from him.
Well, look, like a fat Professor X, I predict that we're going to be talking about that in these highlights.
I think so too. Computer, can we roll highlight number 1, please? Yep, computer, thank you. Highlight.jpg.
It's Computro, but...
Yeah, so here we go. This was the very first time that we saw Saber Chad show up to a fight in 5-man. And the interesting thing here is, like, we were watching this, we're like, does he have Ravage? Like, why is he not Ravaging? But this is what good Tidehunters do, right? They're holding it for that, like, one opportunity where it's completely devastating. And he waited, and he waited, and he was patient, and he was that wall. He waits until Dark Willow runs into the tower.
But on the flip side, what the hell is Na'Vi doing as well?
That's the thing. It's like he's waiting for them to overextend and make the mistake because he didn't need the Ravage up until that point. He was acting as that wall. They had to go on him. They're not going to kill him. So it's like they have to go for the backlines, but to go for the backlines, they have to go through him, put themselves out of position. For Liquid, they're pretty happy that it did happen eventually, and they win the very first fight, which transitions them into a nice mid game.
Yeah, and we've got another clip illustrating that point. It was kind of like we were playing a game in the green room with, like, what was it, Saber Chad or Saber Bad?
Saber Chad or Saber Bad,
but it was Saber Chad this game.
Big time.
Yeah, this game it was. Sometimes, and that's the thing. That's the nature with Tidehunter is, like, he is a threshold hero. You know, it's a hero where, like, if you have enough items, then you survive at like 20% HP, you turn the fight, it looks really sick. If you don't have enough items, you're still trying to, like, be that wall, you're trying to be that tank, and you just kind of feed. So it is the nature of the hero. In this game, it was Saber Chad, but here we can see, and I think it's even more amplified by this new Kraken Shell, where you're slowed down, but it doubles the Kraken Shell ability. So, like, he's super, super tanky. He's just really goddamn slow. And he runs for long enough. This is 5 heroes hitting him and 2 wolves. And eventually, his team gets there. Nisha's there, and they go in with the Ravage. And even still, we weren't sure if this was going to go well for Liquid, because Mickey died at the start of this fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is a nerf Tide too, by the way. Like,
yeah, these with the nerfs.
He probably wouldn't have died if he was the old patch, right? So he definitely was very tanky. I like the build a lot as well. Just Mage Slayer, Vlad, everything's playing around your Anchor Smash as well to make it a bit stronger. I will say, though, yet again, I did have faith a bit in this Na'Vi draft winning, but it really did rely a lot on this Ember snowballing and getting huge. But he went for a strange build, in my opinion. Just rushed Radiance first item. I'm not sure if this is the build. He got it like 20, 21 minutes or something, a little bit slow.
He had a good lane as well.
He had a good lane. So I do have to say a little bit, there is some inexperience coming from this Na'Vi squad. I think Sanctity had a very interesting series where he was doing really well at some points, and then other times you could tell that he needed a little more polishing and maybe more experience.
We got one more highlight just to construct the narrative that we are constructing. We're on Saberlight watch. Very
really like Saberlight.
Yeah, Saber Chad or Saber Bad. And once again, just to reiterate, guys, this is not the same clip that we just showed. It just looks exactly the same. This time, because it's later in the game, his team has some items. They're able to get there a lot quicker. And I think this fight goes a little bit better. This is the one where Sanctity did some really cool stuff, where he's, you know, playing the sidelines of the fight. They almost get him here. He remnants out, but back in, and then uses the Sleight of Fist here to dodge the auto attacks that are coming for him. And then he kills Nisha. And then he just goes and he dies to Mickey. He just runs in and gets sundered.
Yeah, I mean, look,
rough.
I mean, we can say it wasn't super polished Team Liquid across all of the series, but we did say they've been guilty of having slow starts at other tournaments in the not too distant past, and now they've made those adjustments. You know, it's great to get that W on the board and do it clean.
Yeah, definitely. They needed that W. They got it. I think overall, just the team still needs a little bit more improvement, but they're looking good. And I really enjoy the fact that Saberlight had one of those games to just like shut up all the haters, right? So he just slammed it. This is my game.
Yeah. Final thoughts from you before we go to break?
I'm glad they had that game too. You know, they need what, 3 games and they're through. Usually Liquid is
3 series.
3 series. Usually Liquid is terrible in a group stage, and then they they power up. So to see them start off with the bang is interesting.
All right, guys. Well, stick around. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the second series of the day. We'll see you soon.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight. The heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Pudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hi everyone, we are here with the Toronto Tokyo from Aurora Gaming. Mr. Tokyo, so good to see you again. How are you?
Hello, I'm good.
All right, good, good. Mr. Tokyo, you've been on a lot of teams, all right? I've seen you on many of them. You have a big impression on all of them. How does Aurora stack up to the other teams that you've played with?
It's good. I mean, we didn't play much time, so I cannot say much. But so far it was pretty comfortable and nice. Yeah.
Okay, okay. The vibes are good. People are chilling, gelling well together.
Yeah.
Who do you like the most on your team to play with?
I like them all.
Okay, all right. You can't choose between children. I get it. Easy.
Yeah.
All right, cool. How are you feeling coming into this tournament personally? Are you still as motivated as you were back in the day when you were like the fresh new talent?
Yeah, just wanna win every tournament I come. So yeah, I just wanna win and play Dota. That's what I like.
Well, let's talk about the new patch then. What do you think about it?
I said many times, I just love Dota. And whenever the patch comes out, it's always fun because game becomes more fresh. And yeah, new things coming out and it's very fun to play.
Do you like map changes over hero changes? Do you think it's more interesting, or would you rather just get a bunch of different heroes?
Map change is always fun, but I think it should not be often. So I like the way map changes now, like not too much, but when it changes, it's good.
What do you think about the new Tormentor?
I think it's like new big objective, even more than Russian in previous patch.
Yeah.
So it like forced to fight there, but I think many teams, they're not really understand what they should do. I mean, if you cannot fight, you better not come there.
Right.
So, but many teams suiciding there, it's not good.
I see. Yeah, there's a lot of different stuff to learn, and a lot of the people that we've been talking to say that the new patch, there's a lot more fighting. It's a lot faster. It's a lot more focused on those engagements. Is that how you view the game? Is it mostly fighting now, or is it, you know, a little bit more complicated?
It's fighting if you are stupid.
It's fighting if you're stupid.
Yeah.
Okay, elaborate. What does that mean?
I mean, if you are not stronger, don't fight.
Okay.
Just farm. The farm map is so big.
Still? Yeah?
Yeah, of
Still
course.
pretty big. But, all right.
Yeah,
all
when
right.
you see like final stage of the tournaments, you see teams are just avoiding fights, like farming and playing 60-minute games. Even like last tournament.
Sure. Well, last tournament had some long-ass games for different reasons as well. So hopefully, hopefully nothing like that again. All right. Well, is there anything that you don't like about the current meta of Dota?
What I don't like, there is no steel slots for dusts, for example, or sentry or wards.
Oh, wow. So you want its own selected area, huh?
Yeah, because I always have slots, 6 slots. I don't want to change my sticks to dust to carry. It's stupid.
Okay. Well, this is not a normal problem. Most people, there's other ways to solve it. But hey, they did it for TP scrolls. So you'd recommend Ice Frog? We need our invisibility slot.
Yeah, we need slot for dust, sentry, for gem.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Those items are annoying as hell, so you're a wise man, Toronto Tokyo. Very good. Where do you see yourself placing? What's the goal?
If we reach like top 6, it would be fine.
That's fine. Okay. What about the dream? Do you think you have any chance of winning this one?
The dream is win like 5 tournaments in a row.
Okay, that's a good dream. I do like that. An achievable dream.
Yeah.
So, all right, very good. Thank you very much, Toronto Tokyo. Wish you the best of luck and Aurora Gaming as we will close that out and then head on over. So you will see more of Toronto here at PGL Wallachia. Don't go anywhere.
Yes, welcome back. Always good to see Sir Action Slacks in his element. More interviews from him over the course of the tournament, and terrifyingly, I'm sure he'll be in the studio at some point. We're moving on to Aurora versus Wildcard. We've still got Fear and Jenkins in the studio. We're going to start by talking about Aurora, and we're going to talk about them in glowing terms.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a squad that has so many good players on it, and I think this is one of my more exciting teams to like see be formed in the middle of the season here. Like you have Nightfall, and we saw Chimera at Dream League.
Say more about Nightfall. You put some respect on Nightfall's name.
We got to go by a bit quicker.
To watch.
Yeah,
He
I mean
is prime
Toronto
carry.
Tokyo is playing offlane now, which is wild. He went from mid, winning a TI, to being on Bed Boom, playing position 5. Now he's in the offlane. I wonder how that one's gonna go. And then Panto, and we have Mira from Team Spirit as well, playing position 4. This team is hella hype. I think this is a team that has so much potential, so much talent that they can like top 6. That's kind of like. I don't know.
Expected.
Yeah, I mean, he said I'll be happy with top 6,
Yeah,
but I feel like they should be doing better with a roster like this.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Lorinov carried Chimera pretty damn hard. They literally went through Dream League saying, we are going to disband at the end of this. And Lorinov was like every fight, carrying, making all of the calls. Now he's got this insane roster around him. He's got Nightfall as a carry. The Nightfall, how many times are we going to see it this series? I'm excited for this one. Not only is this a strong team, but it's a hilarious team. Like, they have some excellent characters on the team.
Now, obviously, their opponents, Wildcard. I'll throw it back over to you, Clint.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard, they're from NA, and that's the interesting thing about NA in general right now. I think eventually I do want to show the path of how Wildcard got to this tournament. And NA, we've been dwindling as a community, as having players and teams coming through the region. It's nice to see Wildcard get here, but I feel like Wildcard, they have so much to prove. Being here doesn't mean anything, because look at their results here. Like, they got a 2-0 versus a team, Marpic Esports. Does anyone know them? No, nobody knows them.
There's a surrender.
And when, what other qualifier would you see in the upper bracket finals? You get a forfeit win. In the upper bracket finals, they got a forfeit win.
I mean, that's the most NA thing of all time. I think like your opponents just couldn't be asked.
They just couldn't be asked.
Yeah, I gotta say.
So they are here. but I don't think that really means anything. They need to start putting some wins on the board, and they are playing versus a team right now that has lots of good players. So we'll see where NA is at on this one.
Speaking of putting wins on the board, putting names on the board.
Yeah,
What a
thank God.
celebrity co-owner, right?
Thank God for Amaranth. Shout outs to Amaranth. Big fan of her stream and in various streams. We definitely need the help here in North America to bring the region back alive.
Attention is good attention. I mean, obviously, you're speaking with bias because you were one of her biggest pay pigs.
I was, yeah. I was on the board. I was #1 for a while, and then
It was my proudest achievement knocking you off, actually. When I got to the whiteboard, when I was boyfriend of the week, that was...
You were Big RL 69. That was you.
Damn, you've given away my username.
God.
Fuck.
Yeah, that was a dark day. But today will be a very bright day for North American Dota because at Fisher Playground, actually, I remember a lot of teams, a lot of people were talking about Wildcard as they're actually not that bad. This team is beating other teams in scrims. They are, going 1-1 versus some of the very good teams at the tournament. Like, they were either tying or the games were very close. So I think this game might be a little more competitive than people think.
Scrims. NA still pretending scrims matter.
Yeah, didn't you see they scrimmed against Sad Boys there? And
Oh, that was pretty good.
So the thing about us NA players, right? Like, when we scrim, we play to win. We're in there. We're trying to win those scrims. Well, these other teams might be experimenting.
And then you don't turn up to the upper bracket finals. That's classic.
And then we show all our cards in the scrims, but we beat them in scrims. That's our greatest achievement. And we'll see. I don't know how good Wildcard is. I know their players. They've been in the scene for a while, not able to get the results they've wanted. So maybe this is their big break. We've seen it before where teams will come out of nowhere, get their break, get the right 5 players together in the same room, and make some waves. They've got a task ahead of them for sure. But then again, I don't think Aurora Gaming is also the team that it looks good on paper, right? I want to see it in practice though, because there's some, we've all seen Toronto, Tokyo, a little bit unstable sometimes on teams, and Nightfall, same story. Can it mesh? We'll have to see.
For Wildcard, we talked about Amaranth as a content creator. Speed is actually originally a content creator, a YouTuber, and he would not shut the fuck up about Venomancer Jungle for so many years, and everybody thought I was Speed. They would come to my channel and they would go like, why don't you talk about Venomancer Jungle on here? I don't even look like this guy. He's buff, he's jacked.
No, they just thought you were on Speed. There's some difference.
Oh, that's what they were saying, right? That's where the emails I was getting.
Well, they were right there.
Yeah, they were definitely at that time for sure. But the Venomancer Jungle, talking of speed, like the speed at which you can go through the jungle, it's like the only hero who is actually a good jungler in Dota right now. I don't necessarily think that they're going to run it in the jungle, but when they pick it, it's because they have the option to do that. Like, this team is always looking to run that cheese because they feel like they invented it, but it did get nerfed. Gale at level 1 is no longer a 50% slow. Like, the win rate went down a decent amount because of that.
Where's Marcy at these days?
Slightly nerfed, but good. So basically, in the last patch, she was very popular, right? Played as a carry with IO a lot. Was also a good position 4 as 2. So I think this hero has its place in the game. Whether or not you want to run it as a support or core right now, I'm not entirely sure. I have to go take a look maybe at the changes it received. But I think, rebound. Impact damage was nerfed by a little bit, and the shard was changed as well. So still very, very playable. I am a big fan of this hero. I think as a carry, it's okay. As a support, it's pretty strong. As a carry, you need the right
I've just been told as well, banned 4 times already this tournament.
Yeah, makes sense.
Because I, too, like all great Dota hosts, I'm paying for someone to feed me stats in my ear.
Right.
So it looks like I know what I'm talking about.
I've heard that's a thing. The good things don't happen to those people eventually. But yeah, I think that the Marcy, I'm a big believer in the facet where you get the 3 ulti hits on when you jump.
Yes.
Even as a support, I think that a lot of I think we've seen supports go for this. I think Boxy did actually. Not that went super well for them in Dream League, but people are experimenting with it because a lot of the time, like, supports can just essentially be cores. Like, people say 4 and 5 position don't really matter right now. They're kind of the same. Same thing goes for like 3 and 4. It's kind of homogenized.
Yeah.
I think it depends, like, on your lineup, because the other one, I know the name of the pick me up is the one where you can literally pick up your ally and he jumps with you. That is really good in some games.
Yeah,
right?
with like Darkseer, especially, if you have some sort of like combo that you really want to get another hero on top of.
Well, yeah, if you have a melee carry too, just getting him in the fight, it's like essentially a free blink dagger.
Yeah,
could be really good. So It depends on what your team needs, because I saw Soxa with the pick-me-up facet just destroy games. Sure, he wasn't the carry of the game, but he just played like a good support, you know?
Yeah.
And just allowed his team to get the farm and played very aggressive. But
He was like the one guy that was winning.
this
with
is
the
such an
support Mercy.
NA draft. It's so toxic.
I was thinking the exact same thing. Like Venomets are already as toxic enough. They do go for the Darkseer, but then the Dazzle is like, come on, dude. This new ult where you have to find the main Dazzle and he's got this like invulnerable illusion.
Yeah.
It is so annoying to deal with. I think you do need a backline jumper, but you know, Aurora already has Ember and Marcy. These heroes are good backline jumpers. You know,
They
you
are,
can,
yeah.
You
Darkseer
can,
too.
yeah, you can vacuum in the real Dazzle. So I don't think this is like an absolutely free Dazzle game. If you're picking it at that stage, you feel like it's a broken hero. So this is their take on Dazzle, is that Dazzle is just OP.
To me, we were talking about NA teams, right, and how they like to theory craft. This looks like a very theory crafted lineup already. You've got like the potential jungle Venal with the Dazzle Tusk lane. They're going for something that they talked about a lot, probably, maybe scrimmed as well, and determined it's good. But they are lacking, kind of like in the last series, team fight, right? You're playing versus now Phoenix, Darkseer, Ember. That's a lot of team fights, so I feel like Wildcard's going for a bit of a cheese in this one.
Yeah, this is definitely cheese. It's not like the last series where you're seeing like the one-to-one counters, and that's why there's a lack of team fight. It's like you said, because it's cheese, and so therefore there's a lack of team fight. But hypothetically, if they've thought of drafting these cheese heroes well in advance, I would assume that these last two picks are going to cover for that lack of team fight in some way. Like, surely they should. But now, now Aurora has presented a problem in the egg. I think it always feels pretty good to get an egg hitter.
Hitter, yep.
Yeah, so you now need a team fighting hero, but also a hero that's good at killing the egg.
Well, there you go.
So there's the egg hitter. Is Troll a good team fighter? Not particularly.
It's interesting with the Dazzle Tusk, right? Because you've got saves there as well. You know.
Yeah, you can save. Yeah, you can save the troll, and he's like pretty much guaranteed to get his ult off. It's kind of like the Terrorblade plus Dazzle. It's like you can always get the Sunder with Troll. He can always get the ult off. The only downside is that I feel like every time we've seen Troll, even with the new patch where the hero did get this nice facet that was added, where you can go above the max attack speed. Like, this is cool and all, but the ult still makes you not able to control your hero.
Yeah, I know.
And this always results in the most funny thing. It's good. It's definitely better now.
Bad trolls are hilarious.
It's one of the funniest.
He's an objectively funny hero for sure, but like also objectively, it is a good troll game because if you go for the Ags as well, you can purge Darkseer stuff, you can purge Ember Spirit, you can also debuff yourself. You have the saves as well, which in a lot of situations, troll is. You have to ask yourself, can I burst him or not, right? And when there's a Dazzle and Tusk behind you, the answer is probably going to be no. So that allows Troll to play the game he wants to play. He can just stay in the front of the fights, not really worry about ever getting bursted. And if he gets his ult off, maybe he can kill heroes. So it is, if there is a good Troll game, we talk about this a lot. If there is a good Troll game, this is it, but there's always those caveats with this hero. It can get really weird when you press your ultimate sometimes.
Yeah.
I think, was it you who talked about the Darkseer Troll interaction?
Yeah, yeah.
This
so
one's weird too.
If you spawn a wall right on the troll, the illusion will spawn directly on him, so he starts hitting it, and then he kills it.
Right.
And then because an illusion died, it spawns another illusion. He hits it, he kills it, he spawns another.
He instantly kills himself until he dies.
He just kills himself until he dies to the wall. So it's one of those things where, yes,
Very fitting.
Troll counters the Darkseer in a way because you can purge all of the stuff that Darkseer puts on heroes, but on the flip side, you can also deal with the Troll very easily with the Darkseer wall, as long as you save it.
May I have a suggestion?
Yeah, go ahead.
Don't skill your ultimate on Troll. Or
That's not a good suggestion. I see why you're retired.
Or don't use it. Actually, unironically, I think you should not get ult at level 6 on Troll.
I agree with that. Yeah, that's definitely true.
Yeah.
That's definitely true.
You shouldn't even get it to level 12, I think. I've never seen a level 1 Troll ult do anything other than prolong his death.
Or you can like farm an ancient stack with it, maybe. Sometimes that just to heal the full.
Yeah, I used to be able to solo Tormentor to her as well. So
yeah,
like the Tide pick there as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was needed. I think they needed something to round out the team fights. They have Dazzle mid, who's going to do very well against an Ember. That's a very strong matchup. Troll against Darkseer, another strong matchup. They've got a little bit of cheese. They've got good heroes for like roaming around, getting kills. They just completely lack team fight and somebody to hold people in place for the Troll. And now they have it. So yeah, I really like this draft from Wildcard. Actually, it kind of covers all the checks all the boxes, as they say.
It does. I feel like in Aurora's case now, you need a ranged carry. You're playing versus Tide and Troll. I mean, even Dazzle. Like, I don't want to mention heroes that I think are bad, but there is like a Drow and these types of heroes.
I was gonna say the Gust is kind of good, and then
but I think Drow is not doing hot this patch.
No,
Yeah.
it's not really.
So they did put him in a situation that's hard, right, for Aurora, because you kind of do want to. The way you play versus Troll is you don't win the man fight versus Troll ever. That's just something that doesn't happen. So you want to either kill him from afar, burst him is another option. So Faceless Void were options in the past, but versus Dazzle is out the window. So I think
Void support supremacy at the moment, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Jin Q did do it earlier. You can check that out. But either way, I'm thinking you need someone that does damage over time from afar. And Lifestealer used to be okay when you could disarm, right? But
yeah, but it's what I mean as well. This is the nerfed Lifestealer that they're picking up here. So
That's
I don't love this pick at all.
yeah, that's interesting. When you say Troll as a counter to Lifestealer, your root goes through BKB.
It is. I would say like the Aghanims before was pretty good for some.
Because you would disarm.
You would disarm him, which is cool, but maybe he's more worried about dispelling himself this game because you are playing versus Dazzle, you are playing versus Veno, so having the rage to take off those abilities is nice, but yeah, this pick, I'll let Nightfall show with his play, but I theoretically don't see this as being the best possible pick.
Yeah. I mean,
it's a strange one. I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe.
they gave Prime Carry his last pick. They said, Nightfall, you're the GOAT. You're basically the good version of Pure. So what do you want to pick? And he goes, give me Lifestealer. He wanted Magic Immunity because he's playing against all the stuff you need to dispel.
Yeah.
Tidehunter, you need Magic Immunity against Ravage. He's not thinking about the Troll matchup anymore, the disarm. He's thinking about Magic Immunity. He's thinks that Troll's a dog shit enough hero that it'll deal with itself.
He can pick also a dog shit hero.
You think Lifestealer is dog shit?
I'm going to bring our casters in. I'll ask them.
It might be.
Yeah, we got some experts.
Theorycraft for me fogged.
Lifestealer,
Yeah.
I mean, he just got hit by pretty big nerfs, so I don't know. The hero was pretty annoying before because he gets super tanky, but I mean, I'm in agreement with what they're saying. It just looks like he just wanted a Lifestealer because he's versus Tide. He doesn't really care about the game besides that, but...
Owen?
I mean, I think we're looking at the lifestyle. I feel like if we just look at everything else that Aurora have, it's like, I think it's looking pretty good for them. They've got this Marcy Darkseer, which I think is one of the busted kind of duo lanes at the moment. And you have Lauren and his Emma Spirit, which he completely carried games on multiple times at Dream League at. So I think whilst the carries are kind of like whatever, the rest, it's all looking Aurora.
All right, I'll see if you're right, Owen. I'll be holding you to it. You'll be clear if you're wrong. Do the game.
Let's have a look. Let's see what goes down in this one, ladies and gentlemen. Aurora up against Wildcard. And as I say, I mean, it's something about these trolls as well, Fogged. I can just never get behind a troll.
I know.
Well, let's see. I think the only two players who've been able to win me over on a troll are Radahn and Arme. Now, let's see if Yamsen is ready to step up.
I feel like you sound like me about Terrorblade in the past.
Yeah,
I'm liking TB a little bit more lately, but it was for me, the only people who could play TB in the past was Ame and Radahn, right?
Yes.
Ame and Yatoro. So we'll see how this one ends up working with the Troll Yamsen playing it. The Aghanims, they've already talked about it ad nauseum. The Dispels versus the Ember versus the Darkseer can be very, very good. His matchup, too, can be very nice. But we'll see if that wall interaction does end up happening, because I've also seen that in the past. And let's see what the Veno can do. Because Speed, looking at his items, it's straight jungle.
I mean, it has the
Blightstone, the Sage's Mask, it's straight efficiency.
Yeah. Straight to the jungle. And we'll see. Smoke on smoke. Who's going to find who? Mirror up. And has got backup.
They don't want to commit any spell skills. Yeah, because then he'll skill rebound, so they're kind of both toying with each other a bit here.
And you just can't kind of skill aggressively for first bloods as the Tides, especially considering as you're going to be left alone in the lane, right?
Yeah.
You can't go for some level 1 gush or something, surely. That'd be way too risky.
They're cutting the wave. So it looks like instead of doing the level 1 straight jungle, they're going to cut some of the creep wave with this. It's a bit interesting.
I mean, with the
three heroes. Very unique approach. We've seen the Veno cut creep, cut like this before, but now with 3 heroes, they are splitting that XP between 3. So Speed, he'll just TP to the base, and then he's going to go straight to the jungle afterwards. They'll switch the Tusk toward the top lane. Okay, and let's see how these lanes end up going down. As they mentioned, RCY playing the Dazzle mid, something that's haunting everybody's pubs at the moment, especially me. I hate this hero right now, but see how he does versus the Ember Spirit in the mid lane. Should be a pretty good matchup, as I'm saying that. The Darkseer does top.
Very nicely done there, top, getting the chance to punish him level 1. Get that first blood for Yamsen on the troll.
Very nice. And that's why they wanted this troll. Very good lane, being able to play at distance versus the Darkseer, and they've got the Tusk, who did go for tag team, although Drinking Buddies was buffed in that last patch. Doesn't matter. People still just want the tag team for lane.
chasing down Fade. They're going to get him.
They should have him.
I mean, this is the thing, right? When you run this Veno jungle, your offlaner
Totally sacked.
can have a bad time.
And, I mean, can have a bad time, you're saying. Can have a horrible time. He has 0 CS and he died to a no stun, no slow lane.
It's risky.
He just got walked down from a Windlace Phoenix, burning him.
Well, we'll see how much he's able to get out of this, but he just... I don't think it's going to be fun times for Fade down here on the offlane.
Nightfall is going to literally have absolutely every single CS.
I mean, that's the thing. He's getting free farm.
And he's getting free HP, right?
So you're really putting a lot of stock in the Veno jungle turning up with some crazy item timing and making up for the fact that you're giving up this lane.
I mean, Fade can pull creep waves a bit here, but Panto got boots after getting the Windlace, so he can do pretty decent at walking him down, blocking the creeps to be able to connect the pull. So they will actually get the connect with all 4 creeps.
This is rough for Fade.
It's brutal for Fade.
Can't get this whole creep wave.
He has to be careful how far he steps up. There's a skill point saved on Nightfall. He can go for open wounds once they see the Kraken proc.
Yeah. Obviously, good news for Wildcard, the mid lane.
Oh, sorry, the innate, my bad.
It's a rough one in the mid, right? And this is just the power of the dazzle.
100%. I was wondering if Lornoff maybe had some trick up his sleeve to deal with the lane, but I don't know if there is a trick up your sleeve to deal with the dazzle as an Ember Spirit.
No, we'll see though, because yeah, one of the things Lornoff was doing very well during Dream League, he was able to make comebacks from bad lanes.
Yeah.
You know, he is a player that does not suffer if he's having to play from behind after a tough lane matchup.
But this is one of the hardest lane matchups.
For sure.
This is Huskar level.
Yeah.
He's just gonna keep getting poked there from RCY. And yeah, this hero's timings, the Aghanims, you know, we can talk about it once we get to these points, but it is pretty crazy how much you can actually do on this hero nowadays. You just play from a billion miles away, and if they can't get to you, you have some crazy potential. And talking about the other lanes too, since we were talking about how miserable Tide's game is, Toronto's is also quite slowed down. After getting killed initially top, he's had to creep, manipulate, pull the wave. He's gonna get a wave here under the tower, but some slow levels and slow farm for him too. And Speed's doing Ancients. I'll be watching.
The Veno's going to be fat.
He will hit 6, what, 5? It's usually 5 minutes, 15 or so.
And I feel like in the games, like you can have a variation of items that you do choose to rush when you're going for this Veno jungle. What do you think you'll be going for this game? Is it the mech, or do we even see like the sneakier one that we had once where we had this Veno hitting the jungle and just rushing the Orchid?
That's interesting. There could definitely be potential for the Orchid this game, but I think he would likely just go down regular route.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll have to see. Mid lane, they get the chains. RCY is deep.
He is, but
big heal.
Nignum's here with the backup.
Massive heal.
Will go down. RCY, can he survive this? He can.
Oh god, I hate Dazzle.
Gets away with it.
That looks like my pubs. The Dazzle just lives. Oh man, yeah, lived. Massive heal. Connects, I think, every single one of the damage instances hits on the Ember. 1100 damage there from RCY. That looked like he was potentially dead too, under the tower from the TP. It's gonna be a slow one here for Lornoff. Top lane.
Oh, Shard's not quite able to grab Toronto Tokyo completely.
It starts looking pretty good for the side of Wildcard. Even though Fade is struggling so much, Veno's, of course, going to be free farming in this Dazzle. 28-7 to 10 last hits. Fade does the blubber proc at a good time. Not really. He'll be okay.
No, this is the thing. Are you happy sort of trading your kind of the support offlane vibe between these two? You know, saying, you know what, Tide, you're gonna have a terrible game. Veno, you're gonna have an amazing game.
I think so. In this type of state, because the top lane's also going so well, because you pick the Troll versus Darkseer, I think this is very value. And yeah, it's 5 minute 15. He's slightly off from the level 6, but once he finishes off these dragons, he should pretty much have it. And Lornoff,
a good slight.
And he's still dead.
Yeah, not good enough. Good old Dazzle.
Ugh.
It's beautifully disgusting. Hey, look at the smile on RCY's face there.
Of course.
He was smiling. He knows the pain that he's putting Lornoff through.
So I'll wait until Fade gets gone on bottom.
Speed's gonna turn up.
Level 6 already.
Backup's it. Oh.
Oh.
Okay, this is not the turn up that Speed wanted to do. They get 1 kill.
He gives a lot. That's a lot of XP he gives. Remember, it's a level 6 Veno.
Yeah, they're gonna tip him for that one.
Instantly.
That's rough. He turned up and died.
He's like, oh, thank you for giving Nightfall level 6 immediately now on this Lifestealer.
Oh, no.
Okay, maybe I take back what I said 5 seconds ago about it.
That's rough. that doesn't feel great. That would I tell you what, that would cause some problems in pubs, right? You had this guy in the jungle, hits level 6, turns up, dies to the carry
Instantly.
Somebody's not happy with the state of the game.
Yeah.
That happens. That's rough.
Still doing well in their lanes, though, right? So, all things considered, right? Tide does die. They get a free kill, but Dazzle is massive. And
let's have a look.
So let's see. Oh, and what build have you seen? I've seen the Ags, the Blink.
I think, yeah.
Ags, Blink, and then I've seen either Daedalus a couple games, which is crazy, but it actually works. And I've seen... I can't remember what the other build was, but I'll remember it later.
They're going to try and make a play mid. Good change. Nightfall's turning up for this. Snowball by a little bit of safety here for the Dazzle's body, but... is it enough to allow him to live? He's
It's a big heal.
Alive. RCY walks it off.
How is he alive? Oh my god, and he killed the poison.
Dazzle.
Just gets...
Oh,
oh my god. 4-0 and 2.
Yeah.
He's off to a hot start. Goodness gracious, man. It's and not just the pubs. Look at the damage. 4,300. What other hero can do that?
In.
This is before even Aghanims or Shard or anything, too. Holy moly.
And that was them having a pretty good setup of going on the Dazzle right. They brought in the numbers, Aurora. They brought in Nightfall.
I need to see this again. It's insane how much damage it actually ended up doing. He did get the poison onto everybody, so all 4 were grabbed up from it. But look at this heal.
4 heroes, they're hitting him. They couldn't kill him.
Boom. The heal plus the illusion.
Coming out as well, yeah. He's out of there.
I mean, it was very well played from RCY. Great patience on the illusion rune to get the final second dispel there and get that heal burst. And the small other things to point out too at the Dazzles, I feel like if you have that secondary save hero, it makes such a big difference, because there he didn't have Grave as well too, but having a snowball and then the potential of the graving yourself too, definitely some crazy stuff. Mid tower is nearly dead.
One speed.
One off again.
He didn't have a remnant out, so he's only able to throw it out a pretty short distance. He's got another one now, but
Poison.
He's gone. Yeah, he just didn't have one defensively prepared there.
Didn't expect that side gank there from Speed. RCY. Oh, he's halfway to Aghanims already. And Nightfall's got his work cut out for him this game. They essentially have like a support Ember Spirit in the mid lane at this point now. Bottom of the 3 heroes on net worth. Not even just cores, just across the board.
This is going to be quite an interesting game to see how it plays out.
Because we do have to say also, right? Sure, it's not a Tide versus a Lycan like we saw in that last game, but this is definitely a game with a Tide that can also do very good with Shard, right? He's playing versus the Ember and the Darkseer again. So, super value, especially if the Ember's this shut down. This has to be one of the roughest starts for Lorenoff I've seen.
No, absolutely. Yeah, this is not going to be easy for him to pick himself up from. As I say, though, he has done it before.
He has. Absolutely.
So definitely still a chance for Lorenoff. As I said, some fantastic performances previously. So we've got to keep our eyes on him, see what sort of recovery he is able to make happen, and just remember where he is right now.
And at some points in the game, he will have this Ion Shell, right? And when he does have Max Flame Guard too, there's actually not that much, I was looking, there's not that much magic damage to break his Flame Guard too, so he could do quite a bit of work once he starts getting that online to run down heroes. But yeah, Wildcard, it's a 4K lead out of lanes.
Great start.
That's pretty phenomenal. And Fade's even starting to be able to hit the bottom tower when he was, earlier just completely pushed out of the lane.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy that he's on the verge of taking that tier 1.
Yeah.
When you consider the lane setup and the fact that he had just no game for the first few waves.
Are you okay?
Just the impact of one team just literally having no mid laner to do pretty much anything at the moment because of that matchup. Lorenoff trying to make it work with the Ion Shell here.
We're going to go for Big Num. He's got the snowball, and he's got the backup as well with the Grave coming out from RCY. The throw Remnant down. Big Num's going to get healed up. Look at those heals getting pumped into him. He's perfectly fine.
Yeah, he's perfectly fine. 1K till Aghanims. It's only going to get scarier and scarier to try to bring down this Dazzle.
I mean, yeah, who's going to deal with the Dazzle?
The heal becomes so crazy. Everything becomes crazy once you get it. And there's the Mage Slayer. So Fade following Saberlight's guide in that last game. And this tower looks like it's pretty much done. They're even bringing the Dazzle down to potentially get a secondary kill. Panto has hit 6.
Big stuff from Wildcard so far.
It's huge, right? Like, there's no pressure on Troll Warlord. He's gotten a free start. He got early kill. His Battle Fury is going to be online. Everything is going in their favor at the moment. And it looks like it's actually a Pavis into Pipe build on speed. So a little bit of a switch up there, but either way, very valuable this game.
Of course, all this time, Yamsen, he's been getting a lot of space top as well.
Yep.
He had to deal with, of course, what, 2 heroes in his lane, but didn't die.
Nope, he had full free farm, and he's going to have the benefit of having, you know, he's going to have Tide with the Vlad's buffing him up, plus Gushes later on. The Weave that comes out. It's still called Weave, right, on his name? Yes, Weave that comes out. I was like, did they change this name? No, they didn't. So, extra minus armor. It's definitely a formidable matchup that Aurora's got coming up in these next 15, 20 minutes. With an Ember Spirit just unable to recover, really. Fade, Ravage is online.
Yeah, I mean, there's dancing around the mid here, but I don't know if Aurora on a show for this 12-minute power, and it's risky. Laurenov stepping up. He wants the rune. He'll get it.
Wildcard's got the numbers here. There's no tower for them to get, though, so this is just them pressuring the Ember out. While Dazzle finishes up the Aghanims, it's getting closer and closer. Nightfall, about 1,000 until his Radiance, till he starts getting more involved, too. Keeping up pace versus the Troll.
And would you sort of agree overall, like the panel mentioned, that the matchup just head-to-head is just, it is one where the Troll is favored when it comes to carries, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like he always has been. But Lifesteal overall as a hero has been in better states for most of these times, so just easier to play. Troll is just a weird hero. But yeah, core-to-core matchup has been very favorable.
Yeah.
Until people started realizing the Ags build on the Lifestealer after some time, and now the Ags, of course, doesn't do the same things as it once did. So, yeah, we'll have to see.
Smoking into this, but this is a Dazzle with an Aghanims.
Oh, goodness. That is early. 1,700 HP.
See if they can kill him. He's ready with the ult, and backup's coming in. They're trying to focus the Dazzle, but they can't do this. They've got to start running. The Ravage comes out. It's going to clip on towards him.
He graves
got the
himself.
grave upon himself. RCY. He's got the stick charge. He's fine.
He's perfectly fine.
Under no threat whatsoever. 3 heroes die for their efforts from Aurora. And they get nothing.
This is going to be one hell of a mountain to climb for Aurora. This Dazzle has now survived another gank. I think that's, how many times is that? That's 3 or 4 times that RCY has survived a 3 or 4 man gank, turns it around, gets multiple kills, 6-0 and 5, top of the net worth. Ember still at the bottom of the course by a significant margin, and no Radiance still for Nightfall. 5,400 damage.
What do they do? What's the answer for the Dazzle?
Ban it. I mean, the matchup just clearly at this point right now was way too hard for them to deal with the Ember. I mean, now at this point it's just recovery. You just have to kind of hope that you can get these type of big team fights once you have the Lifesteal Radiance, because everybody else is falling off massively.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's an Halberd build from Toronto, Tokyo, so no auras on the side of Aurora either. And these fights do look very complicated for them now at this point. You have to go for the Dazzle first, but you have to bypass through a Tide.
Yeah, there's so much.
And there's a Tusk to save him. There's just so many different things. The lineup for them is really working out. So yeah, Aurora, I mean, Radiance is now done. But I'm wondering when they feel confident enough to be able to fight now versus this Dazzle. As they've shown now multiple times, they just can't quite finish him off. And they do not really have the greatest disables to do so, to stop him from getting these spells off.
Yeah, it just feels like they've got nowhere to fight him to him right now. They got to just kind of avoid action.
But they're going to, you know, these 15 minutes, so it's Tormentor time as well, so Wildcard can look to start setting up for that if they'd like to, and Aurora, I guess they just get as much as they can on the map during it, because contesting there is not possible. Usually we've seen some teams take fights after the Tormentor because people are low, but with a Dazzle, everyone's going to be pretty healthy. So they just have to try to maximize where they can.
Well, they're looking top for Nightfall. But he should be okay.
He's got a ward.
No real way to get the catch on him.
They're going to instantly get rid of that ward.
Just got to avoid the action, Aurora.
avoid the action and deal with the fact that you're playing versus 4 cores, and maybe even a 5th core because Dazzle kind of counts as 2 heroes. Level 12 online for RCY. He continues to just dig up those water runes. And now after getting Tormentor, just straight into Roche. For Aurora fighting in this area, yeah, just very complicated versus the Dazzle and versus the Ravage.
Let them have it.
Yep, you just gotta let it go down.
There's no chance of a fight right now from Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, Lornoff and Nightfall are kind of farming similar area too, so they both have to leave creeps for each other. Things are definitely awkward for the side of Aurora. There's an Aegis. Very good timings on Yamsun.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I guess that's the thing as well. I mean, do the wild card have to force the lead considering their lineup, or there's no need to?
Probably don't really fully need to, but why not when you have this tremendous of an advantage with this Dazzle? They can look to just poke these towers from a distance, force glyphs, force reaction. If there's no reaction, you can definitely look to take the towers. Mira will show bottom. We'll finish off that tower. Toronto, Tokyo also still down here. Yeah, tier 2 top. It's dropping. They're gonna have a glyph.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So Yamson, yeah, he's just gonna go back in with his fervor stacks. Tower's probably just dead.
Do they want to poke high ground?
I think
now
you
you might
can.
as well try to see what happens.
I think you can, right? You kind of, or you go mid. You know, you can just.
True Fate's bringing in the mid.
It's one of the two. They're gonna poke.
Let's see what happens.
Yep, just force reaction.
Well,
you know
what are
they're
they
just
gonna
farming.
I see TP back here from Panto on the Phoenix. Ready
They got
for Supernova.
Fresh Vlads for Fade and a fresh Blink on Bignum for the save or for the jump. Yamson getting cooked.
And they'll keep trying to push it. Aurora, what are they gonna do?
Creep wave's coming in. Mira is trying to catch the next wave top, but he's a bit slow. So they're gonna have this full wave. This full wave could get the racks. They're gonna try to poke it. Lornoff and Panto.
Oh, they're gonna get the tower at the least. Tier 3 gone here, nice and early, 18 minutes.
Yamson says he wants to heal. Okay, so he's back. I was like, where's he going? He's battle trancing off Ancients before he comes back to the push.
Still plenty of time left with that Aegis, so that they are indeed going to be revisiting here for the barracks. Nightfall's trying to hold them back, but not really a lot that he can do right now as the Lifestealer with just the Radiance and the Yasha.
Not much they can do. 2 minutes still on Aegis. They just have to watch their racks go down, attempting to burn them, but it's gone. One of the earlier racks we've seen, it gets denied. Nice job, Lornoff, but 19-minute double racks in the top lane.
Instantly over towards the mid. So they can try and find Mira.
Can't move. Jesus.
They're running out of options, Aurora.
You see the lines drawn. They're just looking to force in everything. Fade, saying, I'm going to push in bottom. You guys push in mid, and maybe they just get ready to close the game out. 20 minutes in. Nightfall's farm is good, but he still doesn't feel confident to jump in for a fight. The punch
with the punch. They got him as well with a follow-up snowball. He's got the remnant Lornoff.
He's so slow. He'll be able to get away.
Oh, still, it's so dangerous. You get caught by one of these jumps, you do run the risk of dying from this overwhelming damage during the punch alone.
They used their other glyph, the high ground one. Not wanting to save that.
Still a minute on the Aegis.
They're pinging at bottom. Tide's forcing the lane in completely. Toronto Tokyo's trying to cut wave. A Wildcard looking to continue this onslaught. Let's see what Aurora does. Can they even mount the defense? They're bringing back Nightfall soon. I believe he's got Manta in a short moment, but not quite yet.
Got the Shivas.
All right, let's see what they can do. Jump immediately.
They're going to go straight towards Marcy. Mira's in trouble. He's gone.
Wrap around from the back. They've got the Infest.
I mean, it's awkward though. They're going to try. Lorinov's in. He's going to be able to get the jump away as well. It does bait out the Nothel projection. Now they're going to try and kill the Dazzle, but he's ever side of the high ground. Supernova's in position from Panto. I see them focus Bignum first. Grave comes out. Now Bignum's going to be kept safe. Toronto Tokyo is dead. Bignum's going to get the chance to get the snowball off. Surely they can at least kill him after this. No, he's able to get the blink off.
He's stuck.
As well, he's fine. Lorinov's got no way out of this.
This game's over. There's nothing they can do.
They're certainly feeling that way. They'll get Nightfall out of there. They do have buyback available on Lorinov, but the mid-racks under pressure. Wildcard. 21 minutes in.
They still have a tier 2 bottom, I guess, to hold on, but the heals keep coming out. Everyone's back to full except for the Tusk. That was their big wombo combo play, and it didn't connect at all. It did almost nothing, actually.
I mean, that is, yeah. He's got the, we'll maybe see it now, but yeah, Fade not needing to use Ravage so far.
It feels like he hasn't really needed to do much so far. He's been honestly straight up chilling.
After kind of being bullied in the laning stage for the first few minutes, after that he did fine. Got the tower early.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Everything just sort of got blown open by the fact that this Dazzle mid, what can you do?
He deleted it. He deleted your mid and your 2 supports.
Yep.
You rotated 3 heroes and died. So yeah, that's very impressive from RCY. We probably won't see too much more Dazzle, especially not if it's a Nurse and Ember Spirit. They're gonna go for it again.
They're gonna try
for the Hallelujah wraparound.
This is into everything. The Ravage, the Nothel projection. They've got it ready well.
Bignum's on the north side, so they'll see him first. He spots them.
The change. And the Ravage though out onto the 3 of them, shuts it down straight away. Double kill for RCY, and they'll tap out.
It's GG.
Well, there we go.
A beatdown. Truly a beatdown.
Yeah,
One of the harder stomps I've seen.
Yeah, I underestimated the Dazzle. I think Aurora did as well. I don't think they were expecting it to come at them this hard from RCY.
No, I think that they honestly they probably expected to get 1 or 2 kills on the rotations when he overextends with the, but
they couldn't.
They all died. They literally all died.
Wow. Well, quite the quick one, and quite the victory there for Wildcard. And yeah, this Dazzle hero, in particular in the hands of RCY, quite something. Wildcard, they shut down game 1 easily.
Yeah, a dazzling victory indeed. Crazy stuff coming out. NA's back. It's good news.
It is good news for sure. Like I was worried, right? They came through an uncontested NA qualifier. They're coming to play the big leagues here. And
it also looked like some insane theory crafted draft that had no practical application in real life.
I mean,
it was amazing.
Which is what we're used to seeing
from NA.
From NA. Yeah.
I mean, I will say RCY, I said it during the NA DPCs, this guy, if there is going to be talent coming from North America, it's coming from this guy. He's been impressing for years now, but to see him do it on LAN now, that's great. I mean, it is a lopsided matchup, but he made that Dazzle look incredibly imbalanced.
I mean, he just did so much work on it. Like, it was just like you said, and it's a clinic. This is like everything you could want from a Dazzle in a game of Dota. Like, crazy.
And more, look at this. Like, the placement of his clone, absolutely perfect. And then last second, he plays it cool as a cucumber here as well. Just like Graves himself, 1 HP left. Gets the heal off. You are needing this kill so bad on Aurora. That's why they smoked for it. But in the end, they couldn't get it happening. So this draft, we talked about Troll 24/7. Troll, he was in the game, I guess.
He didn't have to do anything.
He didn't do anything.
He just farmed.
Saying, like, did he even ult? There wasn't even any need to.
I don't think so.
A free
Did he
game.
skill it?
Yeah.
There he ulted. He ulted the wall.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there
I
it goes.
heard it.
Yeah.
This is like, feels like the game's just over at this point.
It is, yeah. I think the way RCY played Dazzle definitely, like, I learned some things from this game. You know, when I first read the patch changes where you get the clone that is invulnerable, I thought you would be using the main guy to hide in the trees and then send the clone out to do stuff in the fights. But he was legitimately using his main body as a bait. Like that first clip that we, or the first time that we saw him get gone on mid, and he throws the clone into the river, I legit thought he misclicked. But he was doing it to like bait the entire enemy team in because he had Grave, he knew he was going to get the heals, he knew he had the save from his team, he trusted his team. Like what a flawless performance from him on the Dazzle.
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of hyping up Aurora as well, but they were just like absolutely blown out of the water here.
This is such a Nightfall score, by the way. He just 0 kills, 0 deaths.
Oh, that's
loses the game.
good.
That is Such a Nightfall
God,
story.
it's good to have him back. Really,
it is good to have him back. If you know, you know.
Feast or famine,
Yeah.
No, I mean, look, with the Lifestealer pick was kind of strange as well, given, you know, we started the day by talking about how hard it had been nerfed, probably one of the hardest hits, and it kind of was just locked in, and you even said, like, into a troll, that's kind of strange, and I don't know.
He didn't die, though. That's
He
all that
didn't
matters.
die. I mean, but the thing is, he
good news.
And once again, this is like such a Nightfall. He went Radiance Manta. And I'm sure that if we go back to that replay, he had queued up BKB as the next item. Like, it's just this absolute safest approach to Dota possible. And he didn't die, so he can look back and go, yeah, that wasn't my fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, just not very much impact because he's countered. I mean, Troll has BKB piercing disable, and you don't disarm him anymore. I don't see what the point is.
Yeah, it was a strange one. We've got some highlights from the game that we can just talk about as we carry on the general strand of just how crazy a one-sided game it was.
Yeah, I mean, this was the moment I feel like that Aurora had in the game to kind of like get back into the game, because your Ember's struggling really hard, but RCY, he gets off on a sliver of HP and this just snowballs out of control. Now you can do this, by the way. What the hell is this? You can just like dive a tower with this like illusion, right? And just get a kill. It's okay. UTP, you're not saving him. There's nothing you can do to stop him from doing this. It's absolutely absurd. So either this hero is just completely broken, which may be the case, or you have to find better answers than this. Maybe you just can't pick first pick Ember anymore.
Yeah, well, they didn't really seem to maybe consider what it was going to do. We'll take a look at this next highlight. And
this is for you, Jenkins. You
yeah,
really
this one was funny. I mean, this I think was just a really good response from Aurora. Like, there's this timing with the jungle Veno where you come out and you need to use the fact that you have like mid lane amounts of XP and gold. And I actually thought that this was at that moment going to go poorly for Wildcard because
you literally said they lost.
Yeah, I was like, this is
they
over.
cannot
Like,
win this game anymore.
I believe the exact quote was, "I don't care what else happens in this game. It is over.
Listen,
they have lost."
Listen,
Yes.
I didn't expect the RCY dazzle. Like, this thing really brought it back. I think if Speed looks back at that replay, he's gonna go, okay, like this is where I made a mistake, because this is a huge spike on the jungle Veno. But
don't think he needs to replay for that one.
Yeah, he does. I don't think he does either. But you know, his team carried him on his back, and he got back into the game after that.
We'll
anyway.
replay some of the Dazzle highlights. This is a Dazzle owning in a game of Dota 2 coming up here. I don't know which of you wants to take us through this one.
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is, which one was, okay, this is another one. This is like the third attempt of them trying to kill him.
Yeah.
But they have the snowball save on top of it. So, like, this hero is absurd. Look at the heal. Look at that. Look at the damage and healing that
he
does.
pops an illusion rune to dispel the spirits as well as to heal for extra damage.
Yeah.
So, and he had already casted a bunch of spells, so he's got stacks of the passive on everybody as well. Like, what an amazing Dazzle performance. I legitimately thought he misclicked there. Like, I was like, there's no way you mean to send the illusion down the hill into the like it's gonna save you or something. But it was a debate the entire time. That's what it was.
Just a few thoughts about Aurora then. I mean, obviously caught very flat-footed in that one. Can you kind of pinpoint anything specific as to why it was kind of so like it was just a really poor performance all around?
Yeah, I mean, I think it starts at the beginning of the draft. Sometimes you first pick Ember, it has a horrible game. Like, Lornoff didn't get a play. Like, we are been singing his praises for weeks now.
He carried Chimera.
We've been singing his praises, but he was not put in a position to succeed here. But it's likely his fault. He's probably like, just first pick me Ember. I can make it work. At least I hope that's the case. So hopefully they're not like making him play heroes he doesn't want to play, because that wouldn't be good.
When he was on Chimera, he was getting a lot of like late picks. So this is unusual. I mean, like you said, we've seen this dozens of times with Ember in particular. The hero just has such dog shit lane matchups that you can just see the game ends when a pick comes out, like some Huskar, Dazzle, and then you just are like, okay, this team we cannot first pick Ember against because they have a Dazzle player.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys. We're going to take a quick break. I can't even talk today. I don't know why. Don't even know why I bother coming in the studio. It's a waste of everyone's time, this CS host trying to talk about Dota. Anyway, look, we're gonna take a break. When we come back, we're going to have the next match. You know how it works. You've seen an esports game before. We'll see you in a bit.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Pudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet. It's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello and welcome back to another edition of Dota Letters. Today, I am here with Panther from Team Aurora Gaming. How are you?
I'm good.
Very good. We will be playing a very intense game here. We're going to describe a Dota hero or a Dota item on the screen. You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to get as many as possible. However, if you are stumped by our clues, you can yell out the native word for help, which I believe is Pomish. Is that correct?
Yes,
so
exactly.
we will scream Pomish. You got 10 Pomishes to help you out on this. Are you ready?
Yeah, I hope 10 Pomishes and 10 words.
All right. I hope so. Probably not, though. Let us begin. Dota letters. A phantom presence. I haunt the battlefield, striking from all sides, as quickly as if I was a illusion. A phantom hero that attacks like an illusion.
I can steal.
Please.
Is it Spectre?
Yes, go quickly. Good. Let's go.
Yes,
A
let's
brilliant
go.
inventor. I unleash the might of my genius upon my enemies. This is a hero again.
Okay. Tinker?
Yes. No Pomishes needed. Continue.
Wow.
A gleaming talisman radiates celestial aura, bolstering the spirits of allies, dimming the hopes of enemies. This is an item and is probably the hardest one. So if you're gonna Pomish now.
They're gonna be 2 words, right?
Yeah, 2 words.
Gleaming talisman radiates over. Not radiance for sure. It's
Oh
one
yeah.
word.
Pomish, we're running out of time.
I think Pomish.
All right, one Pomish.
Oh.
This one's hard. Use another one.
Yes, I need one more.
Pomish again.
Oh, Solar Crest.
Yes. All right, moving right
I
along.
understand, but why it radiates?
Keep going. I'm a walking
Okay, let's
plague.
go.
My very presence is a contagion. A toxic touch.
Walking Plague. Presence. Shadow Fiend?
No. You got plenty of Pomishes.
Is it one word?
He's one hero.
Wow, one hero.
Hurry up.
Okay, Pomish.
All right.
One more.
One more.
One more.
One more.
Venomancer.
Okay, there we go. Moving right along. A crimson gem that pulses with dark energy. Its owner seems to have infinite vitality. This one's an item. A crimson gem. 5 Pomishes,
Crimson
40
Guard?
seconds.
No, it's not Crimson Guard.
No.
One Pomish.
Okay, 1 Pomish.
B. Dota have items on B. One more.
All right, 1 more Pomish.
Oh.
Boo! 20 seconds.
Baton.
Blood? No, I'd use another Pomish.
One more help.
Okay, it's just Bloodstone. All right, no worries.
Okay.
A gaze that turns flesh to stone. My flock strikes from the skies.
Medusa.
No.
No.
Flock from the skies.
Pomish.
Pomish.
No.
Okay.
No way.
Can you do it?
I understand. I don't understand what this. It's hero.
It is a hero. Starts with a V. And has
Visage.
Visage. That's right. Well done. Well done. 6 Very, very respectable. Very well done. You used up all your pomishes. You were very efficient. I have to say, good work, good work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, you thought very quickly. How did you know all those things so fast?
I don't know. Just experience.
Experience, all right.
Yes.
Well, we will experience more from you and Aurora Gaming here at PGL Wallachia, so don't go anywhere.
So doing well in the quizzes, but not so much in the series. Aurora are 1-0 down to Wildcard. Yes, you heard that correctly. We're now going to set it up on the desk for the glorious return of NA Dota.
Absolutely. So I wanted to highlight something, all right? So how many games have you seen where you're on the winning team as a carry and you only do 5,000 damage?
Not many.
Not many. That's what Troll had to do this game. He did 5,000 hero damage.
Wow.
And he won the game, which goes to show, yet again, like, he didn't have to do anything. I'm not flaming him.
You know who
anything,
also did
but
5,000 hero damage? Prime
do
carry,
know.
Nightfall.
Nightfall.
5,000 damage.
Honestly, Nightfall score.
So what you're saying is he broke even in that matchup?
Yeah, they could have
was an
swapped and it
even
would have been
carry
the same
matchup.
result.
So back to the mid lane was the problem, because carries didn't matter this game at all, clearly. So they do need to do something about RCY getting this advantage, because like this game really did come down to just RCY just taking the game and running with it. So maybe don't first pick the Ember this time around would be a good start.
Well, they've definitely got things to think about now.
For sure.
So just even knowing that Dazzle's out there lurking.
And
Just ban it, honestly.
we saw in the interview that they do have very high expectations. I think coming into this tournament, they probably didn't expect to even drop a game to a North American team if they're considering top 6 to be like bare minimum, especially.
I mean, with the roster, I think it's reasonable. I think if anything, that's a tempered expectation.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so, but it begs the question: like, does Wildcard just want it more? You know, maybe they just.
I don't know. I just don't think you can legislate for that game one. I just think that's like something insane. Like you've just seen something insane.
Yeah, that's fair. That's true. Like Wildcard clearly cooked something, and they didn't overcook. It was perfectly cooked. And the question is, do they have another one of these strategies up their sleeve? Like, is there, you know, is there?
I think it's wild that, not Wildcard, but I think it's very wild that they decided Veno was a problem in that game.
Yeah, that's the one they banned out.
Yeah, I mean,
like. They literally gave Nightfall an entirely free. I was looking at Tide. It was 3.5 minutes in the game. Tide had 0 CS.
Oh.
Now then.
All right. I respect that.
Yeah, that's good, actually.
That's something.
Love to see it.
Okay, so now the question is, Wildcard has a Dazzle expert. What's the counter?
I mean, at least Wildcard can't get that live stealer. That is banned in the first phase.
That's good. That's good.
That's a good one. So Terrorblade. Okay, interesting. I wonder what the read is for picking TB this early. Will they play it in the off lane potentially for Wildcard, or is this just going to be straight up a carry? I mean, Dazzle doesn't really like playing versus TB, I imagine, just because of you're not very mobile. But I'm not even sure about this matchup anymore.
The shard not a factor in that at all in any way?
For whom?
Dazzle shard.
What does Dazzle shard even do? I don't even know anymore.
I'm pretty sure
because it was the Hex.
I don't think it's the Hex anymore.
They changed that. That's just
it's part of the
Ultimate now.
Now technically,
read the patch now.
Technically, Dazzle, you could argue, is better in that way because he doesn't need the shard anymore to get it. Only if you have the ult up, but you'd only be fighting with the ult.
Naturally, yeah.
So I guess you can't like casually kill illusions in a lane anymore if they're pushing down a lane and split pushing. But in a fight, you're gonna always be killing the TB illusions. So that is interesting. But I think the fact that TB can also be off lane and it's very strong is why they picked it here. Dazzle as well. I mean, this can still be played as a support, off lane, just fine. It's not like the last game where we knew it was an Ember mid, and so therefore we knew it was probably going to be a Dazzle mid. Like, this is still up in the air. So I don't think we're necessarily going to see the exact same, like, Dazzle pop-off this game, just because the environment for that to happen was set up perfectly last game.
I'm still just stuck on, like, this TB versus Dazzle. There has to be something. These guys are professional players, right? And as mentioned before, these NA teams, they're smart. They know the game very well. They study 12 hours a day talking about the game. So there has to be an interaction with Dazzle and TB that has to be good.
Oh, I know what it is. He graves himself and then you Sunder, you give him full HP.
So yeah, you full HP Sunder.
Yeah.
No HP Dazzle.
Right.
That's very smart. And then you take a Rubik, and then you grave the TB.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then hopefully you have the 25 talent. Okay, it's all coming together. Either way, moving on from that, we'll take a look at the Tusk here. This is just a strong laner with TB. I think TB is one of those heroes that if you have a Tusk on your team, or I should say it this way, if you're a Tusk, if you have a TB on your team, it's like a free kill every time meta's up. So even if you are playing in the off lane, you can just TP to the safe lane when meta's up, and you'll 100% get a kill every single rotation you make.
Yeah.
Also, if it does end up being a Dazzle mid or Dazzle off lane, a rotation from Tusk is pretty much a guaranteed kill on this hero.
Yes.
Pre-level 6. Like, all Dazzle can do is slowly run away from you, and you throw down the shards, and you have this the extra slow and the damage from the icy hands, and yeah, he's done.
That's why I'm hoping this Dazzle pick isn't like, wow, you did mid Dazzle, this OP, we pick it OP. Hopefully they have a plan to move this to support if necessary.
Yeah, I agree. Just throwing it mid and being like, okay, mid Dazzle is OP is way too
That's
far.
a wild assumption after game 1 for sure.
Yeah, that's a pendulum swinging a little bit too far, I think, in one direction. So they go for the BH. This is still one of the highest win rate pub heroes in Dota. Like, he has plagued pubs for months now. It feels like 56% win rate, something like that. Extremely good at snowballing games still. Track giving extra damage is one of the most insane changes to the hero. Like, it gives damage amp. Like, the hero already wants to stand around with aura items and throw tracks on people, and now you're giving your team actual damage to kill people. Like, he contributes to fights.
And there's the Warlock as well. We talked about him. Obviously got a lot of nerfs.
I got bad stats on Warlock, actually. Pantomime has played Panto has played Warlock for, like, I think 11 games in pubs in the last week. 27% win rate.
Oof.
He has not been winning with Warlock. But then again, if you're playing Warlock, a lot of the time you're doing it to win the lane for your carry and win team fights for your team at, like, the Tormentor time. The Tormentor time is not really happening as much in pubs. And then also, your carry might be an idiot in pubs. You know, you don't necessarily have a Nightfall on your team. So I think a Nightfall with a guaranteed lane win is, you know, looks pretty solid. Yeah.
Yeah, I think in general, just like pub stats can be skewed a bit because, like, I feel like Warlock, for example, is worse in pubs, better in competitive.
Yeah.
Where Bounty Hunter
For sure.
is better in pubs
Worse in
and worse in competitive,
Yeah.
right? So the stats are a little interesting in that regard. So I think these heroes do fit each other. I feel like whenever you do play with this Dazzle hero, you want to play around it, and having vision with track seems pretty insane with the ultimate on Dazzle. You can just stick on a target. Like, what can you do? The one thing you could do is fog him, right? But you can't even do that if you're playing against a bounty hunter. Add a golem on top of that. Makes a lot of sense here. So Wildcard, they definitely need to think about how they want to take these team fights. It's not going to be simple. Faceless Void, we don't know where this is going. We don't.
Definitely don't. We already caught the support. The right.
I think we know one thing.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a carry. I think that's the only role Faceless Void can't be right now is a carry.
Yeah, I like this a lot with the TB carry. If you run the Void off lane, you go for the
did
Chronosphere or the
this earlier
Chrono Square.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally, Ame and Shin-Q reunited.
I mean,
played some TB, Faceless Void, weird combination.
surely time dilation is incredible versus Dazzle, right? You pop the ult and, like, it lowers the cooldown of your Shadow Wave now. So I feel like this is somewhat of a Dazzle counter. And also, if you Chrono Square the Dazzle, he's not going to move. Like, he's effectively Chronosphere.
Time zone. Time zone.
You mean Chrono Square?
Chrono Square. Chrono Zone.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, anyway, they moving on, they picked Ursa. So what is interesting to me is the fact that, do you make a pivot here? Because typically when I see these two heroes, right, I see Faceless Void's probably going to be the offlaner. Do you want to do that versus Ursa? I mean, you don't want to do offlane Phoenix versus Ursa either. Pretty good Ursa pick.
Maybe if you put the Phoenix in the lane with the Void, you can beat the Ursa lane.
You could.
How does the Fire Spirits work against the Ursa attack speed? Like, is it enough to make him just a normal hero?
No, it doesn't do anything.
Okay.
So, but with that being said, early levels, you don't really have the overpower available to you. So
Yeah, that's
it doesn't
true.
really matter.
TB offlane would probably do better against an Ursa, right?
For sure, yeah.
But then, like, maybe for the game, you're more interested in having the
Time zone.
having the time zone with the TB, because a lot of the time with the Chronosphere, it's like if you had a TB, it'd be like, okay, well, he's getting in there in the fights. You might end up chronoing him. Also, they're both kind of carry, so like you can also lower the cooldown on TB's illusions with the chrono square time zone. So it's I do feel like this is in terms of the game, it's better to have the Void off lane and TB as the carry.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, TB has to be a carry, I think. It's just more of who's their offlaner at this point. I mean, mid Phoenix used to be a thing too.
It did, yeah.
That could be an option, and then you can pick like one of the harder counters, like I don't know, slapping a Viper or something on that last pick. These are all options. Not sure if they will do it, but I think you just suck it up. You play the Void in the offlane in this game. Ideally, you put it with the Phoenix, and you just have Tusk lane with the TB, and then you pick a mid here, and that's kind of what Aurora is sniffing out as well. They ban the Ember Spirit.
5 seconds remaining.
I was just looking at RCY's picks in pubs, and I wanted to see if he was playing the Phoenix mid because he does seem to me like the type of player, like he's always been a cheese mid player.
Tinker is his best hero.
Yeah, and he has played a bit of Tinker. So how good would Tinker be here? They do have absolute last pick, so they can see if it's a good Tinker game or not. It's banned. It's first phase ban. Okay, fair enough.
Told you his best hero is Tinker.
Yeah, he's known
you
for
didn't
it, right?
Listen to me.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry. But most of the other stuff he's playing in pubs just very normal. Even the Dazzle, he didn't play. He just pulled this out because he's been in, since he was an up-and-comer in NA, he's been a Dazzle player. But that's why I was looking at the Phoenix for a potential pick for him, just because, like I said, this guy just doesn't play normal stuff.
I mean, it could be good. It really is just up to Aurora and how they want to round this up. And they're looking for either a mid or an offlaner here. Dazzle likely to be mid, however, it could be offlane too.
Turn to pick.
Is Darkseer in the pool? Well, it is. I'm surprised they didn't go for that.
Didn't Leshrac get a slight buff?
It's the one facet that most people don't go for.
Okay.
So
And I think they still won't go for it.
Yeah.
It's like a right-click facet.
Not good enough then.
No, I don't think so. But I do think Lesh is still an incredibly good hero. The counters that we saw to it in Dream League was...
Does Phoenix mid counter mid Lesh? That is the question.
Maybe, because you're long range and you'll get a Vessel. Invoker was the big one from Dream League that we saw. BCM was playing a lot of that.
RCY loves Invoker too.
He's been playing a lot of Invoker in pubs. Pretty much like anything that punishes a hero that just likes to run in there and you deal a shitload of damage to the ground. So Invoker's a really good option.
I don't know why. I just want to see this Void as a support. That's just like my narrative right now.
Yeah.
But they have choices, right? They can either pick a mid here or an offlaner. But it's really a question of do they want to put Phoenix on a core role, which they don't. So we're going to have Queen of Pain mid, which it's okay. Quap is a strong hero. It's okay versus Leshrac. I haven't really seen this matchup really destroy Lesh. And Lornoff is such a good Lesh player that I'm not sure if this was... It's not going to be the same as game one. Let's put it that way.
I
There's
agree.
no way.
This is going to be a lot closer for sure. But I do like the Queen of Pain with the time zone because the big way that...
They can push him out of the time zone.
It's more so the cooldown reduction. It's like an allied buff more so than it is like an
That is so conceptual. Like you have to blink into the time zone. My cooldown.
I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you. I'm seeing these faceless void offlane freaks like tell their like go into the time zone. Go into the time zone. It's like it's gonna give you cooldown reduction.
Yeah, of course.
Because she has low cooldowns. Like she can get like 2 or 3 screams off in a fight because of this. Because it increases your
They don't
cooldowns.
call it Chrono Square?
I don't think so. I think that's
That's a you thing.
it's just fear that calls it that for the
Yeah, I
most
do.
part.
I love the Chrono Square.
Is it TB carry like you predicted on the first pick? I mean, I still like Wildcard's draft, but I feel like Aurora's is much more well-rounded this time. Like,
definitely.
Like they're not gonna get completely dumpstered in any lane. It's just this game will be determined by the team fights, and there's a lot of team fighting on both sides. It's a Warlock versus a Phoenix Faceless Void. A lot of like.
I mean, I'll keep an
circles.
eye out on this Dazzle TB lane. So Radiant safe lane, Dire off lane. That one's gonna be volatile. You've got like a Tusk and TB lane versus Dazzle Bounty. Heroes are gonna die in that lane one way or another.
And the question is, how adept is Toronto Tokyo of an offlaner at this point? Has he had enough time to deal with a lane that has so much carnage? You don't think so?
How long has he been playing
What if it was
offlane?
another
This is the
guy?
first time I've seen him in offlane.
What if it was another guy, not Toronto Tokyo? A guy with a... You were saying earlier he has a big ego. In the greed room, you said that.
offlaners with big egos.
Yeah, Toronto
Universe. Yeah, I remember Universe had a huge.
He did not have a big ego.
He was massive.
He was a good guy.
egotistical offlaner.
Rest in pepperonis, Universe.
Yeah,
He's an engineer now.
he didn't deserve that.
No, he didn't.
No.
Nobody does.
Nobody does. Nobody deserves to become an engineer. All right, then, guys. We can continue this argument in the green room now that we've insulted an entire profession. And I think that means we can go over to the commentators. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, here we go, getting into the action of game 2. And yeah, the switch up this time, they say, well, we're going to take the Dazzle. First pick here for Aurora.
Not the mid lane.
No, indeed, Toronto Tokyo's going to show what he can do on the offlane. I tell you what, he does have the fancy items for it.
I saw it.
So that's
He has
good
all
stuff.
of the fancy ones.
He's got all the fancy stuff.
He's got
here.
the Khadgar pipe. He's
Yeah.
got the red crimson thingy too. Yeah, he's looking.
This
hot
I don't know.
on it.
This is like a $500 plus set, maybe even more.
Oh,
I
but
don't know.
he is bronze.
But
Or is
maybe he doesn't
Toronto
have
always
Dota Plus.
Yeah, I think he always.
I think
does.
maybe he doesn't have Dota Plus. So yeah, we could expect see some good things out of Toronto Tokyo. On the other hand, I think Wildcard, they're good with the Dazzle. They probably know what's good against it, right?
We'll have to
This
see.
is what they've gone with.
Yeah.
Do you sort of see some of the ideas of why what they've done here might mean that they have a better chance against the Dazzle than Aurora did against theirs in game 1?
I think what the quad provides is the gap close plus burst. I think something you need versus Dazzle is high burst damage. Otherwise, he gets the heals off. If he gets 2 heals off in a fight, it usually ends up being your demise. So I do like seeing that they have that burst, and I'm really excited to see if we do get the potential of the time zone with the Quap, with the Aghanims, with all this crazy Shadow Strike Scream, you popping it, blah, blah, blah. So there is some really cool combos that can come out from the side of Wildcard. But Aurora also has some cool combos. It's not as flashy in a way, right? But just Fatal Bonds plus Leshrac is pretty brutal. Fatal Bonds plus Dazzle could also be pretty brutal. We'll have to see how it all plays out after these lanes. Speaking of lanes, I don't think we'll see anything like last time. This shouldn't be a 20-minute GG. This should be closer.
Yeah, for sure, right.
There shouldn't be any stomp lanes in particular. It looks much more even unless, someone just feeds out of control somehow. But bottom lane, for me, is going to be the one to watch. They actually end up sending the Tusk top, which is a bit interesting to me. I thought that they would pair the Tusk with the TB.
Yeah, why? What are they trying to dodge, or what are they trying to play into?
I'll have to think about it. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe just because they...
I mean, maybe with the Tusk, they feel that there's never really going to be a chance to go aggressive against the Dazzle early on, or do you think they would have actually had opportunities to play for kills down bottom?
I'm not sure, really. This is actually quite interesting. I guess they just want to, rather than going for kills with the Tusk TB, they want to just play the lane to try to get the TB farm rather than be aggressive at all. I'm not sure. I'm trying to grasp its
Sure, because I guess at the end of the day, right, you're voluntarily laning this double melee lineup into the Ursa lane.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not just Ursa; it's Ursa Warlock.
Yeah, that's true. You get bonded.
Yeah.
Or there's. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we shall definitely see. Because I feel like this should be a pretty free time for Nightfall. He should just completely free farm on the Ursa. Mid lane should go probably pretty even skill matchup, maybe less slightly favored. Bottom, Yamsun. Damage is coming out. Poison bounces.
That's a lot, actually. A lot of speed and Yamsun have to take there from the 2 of them.
Yeah, ton of damage. This is definitely my lane to watch. I'll be trying to look at the other ones, but this is definitely the one where we're very likely to see that kill unless there's a huge mistake. It's just tons of poke that's going to be coming out from Toronto and Miran. Yeah, we'll see if Yamsun's going to be able to handle the Dazzle.
Nothing personal.
And maybe the Dazzle will just inevitably cause like a 20-minute GG, and I could be totally wrong just because the hero's so broken, but let's hope it doesn't get to that point. So we want to see closer games.
Is the hero actually, like, what's this win rate at the moment in pubs? Is it doing crazy stuff?
It's so broken.
I gotta check. Obviously, what's the win rate right now on Pro Tracker?
I just want to see what the team's solutions really are to it, because
it's pretty crazy. Yeah, you're right.
I have not seen actual good solutions versus this hero yet.
Funny enough, do you know which role it actually has its best win rate in?
Is it 5?
No, it's carry. 60% win rate is carry.
What MMR?
This is Pro Tracker. Yeah. Mid is 54%, offlane's 55%, so offlane's slightly better than mid.
What's the sample size on the carry? Is it much less?
330 games.
It's actually not bad. Okay.
So some people playing carry right now.
So it can play every role is what you're telling me right now. That usually determines the hero.
I'm looking at I think some of these carries are kind of offlaners that played in like the real lane swap, so maybe it's tracking them wrong.
Okay.
So yeah, maybe ignore the 60%. Either way, yeah, this hero, crazy win rate across the board in any position.
And I'm looking forward to the Fatal Bond heals, even though it sounds clowny, but it's actually going to do insane damage. But
yeah,
I'm looking forward to
going to be wild. Well, let's see. As I said, Wildcard.
I mean, maybe Wildcard is gonna could get into some really difficult scenarios of getting run over. Actually,
like, if a
it's
Void
pretty greedy.
and a Terrorblade
Now I'm
have a
looking at
bad
it more.
start,
Yeah.
right, then it could get awkward.
Just the more that I'm looking at Fade.
Oh, they got him.
They got him, and Bignum.
Can they get him as well?
They should.
They got him as well.
Okay, maybe it could get pretty one-sided pretty fast though.
20-minute game might be back on the table.
Now that I was like really looking at it more, I'm just like Void plus TB. A lot of the game is going to be pretty much based off RCY, how he does. Right?
The Quap's got a dominate.
It feels like he actually has to pop off.
He does have a cool set. I love these wings.
They look very strange.
Dude, they look like almost like the graphics are too good. It just they're very nice. They look nice. I like them. Very fancy.
You don't have that?
I don't have these ones, no. Are these expensive? I
Don't you have like every set?
These must be like newer ones. This might be from a new set.
Head
Top lane. He's healing up.
They can't get him.
He's going to be fine and Fade on the run. Is he dead?
He could be. There's another overpower. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
They got him. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Okay, Owen. Yeah, forget what I said before. Probably. Because also, Yamsun, he is definitely still struggling down here. They're getting some good harass trade here, Mira.
Oh, here we go.
He's got a healing Lotus. Can they chase him out?
They should get this right. This is a kill. There we go. Okay, Wildcard. Get themselves on the board. Get a kill for Yamsun.
Very nice. The mid lane's actually going even better for RCY than anticipated. I thought it was going to be a little more favorable for the Lesh, but the animation for Quap, because RCY is just very comfortable in it. He's got 2 points in Shadow Strike also for the lane. I feel like it's very player dependent when we see.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen much of this guy, but the first 2 mid performances looking pretty good. Sure, first was a dazzle against
He was
Ember,
cheating.
but this one, yeah, this guy's landing very nicely.
Yep. I usually know RCY more as like what Jenkins was saying, like kind of specific to certain heroes and cheese heroes, but yeah, so far, at least in this lane, looking good. But yeah, this Void is getting very little, very, very little, and it's time dilation. I'm curious to see it. So I didn't actually get to talk about everything I want to talk about, but besides the time zone fun thing that we were talking about, I'm wondering how time dilation is going to do versus the Dazzle too. But yeah, definitely not an easy one for Fade.
Straight away having a TP out of that.
Oh, he went all the way to base too.
He did. I mean, it was a fair bit of damage.
Yeah.
It was half his health. Maybe he could have defended a bit more aggressively. TP'd a bit more aggressively just to the tier 1.
Power runes. RCY blinks in for this.
He's got a regen ring. And he's got time in with the snowball. And he's going to turn with the Sonic Wave. Okay, he's going down, so we'll die for that one. Did put the regen ring.
He did pop it at the last second.
I wondered if he was just going to save it and accept his fate, but he did end up popping it. So Lorinoff gets the cleanup. Double kill here with the backup of Mira.
Yeah, man, look at the net worth already too. 3K, TB's getting bullied out of lane. Now,
maybe this is going to be quicker than 20 minutes.
I don't know about quicker, but it definitely can be one of those fast ones now that things are... I mean, Fade, again, it might just die. Oh, the bear is hungry. 7 minutes coming up. Mira is already looking to potentially set up for the Wisdom. And he is level 4. Bignum's only 3, so if he gets back up from one of his cores, like Nightfall, they're likely going to get both.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to come here if you're Wildcard.
Did I curse them from saying what I said before? Uh-oh.
Well, what did you say?
No, just saying that this shouldn't be a 20-minute stop. But I mean, looking at the greed of the lineup, it's heating up quick. And RCY, he's going to have to do some pretty nice rotations. And him dying already definitely hurts his momentum. Top tower, fully pressured.
Are they going to bully him again?
It's a level 7. Level 7 Warlock. Level 4 Faceless Warlock.
Oh no, they might bully him again. Fade.
He's trying to drag the wave.
Okay. I mean, it's a long cooldown time. We'll kill level 2, but should be fine. Yeah, they don't want to keep chasing this. At least Nightfall won't keep chasing this. Mira will.
Mira can just chase him forever and just not let him farm.
Mess with him.
They'll force him to. I mean, they'll actually probably kill him.
Actually, they're coming back over.
Nightfall's like, wait a minute.
They will eventually get this kill. Yeah, especially if they drop the rock crit.
Screw it, why not?
Oh no, poor old Fade. Suffering continues. Level 4 here, 8 minutes in. 0-4-0.
And they're not able to take advantage of the fact that 3 heroes were showing top that whole time, too. So unable to find a kill in the mid lane, unable to punish bottom either. Yamsun's farm is getting a little bit better, though, as those rotations do come out. But they can't take advantage of getting a kill. Mid tower also only took 200 damage, so trying to put more pressure onto it.
And this is the thing, right? Now, for RCY to have a good game, they're part of the combat. They need the time zone.
They need the time zone.
They need that level 6.
He's level 4.
To make the moves. Yeah, that's kind of like their special power. When they team up around that and Quap gets in there, starts popping the spells off left, right, and center. It's not going to happen anytime soon. It's a rough start.
No. Wait, is that real? 10 level advantage already.
46% XP gain. XP advantage against them. That's probably one of the bigger XP
Oh
advantages.
my, and Mira finds a double bounty in their jungle.
Oh, more money.
More money. Mid tower looks like it should probably go down. There's no golem. Mira is starting to swing over.
Yeah, RCY's got to do some big stuff here.
The problem is, too, it's just that we keep mentioning RCY, right, because it is going to be him, and even more so now that the Wisdoms were taken, right? The supports are level 4 Phoenix, level 3 Tusk, you have a level 5 Void.
We're going to go for Panto.
RCY.
Panto's got backup, and RCY did blink him for this. Sonic Wave, not going to do a whole lot, and he's dead.
He's dead again. Oh, God.
Oh, dear.
Maybe it could be faster than 20.
Oh, no.
Smart enough. They might have speed as well. It's a track.
Yep, they're going to get him.
And it's a kill.
He's got no spells ready. He's left to press.
Uh-oh. I'll take the win.
I just woke up. Leave me alone.
Toronto Tokyo, in the meantime, too, is just jungling. So halfway toward his Ags.
Yeah, can he get a faster axe than what was
the mid?
Probably not, right? There was a lot of kills and stuff.
But maybe if he starts participating with some of the tracks as well, it could be possible. Nice 6K lead already at this point. With the supports being so low level, it's so hard for Bignum and Panto to make moves. So you saw there, this is not really enough damage. Even with the Quap ults, barely being able to bring down supports. If it even does.
It was a 12-minute 49 Ags last game.
12:49?
Do the maths. Can he farm 1,800 gold in the next 2 minutes? That's...
No.
No. It's going to be close, but not as fast as...
Maybe if he takes bottom tower and they take a big team fight here.
Yes.
Maybe, but very unlikely.
Yeah,
Speed?
Needs something more than just the creeps.
Still level 5. Bignum level 4. I'd be surprised if they try to defend this.
They've got the time zone.
You see Bignum.
Yeah, they just got to run. They have RCY around. The dagger out onto Mira. There's the time.
Zone.
Let's see what are they going to do with it. Dive forward.
I think that was
not
it.
a whole lot more. Yeah, Fade's got to run now. They didn't kill anyone.
Oh.
Yeah, they weren't really able to use the time zone for much there.
Yeah, that was probably one of the more... Oh my God, the neutral creep turns against Speed. He just killed him for no reason because there's 3 next to it. And poor Bignum will get brought down in the meantime also.
Wow.
That was one of the time zones of all time.
Yeah. They had to try, I guess, but they just didn't have anyone to make use of it. And of course, those of Aurora that were caught in it didn't really care. Damage is not quite online for Wildcard at the moment to make that sort of play.
They need to get levels. Tusk and Phoenix they need to just go farm some lane or something. They need to get level 6. It's absolutely crucial for them to have any extra team fight. Because as you saw there, it's a Phoenix dive over a time zone. And it's about it. There's not really a whole lot else going on there. So they need these levels.
He has to use the dust there to slow Mira.
Almost dies
his blink was on cooldown. Oh, so he was getting chased down there by the bounty.
Ursa full free farm, Battle Fury done, Blink can come on soon. 3 minutes till Tormentor. They have a great lineup for it as well.
Yep.
Yeah, they're hitting full stride.
Yes.
It's similar, yeah, very similar to the last game. It looks like he's about to be about 600, 700 off from the Aghanims to pass the timing of...
And this is the thing as well, right? 10 to 12 minutes in 9K lead, but even though they have the dazzle, it's not really the dazzle factor.
It's not the dazzle factor.
You know, so this is the problem, I guess. Your Wildcard, they're this far behind against a team with the dazzle, and the dazzle hasn't even had to do anything yet. So
he's in their head.
Sure, he's in their head. And when he has the Ags, of course, then that's just going to be a whole other problem they're going to have to deal with, on top of the fact that they're just behind already.
I mean, this top lane, right? I'm surprised still, like the swap up of the lane thing. I think that's what I'll kind of go back to, is having the Tusk.
It just wasn't necessary?
The Tusk plus the Void. I'm just curious to see what was their idea, I guess, behind it.
Yeah.
Since it didn't protect the Void at all, and he literally just chain died to a Warlock lane, which is one of the worst things you can do because it just gives him Black Grimoire.
Oh. Oh, that's the time zone.
That is the time zone.
Oh, it's rough. Oh, the pain. Oh, no. Will they last the 21 minutes this game?
I think they'll last a little longer.
You think they'll last a little longer?
A little
Well, let's
longer.
say the exact time of the last game is 22 minutes 59. So about 23 minutes was the speed that Wildcard were able to get the win against Aurora.
It could be like 24 minutes.
Okay.
Could be pretty quick. I don't know. The map is still, they still got their towers. So.
Are they going to get both Wisdoms again?
It's looking like they are set up for
Yep.
both. Oh my! Let's bring up that level advantage again. Let me get
Do
it.
it after the Wisdom.
After the wisdoms. Let's see.
It's going to be
So
like
9.
50% again. Oh, and that's Big Num.
He's not getting it.
He's dead.
Farewell. Let's see the XP again, and 12 level advantage.
12 levels.
Holy moly.
At 14 minutes in.
Ato's finished up. Lornov's already got that extra catch. Mira's got drums. Everybody's got a full item pretty much finished up or more. Blink and Battle Fury on Ursa. Tokyo's got the Ags. And on the side of Wildcard, they've got the level 6 on speed, so they do finally have that. But it's 14 minutes in, and it's still level 5 on the Tusk. Something you really don't see nowadays.
We just got to see if they get the chance to do at least like kind of one good time zone combo. And it is going to have to be between Fade and RCY.
A 10k deficit. You got to get through the rest of the heroes, and then, you still haven't seen the Dazzle, so I'll bring him into the picture pretty soon.
Again, just, Toronto Tokyo, he's only been involved in one of the 12 kills. That's all he's had to do. He is chilling, and he is ready to make the pain that much worse for Wildcard.
Speaking of pain, Queen of Pain gets the blink out. Mira's here to stop TP.
Yeah, can just mess with him a little bit.
He's got another one, too. He's got another Shadow Walk. Stops it again.
Yeah, and it has to be a TP out now. Same time, Lorna finding some action along the bottom of the map. Gets Bignum. They can go 15 minutes
straight
over to the Tormentor. Everything going to plan here for Aurora in this game 2.
Pretty much perfect.
It definitely points to, in that game 1, just that when you sort of see this play out as it is here in game 2, that the game 1 problem really did just rely on them just getting completely dumpstered in that mid.
Yes,
I think
absolutely.
If that mid matchup was not this Dazzle versus Ember, Aurora would have had a pretty good chance of taking the game, but it was what it was, and this game is what it is. Yeah, 14-2.
It's
got a haste. Fade's going to live. He's fine. Nearly has his Midas, ready for the recovery. Bottom lane, Yamson. He's dead.
Dead to the Golem. Dead to the supports. They high-five it up. All right, maybe they won't make... Oh, my goodness. 16 minutes. They might not make it to 21.
They got to last 7 more minutes to last, that's the...
Oh, and
game 1.
We're not even going to get to see, time dilation versus Dazzle, zone, whatever the hell it's called, with Quap.
Maybe they can kill Toronto Tokyo here. I mean, they can't.
No,
I don't know why
they
I even
can't.
said
I don't know why you even
They
said
cannot kill
They
Toronto
cannot
Tokyo
kill Toronto.
here.
Who's going to do the damage?
They're looking at him.
But they can. Fade's hiding.
They didn't see him. That's a good little hide.
I like that. He saw him at the end there, I think, for a quick second, but...
I guess
Roche.
Toronto Tokyo didn't even care. He had some mercy. It's just like, whatever. You can hide in the trees, faces forward. I don't care. He's back.
They're looking for him. They're bringing 4.
Here we go. In the time zone, Sonic Wave.
And he's graved.
He's got backup coming in. Supernova's there. They killed him. The Dazzle will die. But can the rest of them get out? Big Num, he's not getting away from this. They'll be able to chase him. But they got something. They killed someone.
True. They killed Dazzle. Yeah. Especially, too. So. Did he die last game? I don't think so, right?
Let me have a look.
He did not die last game. So this is the first death of Dazzle in the series.
Indeed. Well, last game ended up going 10-0-7. But again, it was different. It was a mid. But still.
Very different. But still, yeah. Similar.
It took a
similar
lot to
feel.
Yeah, they had to do a lot to take him down. And it still was not really worth it for them.
No, having to expend literally everything to bring down the Dazzle. And he almost actually survives at the end of it there. You get cleaned up. Nightfall, breaking records. I think I've seen this from Ursa's before. I think I saw an Ursa. I think I saw a Yotaro Ursa performance like this in Dream League as well, where he just leaps and bounds ahead of everyone else. He's 3K ahead of the next.
I mean, as you say, you're looking back at that top lane.
It's the top lane, really. That's the biggest problem that was in this game.
It was a big problem.
They gave up when it was 12 kills on the side of Aurora. It was 9 of them were the Void and the Tusk. So Mira, prepared for Yamsun. Nightfall is here.
Straight in on them.
The bash.
Just gone. And they made that move. Wildcard was hit. Yeah, Nightfall was able to just sort of just sneak past the entirety of Wildcard and connect with Mira on that effort for Yamsun. And Wildcard, with as far as behind as they are, they just couldn't do anything to help him.
I mean, Fade could just die here.
There's the bash. Oh, time walk just in time. But now they've got the Atos over towards RCY. Bash as well. Can he blink out in time? He can.
Oh my, barely. Mira, can you get on the shuriken? Hey, he heals up. He should be fine.
Vignum's got to be a bit careful. I mean, Nightfall will go for him if he sees the chance. They drop a golem.
Nightfall wants the bigger target. Now he'll jump for it. He was looking to get the flank. He was running north.
Oh, this tower's going to be likely going down. Push coming in for Toronto, Tokyo, and Lorinov.
Look at that golem go. I love Solar Crested Golem. Or what is this? Is it even a golem? I don't know what that one is. But...
Oh,
bash!
He's dead!
Dead.
Got him to get the Sonic Wave off!
Can't give Nightfall this type of game. 3-21. 19:30.
Yep.
Can they hang on for another 2 minutes?
22-minute 59 was as long as what Aurora lasted against Wildcard when Wildcard was stomping them in game 1.
But this is more of a stomp even. It's
does feel like
20,000
more of a
lead.
stomp. Because
There's
it's
no way to even hit
It's
them.
a stomp on all fronts.
Yeah. This is not just a dazzle destroying the mid lane. This is everybody's been destroyed. Your mid laner and your this actually could potentially be a 5 top net worth by Aurora pretty soon.
It's Nightfall on the hunt for Fade. He's close by.
I think he's just maximizing. Uh-oh, they're bound.
Goodness, shit happened. Bonds into the Shuriken there. I have to use the Sonic Wave to try and push back Mira. They won't save Big Num. Big Num's dead.
Lucky to get away with the rest of them, too.
They are.
Toronto is coming in.
And Nightfall, he's ready to make some crazy play under the tower.
Is he gonna? I think he knows. He saw the XP. Another wisdom too. If they take all 3 shrines and kill Yamsun,
he's bringing over the bounty as well. There we go. In they go. Get the track. Get the kill. 21 minutes coming up on the clock. They'll take that as well.
Full Revenant's Broach. So now he's got the full counter versus the Terrorblade as well on top of the Basher. Hooey.
Okay. Yeah. 2 minutes left.
2 minutes left.
I don't know. Can they get the GG out of them in 2 minutes?
It's Wildcard just hanging on, right? That's all they're doing.
Depends how long they want to try and hold on.
That's true.
Because they're not killing the Ancient in the next 2 minutes. It just depends if Wildcard have enough and want to go to the game free. No,
they might. they might call it pretty soon because it's just disaster everywhere. Nightfall, 15,000 net worth, continuing to have a 750 GPM, a 20 level advantage.
That's generous there. You're still giving him a 7% on the win probability.
That is very generous.
It's 7? That's a big number.
Probably just because games don't end.
It's on its way down.
Games don't usually end at this point in this current patch. Usually they last a little longer, so it's probably like, what's going on? 3-24, trapped in the base. When you're trapped in the base at 20 minutes, it's pretty grim. Frustration.
Here's the smoke. They're going to try with the time zone. Here we go.
Here we go.
Let's see. Can they just... Oh, Mira.
Mira will break it.
There goes the smoke.
And he's
Nightfall's
out.
just in. Big Num's dead.
That's meta used. Bounty Hunter is a pesky hero, of course. Just constant information.
Oh, Yamsun. He steps up, he gets caught in the stun. Fade jumps in, drops the times over. The goal has been jumped onto Yamsun. Yamsun
Sunder.
stun with the Sunder on towards Nightfall. They get the punch up as well. Nightfall incredibly low. They kill him. Nightfall's dead. See if they can chase him for more. Fade trying to close it towards Mira. Mira turns over towards him. Fade's ticking down very low into the Shadow Word and the Fatal Bond.
Sure,
He'll die. Speed should die as well. He's got the dive. They'll get him on the way back. But they killed the bear. And they can celebrate that they managed to last longer than Aurora did against them in game 1.
That's true.
They got a longer game.
Did Toronto Grave? I missed, honestly, I completely brain farted.
He put the Grave down on Nightfall.
He did end up,
He did
okay,
Grave
yeah,
Nightfall.
sorry. I like brain farted and I was like, wait, did he not Grave the Ursa?
It kind of came at the same time when he was enraged, so I think it
gotcha.
was,
Gotcha.
you know, but it was panic. It was panic. I mean, Nightfall went in pretty aggressively under the tower, of course. Quick stuff from Yamsen with that Sunder. We'll see it again here. So they wanted to try and go all out. Golem, jump forward from the bear, but Yamsen turns, Sunders.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Grave on a Golem,
It's Grave on the Golem. Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't see the Grave.
Yeah, he tried to go for the Ursa, but he didn't get the Ursa. He got the Golem.
So I think I see what happened, actually. When he jumped on Ursa, he went to use Earthshock, and he actually got leashed by the time zone for a quick second there that didn't let him close the gap, which let TB get the Sunder, and then, yeah, the Grave goes on the Golem because they're stacked on top of each other. Small inconvenience for Aurora, but about 10 more of those needed. Maybe more for Wildcard.
Okay.
And they are spotted. This ward bottom, it's seeing everything. Nightfall immediately shadow walked up. He's also smoked, but he wants blood.
Even after that, he'll still be down to jump the high ground.
Oh, absolutely.
He'll just get straight in.
They saw the TB again.
Oh no, Yamsen.
They got like a split-second vision of him, I believe, from the ward when he was moving.
Yeah, Mira's gonna start looking.
Oh, and he's right on him.
Yep. No TP for you. Yamsen. No ways out of this one.
Mira will take that one.
I mean, they got the comeback timing.
The comeback time.
I mean, we're getting this. Kaya Sanjo and RCY. We needed the Aghanims. It's gonna be the Aghanims with the time zone. You need
I
the
hoped
Aghanim shot
for
as
it.
well.
I really hoped for at least
And then
getting
you
to
just
see
need
it.
Just popping off these spells and screams.
Uh-oh, speed. There's wards everywhere on these neutrals. Looking for the right angle to dive. But there is no right angle.
Perfect timing from Lorinov. The stun follow-up. It's got the blink as well coming out now, so it'll be even easier for him to catch up on any setup that's made by his team.
Dude, it's been over a 1K lead per minute for quite some time now.
Still 7% though.
Still, it's back up. It actually went up
7%.
2% somehow. Just from that kill that they got onto Nightfall.
There is a chance.
Tormentor. Bignum. Is he gonna go for the shard steal? We saw this from 9 class.
Let's see. Yeah, indeed.
Not gonna happen for Ursa. It looked almost exactly the same though, but now Bignum.
Now he's just showed himself.
Goodbye, sir. Dude, this talent is also so crazy. Why does Dazzle get a 90 attack speed talent? 90, like.
Yamsen. He's got Sunder.
Stunned to death.
Yep, they got the chain stun split up into the hit from Mira.
Yeah, there we
Yeah, that's a lot of attack speed.
Remember, it used to be 120 at 20, 140 at 20 for Chronosphere on Void, right? That was the highest ones.
Wait, was it 140?
At some point, maybe it was like 100, 120.
That's crazy, actually.
And then they reduced it massively down to like 100, then 80. I think the other highest one was 200, but that was Willow on 25, right? But still, 90 for a 15 is pretty absurd.
No, we didn't see him have a crazy one.
Huh?
Didn't Crystal Maiden have a crazy one?
Oh yeah, Crystal Maiden also had one. That's right.
Was that the same as Willow's, or was it more or less? I can't remember. It was a lot.
I play a lot of Crystal Maiden, and I literally forgot the numbers on it. So.
Well, you never. Does she still have the attack speed talent? I feel like she doesn't. I think it was gone. Oh. I haven't tried the old Crystal Maiden late game carry in a while. No, yeah, she still does. Yeah, 225.
It's 225, right?
225 at 20 on Crystal.
I thought maybe they got rid of it recently. Then I checked, and it's just not.
That's got to be the highest attack speed talent, right? 225.
It has to be.
That has to be.
But at 15.
Yeah, but sure, getting this at 15 feels pretty good.
Yeah. Orchid almost done for Fade. I think he actually has it finished.
Wait, what were the nerfs again in the B patch for Dazzle?
For Dazzle, it was very minor, wasn't it?
Like, what did it... it's just the poison touch. Yeah, and B...
and slight Shadow Wave.
Okay.
Wait, but now allies receive extra healing.
Wait, what?
Dazzle per stack. So it got buffed?
Buff?
It got buffed and nerfed.
Okay.
So you get 5% extra healing from each stack of Weave.
That adds up. Bro.
That's a lot. What? Usually you have like 2 or 3 stacks pretty quickly. Okay, whatever. Interesting. So slight nerf on damage-ish, kind of, but kind of increase, whatever. Either way, 25 level advantage.
7%.
Somehow still 7%. I cannot believe that.
It must realize the time zone.
It's, yeah, it's Void and Terrorblade. It's like we're getting to the later stage of the game.
That's true, it's got 2 carries. It's these 2 carries.
But no, by no means is that 7%, and it feels like by an actual 7%. As the items just continue to flurry in. Owen, he went the Axe. He listened.
I told you, don't get the Kaya Sands. You got to go all the
Okay,
Axe. Here we go.
So he needs to blink into time zone.
And just dagger.
And just dagger.
What's the cooldown on the dagger then?
It becomes like, what, 2?
What's 4 divided by 4?
1.
Yeah, it's 1, right?
So it's 1.
It's times 4.
Yes, so yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
But, Gamson gets caught
It's
outside.
Right, they don't need the Terrorblade. All they need is time zone and dagger.
Fade. Lornoff is just walking through them.
I mean, he's not killing them. This is fine. Time zone and dagger spam could maybe win this game. But they got to do the combo. I guess they don't want to into the Aegis. I'm trying to. Oh, he's in.
Oh,
Nightfall. He's made the jump.
The time zone.
Where's the daggers?
There's one. He blinked out.
He blinked out. Oh, guys, he's just got to stand. He could have got a second dagger out there, I think. He didn't. They get mirror. And they get the Aegis is gone. They stopped the push. They're holding on. Yeah, that's
it. Went down to 3% after they got these kills.
It should have gone up. It went down.
They lost a tower.
Yeah.
So
there we go. Yeah, tower lost. That's it. 4%, minus 4%. But now you just got to get the shard on the quap. So.
Yes.
Because then you can, because that's also super low cooldown. What's that? That's 6 seconds divided by 4. That's like, what, 1.5 seconds?
5, yep.
So you have like silent, scream.
So it looks like everybody,
good.
Everybody just takes the OP neutrals. It's all Gale Guards every single time. And then like, someone who didn't get a Gale Guard takes a Whispers or...
I mean, unironically, if RCY can get Shard and BKB, I think he's going to win the game.
Nah.
He will win the game. With the power of time zone.
You're a Quap fan. I mean, I'm a Quap fan too lately, but in this game,
I'm believing in the 7%.
I love it.
He, as I said, needs Shard and BKB. Because he has to be able to just get in there and spam his spells without getting stunned or like, without getting stunned basically. He has to be able to freely cast in the time zone.
So he can't be put into Snowball from his teammate either.
No, that was
very
kind of awkward.
That
was a little awkward. He doesn't. If he gets Snowball saved, he don't want to be saved. How long till time's up?
15.
Seconds.
They're losing their Axe though.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Okay. Next set. Time zone. It's up in 5. They're pinging.
Oh, they don't need those barracks.
They might need Phoenix though.
He's got buyback.
Okay. He's got Egg up too.
Right, where's the time? They've got. Okay, the Void needs to get back.
RCY. He's got buyback.
Oh, he's got buyback. Okay. Nice mid-Rex. Also gonna die. 41k gold lead.
They're gonna need a lot of daggers and a lot of screams to go through these HP pools.
I think you just spend up as well on the court. Just buy the shard. You're losing your barracks.
34-5.
I've got Scardy on Yamson.
It's the all-in play. 20 seconds till Quap comes back.
I think your buyback's worth nothing. The shard is worth everything. Because you go all in with the time zone. Without the time zone, you're nothing. 1%.
1%? 1%.
1%.
1%.
It's there.
I guess the 7% was the buildings they've killed. It's been 1, 2, 3. It's like 6 buildings they killed, and the percentage shifted 6%.
There is probably some simple maths that do indeed kind of correlate with the buildings being up or down.
Panto has been having enough luxury to have full Aghanims on Warlock. Mira has Lotus. Will scurry away from a 5-man gank. Goes back in to taunt them a little. get spotted.
Well, they should get this.
He's got boots of bearing.
He is very fast, but they got the damage. This is, I mean, backup's coming in. Mirror.
He is alive.
And they're going to
He is dead.
Okay, and now Fade, he's done. No, that's not the time zone.
He is gone
He's
in the rock.
wasted the time zone. Oh no.
Uh-oh. The Nothel projection. It's after them.
They got the Hex. I mean, Nightfall is cleaning up. They're closing in onto Yamsen. Yamsen's dead. No buyback on him. BKB popped by Nightfall. They're tapping up. GG's called. We're going to a game 3.
It was not 20 minutes. It was 20 minutes.
They lasted longer.
They did last longer, but
longer than Aurora was able to do against Wildcard in game 1, but it was still very much a stomp.
Yeah, and in at the first 5 minutes, I was like, yeah, maybe this shouldn't be a 20. And then I'm like, wait a minute, this is a Void TB. This is really fully relying on Quap and the lane. I don't know. Having the Tusk top.
It was a rough lane
with the Void. They died 9 times before 14 minutes. So you give Ursa. You give him like a 12-minute earlier Battle Fury. You give Warlock level 7, and you're level 4 on Void. So it wasn't even the Dazzle this time.
It wasn't. It was kind of everything else around it. But, well, there we go. Well, 2 stomps so far.
2 stomps.
It is, of course, a best of 3. Can't wait for game 3. As currently stands 1-1 now between Aurora and Wildcard.
That's how you know Owen's a pro, because he's watched that game and he's excited for another one. Like, you know what I mean? He just loves it so much. No, we had 2 stomps in the series. We had an exciting stomp and then a stomp, and then we had that, which wasn't a very exciting stomp, but a stomp nonetheless.
Yeah, NA getting stomped is not that exciting.
You want me to take this one, Fear, or what?
No.
Yeah, no, go on. It's out there. I'm tossing it out.
What do you want? Do you have something to say? Because I got something to say.
We apologize as North Americans for what was just witnessed. This is not...
I apologize for absolutely nothing on this one. This is pure American Dota right here in like the flesh. Like, this is great. You have the Faceless Void offlane into the Ursa, relentlessly feeding. You love to see it.
We didn't win lane, so we just get stomped in the game. Yeah, that's a classic right there. There's the time square. Oh, huge stuff coming in.
Yeah, really... see that golem? It's like, we'll probably cover that later, but
yeah,
great. Cool. Anyway, regardless, I did mention in the draft that I did not. I was trying to find every way possible to make this Faceless Void not offlane and a support. And this is why, right? If you are playing this lane, it is an absolute impossible lane. You're Ursa versus an Ursa as a Faceless Void. How do you play this? You have a Tusk in your lane. This is an abomination of a lane, and there's absolutely nothing you can do in this situation. And kind of like game number 1, you have this Ember versus Dazzle. Like, something just was so bad in the draft that the teams just can't play. So I'm hoping in game number 3, there isn't just like a huge outdraft, because both these games were just completely outpicked.
Yeah.
Do you not think that you should almost always be able to, like, maybe not 50-50, but like 40-60 the off lanes through just keep pulling, or through creep dragging? Like, can't they just drag the creeps behind the tier 2?
I mean, anything's better than going, what is it, combined 0-19 of that off lane.
He was level 4 when Dazzle was 7.
It was rough. It was rough. It definitely was.
Complete devastation of the highest degree, Richard.
Don't always say mine.
Just devastating.
What do you want me to do about it?
Oh yeah, there we go. Prime carry.
Nah, that's my carry right.
I'm really glad we got to see him do a mini Nightfall in that game too, where they're up like 37k. He has no BKB, but he still TPs out. He goes for the TP out right in front of his team.
This man can't use the TP without catching a stray.
Optimal gaming.
That's optimal gaming.
Yeah.
He's catching a stray. I'm his biggest fan. I'm a big Nightfall fan. I just think he's funny. He's so insistent on optimal gameplay.
I'm his biggest fan. He's a funny guy.
Yeah. He's funny. The guy's like rank 5. So like he knows what he's doing, right? Like this works. It's just that in competitive, sometimes it doesn't work as well as it does in post. But you were saying you have a buddy who's like the opposite of Nightfall. We all have a friend that's either like the Nightfall or the opposite Nightfall. So I feel like he's such a relatable character.
No, I totally understand that. We can take a look as well at the game state. We got some stats here to talk about. It was just one of those games where it's like it was just inevitable. You could see what Nightfall was doing.
It's 11-minute battle fury, by the way.
Just look at that. It's actually
11-minute battle fury. This is not okay. You know, FaZe Boots Battle Fury at 11 minutes into the game, it will just snowball the game in a situation that is very hard to recover from. And we'll see as it will continue through this game as well. Like, this will shift up into like 14, 15 minutes in this game. Now all of a sudden he has a blink dagger, right? And whenever you allow a carry like Ursa, one of the best snowballing carries in the game, to have a game like this, it'll make the game very, very difficult to play. So he has Battle Fury, he has Blink, and this is go time for Ursa, right? You just need these 2 items, and then all of a sudden things like this can happen where you have 1 Atos on a Leshrac, Blink is available for the Ursa, and now the game is completely unplayable. And this is why lanes matter so much. Like game 1, Dazzle versus Ember. Ember can't play the game. Now all of a sudden Ursa has a completely free game. Now nobody can play the game because this Ursa is completely fed. You really need to look at these lanes, I think, going into this next game, because this is not acceptable at all.
He also sold Tormentor at a point in that game, which which is something that with Tormentor being stronger, being buffed in a way, or buffed in the sense that the actual thing is a lot stronger. Maybe we'll see some more Ursa picks coming out. I like the Revenant's Brooch build from him too. Like changing the Ursa massive physical damage to magic damage means that against something like a TB, he's actually able to kill him very quickly, full to 0. Now, it's a little bit skewed because we just saw a 36k gold lead when he's killing the TB, but I still do think that it's quite solid.
Look, I will spare you. We're just not even going to break that game down any further. We're going to go to break. We're going to hope for a real game when we come back. We'll see you soon.
Welcome the true stars of tonight. The heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Yeah, welcome back. So many treasured memories there, all accompanied by local music. But now we have to turn our attention to the decider in the Aurora Wildcard match. So we've seen, I don't know what Andrew's doing.
Hello?
He said he had material for this segment. So
Analyze.
okay, so let's do that then.
Let's do it.
We've seen 2 drafts, hard out drafts, as you put it, and now we're hoping for something a bit more balanced so we can maybe get a game.
I would love that, but I also, if it's a stomp too, it's kind of funny as well because these 2 teams might be unstable, which is really fun to watch, but we'll have to see. I think this game in particular, the drafting needs to be stepped up on one side or both sides actually, because that was atrocious. I'm not gonna lie. Like both those games were just like not very interesting, very one-sided. I want to see all the lanes have some way of coming back, as you mentioned, just creep pool or something. Like don't put yourself in a situation where you die 7 times in the laning stage. It can't be that hard.
Yeah, that should just never happen. No matter what the lanes are, even if you're getting tri-laned, I feel like you will usually do better than that. I feel like both teams are not exactly happy with how the series has been going for them. Like maybe Aurora's a little happier because they have the momentum, but I feel like just knowing Toronto, Tokyo, and from what we've seen in the the clips of him and how he interacts with his teams when they lose, I question the mental state that's going on in some of these games. Even when they win, he can kind of break it down as if they lost. And then for Wildcard, North America, we do have our egos when it comes to playing Dota. Well, maybe not these days.
Yeah, I think there's no reason for any North American team to have an ego nowadays.
I think that's even more so when they have it, though, is the thing. Because it's like your back's up against the wall. Like you got to push back with something. And that's the ego that fills up that space, Fear.
Well, Dazzle's out
You say so.
of contention.
Disagree.
Yep. Anyway, I have an ego, so I'm going to disagree with your disagreement. Dazzle gets banned. Yeah, this hero was a problem in both games. Even first phasing it clearly works out because you can flex it to so many roles. Like the only role that it can't play is offlane. Or sorry, not offlane, carry.
Did you know you can grave Warlock golems? I didn't know that.
I did know that actually.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's I've seen that one in Herald quite a few times. But Toronto Tokyo actually won a TI, and he did it in this game. So happens to the best of us, as they say.
Yeah, that was a misclick though. Happens to the best of us.
Yep.
Anyway, moving on to NP. We saw this earlier today. Didn't win, however. I think the prospect of the hero is still pretty good. You, much like Dazzle, can put it in any position, and I think that's the ideal situation when you are first pick to have a hero that can do that. I mean, even more importantly, so for second pick, especially if you have a core that can be flexed, that way, all the way into that last pick, you keep them guessing.
Yeah, I agree. I think this hero is definitely still good after the nerfs as well. Like I don't think they're heavy-handed at all. The win rate didn't go down by.
Well, the 20 talent is kind of big.
It's.
Yeah. I mean, how many games do you see where someone got sprouted, like whatever, some quap puck, and they just died? And otherwise, like now you can't do that anymore. You can't leash people. So, and you could cancel TPs with that. I feel like it is a very big nerf to the hero in the late game, but this hero still can play around a lot of tempo in the early game.
His stats are still insane. Like he's being changed to a universal hero. He still does so much damage. So yeah, I do feel like you just make up for that lack of control through your other picks. Earlier today, we saw the response to this was Primal Beast, but that made a lot more sense for Liquid, I think, because they have a Primal Beast enthusiast. So the question is, does Aurora, enjoy this hero as much as Liquid does? I do think you don't want a Nature's Prophet to go totally unanswered. You need some like Storm, Primal, like something that is going to get out of the Sprout and also jump this hero around the map.
Really Ember? No.
Just normal hero. Yeah, I don't think a lot of the responses to Natures are exactly like good first pick heroes. If you first pick the Ember, like we saw what can happen when you're first picking an Ember. Same with like a Storm.
The
Primal
is banned out as well.
Yeah, exactly. So it's there's not that many great first picks against it, especially because you can flex it. So it's not like you're getting a guaranteed lane matchup or something.
I mean, I think Tusk is decent. It's not bad. Like, you have control. Normally you buy BKB pretty early on NP. Or at least you should have a draft that forces him to buy a BKB, because if he doesn't have to buy it, that's kind of an issue. That's ideal situation for universal heroes.
Yeah.
Not have to buy a BKB.
That's true.
So you will have that control at some point. You can set up for him on the side lanes. And I agree with you. Picking a core this early probably is not the play.
Even like punching him or snowballing when Nature's uses like Satanic, like these things do definitely matter. And if you were to run the Nature's mid, a Tusk is any hero that just like walks away in order to like get away from a gank is really bad against Tusk, because you have to walk all the way around the ice shards while being slowed. It's just impossible.
5 seconds remaining.
So they banned the TB. I mean, high armor hero lanes well against the Nature's Prophet. If you do want to run it for offlane, or if it's an MP carry, you can run an offlane TB. Really good with the Tusk. We saw that in previous game. People like that combo. Okay, they do go for the Storm eventually because they didn't want to first pick it, but they get the block pick of taking the Ember out. This is like the highest win rate hero against Storm, at least on the last patch it was. Maybe not so much with the Ember nerfs.
Don't you just get like a free puck here?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of heroes that...
I mean, you're playing puck for Tusk Storm. Pretty good.
Yeah,
say.
I think that's excellent.
Pretty good.
For sure.
I mean, oftentimes when people pick Storm, puck is instantly banned in the second phase, right? Yeah. Or you're banning puck in the third phase or whatever, and then you take the Storm. Very rarely have I seen a Storm with a puck in the pool.
And RCY's been playing puck in his pubs, so yeah, definitely available. Okay, go for the Tiny.
That could be the mid as well.
Yeah.
This is a hero that's also good for Storm. You just want control, but I'm a little surprised they didn't go for the puck. Maybe they're saving it. I mean, puck Tiny used to be a thing when support Tiny used to be a thing.
Yeah, snap the coil with
but I
toss.
don't think support Tiny is a thing anymore, but it could still be a carry Tiny with puck.
Yeah, this is what I was thinking. They would just pick a 5 that if they want to run Tiny carry, this is a good 5 in lane. So that way, if the next 2 heroes from Aurora have like very little disable, then you do pick the puck and you just flex the Tiny and play Nature's Prophet offlane. It's Fade. Fade plays he plays NP offlane, so he'll take it.
So for Aurora now, you need to find a way to make this early pick Storm work, because you already know he's not going to have the best game. You picked it while seeing 1 hero. You're going to play against 4 disables on the last couple picks here for sure. How do you supplement it? Were we thinking about heroes like IOs or like something that can allow this hero to just get into the fight with more protection? Because I don't know if I'm a big fan of just a casual Storm, you know, with no battery against a lineup that is probably going to be hard to play against as a Storm.
Yeah, just the batteries are not that great these days. They go for an Enchantress. I mean, this is more to pair with the Tusk. I think Ench Tusk, like this has got to be one of the best support duos of the last like a half decade. I feel like
it's been around forever because these 2 heroes are the strongest heroes in the game at like level 2, right?
Yeah.
So like you could just have low amount of levels and just rotate around the map. These heroes were very iconic when it was collapsing around the mid lane, or which it's kind of
we're going back to that. Like the runes matter a lot because there's no free bottle fills.
Just pick puck, guys. Come on, like.
Yeah, this is you gotta fuck, right? I mean,
come on. I mean, they might pick like an Ursa here too, or a Sven. These are all heroes that are also good versus a Darkseer. Anti-Mage is a interesting hero.
That would be interesting, actually. I feel like I'm always baited into the Anti-Mage picks.
Of course, I love baiting people into the Anti-Mage.
It's such a bad pick, but against a Darkseer, you counter it in lane. It's a high mana pool hero. You can, mana break him for a ton of damage. Same with the Storm. Like, Storm's always out of mana. And then the supports don't do anything to... Okay, maybe better than Anti-Mage as a hero.
Why?
But...
I feel like every suggestion I made was better than this. But, we'll see. What is good about Troll here?
That was a very depressing we'll see from here. Oh man.
I mean, I hate this pick. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you.
That's not you know, I agree with you. I think leaving the puck off.
This hero did 5,000 hero damage in the game it won. You know, like it did nothing.
But he won with it. It's the threat of the troll warlord, as they say.
It was very threatening.
Yeah.
My mental health.
I will just say this. Every single time I see Troll versus Darkseer, I do not believe in this matchup. I don't think it's the same counter people think it is. Nobody's rushing Aghanim Scepter. When people called this a counter to the Darkseer, it was when it was Ags Rush. It was Ame going Ags Rush build, and this is just not a thing anymore. It's Battle Fury. Darkseer will have auras by then. You don't really care if you get countered. He's also playing a lot more around the illusions and the vacuum walls with the team fight.
I mean, the logic is, oh, I'm playing versus Tusk, right? So I do the whirling axes. He misses the right clicks, which is good in lane, sure. But like, if you're double ion shield, does that actually the damage that's going to be coming out? Probably not. So it's rough. I mean, whatever. We're going to stick with the troll. We'll see what it does in this game. But I think the big problem I have with it is like the lane is going to be mid at best. And I think the mid lane is going to be... Tiny doesn't destroy Storm in lane or anything. Like, they're going to go even, right? So it's going to be a completely different game here.
I could see this team running like a Tiny Nature's Prophet off lane. I could see that. And going for the Tiny
You're still on the puck bait here? I think the puck ship has already departed.
You think the puck ship is gone?
I think it has gone into the ocean at this point.
And then Aurora, as per usual for a Nightfall team, they have left him the absolute last pick with... they get to see the entire enemy draft, so he will pick the perfect hero.
Yeah, like Lifestealer, that's still in the pool.
Yep, that'll be great. Oh, God. It is Lifestealer against Tiny this time, but you're also... You could have the Nature's Prophet against the
it's interesting.
Lifestealer lane.
Yeah, you know, like, I'm curious, because he didn't die in that game, technically. He had a pretty decent game in the Lifestealer. So maybe there is something in this matchup that he sees, right? That because it's not easy to play against Troll at all. This hero, if you're just looking at carry to carry 1v1 matchup, Troll wins most all of them.
Yeah, you need some way to kite. Slark is the highest win rate. Yeah, it's banned, but this is why they banned. It's the highest win rate carry against the Troll. I guess because you can take the axis off and you can just Slark ulti and the Egg Shard save your...
It's because he can't hit him, right? Like, that's the idea of, like, playing versus Troll. You want to be out of reach of the Troll. So ranged heroes have always been good, but ranged carries kind of suck right now.
Also,
They're not very good.
You get a Diffusal, and if you hit Troll, like, twice, he has no mana for anything because he's the lowest int in the game.
Just, yeah, that's all it takes, really. I mean, the Lifestealer isn't terrible as well with Storm, right?
Yeah, you're right. I mean,
so,
and against Sand King,
the difference between this game and the last game with Troll and why I dislike it so much more, it's just a worse Troll game overall, but your lineup is worse with Troll too. Like, you had Dazzle Tusk before, right? You could just save him at any point. I feel like you could kind of all in the Troll in this game. That's definitely a possibility if they want to go that route. Sand King will be picked. I mean, if he wants to go Lifestealer, he could. It's pretty decent. What are the other options?
I'm currently looking at Sand King counters because I feel like Nightfall's the type of guy to...
PA. Okay, I mean, this matchup is very, very strange. Like, Troll has historically been a PA counter, right? Because you can buy MKB, and if you get on top of the PA, she just dies. But I think the idea, and especially with the new methodical facet, is that you're going to play on the back lines of PA, kite him, and then when you do commit, you can just kill him really quickly. And I think it works in this particular game. Also pretty good versus Sand King as well. I mean, PA's laning is just really good, I think, in general, especially with these heroes. So I do actually like this pick. And same thing for NP in the lane. He hates playing versus heroes that can get on top of his hero, and PA does that incredibly well.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. As long as they can kite the Troll and it's not just like a man fight PA versus Troll, then yeah, sure. It's like normally this is Troll favored if you just put it in a vacuum, but PA just doesn't play like that.
Yeah,
you know.
Let's just actually witness some good laning stages though, some back and forths, you know.
Yeah, I think we'll probably get it. I mean, they have there's really strong laners on both sides. Not particularly hard to execute like a Jakiro lane or a Nature's Prophet lane, for example. On the flip side, you have one of the strongest support combos that we've seen in the history of Dota between the Ench and the Tusk. So definitely a lot of emphasis on laning and also portal rotations.
Yeah, they'll probably mind games as well, as far as supports and where they want to lane. Because Ench just goes to NP. NP is support this game, by the way. If you just steal his tree, you lose the lane immediately. Right? So like the Ench wants to be versus the NP, and the NP wants to be in any lane that Ench is not in. So we'll see how they lane swap this one around.
What if he goes for the healing facet on Nature's Prophet?
That is the worst facet in the game.
No,
Top three worst ones.
If you eat the tree now, it gives you a double strength tango. That's efficiency right there. Easy tango regen right there. It's dog shit. He's not going to go for it.
No, I don't think that's going to be.
But at some point, this facet will be good enough that somebody's going to whip it out.
Yeah, when they just completely remake it.
Yeah.
Honestly, what's going to happen, like all the other previous facets are bad. It's just going to be removed from the game.
Yeah, that's probably true. They cannot make this one
never
work
be good
under any circumstance.
All right then, guys, we are ready to get into the action. Thanks for all of your thoughts. Wildcard are playing, and we've got a pair of aces for this one. It's OD Pixel and Fogged. Take it away, guys.
Hey, there we go indeed. Into this game 3, let's see if we get a bit of a closer one.
No dazzle.
2 stomps so far.
No dazzle.
There was dazzles in those. This time the dazzle gets banned out. 1-1 between these two teams. They've both managed to stomp each other, get that out of their system. This game 3, what are we reckoning?
Surely it'll be closer. Surely.
If there was a
won't be a 20K
If
lead.
there was a lineup to stomp the game in 20 minutes, if that's just how the series goes, which one would it be?
I mean, I'm leaning on Aurora this time. They're not going to get stomped in lanes, right? It shouldn't happen. They don't have this Dazzle versus Storm matchup. Storm should have a good time versus Tiny. I think Toronto Tokyo should have learned his lesson in that last game versus the Troll. But this time it's not a Troll Tusk, it's a Troll Jakiro. So a lot of things have changed in like the formula of the game when he was playing Darkseer versus Troll, and a lot of things have changed in terms of that mid matchup too. So yeah, I think I have belief in Aurora when they start getting some auras online, but we'll have to see. Because I also, the one thing I'm curious about is Bignum playing for Nature's Prophet. This is something I know teams and people are really experimenting with new 4 positions because it feels like it's a bit limited. So I'm curious to see what his moves are going to be and yeah, kind of just what he's going to do. Is he going to look to gank in mid? Is he going to just teleport and steal some ruins or something? I'm really curious what his gameplay is going to be.
Yeah, because when you look at that bottom lane, is this a lane that can put pressure onto the PA or what's going on down there?
Probably not. You can't get Treant because if you get Nature's Call, the Enchantress is just going to steal it every time. And we'll have to see how Fade does in the first few waves, but I've just seen PAs just do way too well lately in pretty much all the lanes.
And what do you make of this mid? RCY bringing the Tiny to the mid lane this time, up against one of Laurenov's best, if not the best, is Storm.
I personally like the Storm a slight edge in this matchup, but I know people say it's like more 50-50. But I always like, whenever I see the Storm, I'm like, it just looks so nice to play. You have a free lane of CS. He can contest you on a couple of them, but he's always eating static remnants every time he walks up. So
yeah, he's tanking a lot of damage here, RCY.
And level 1 there, he forced Fade away from his Sandstorm bottom with the Sentry. 0 regen on Nightfall to start the lane, and he just starts Blightstone, triple branch, or quad branch quelling. And they do cut the wave top, so I think they learned. You know, the last game when he played Darkseer, they didn't cut wave. I was talking with Cinder in the green room as well, and that's kind of why he died. He didn't respect the damage that they could do with the thing. This time he's cutting wave, he's getting XP, he's not dead level 1, and bottom it is going to be another struggle for Fade like he had at the start of that Tide game before they kind of just stomped. They will get a pull off themselves also though, so we're seeing both these offlaners doing similar movements.
Still getting a couple of denies off that wave, though. How they're able to meet the wave, so Aurora's going to still be pretty happy with what they're able to stop.
They got a double wave coming under here, so Nightfall's going to have good lane positioning here. Don't know if Wildcard can take advantage of the fact of them having double creep wave. At least Fade can get some extra last hits off of it, but unsure how aggressive they can get.
Yeah, hard for Bignum to do too much at the moment early.
Yeah. I just don't know what his hero. I honestly don't really know what 4 NP it provides. I'm really curious to see what he's going to build, and yeah, pretty much everything across the board for him this game.
Because yeah, when you look at the other lanes, is there sort of the combination for that Prophet to come in with the TP and then Aurora be like, oh no, there's a Nature's Prophet here. Like, do they care?
I think it's just to steal runes, right? If he just like Tiny goes bottom rune, NP TP's top rune, and they steal it from Storm, and then they can potentially get a gank if Storm is limited on resources, perhaps. But yeah, we'll have to see. Because he's already not helping his bottom lane at all. Fade's got 5 CS. He's trying his best to do creep pulls, but it's just not easy. He actually uses his teleport for trying to pull the wave. And top, they've got level 3. So the all-important one for the Darkseer has been hit. Mira is almost level 2 also. CS, of course, not the best here on Toronto, Tokyo, but hasn't died. And level 3 is when you can look to get aggressive with double Ion Shell and glyphing the wave.
Yeah, and they did manage to pull this wave round.
Yep. A lot of wave mechanics going on in this one, in both those off lanes.
Mid lane, 21-5 against the 13-3. Lauren having a very good start here against RCY.
I mean, it's his best hero, right?
Yeah,
for me, it's a Storm and his Ember.
Storm.
The Ember one he didn't get to really play. This one, yeah, he's having a great time.
Yeah, he kind of solo carried a lot of the games that did look rough for the team on Chimera, but in previous tournament when he was playing as Storm.
Okay, so it looks like they're going to just start stacking neutrals. They're TPing to the rune, but it was actually too late. So I think it just came back up off cooldown for Bignum, so I wasn't able to secure that one. Now RCY.
I mean, Panda came mid, and he's been quite annoying here with his Hellbear Smasher.
If he gets that clap hit, it's a kill. Super close. Mira looking for the angle.
He might find it. He's got the shards. And further TP's coming out. They're definitely forcing quite the reaction here from Wildcard.
They force 3 heroes to the mid lane. And they'll get both runes, and they're farming on their side lanes.
Yeah, Wildcard not even able to get a kill out of that. They're just able to sort of chase Aurora away.
I'm so worried for Fade. This time, like last game, when he had the last time when he had the rough lane on the Tide, he was able to recover because they left, and he was able to just stay down there. This isn't one of those games. He's playing versus a PA, so it's a very oppressive lane in comparison.
That's true.
Versus the light, like he was playing Tide versus Lifesteal last time, so he could kind of do what he pleased. Wondering how he's going to also salvage his game. Because Toronto Tokyo, his game, it's not perfect by any means, but it's much better than the Sand Kings at this point.
Yeah, he's getting something out of it. Gonna try and go for Fade here. Get the 1 charges out of him. He's got backup from Bignum. Still has to be careful on the Sand King. Not able to put any pressure whatsoever onto the PA.
Ooh, they're making the rotation now too. Mira has gone bottom. Lornoff has actually pushed RCY out of the mid lane, so he should hit 6 decent amount sooner on the Storm too, and they catch Bignum.
Yeah, they found him. Get him in the shards. First blood for Mira.
That is a late first blood. PA free farming, Storm free farming. A recipe for success at the moment for Aurora. No pressure on Nightfall. Fade will have stacks to go back to and catch up here a bit, but he actually doesn't even farm them very reliably. He's kind of dying to these neutrals. He will have to use the stun.
And can the troll carry this? He's having a good time, but it is a troll.
Ooh, a regen for Lornoff. We'll have to see. Like I said, it's not the same formula at all for the troll this game. A lot of different elements, a lot of different annoying things, and we didn't even get to see the Darkseer matchup. We actually didn't really get to see Troll in that game, let's be honest, because it was just Dazzle stomping the game. So we'll actually have to see what Yamsim can do on the hero, because he's going to have to do some lifting. The 2 supports are level 2 all in on Wildcard.
They're just not able to find anything in the side lane. They're repeatedly having to come towards the mid to try and just make sure that RCY doesn't get dove.
Like, Mira is level 2, but it's a Tusk, so you can do this a little more, because you have the Ion Shell to play around in lane, but... Fade. Can't chain stun Lornoff.
Yeah, I mean, Lornoff, he's ready to play aggressive, as you say, with a bottle of regen. The regen rune in the bottle.
They're going for the wisdom. They've got priorities in mind. Look at these heroes. 8 heroes running to the shrine.
They got the full
9
team here, Wildcard. The shards, though, that'll do it. Blocks them up. Bignum's going to TP in. Trying to buy time here for the rest of Wildcard.
It works.
In upon them, and indeed it will. The Shrine of Wisdom will be held under their favor. Bignum gets the pickup, and Wildcard, they might be able to get some kills out of this. They look to Nightfall, he's able to jump away, but the right clicks follow him up, and they take down the PA.
I mean, they have to bring 5 for it,
You know,
but the TP from Bignum is
TP.
big brain. That was a pretty big brain teleport, so they can at least get the Shrine of Wisdom.
Just like get round the shards with the TP.
That was pretty clever by him there. They only end up, I mean, they do get what, 2? I think it was, or 1?
I get the one.
They
For
get
one.
the 1. Okay, so they get the 1 for 1, but they get the big one. They get Nightfall.
They get Nightfall. Does take all 5.
It takes literally 5. Who did that? Who? I don't even know who got the XP. Because everyone's so low level still. It's like a bunch of level 4s in the game. Level 3 still on 1 or 2 heroes. Another power rune. Another dream one. Lornoff getting the 2 back-to-back dream ones. And Toronto, Tokyo. He had a bit of a tough one in the last time he played the Dark Seed. This one, yeah, he's completely free farming. Going the standard build. See if he does want to. I imagine the pipe is probably accelerated in his build this game since he's versus tiny Jakiro Sanking. But we'll see what route Toronto wants to go. As wildcard. They're kind of in like a recovery farm mode, but Fade is like, I want to farm this triangle area, and the Troll is wanting to farm the triangle area, so they got to kind of move and split up a little bit here. And they will. They'll send the Troll top. That was looking awkward. It was like Fade just had nowhere to go.
And they can't stop Toronto Tokyo now, though. Unless they bring over like the Tiny and the Jakiro. Toronto Tokyo can just continue to have this free time up top as the Dark Seer.
Lornoff.
Ready to take away a little bit of farm.
Those are the big ancients are all low. They saw.
He sees that.
I think he did.
Fade is also very low.
He'll take 1. He'll take 2.
And the third
and
one.
the third. All right, Lornoff will take that all day.
He gets the big ones.
Vanguard finished up for Fade, but it's a lot of damage, and especially magical. And they actually see him with the ward.
See him.
He's gone.
That ward from earlier.
Top, they're setting up the kill. Do they have enough for Tokyo?
Let's have a look. He's going to drop the wall, drop the surge. Avalanche holding him in place a little bit.
Nope.
That's not going to be anywhere close to giving them the chance to try and tackle the Dark Seer. He's fine.
Pressure on multiple fronts. They're having mid-tower siege, bottom tower siege. As they're trying to make a play top. Aurora making all the right moves in this early game. 3-1, first 10 minutes to 4K lead with the PA.
Fade TPing over. Speed does get the ice path.
Can't go for this target. Amp damage.
There's an amp damage rune.
Oh, Lornoff will take that.
Is he going to get it? He is. He's able to zip across, get it. He's into the snowball, and he's ready to fight. I mean, Fade, very low, very dead as the vacuum grabs him.
All right, Lornoff.
He's getting all these power runes, and they've all been fantastic ones. Regen into Arcane, into Amplified Damage. Can't really ask for more as the Storm.
Literally the 3 best. And the jump forward, RCY uses his last bit of mana. He's got a stick.
I mean, Nightfall's rotated over as well. They've got the dagger in onto RCY, or turn with the Avalanche. They've got the ice path down on towards Nightfall, but RCY, he's very dead. Mira closed the gap with the snowball onto Speed. Won't have anything else to throw down upon him, but they get the big kill. They kill off the Tiny, and they continue to not lose anyone in these skirmishes. 6K lead already, 10 minutes in.
They're getting away with so much on the side of Aurora. And it's not just farm, it's very aggressive moves. We saw even the PA getting involved, Panto taking even the opponent's neutrals there, just walking in and stealing the camp. Yeah, very oppressive gameplay this time from Aurora. While also, I actually didn't even notice, they got stacks made in the meantime for Toronto Tokyo to continue accelerating his farm.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Those are some juicy ones.
Yep. Joint effort here, really, from Mira and Toronto Tokyo on the creating of these stacks.
Honestly, I wouldn't even mind if Tokyo does something like, what, like Pipe Crimson or something. He could do like good auras this game, and with the advantage that they've already got, it definitely feels very valuable if he wanted to go down that. We'll see. Because I know Troll absolutely detests playing versus Crimson Guard as well. So if they do want to get that one out pretty early, Pipe and Crimson can really counter all of Wildcard if they get it at an early moment. RCY's game has already been slowed down massively, so his Blink Dagger is going to come way later than usual on these Tinies. And Fade has been completely zoned, right? The bottom lane. Bignum with a little bit of a clever, small Shrine Wisdom TP, but that's kind of been it from the Nature's Prophet so far in this early game. Not too much impact.
That's tower gone.
Mid tower. Excuse me, Panto. Did you just take the last hit? Opens up the map. They can start invading easier. Kai already finished up for Lornoff. Not easy to burst either. 1500 HP.
Oh, what's the plan?
Probably finish the blink
And then
on the
just try and
tiny.
smoke and go.
Yeah. Maybe you even just... actually you can't. I was going to say maybe you just smoke hunt, but it's very difficult with the state of the lanes. Bottom lane's pushed out, mid's kind of pushed, top's pushed. I feel like Aurora have very good information of everything that's going on. They're all just farming. No pressure on Nightfall. He's going to have some pretty crazy farm again this game like he did on his Ursa. Does feel like.
Yeah, this is on an equally terrifying hero.
Yes, indeed.
They'll
find the Ench. Pantho down.
I'll tell you what they can get right now, Wildcard.
Do they have the Battle Fury? Okay, they've got Battle Fury now done, but it's not a slow one by any means. It's 13 minutes. It's just Nightfall has an extra, 1,500 gold over him because he's got literally no contest. How close to the blink? RCY is about 100 away. Then they can perhaps look to go for some smoke plays with the Wrath of Nature and potentially burst some of these targets.
They're going to try before it.
They're actually trying. Okay.
They're just a little aware of maybe a 14-minute Wisdom Rune fight going on.
That's true. That's actually a good call since in the last game they did get all of the shrines, literally every single shrine of wisdom stolen. So prioritizing that massively. It's a good shout.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Did he just block the Ancients with the illusion? He did. Very pesky there, Lornoff. So Yamson won't be able to get that extra stack. Another power rune for the Storm. There's the blink. Ideally, they want Fade to have one as soon as possible as well so they can get the double combo. Let's see if they can find a first prime target. Nightfall would be the ideal one, but not really playing in a dangerous position.
They're just not looking ahead down there right now.
No. They have lane issues. Like, if they make that move bottom, it's obvious if they don't clear these waves.
Big No's been found. TP's coming in. Oh, okay. Very neat there.
Nice
Pushed
Sprout.
his way over the shards with that Sprout. That'll get him away.
2 TPs immediately forced. Lornoff. He already has the Kaya Saj. Wait, what?
Yeah, this is they're getting
Wait,
some
what?
pretty good timings here.
I look at his
15 minutes.
Like when you're playing Tiny and you get your blink, you're like, nice, I can. Oh, it's a 2,000 HP Storm, right? It's kind of demoralizing.
Tormentor. It's theirs.
And they get the extra bit of healing. Nightfall's got the healing Lotus and back to farming. He's close to BKB. So versus that Sand King, versus the Tiny, and versus Jakiro, that'll be super effective.
Actually, surely they've got to go for this blink play. If they got to smoke out on them.
I feel like they have to do something. They can't just like let the
they
game
got
be
smoke
passive.
on speed. Oh, yeah, it doesn't feel good sitting back.
No. Passive farm versus Darkseer Storm PA. You know they're going to just be maximizing incredibly hard.
I mean, they're moving around with the three of them, but yet to pop the smoke. So not quite happy with the situation to go for a play. Of course, what's this is happening? Aurora, they've smoked up themselves.
Yeah, low enough. I think that's every single one so far, right?
I think, yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
The only one he hasn't got, what is a...
He got the illusion earlier, so he got everything.
Yeah, he's just not had a haste rune this game.
The World Circuit of Runes.
But he's had everything else.
As Yamson spotted.
Is he going to get back? TP's coming in. I'll put the battle trance. They'll kite it out. Snowballs at the ready for Mira.
Disarm.
Disarm. They drop the wall down upon him and he'll die to it. As he's gone, they're out to catch him with the stuns, but this Storm, he's tanky. And he's perfectly fine. Zips away.
Oh, and okay, so instead of pipe, he just went Glimmer because it's the better pipe, so Toronto Tokyo just goes for that route. It's very good, similar to the pipe as we were mentioning, is we see the first troll ulti usage. That looked more like the troll ultis that we've seen in the past.
It's rough. And we saw a glimmer of what I think what Jenkins on the panel was about, right, where you drop the wall on it.
Yeah, and
it's just constantly making these new illusions that are tanking you.
Yep.
So it's kind of rough if you get walled.
Most definitely. And yeah, they have a lot of ways to play around it, as we see, right? They have Vortex, they have Snowball to buy time. They could have even punched him, maybe. How's Fade's Blink Dagger looking? Is still, I mean, still 1,000 gold away. Still quite poor. Panto Easily able to force Steph away.
I mean, they're ready to fight here.
Yep. BKB's done for Nightfall. He's feeling it like the strongest hero on the map. RCY.
Look at the toss back. Snowball's gonna still come off. I mean, Mirror, he might... Okay, he does die, but Fade has to go in aggressively with the Burrow Strike. Still, it's okay. They've got the sort of protection around this area to keep him safe.
Nightfall.
He's got BKB. So he feels pretty confident to toy around with them. They get the vacuum onto the two of them. Zip forward as well, but the Avalanche...
Stun combo.
The BKB comes out. Battle chance is there. Yamsun, he's in onto Toronto Tokyo. He's able to surge away, but the Sprout will catch him. They bring Toronto Tokyo down as well.
Great stun. Catching it onto two heroes, the Ice Path to follow. Now Lornoff just has to bail out. Wildcard showing up with the 5. A good fight.
Yeah, maybe just trying to force it a little bit too much there, Aurora. You know, they felt that with the BKB on Nightfall, they could really look to just bait a fight. But as it was, Wildcard, they're able to take the fight.
Yep, all ultis used. I think Toronto was the one calling it. He's like, I can get a double vacuum here, but they were a bit off the mark there with the follow-up with the Vortex, and then the double stun came out, and they just got chained.
Yeah, some signs of life here from Wildcard.
At a necessary moment, too, Yamsun gets himself involved, puts himself back in a more comfortable position. Gonna go for the BKB, and then... I mean, is it just gonna be S and Y into MKB? We'll have to see. Does eventually want to have that finished up. Toronto Tokyo. I mean, now he is queuing up the pipe afterwards. Okay. I mean, it feels like such a good pipe game, but yeah. He's kind of toying with the idea of Ashivas early on. Bottom. Ooh!
Perfect timing there.
The tumbler.
Yeah. Jumping out just before Fate was going to strike with the Burrow Strike. And does have backup. You know, Big Num and RCY were looking to follow up on that effort, so... Nothing to be found down here for now from Wildcard. Aurora can continue to hold this tier 1 tower, as they have with the rest of them still. You know, coming up 20 minutes in, and Wildcard not really being able to threaten any of the towers of Aurora in this early game.
No, just mid-tower, slightly below half HP, but...
Oh.
Oh.
Well,
whoops.
Off the mark with that one there.
Testing it. It just looks cool. It's very threatening. That is one of the cooler ones. I do like it.
Yeah, he's got the crimson one, right?
The red one's nice.
That's the expensive one. He's got all the flashy sets, Toronto Tokyo.
That's true, he does.
So
he even has like the Marana, he had the other thing.
Yeah, he showed off
right?
all
He has all
kind of crimson ones that he's got.
Yeah.
He's got some good stuff.
That's probably why he wants to start playing the 3 position, so he can start showing off.
Well, that's what the role that he's got the best sets for, yeah. Maybe.
Game status, this is one of the lower ones, right? 6-5. Both teams just emphasizing more on the farm. Aurora probably just feeling like they're in a very comfortable spot because of the PA just getting to pretty much do whatever she pleases.
Oh, RCY.
Another regen.
Lornoff's going to be able to close in with a big zip. And there is no chance for anybody to head over and help him out. No tower up, no way to TP over, so they'll have to let him go.
And Lornoff will have full mana right afterwards too, so... They're actually pinging the Shrine of Wisdom right now.
10 seconds to get there, though.
Okay, they're going the other way. Looks like they're actually trying to set up for a kill on the Troll. Maybe I saw the other team ping. Bignum will be able to claim it. 8-Toast build into Vessel. Okay, so that's his approach. Yeah, the 8-Toast definitely has its merits in this game versus Storm PA Darkseer. How close to BKB on Yamsun? Still about 300 away, and I think Fade opted away from Blink Dagger, so he wanted to get a bit tankier, play a different style in the sinking.
Oh, they're going to try and push in on top. Fade. He'll turn up.
There's quite a bit of enemies around here, but they're not going to go for Fade.
Yeah, he's able to hold his position under the tower. Over to the mid. Still continue to just move around the map, ready with Nightfall at the front. Ready to back him up in any fight that Wildcard bring to him.
Bottom, they see a lot of heroes with this sneaky ward they have on the right side. They see Speed retreating. They see Yamsum now on the right. They could catch some heroes off here. Nice ice path. Here comes Lornoff.
Extra time, Speed. He's probably going to get left behind here unless they want to try and fight. Yamsum does turn. The wall's been dropped down on him. Mirror.
Charge.
Not able to trap him with them.
That's close.
So Yamsum will live.
The zips from Lornoff from miles away. but continue to just get power rune control. I'm going to keep just checking, but he's gotten almost all of them except for one rune, except for the one shield rune that was claimed earlier from Fade. And he's going to get himself a haste rune top too, so all but one rune so far here. Great control from Lorinov.
I mean, can they contest this rush? They are good. They're coming.
They have big wombo combo if they can get the connection.
This would be quite the play. This is the time to do it. But you can see Aurora. They're aware.
Oh.
They're safe.
Uh-oh. Now they've shown themselves.
Indeed, now Aurora's going to see if they can strike back. Mirrors in with the jumping in the vacuum onto the 3. The Knight falls in with the damage. RC-Y's gone. Yamsa puts the BKB in the battle chance. Chasing down the PA, but Nightfall's able to freely jump out of this. They can kite out the rest of the BKB in the battle chance and now turn to look to potentially kill him off. Nightfall's going to focus Bignum first, but the disarm is down on towards him. They've killed the troll off, though, without the help of the PA. Now Nightfall's ready to clean up the rest. Goes for Fade, goes for Bignum. Speed, nowhere to run. We'll get the ice path down upon them, but Toronto, Tokyo, and Nightfall can stay on top of him and get the team wipe.
What a bait. Whoever made the call to just quick smoke, exit, and reset for the fight, genius, just literally catches everybody off guard. Lorinov made a bit of a mistake with his jump there, actually doesn't do as much as he maybe could have, but it wasn't even necessary from them just doing that little macro play. They just catch all of them off guard on the side of Wildcard. Full 5-man wipe.
Yeah, we'll see it again here as they came back in with this jump forward, and good control as well, coming in from Lorinov, just bullying the back lines, making sure that Fade and Speed have their attention completely turned towards him. They nearly killed the Storm.
They could, yeah.
They couldn't quite.
If Lorinov was actually a little cleaner, this fight would have been a total smackdown over Wildcard. It already was a 5-0, but if he had actually zipped and gotten the pull off before the ice path connects, they would wipe them without taking almost any damage. But either way, I mean, a great fight from Aurora. They dominate it. They get the Roche, back up to 14k now. And another power rune for Lorinov. Yeah, he's just getting away with too much.
That was the opportunity for Wildcard, but yeah, Aurora made a very smart decision.
One step ahead, and now the pipe is finished for Toronto, Tokyo, which effectively counters kind of 4 of the heroes on the side of Wildcard. Whenever they're grouped up, he's going to have so much protection for his allies with this. So Yamsun, he's accelerated. He's the queue up of the MKB. I thought if he had more time, he will do the SNY first, but I think he's realizing he's running out of time quickly. He needs to get this MKB online. But the map continues to shrink, and his allies are really struggling. His farm is decent. His farm is pretty good, but the mid and the off lane are totally shut down.
It was tough game 2. At least, you know, this game 3 not quite as tough. Right?
Not as stomping, no.
There's a bit of a chance here. Still not a great chance, but it's a better chance than the chance they had at this point in game 2.
Yeah, it's not 3%, right? Or whatever it was, or 6%. It's probably like 15. I didn't really look yet, but...
Yeah, giving it 20.
20, okay.
Round it up to 20.
They've got high ground defense, right? So...
Uh-oh, yeah, son. I mean, he's considering about fighting this with Fade.
Oh, the snowball's there.
Uh-oh. Well, he's dead. Fade actually managed to get out throughout that sort of distraction, so he'll be grateful for the battle trance there of Yamsun.
Man, Tusk is a pretty good hero versus Troll. He punches him, and then he just snowballs, and you just stand there. Not a whole lot you can do.
Bignum trying to get his vessel. He's dying to creeps though. He's got to be a bit careful. Not an easy one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
There we go.
As Aurora ready to come down the mid again. Or maybe we'll see if they can catch
RCY.
Oh, he showed.
He has a TP, but they're saving the Vortex, and now they have Mira.
Yep. Very easy for them to find kills across the map right now, Aurora. Not a safe spot anywhere, really, for Wildcard to show.
No one can really get outside. They're just completely covered from that ward on the Ancient side, the ward in the mid. Bignum is, look where he's farming, right? Like, this tells a tale of what it is. He has to farm in the super far distances from his base to maybe pull them over there, but Aurora not overreacting at all to anything and just, yeah, playing the game cleanly here at this point. 15-5. Not making many not making many errors, really. See if Bignum can continue staying over here for the next 30 seconds for the Shrine of Wisdom. I think they might now. They saw his treant, I believe, for a quick second. Like, Meanwhile, Nightfall bottom. They're gonna go as 2. This could be Wildcard's opportunity if they have 5 versus the 2.
And Bignum holds the position.
Here comes the Darkseer, though.
Yeah, they can't.
And now they can't.
They can't try and go for him, especially with this full Satanic.
No. They got the Shrine of Wisdom, though. So at least they did get a gain out of this. Can Bignum get out with no boots? He is very slow. He can waddle away.
He's got the Force now as well. So.
Okay. Oh, he opted for Force instead of the Vessel now.
Yamsen, living on the edge down here. Used the battle chance to sustain himself.
He might die.
Nah, ain't no way.
My God, he did the math.
It's risky.
I like it.
He's got to take these risks, get what he can from the map whilst he can.
Not a whole lot of places for them to farm, so they have to just take the opportunity that they get when they can get outside of the base. How close to the Demon Edge? 1600. That'll allow him to actually stick on a target. At least the PA in particular. Small chance. This is Tanic, of course, but... Lornoff, he has a gem. They run right into Fade.
And they've got the control. He has got the halberd. If he's able to get it off, he will. Looking to stand his ground, get the ults off, which he'll also succeed in. Tries to turn, but Fade will fall. They managed to bring down Mira. RCY has to go for the BKB TP out towards the end of that.
Is that worth it for RCY? I guess you get a kill, but you use your BK. Is that their first BKB charge? Just for a kill on the Tusk. See if it ends up being worth. Nightfall.
Oh, they just can't go on him.
Nope.
He's looking pretty unkillable.
Yeah, with the Satanic, unless somehow he gets tossed in the base under a troll with MKB, which he doesn't have yet. Speaking of the troll,
Tormentor's going to try and start something. Oh, he's on the cliff.
TP up in 3.
Okay.
But his BKB was used early, and they're on him.
Yep. And at the moment before the MKB, he doesn't do a whole lot.
No, he does nothing to the PA.
Dead for a minute, no buyback.
No BKB on him, and he's dead, and no BKB on Tiny for the defense. The push can commence.
Let's see if they can try and slow them down here with just the 4 of them. Wildcard. Gonna have to try and do this without the carry.
Fade.
And there's the jump. They catch Fade at the front of the defense. Instantly kill him off. The Macropyre's laid down, but Aurora can easily step out of it.
RCY's way too scared to jump right now without BKB. Maybe wanted to, but too scared to get counter-initiated on as the tower is falling. Troll's still down for 20.
Onto the barracks.
25 Galvanize on Lornoff. A flawless game so far. 17 of the 18 kills. I believe he's gotten all but 1 power rune.
Yeah, the Storm is definitely a scary one to let Lornoff have.
Yeah, especially if you don't have a, like, literal super lane counter, right? Which this time the Storm actually reigns supreme over the Tiny. Especially because of rotations too, right? Give a lot of credit to Lornoff for his moves, but also the supports.
And they're gonna fight Bignum. Continues the streak here, godlike on Lornoff Storm.
I was gonna ask for an obscure stat, but I'm not gonna do it.
Do it.
What's the highest galvanized stacks that you've seen on a Storm?
Well, that's a tough one. We did have some high ones.
I think we've had some 40s, but this is one of the high. 26 is a lot.
Yeah. No, for sure. 31 minutes in, considering the length of the game.
Yeah, and another power rune.
I mean, let's see. Are we going to get the longest game of the series? We might. 33-minute 41 was game 2. So let's see if they can hold out that long. This time, Wildcard. Speed. It's going down.
He got the ward. On the death. The double hit from the Jakiro.
For Nullifier. On
my.
Nightfall. Yeah. The items continue to fly up for him, and Jay Yamsen still not quite got that MKB.
No. They have a lot of answers.
Go.
This one definitely feels like one of the stompier ones now, though.
Oh,
Yeah, son.
we're going to start playing around with him. Nightfall's in. It's got to just BKB and run.
Oh, can't run.
There. Doesn't even get the chance to try and fight back with the battle chance this time.
High ground time. Fade. Spotted.
They're in.
Deleted.
I mean, the damage right now, not a chance of surviving through it if they get their hands on you.
28 galvanize.
We'll see if they can piece together maybe one final team fight here, Wildcard. They do have the buybacks. But the racks falling in the mid. Aurora, they can head up to the top. And there's the buybacks.
They're going to try for it.
Look at the jumping. Try and start things off. See if they can burst the PA. They don't even get him down to half
So
HP.
tanky.
Nightfall's ready to turn back in as Laurenov sips towards the back lines. They surround RCY. His own BKB comes to an end. They're dropping all the buybacks in on this fight. Trying to see if they can get at least something, but nobody yet to die on Aurora as the deaths continue to roll in on Wildcard's side. Yamson will get that battle chance off, but what does it matter? This game's over. GG is called. This series will be Aurora's here. 2-1 against Wildcard. A very stompy series, and one, retrospectively, I think Wildcard, at least, they're able to take away one win from this.
Yeah. But could
overall,
definitely see that Aurora were the better team.
yes.
The first draft caught them
got
off
the
guard.
dazzle
The
mid.
dazzled completely destroyed them, and then they adapted. I think they understood what went wrong. I think in this game in particular, I saw the adaptation of like the creep pulling and things like that in particular. But yeah, overall, Aurora, this one was clean. I feel like they were very careful in order to not make many mistakes. And for Wildcard, a lot of things went wrong very fast. I didn't really, the NP4 for me, I'm unsure of it as well. And yeah, that bottom lane in particular got completely devastated. So.
I did. It was a rough one, and even though, as you say, they did get that game one win, a rough series overall for Wildcard, and Aurora, with those last two wins to close up 2-1, a pretty comfortable one for them. As Aurora take the victory here today in this best of 3.
So look, NA did have that one good draft though.
It was a great draft.
That's a really good way to start this segment. Oh God,
saying.
we're just so used to this at this point. I mean, I'll say the lines. It's group stage. They had one good game. They need to ramp it up. They need to change their drafts a little bit. I think there were some heroes that were There were issues in those particular games that we'll probably talk about.
All right, before we get to the elephant in the room, there's a secondary elephant in the room, and that is the Faceless Void offlane from game number 2.
Yeah, that was
We're going to go and look at the Sand King now from game number 3.
right.
Halberd Shivas was the item build. Is this normal? You play a lot of pubs nowadays. You used to play offlane, illustrious offlaner for
Fart Studios.
Fart Studios.
Yeah, it's a top 3 team in NA, maybe top 2 soon if this performance keeps.
So anyway, let's move on to that. Why did this build happen? Because I could understand if you're ahead and you go this build. That makes sense.
Yeah.
All for it, right? But when you're behind, you're having a terrible laning stage, and you don't buy the one item that can give your team impact, the Blink Dagger, then your team is gonna have a hard time taking these fights.
That's usually the build in my experiences. Even on the current patch, it would be like Phase Boots, Blink Dagger. You get in there, you do some team fighting. At 33, you just want old Sand King item.
Yeah, we're gonna watch some funny clips. I'm just saying that maybe this hero doesn't get kited as much if your Sand King has a Blink Dagger and actually stuns heroes for you.
Okay, fair enough. Oh, well, this is not the troll being bad. This is Big Num doing something cool. This was interesting from Wildcard. The TP in to hold the
Shrine of Wisdom.
Wisdom Shrine.
Shrine of Wisdom.
Because if there's one unit on the Shrine of Wisdom from the enemy team, it doesn't capture. So this was actually quite good from Wildcard, but it did take all 5, and then they trade 1 for 1, but they lose Nightfall on one side for a support Nature's Prophet. So that was actually pretty good for Wildcard.
Yeah, that's a good trade.
Happy at times.
Yeah.
And then it was pretty much down.
Back in the day when NA was great.
Yeah.
And then
For that brief.
imagine if we had a blink on Sand King after that. What could have happened on the map, right? But it just never really happened, unfortunately. And yeah.
Yeah. I can say some nice things.
Oh.
Lornoff played. Well, go looking at the troll. Yep.
Yeah, it's going to
It's
begin
going back
now.
to the troll.
This graphic was called something else before, wasn't it?
Yeah, this was this is a segment that we're gonna call "Troll is dog shit," but that was vetoed, so we're going to call it the Troll is Bad.
We're going to call it the Troll Hero Highlights.
Yeah, Troll Hero Highlights. We have a lot of these for you. I feel like every time this is picked, the analysts all wince. This is the first Troll ult that we saw in the game, and he is BKB'd. He is top net worth on his team. He is second net worth in the game, and he is just running into the enemy team. By the time the ult is gone, so is his BKB, and he's dead. And shortly after this fight, he went down to third in net worth because Lornoff got a couple of kills. So this was just not good. And on the other side, Nightfall on PA. He is getting every single kill. Here's the next ult. I think he ults here. Yep.
Yeah, he does, trust me. Right when the snowball comes out, and then he's just sitting there like, why am I in this game right now?
That's
and
troll
it doesn't
gameplay.
get any better either.
No.
Oh, no.
Somehow, it gets worse. The cliff gets pinged. It was actually Mira who was pinging the cliff to vacuum up there.
You would imagine, because there's so many less cliffs in the game now, that you wouldn't see this anymore, but unsurprisingly, I see this
you're
all
watching
the
that
time.
clip and they wouldn't even give us the poop emoji on the graphic. It's actually, I'm so sad right now.
Wait, I didn't submit this one. Did you guys submit this? They just threw this one in there.
Yeah, they were like bonus.
I'm seeing the trend here.
He couldn't even get the ult off there. I mean, it's just a core problem with the hero. I will be interested when a team finally solves it, if there does exist a solution in Dota to it. But Fear, I think you said it, where there's so many counters to it that it feels like it's just a bad hero.
Yeah, I mean, every time you see this hero getting played, it's like, oh, this hero's good versus this hero's good versus it. And it's always conceptual. Like, this hero, in theory, is so good, but you can lock down the PA forever and she'll die. Same with Storm Spirit. But, like, you have to have, like, the perfect team chemistry, I want to say. And having these team fights where someone stuns for you so you can get on that target. But in this game, like, Tiny and Stan King were never there with the Troll. I feel like just inherently this strategy was supposed to be people initiating and then the Troll cleaning up, but the Troll is just always running in first. His supports and his Sand Kings targeting different heroes in the backlines. So I feel like Wildcard are just needing more experience and better communication, really.
Sure, I think, memeing aside as well, obviously Aurora did kind of course correct, which is good. We highlighted, it's an exciting roster. We know maybe a roster that could have some friction, could get a little fractious at times, that's fine. But, a lot of very accomplished players there, and to see them 1-0 down in a series off a draft that they just sort of couldn't handle, to come back and then get 2 stomps and win clean, that bodes really well for that top 6 finish they said they aspired to.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's definitely the course they're going for as well. And I think for NA, like, they got their cheese win in, which was great.
We always get one of those.
We always get one of them. So how much of it is Aurora?
That cheese will have a 25% tariff on it moving forward, mate. So anyway, look, great to pick your brains and hang out with you all day. But for now, we are going to swap us out, and we're going to bring in Shiva, T-Gov, and Lacoste for the remaining 2 series of the day. We're going to take a break. Make sure you come back and watch the rest of the action. See ya.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Pudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
A very good afternoon. We're here to take you through the second half of day one of PGL's Wallachia. We're in the third season of PGL Wallachia, and it already has been some decent games. I'll say we're starting off slow a little bit. We had a little bit of one-sided games, but we're ramping up quite fast with our upcoming two series, I think. I'm also ramping up the panel. We got on my left two of the greatest analysts. We got Lacoste and we got T-Gov. I could introduce you as a TI player, TI coach. You like that?
Yeah.
That sounds hype, Shiver.
Nice, yeah. Okay,
Nice.
what else
Let's go
can
for
we
that.
add? Do you want to add anything else, or are we good
Yeah,
with that?
what was it? What is it? What else can we add? What else do we want to add, Lacoste?
Go. This is our moment.
I'm just a dude. I don't know.
No,
just a dude that has been
Not a
playing
great
Dota
sales
for
pitch.
so long.
Here we have a TI coach, and here we have just a dude.
Just a dude who likes Dota
Yeah.
like for 25 years almost now. Not 25. I think we're at like 22, 23 total.
Are you ice?
I stopped counting. I played Dota before Dota even started, kind of.
Just a dude liking Dota 2. How about you, T-Gov?
I mean, if this is a self-promotion point, reached recently 12.5k. We're cooking. We're climbing MMR. I'll be pro in a year's time. I'm sorry, I'll have to be leaving the panel soon,
Okay.
but it's okay. It'll be fun whilst I'm here. Still talent for this year, don't forget. It's okay.
But pro player later on?
But next year, next year is a good year.
Yeah, what's your age right now?
28, but everyone keeps calling me 40. Everyone
So
in pubs,
young.
Everyone keeps calling me 40-year-old
To be
gramps.
honest, 28. Crit is 28.
Yeah.
GH is 29.
I mean,
There you go.
maybe not the best example. He's not here, but Puppy's quite old. He's still playing.
What GH is here? What are you talking about?
I was saying Puppy. I was just
sure.
going to like an older guy, right?
AUI and Kuroki are both 32.
There it
Be
is.
coach again.
It's fine.
All right, let's focus on our games though that we have had. We have two streams going on at the same time for these first few days, as we have a lot of games to go through. On the main stream or on the secondary stream rather, we are in the middle of the third series of the day. We have Tidebound being one game up against Heroic. Later on, we'll have AVULUS versus Tundra. But earlier, the first two series, I will say, this stream, Lacoste, is going mighty fast.
Yeah, it's going pretty quickly. It comes down to the seeds, how it's played out. This is the Swiss format that has been adjusted, and that's why we're seeing some of the... It should be closer, but we are also seeing some of the teams, and I'm really glad that Xtreme is back for like fifth time in the last year or so. Jinq especially. This guy just innovates so much, and I really like that he was playing like position 4 Faceless Void almost immediately as he showed up. So yeah, they definitely cook, and they cook pretty hard, and interesting to see what they're going to bring throughout the whole tournament.
Yeah, it does make sense. The first day, everybody will have 8 ranks in between them when they're facing each other. So in theory, all the games should be on day one relatively one-sided, but they'll get better and better as time goes on in this group stage. It's actually one of my favorite group stage formats here in the modified Swiss. We can also take a look at what happened so far on this very stream, where we did have our first 3-gamer just now, Tico.
Yeah, we had the series about Dazzle, right? We had the game 1, game 2 fight for it, and then game 3, unfortunately, again, a little bit of an outdraft. But I feel like so far, the games that we are seeing feels like a lot of, draft is providing so much, momentum in the game. Of course, that is, iconic to Dota, but at least with the seeding, etc., plus some of the drafts we've seen, it's like we're not really getting those like 50, 60-minute, oh my God, who's going to win it? It's more that piece of the puzzle in the draft is just kind of winning at the expected moment. So hopefully our series this evening will provide a little bit more depth to them.
I think so. I do want to focus on our first series of the day for us. That is third series for you guys watching from home. Falcons versus Nigma Galaxy. And yes, there's 8 ranks in between them, but I think it should be way less Lacoste. These two teams, they know each other very well.
They do, and the last time that they met, it was Nigma Galaxy who actually won. It was during the Blast Slam. It was BO1, so I don't know if we can take too much from that one, but overall, Team Falcons, when we talk about this team has looked so stable in the last year or so, but the results have kind of been, I would say, lacking, even though they got 2nd place at Fisher, they got 5th place at Dream League, 3rd place at Blast Slam. Whenever you talk about this team, you kind of expect them to get that 1st place somehow, but the map has changed and things have changed a lot for this team as well. Yeah,
I think for Nigma, what they had at Blast Slam was what Heroic had for the last Wallachia. Like with Ghost going to carry, it's like enabling the team through the stand-in. Like all the energy of that tournament was like, they can do it. They can actually win it. Like starting the tournament, everyone's like, nah, this team, whatever. It's just Nigma. They're going to come here, lose, whatever. But like they actually had everything going their way. And then unfortunately, I think they struggled a little bit in some of their drafts in the high pressure moment against Tundra. Again, multi-tournament winning team already in the year. But I'm just hoping for Nigma's sake, they're able to correct the mistakes they had in that high pressure best of 3. And because if they can carry that same momentum into this tournament, then they are meant to be a top 8 team. Like they are so good around Ghost.
I would say that the Falcons are kind of playing worse than what we expect from them, and Nigma Galaxy is doing so much better than most of it, because there's always hype when Nigma Galaxy is playing, and now with the Ghost, I feel like this team has like kind of found the groove, that they found the way they want to play. Not trying to take anything away from Miracle, but Ghost seems like to be like a very, very good fit in for the team.
Yeah, it seemed like that was the missing link. We, of course, saw them perform very well during Blast, but this is also a team that hasn't played as many tournaments as Falcons. So potentially there is a lot more data for Nigma Galaxy to learn a little bit more about what Falcons has prepared for them. I will say, I fully agree that Falcons has been looking a little rough, whereas Nigma Galaxy is punching up really hard. So that should be a fairly even match, in my opinion, as well. And there's, of course, the big elephant in the room that we have to talk about, and that is the mid matchup of this squad for both of these. Because we got Malrine versus Sumail.
Yeah, we do. We also had, in the previous Dream League, Sumail was stand-in for the team, so that's kind of hype, and he had to leave mid-tournament. Malrine is, I would say, just a different beast, because I do consider Malrine to be like top 3 mid laners, and we can check what they've been playing in the last week or so. Malrine has been playing a lot, winning a lot of his games as well. We see some of the new tech coming out. Of course, there's going to be his level 30 heroes, like a Razor. Earthshaker as well is creeping up. Slaughter is the big one. I don't consider him to be like the Ember spammer by any means, but overall he is playing some of the new stuff. Slaughter is the big one because of some of the matchup, especially against the Ember Spirit, which he kind of owns, so you have to also bring in new tech.
I mean, I'm just seeing a lot of heroes here that in the correct draft can be lane dominators, right? Yes. Like the Slaughter can delete an Ember from lane, the Shaker can delete other melee heroes, and now when we flip to Sumail's side of the board, I think the Marcy mid, that's the spicy one. Yeah, we're not seeing that too often. What exactly, do you know the build he's going for? Is he doing like a diffuser or like a basher, the Ags? Like what exactly?
Basically rushing a BKB.
Just rushing, rushing a BKB. Like the
so
pause 4 style, okay.
Yeah, pretty much, so that he can jump in. He's going for the Fleeting Fury facet so that he gets that extra bit of a damage. But as we've seen, Sumail's not doing too hot in the mid lane, at least not in his pubs. There's a big win rate discrepancy between two of them, and this is definitely going to be the matchup that I'm going to be looking into the most, because these two guys, like, we basically have the king of the mid lane that he's been called for such a long time, and then now we have the kind of up-and-coming mid laner as well that is fighting for that title.
Yeah, Malrine 20 now, so he did make it into his 20s.
Oh, he's old. Yeah,
he's old now.
sorry.
No. But
Missed
he's
the
still
opportunity.
The young kid on the block, whereas Samael now is 26, which is his decade anniversary, by the way, of, well, actually it's 11 years, right? He started when he was 15 in the pro scene properly, I believe so, with Evil Geniuses a long time ago. But he still has a lot of the X Factor as well. He just has to bring it out here against Falcons. We'll see if he can do so. We're in the draft of game 1 of this best of 3 for the first round. What's up?
I'm just laughing. Like usually this Huskar is banned in the second phase, sometimes in the third phase, a lot of the times in the last phase, but it definitely feels you're playing against the Husk Masters, you gotta ban it out. You gotta give them respect because they do flex it, they play it from the mid lane, they play it from the off lane if necessary as well, and we can see Falcons also removing a bit of a different heroes. They are removing Io. This is something that Nigma Galaxy utilizes quite heavily, and they really know how to play it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like with the Huskar ban, because Nigma are second pick, right? They only have that one ban in the second phase. It's critical that if you have a hero that you respect against the team, you need to ban it in the first phase.
Yes.
But if you waste your single ban on a, maybe we're panicking about Huskar, now you're letting through like a PA or a good Night Stalker game or something like this, right? So I think it's just it's a nod to what Falcons can do, and it is, I think, the correct way to approach second pick is to not overthink your bans. Just key heroes need to get removed, not first phase heroes.
I have to continue this talking point that we had in the previous series as well. I feel like we saw a rapidly evolving Dazzle, making it first phase ban at the third game of the series we just saw as well. So how does Dazzle go with these two teams, or do you think it's just very team specific if they can pull it out and own with it? Because it looked so good.
I mean, Noob's been playing it off lane already.
Yes.
And then
Snaking has been playing it from position 5, so they want to use it as a flex potentially. Not the easiest matchup with the Night Stalker.
They're flexing it between two different teams. That's quite cool.
No, I meant like it's gonna be contested between the two teams. But Night Stalker, big fan of the hero right now. Ever since the change to his Night Drain facet, we saw it being quite popular at the Dream League. This hero does pretty much everything. It can also be flex. We saw some people toying with the mid Night Stalker. Some carry most likely from position 4, because I feel like this is a role where he excels the most. But yeah, basically you are the old Weaver that back when we introduced the facets, you had the Shikuchi, you had your Swarm and the double attack. So pretty similar how the hero functions. You hit that level 2 and you hit the power spike, pretty much you're going to be getting the kill.
Yeah, I think the key thing with Night Stalker is you are able to be independent on lane, right? Because of your stats, your armor. If you're in the offlane, your 4 position, when you're level 3-4, as long as the small camp's blocked and the waves in front of the offlane tower, that 4 is now securing
free to go,
making map moves. And of course, with the bottle change, I don't know how much it was spoken about during Dream League, but the fact that you don't
important.
Okay, yeah, you don't get to refill bottle. It's like that is so critical that your supports are able to play into a water rune contest or a active rune. Because if you actually swipe that away, it is going to potentially break a lot of mid lanes. So yeah, Night Stalker, of course, strong. Tusk, we've seen it in the Wildcard series a lot. Okay, so far quite a lot already in the tournament, but yeah, stable 4 position, does pretty much everything you want.
Yeah, Night Stalker also wants to have that solo XP, so he kind of wants his position 4 to leave so that he gets earlier level 6, so that he can, get that extra damage, pressure a little bit more. So, big fan of the hero right now. I feel like even though we nerfed it slightly, the hero still feels very strong.
And we still have the Dazzle ban out here in the second phase together with the Terrorblade as we wait for one more ban coming out for Nigma Galaxy. Is there any usual suspects that are still in the pool that we should be keeping our eyes on? Obviously, we have a couple of them banned out.
Abba is the one that's kind of sticking out.
But he did get nerfed.
He did get nerfed quite heavily, but still, I feel like even before, the hero was slightly overrated in my book. Strong hero.
Oh. He is very good.
He's good.
All right.
Also,
still?
Yeah, he's still very good.
Okay.
Because so the nerfs are one of those nerfs where they nerfed the idea of Baden, but not the core version. Because it's mana regen, you buy a null. mana cost, the null also fixes it. Cooldown going higher, it's annoying, but it's not like devastating. 3 seconds, like it feels like 8 seconds or 9 seconds. That's devastating, but 3 seconds is still manageable. So I feel like if anything, they nerfed the support version of Abaddon more than the core, because the core Abaddon can still buy items to fix what 7.38 B did. If they change like the total barrier or really made the cooldown higher or reduce the damage at the reflection, that's a core nerf. So I feel like the nerfs are a little bit more focused towards not the core, but such is life. But for Nigma Galaxy, I think pacing is a key reason why they did so well at Blast Slam, and here we're kind of seeing the same thing, right? You got Nature's Prophet Tusk. They technically can be flexible, right? The Prophet can be the support version. It can still be a core mid carry, but these heroes, if they have a good lane, they always play into the map. They're contesting every wisdom. They're fighting Tormentor. They take every objective they're forced to play into. They're strong.
The one usual suspect that is still left in the pool is definitely Ember Spirit, but I also like that Nigma Galaxy picked out Nature's Prophet out of the phase immediately, which, not gonna say completely blocks the Ember Spirit, but it makes his laning stage much more difficult, because you're still gonna have that extra global presence, you're gonna have that extra harassment. Ember Spirit, we saw that he has a couple of bad matchups. We saw like people also playing some Necro as well, Dazzle, Huskar. There's multiple Monkey King as well, so there's a couple of heroes that he doesn't like to play into. A lot of the times you would see hero kind of play from behind and still manage to make a comeback. But my question is, do you want it to be nighttime or the daytime with this type of a draft from Falcons?
Both. They're happy in all stages of the day and night. And I think realistically, this is a support Night Stalker, right?
Yes.
We hadn't really spoke about the potential of support Night Stalker, but it of course is very popular in pubs and previous pro play. And I checked, I was like, Falcons and Night Stalker. I'm pretty sure this is not a combination we see too often. They've only played it once as an organization, 10 months ago.
10 months.
Amar played it, they won. It was a very, very good game. But
there's also a potential that they run this Dawnbreaker from the safe lane, something that they did quite a lot during Fissure Playground. He kind of built into utility items for his team, if this is going to be some Night Stalker core. So it is still potentially
so we say they replaced like the flex of DK with the flex of Dawn Night Stalker.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
I mean, tanky boys.
The recipe of their draft still feels the same as previous patch, but heroes are, again, slightly different. But for map play, it's very scary. Like Nature's Prophet into these heroes, you have laning phase in like 15-20 minutes of maybe I can do some pressure with the correct rotations, but then your game disappears because, of course, Dawn will always help out whoever Prophet goes on. Night Stalker will have the vision to be able to chase down. So I do feel like Nigma, I don't know, first panel, but I'm already going to say it. It does feel like they're on a little bit of a timer. No, I hate that phrase, but such is life.
Why do you hate that phrase? It's just the way the cookie
just feels
crumbles.
a little bit generic, you know? I'm trying to like...
He sees the low number. He's like, they're on a timer, 10 seconds left.
9 seconds, yeah.
Sure, but it's also a concept that is... I mean, it is a little bit of a generalization, but the concept is at least very clear and very easy to understand, so I don't think you should feel bad about
the argument, the argument against it is when you say someone's on a timer, technically itemization and good philosophy can overcome a draft that is on a timer, technically can't scale, right? Because if you outplay on the map, you skip waves, then you can fix those problems through different avenues. So again, it's a little bit general, but it's fine.
Is this one of the potential spicy Marcy mids we talked about just now, or
could be that they have the flex? I think that's exactly why they picked it, because Marcy can go pretty much to all 5 roles. One of the few heroes that can do it, and she can do it really well, because you have this mid Nature's Prophet potentially coming out, so they're not revealing the matchups, which is really nice. Extra damage. You're never going to be lacking damage with this type of a draft. With the tag team, with the bodyguard.
Just give me this mid-shaker?
I'd be down. Yeah, I think also Falcon's draft looks much easier to play and execute. It's like pretty much you have one hero who runs in, you have enough control, you have enough damage, you have counter initiation as well. I think it's very important in this meta to have good chasing potential, and the Night Stalker is probably the best hero in the game right now to do so.
But do they have the damage? In the early game, I feel like you're talking about the 20-minute where it's like when you actually connect on a Solo Guardian, you have the SMY or a Shard or a Blade Mail, something to kind of introduce yourself to the fight. Early on, if you're playing merely on levels, I do feel like Falcons are going to struggle a little bit. But yeah, sure, you throw in a Slardar, that is going to add to whoever you lock down, you can do that a little bit more of a kill threat.
love this Slardar pick. I think there's been a lot of mid Slardars recently. They also did run it during the Dream League as a position 1. This is also a hero that Amar loves to play. So another tanky hero that can be run at all 3 roles for Team Falcons.
Yeah, I'm trying to think for Nigma, what's the best laning setup to make sure you create that tempo? And I kind of feel like you want Marcy not to be mid. I think you need to pick a new mid that can pressure Slardar, because you can still create the pick-off and the speed of map play with like Prophet and carry, Muerta Tusby in your support duo. Like even Marcy can just go off lane or carry, right? It doesn't really matter, but I don't think I want to see them just default. Oh, Sumo, you still want to play your Marcy, bro? Yeah, no worries, man. That feels like a recipe for enabling Falcons to get into the game.
But if they would otherwise sabotage a different lane, it might be worth just sacking mid instead.
I don't think I want Slardar to have a good game. If Slardar has a good game, then the problems that I suggested that Falcons will face are kind of removed. Because like an early blink, the like shard, you're pushing waves, you're farming. If you defend from a fight, Slardar can quickly use the river, of course, to get into the fight. If you jump any hero, they're going to be close to death or dead. So yeah, I want Slardar to struggle. I think picking Slardar, if he has a bad lane, then kind of most of the hero does disappear.
Yeah, I think this is going to be, in the end, Slardar from the safe lane, because something that they love to run is killer combo whenever they're playing Crystal Maiden, and this guy loves to play Crystal Maiden, like snaking, just enjoys. I don't think he had a successful tournament during the Dream League when it comes down to Crystal Maiden, but there is a new facet on Crystal Maiden that makes her trade much better. Like the turnaround potential is really good with the barrier. So, and I know that they love to run stun plus Crystal Maiden just to have the kill threat in the side lane and in their safe lane. So I think it's going to be paired up with Slardar most likely.
Well, there's 2 mid bans coming out from Nigma Galaxy with the Lina and the Storm removed. And we actually do have Falcons. They ban out the Sniper, which, it could be on multiple roles. But maybe also protecting the Slardar a little bit with that.
And to be fair, this is where drafting at Falcons is going to be difficult, right? Because where we're kind of like loosely talking about, oh, this hero could be here or there. It's like you got a Night Stalker that can be in a couple roles. You got Slardar that can be in a couple roles. Dawn in a couple roles. Like there is so much room to kind of navigate that, depending on what Nigma bans and what they keep open, then Falcons can suddenly change it all up in their pick.
Yeah, I would definitely love to see Shaker that you mentioned, either Earthshaker or Ember. I think Ember is kind of a no-brainer right now for Falcons after seeing this Necro being removed, because most of the damage that they have kind of is physical with the Night Stalker, with Slardar, and we saw Necro kind of being popular from the off lane as well, where 33, I believe he was the one who started the trend.
But also Sniper and Necro are good bans against a mid Slardar.
Yeah, that's true.
I had nothing else to add there. That was just a quick little point. They have 13 seconds, so they are going to decide.
Are they on a timer?
Yes, we are all on a timer, Lacoste, actually. Life is just a timer.
Depressing. We got a Bristleback coming out overall last. This is this is a very sturdy, like it looks a bit weird with the Crystal Maiden surrounded by 4 beefy boys and girls.
Yeah, she has all the protection. These are like 4 older brothers.
Well, and her older sister.
Yeah, Bristleback, another Team Falcons hero that they love to run, and there's also a possibility that they play Bristleback from the mid lane. I believe it was BZM who kind of showed it first during Fisher Playground. It looked really good. He played it at the Dream League as well, so there's a bit of a new trend that it's going to come out. And speaking of beefy boys, we are definitely in tanky meta one more time. 4 strength heroes inside of Falcons.
Don't worry, guys, the tanky heroes got nerfed.
No, yeah, they're alive. They're kicking, but you know, fair play to Nigma Galaxy. That is, like, they had an idea of how they want to play out the map. They want to try and bring 3, 4, even 5 heroes to an early fight, and Tide is a natural Vlad's buyer who will amplify the damage of a Marcy, Tusk, and a Prophet. He goes Blink, he has Shard, he has the mobility lockdown to prevent a Slardar or a Night Stalker from running away. And it's a Marcy carry, and that's the key change, right? They put the Prophet to mid to deal with that Slardar. The Marcy goes to the carry role. It should, in theory, just be a quick game. It should be high pace, Nigma looking for fights. Each early item should transition into thinking about the next objective. Like, they have to be ones fighting for Tormentor, fighting for the Roshan. If at any point they're the ones like skipping waves and like delaying the game, that's when Falcons will feel like they're unkillable. So it's a lot of like proactive Dota needed
Yeah,
for Nigma.
do we feel like one of the two teams has got the edge in terms of the objectives that we're talking about with the Tormentor and the Roche?
I mean, both of the teams, they definitely don't lack damage by any means. You have like insane Roche taking potential coming out from the tag team. You have Nature's Prophet as well, but so do you have with the Slardar as well. So you're never going to be lacking damage. But I'm digging this lineup from Falcons. I think these beefy boys are going to be very difficult to kill, and this is kind of a new trend that is rising, and I'm really liking. I'm maybe not so much in terms of like how the game is played out, but in this meta, these heroes they look very strong.
Yeah,
they do look very strong.
You have support Night Stalker with the silence against the Tidehunter. So now Tide, in the fight, Crit's just going to hug him. The whole fight is like, okay, thanks, mate. No Ravage for you, my friend. And then you're going to have to buy
It's going to be
4-star
harder because Tidehunter, he does go for the Krill facet, so he grows bigger, which is going to be much more difficult for him to hug him in the later stages of the game.
That's true. Yeah.
And speaking of big beefy boys, we got a couple in the studio here as well.
The beefiest of all the boys.
Already a fat joke. My goodness.
Wow. Welcome back.
You guys should not be making fun of all the extra weight that Cinderin has put on. All right? Unacceptable. Greetings.
How are you guys doing? It's been so long.
Oh, terrible now. You just insulted us. Gracious, Sheevers. Very unprofessional.
I've never felt this heavy in my life.
You and me both.
Yeah. Shiva, that's
Well, ask your
uncool.
previous teammates how heavy you were, Cinderin.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Thanks. And I feel much better now, Lacoste. Well done. That's great. Oh, that's really knows how to lift my spirits.
Well, it's hard to lift them when you're that heavy.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sheever.
Okay, well, it is very good to have you both back here, and I can't wait to see what kind of game we got on our hands. So, gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Sheever. Very much appreciative. Sunset here with Cinderman, and we have a sick best of 3 between NGX and Falcon Cinderin.
What makes it sick for you?
Well, first of all, I haven't cast Nigma in years.
Okay.
I'm usually very afraid to cast them. That's why I'll be calling them NGX for the remainder of this best of 3. But also, it's my first cast of this patch, which I'm very excited about. I've been looking forward to this for quite a while. Unfortunately, it does have to be with you.
Yeah, can't.
How are you feeling, young man?
Well, I felt a lot better about a minute and 30 seconds ago than I do now, but that's
fair.
That's fine. That's usually how it goes when we have a conversation.
True. This is accurate.
Yeah. You always, you know, you dream it up. You like make up these images in your mind of what it's going to be like being with other people.
It's been so long.
Other people always disappoint.
Yeah, of course.
Just better off on your own.
Very accurate.
Let's see if we get any rune fights whatsoever. It doesn't look to be the case. Just going to be a fair 2-for-2 split. So yeah, the panel talked about this. There's a ton of tanky heroes in this game. There's going to be a ton of tanky heroes in this tournament. They're just strong right now. There's no avoiding that. I will say I kind of like Lacoste's angle on this quite a bit with why he liked Falcon's draft, but I will say the wild card in this is Ghost on Marcy. This hero, more so than any other hero in this patch, in my opinion, kills tanky heroes.
Yeah.
So if he gets off to a good start with this Tusk lane and they get to farm and Ghost gets to reach a 2-item timing when it matters the most, he's the one hero that I think can actually kill Falcon's lineup. If Ghost's game is bad, I'm a little bit lost for what Nigma are going to do.
Right.
So to me, it's very polarizing. There's a lot of pressure on that guy, but he's been delivering when he's played for them recently, so that's the good news.
Yeah, well, like you said, and like the panel said, Falcon's lineup is super tanky, and then there's a Crystal Maiden. But Cinderin, her facet, the Glacial Guard,
True.
she got a major facelift with her facet, just 2 completely new ones.
A facet lift, if you will.
That's true. It gives you that physical damage barrier for you and your teammates, as long as they're within the aura of the Crystal Nova, so even more tank to go along with it. So very cool. And I wanted to talk about this before things get really crazy, because we saw in the other game this day-night cycle aspect to the game that we're seeing more now, right? Like this idea of day-night cycle actually mattering was a few years ago, but it's become more and more prevalent with actual strategies coming in, which is awesome. And this one, with the Dawnbreaker, Cinderin, Night Stalker's on your team, so it's going to be nighttime a little bit more often. Anytime it turns day, so meaning if you turn it artificially to night and it comes back to day, you get that full vision again with Dawnbreaker. So this is, I mean, it's a little small thing here and there, but I feel like that is a very cool strategy.
It's kind of cool, especially if you're running support NS, where you could say the Dark Ascension is maybe a little more expendable. So if you are just looking for a skirmish on NS, you'll feel fine to just use Dark Ascension to kill a support, right? Because you're a support player yourself in the game. You don't need to necessarily get major impact plays, but just the little ones, like you said, you get that full vision after. It's definitely something they can look to exploit to their advantage. Also with NS in the game, Obviously, we're maybe getting ahead of ourselves a little bit here, but that will change the timing of the Tormentor, as well as Roche. So which side they're on, rather, at the given times of day. I don't know how much that matters for Falcons' decision to run these heroes on Dire in particular. If there's something like maybe a little detail where it's better to be Dire for that reason in particular. Or if they would have just first picked NS on Radiant as well. Who knows? Like,
yep, possibly.
We'll see if that's something they put to
I
use.
mean, the other thing, and we kind of talked about this before as well, but the fact that this is a new patch, we're going to be seeing a lot of new stuff. As top lane, we see a little bit of action. The Starbreaker from Skeeter, but the newly activated Kraken Shell with the very Bubble Boy aspect to this Tidehunter. Very, very, very tanky now. As if he wasn't tanky enough before.
Yeah, I wonder who at Valve was like, what's Tide missing? Let's make him slower and tankier with an ability.
I feel like over the course of the last few years, they've been trying to make these passives a little bit more interesting, and I guess
that's true.
Kind of fits.
Uh-oh, Amar.
Yep, he's in quite a bit of trouble. Tag team doing so much damage, a great block off with the ice shards as well, and that is first blood for NGX.
Yeah, Crit was out getting the Lotus there, a delayed Lotus at like 310 or 315, and left Amar vulnerable, and that's what I was talking about. This Marcy plus Tusklane. They hit hard, and as soon as Marcy hits 6, I actually think Bristle, as crazy as this sounds, he might actually struggle to lane. There's very few heroes that Bristle can't lane against just in general, but the Tusk plus Marcy combo is very dangerous, and it makes me wonder if Crit is going to weave in some stacks here at some point where he has to leave the Bristle alone a little bit as a comeback plan, because I don't think Amar is in for a very good time when this goes down the stretch of the next 5 minutes.
Yeah. Omar in a bit of trouble. He's slowed to a crawl. We'll place the calling down, but end up dying anyway. 1 for 1. Across the board from the last 3 minutes. Cinderin, very important.
They're on Amar again. This time not so good, though.
Yeah, GH looks like he's going to fall as Ghost trying to limp away, but Crit and Amar very healthy. They likely will be able to finish this off. Crit is tanking the tower, and they will indeed get the double kill for Amar. And even Crit will survive. Top lane, even more action. But this is the beauty of when you have all these tanky heroes. You see tons of action. Dead shot, nicely placed from Omar. Just enough space for Noob to get away.
It's massive for Amar that he gets these kills. I think, like I was saying, if this doesn't go well very soon for Falcons down here, he's going to be in trouble, and that is just a mega breather. He just gets there. These 2 kills, he's now level 4, and now the lane is going to be much more manageable. And keep in mind, it's about to be daytime. So if this hadn't happened, you're playing a 1.5 v2 lane with your Night Stalker at 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So this was absolutely crucial for Falcons to find that success. And yeah, good news for them. Amar should now be able to get himself out of the laning stage successfully. On the other side, Noob, he's staying alive. He's not finding nearly as much farm as Amar is, especially with the kills. Oh, nice break there onto the healing salve from Snaking with the Nova. And yeah, this should be a pretty easy lane now.
I want to talk quickly about Dawnbreaker's Facet, Solar Charge, which has kind of been the standard from the old patch.
Yeah.
I feel like that new one they came out with, this gives you attack speed with Starbreaker. Looking at the cores on Falcon's side, I feel like in theory that's really good. So it must mean that thing is garbage.
I think this is one of my favorite heroes, and I played a lot myself, and I just don't see basically ever any reason to not take this. And it's simply, if you want to think of it in simple terms, Solar Charged is always good, right? It's like whether you play support, 1, 2, 3, every time you're using Luminosity, you just get lower cooldown on your spells. That means during the entirety of the game, it's going to increase your farming speed. It's going to increase the frequency with which you have your ulti, which is a huge part of the hero. So for the other abilities to overtake that in a pro game, there needs to be so much major upside that compensates for the efficiency that you lose by not taking this, right? And I can't say it's never a thing, but I don't know, for me, Solar Charged is like a 90+%, which is a shame, because I think the new concepts are interesting. They just we might need to retweak a little bit how the relative power levels are. But yeah, Solar Charged is just the one.
I feel like they did a good job in this last couple patches of getting rid of these one-and-done facets where you would never even consider the other ones. But I feel like this one is one of those they should probably reconsider at some point, because like you said, I mean, looking at their lineup with their cores, they would love having extra attack speed in theory with the Starbreakers coming through, but not good enough apparently. See another Starbreaker, Kraken Shell activated. I think to answer your question from earlier, the reason that they added this active is because they had to get rid of that neutral center. And somebody at Valve, a real fanboy, whatever that item was called, which I can't remember. You're a robot, maybe you can remember, is Malrine.
Which neutral?
The one that you activate with armor. It gives you double armor and slows you down. It's literally the exact
Oh, that's true. That's the one I almost never took. I mean, that's a pretty old one by now.
No, it's not. It was in the last patch.
Well, the original one. Did the original Craggy Coat?
Oh yeah, Craggy Coat. Yeah, that's right. Oh, bottom lane. We got a lot of action as Ghost ends up falling. So many heroes.
Oh,
here
Amar
from
with a
Falcons.
completed TP.
Amar, yeah, he's gonna regret that one. That is a double kill for Amar, and the tier 1 tower gonna take heavy damage. Although fortification comes down, and GH wants to fight potentially.
Okay, they need to stop bleeding down here. This is not okay.
Rush is there.
He's dead
Bash
too.
is gonna connect. Yeah, I think he might be dead. There's more TPs coming in though, as the Crush will finish him off. Malrine.
Okay, Sumail, get out.
By Sumail.
Statistics say you are in trouble.
Is successful. So a lot of wasted rotation from NGX. Ghost only level 4 now. Despite having such a good start, this lane is just gone downhill fast.
They basically brought their entire team down there, aside from their offlaner, and 2 of their heroes died. So kind of a big loss there. All this rotation for absolutely nothing. So Noob will be fighting Skitter a little bit over this Lotus. I love these interactions where both players are just kind of camping the Lotus to see who is. It's like a game of chicken, but generally games of chicken are one-on-one, and GH breaks this rule by bringing in the reinforcements. Noob will get himself a nice little Lotus and closing in on his level 6. As we haven't really seen much out of Sumail. This is still, when you're running a mid-profit, you really want to get involved and find these early picks, but not really been the case for NGX so far, only finding that singular kill. And as we mentioned with Amar ramping up more and more in this bottom lane, he will become a problem, to say the least, for NGX very soon. And what they're trying to do here to alleviate that problem, they will put a little bit of pressure of their own at the top tier 1 tower, and maybe Prophet will join for this one.
Up GH in a bit of trouble. Malrine and Skeeter, oh my god, he just evaporates with that minus armor.
They have great
Noob has to just hightail away. Yeah, absolutely.
Dawn carry with Haze is amazing. Bristleback's amazing. Even the Night Stalker support, given enough items, can really put it to good use, especially for killing other supports in the game. So, yeah, looking very, very healthy for the side of Falcons.
You called it. When this patch came out, there's a lot of water. Slardar's going to love this patch. Look at us now.
Yeah, well,
he's not walking in water at all yet. Eventually it'll come. As Amar, he's going to take the brunt of the damage here, but the Solar Guardian coming in heals him a decent amount, but GH coming doing a lot of damage. Amar evaporates as Ghost able to just get out of arm's length, although Malrine comes from the south, finishes him off, so it's a 1-for-1. I believe he came through the gate, if I'm not mistaken.
Ghost only level 5 here is a really big problem.
Very rough.
You want that Unleash in fights like this to just quickly overwhelm and kill that Bristle, but instead he gets that extra 2 sets of quills off, and that's going to be a dead Marcy. Now, okay, so this hero is a carry. I think it has games that are really awkward, where if your lane goes poorly and you're going for Battle Fury, in theory, Marcy has this incredible power spike at level 6 where you're just one of the strongest heroes in the game through kill power alone, but if it gets delayed by just a couple of minutes, your power, oh no.
Sumail, he's going to get some TP support via Noob, who has the Ravage, will expend it, only hits 1. Sumail is still going to die in this, although the Crush misses. Amar eventually finishes him off. Noob and company going to be snowballed up. Amar gets stuck inside of, okay, who's stuck inside these actually? Ends up being a 1-for-1 trade in that instance. Omar coming in with the calling, but Crit and Malrine continuing the pressure. Omar completely out of mana. They're going to focus on GH instead. Ghost finally comes in with a rebound, uses the Unleash, dispose as well, but Malrine with a crush and now attempting to run away. Eventually GH, oh, he does get the snowball off. It will connect. He'll die shortly after though. Malrine, man, is he actually going to live through this? Gets to the high ground. Inside the trees, they're not even going to bother coming up here. He just simply TPs out. Falcons getting away with so much there.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised they're not ahead by more gold than they are, but there's enough. They're finding enough on the side of Nigma to not make this too big of a problem, but it's still, again, considering the lineup that they've drafted, and I would say the the typical way you want to play when you have a Tusk support and a Prophet mid. You would like to be... You want to be more kill hungry than they've been so far. And I don't think it's because they aren't. It's just Falcons are making the moves first.
Yeah,
so they are on the defense.
He's silenced. TP coming in, though. Again, the silence will continue. Solar Guardian coming in. Ghost is mega dead. And now the question is, can NGX get away with anything else? Omar certainly going to follow suit. Starbreaker does partially connect, and Omar eventually brought down by Skeeter, and GH left to his own devices, 3 for nothing. It's a 4-14 scoreline, despite the score, or the net worth lead only being 2K now for Falcons. They get the tier 1, but this group up mentality right now, very, very strong in this game number 1.
And this is something I'm very curious to see, is how they put this Night Stalker to use. I want to see what Crit's next item is. I love the drum. It really fits the idea of how their other heroes are playing. It's super in-your-face style. Dawn wants to chase heroes down. Bristle wants to chase them down. Slaughter does as well. You add that drum to it, you get a lot more damage and move speed, and just keep playing on that. But what's the next item going to be after these phase boots? Is it going to be a utility item? Is Crit actually going to go like a semi-carry route where they all try to scale into true cores? Or will he get, say, a Solar Crest? Or...
My goodness.
Just plenty of
These are some major stacks. I guess that's why they only have a 2K lead, because this has not been taken yet.
Yeah. Dawn, amazing at taking stacks, of course.
Absolutely.
There's 2 AoE abilities that clean them up nicely, and you just make sure that during your Starbreaker combo you have at least one charge of Luminosity ready while you start your combo, so that you get that proc on one of the swings.
Oh, nice bounty room.
And Skitter will do just that.
Okay.
Blade mail.
Nice and healthy. Yeah, we're gonna see, I believe it's a double blade mail, right? I thought, oh, maybe not. I thought there was one. Yeah, there was one on Bristleback, I believe, Amar.
Yeah.
Being delivered. So will be 2 blade mails for Falcons.
Seems like a flat out, we are completely cognizant of the fact that our heroes are only truly likely dying to Marcy.
Yeah.
So we're just getting the item that she can't hit.
Omar gonna get initiated on, although NGX are a bit ready for this. The Ravage comes out. Omar's already lost, but the punch into the air will cause Crit to take a little time off. So 1 for 1, and I think that's gonna disengage completely.
Not the best result for Nigma, though. That was Ravage. So you have a decent amount of nighttime left here for NS that you could try to make a dive play onto mid, maybe find a pick on Sumail and then take that tower. You can kind of do whatever you want, right? Like, if you want to farm, that's fine. If you want to make moves, that's fine. Ultimately, you are in total control now for the next minute and a half until it's daytime.
4 shovels on Falcons. Is this one of those AUI has said, this is the best neutral, you will get this anytime it's available, and they're doing just that?
AUI went to a website and looked at the win rates. It's like, oh, Trusty Shovel is 0.2% better than the others.
That's right.
Well, I will take that every game on every player, except Snaking. He's a rebel, so he'll take the Polywog Charm, which probably has a 20% win rate.
Yeah.
But
just has to be different.
Balance in all things, you know?
Yeah, Snaking's a bit of a hipster now and then, you know? Just gotta stray away a bit from AUI. Can't give him too much control, after all. Very demanding coach, of course, as we all know.
I've heard stories about AUI. If he doesn't get his way, he becomes impossible.
Oh, yeah, very hard to deal with.
Yeah, extremely dramatic person. Yeah. Can't keep his cool. You've seen him in coach interviews with Slacks. He's always, you can tell he's on edge.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
People love the Slacks
really like
AUI cast, but not many people know. They actually despise each other. It's kind of weird. Right?
And the reason that cast works is that Slacks is literally the only more obnoxious person in the world. So it's he makes AUI look tolerable.
Yeah,
that's why
this is accurate. As we're going to see the Tormentor.
Tormentor's up.
It's a freebie.
And
question is who gets the shard here? Minus armor always helping out the cause, as Snake King will get a freebie in terms of the Crystal Clone.
And we have the Roche in the bottom pit here. We'll see if Falcons show any interest in this.
Yep, FPS Breaker. They should rename Dawnbreaker to FPS Breaker when that happens, and then revert it back. That's an important change.
If you want to test how good your computer is, you play a game with Dawn versus Brood and PL.
With Monkey King ult.
With Monkey King ult running.
Yeah.
And then and you need to see none of them, and then when night turns to day, the Monkey ult needs to be active, and the spiders, you need a specific cosmetic as well, I believe.
Oh.
If you can make that happen and have more than 10 FPS, you could probably run Crisis 2.
It's a supercomputer, absolutely. putting it to good use. So Noob on the Tidehunter gets the early shard in the Dead in the Water. We saw in the earlier series how valuable that was. He's taking quite a bit of damage here as GH comes in with a casual Walrus Punch. Calling already placed, and NGX, I mean, they have the Ravage, but not sure if they want to fight here.
Oh, this is a good rune.
Yeah, Malrine just picking up that haste. He's going to be a little bit faster in the water, just slightly.
They just have such a nice run at you lineup that having this haste gives you a ton of freedom. Because what do Nigma really have to stop you from running around freely with this haste?
Atos.
They have Punch.
They just bought Atos.
They have Punch, they have an Atos, and that's kind of it. You can avoid the, you can just run out of the calling, you can run out of the shards, you can, he does have a quelling ready, right? Yeah, so you can get out of Sprout. It's a very, very strong power rune right now for Falcons, and you see they're placing this offensive vision. It looks like they're looking for a little bit more than what they've grabbed so far. I'm a little bit surprised they've only managed to find one tower at 17 minutes, given how this game has gone so far, but they're just paying respect to Nigma's potential turnaround defenses.
Nope.
Uh-oh.
He's got teammates not that far away, but he's going to take a lot of damage in the meantime. Dead shot away, places the Dead in the water, and now on his retreat.
Get our answer to Crit's game plan here. We'll go for the dagger. So,
okay.
T-Gov talked about this on the panel. Just get on top of Tide.
Have you ever seen...
Stick on Tide.
And by ever, I mean recently. Night Stalker Ags? Is that a thing ever?
The new Ags is just bad.
It's really weird.
It's really bad, I think. But yeah, I get where you're coming from against Tide in theory, right?
Yeah.
You can just keep it running,
Yeah.
but man, it's one of my least favorite Ags in the whole game.
I agree.
think it's not particularly interesting. I think it's not particularly good.
Yeah.
So I'd love to see a change to that. Obviously, this support Night Stalker is a thing that was run for a while years back when it was better, and then it came back now. It's interesting for me to see the skill build here. I wonder if this is what's going to be the norm, what Crit's running here, where he's currently 4-3-2, so only 2 points in Hunter in the Night, which...
Wow.
Historically speaking, I think Night Stalker basically always would get Hunter in the Night leveled up, not necessarily as his very first spell, but then it's as the second one. It's very rare for me to see Void and Crippling Fear as the priorities, but this might just be the way you can approach this hero now as a support in this patch.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's specifically doing it for the Tide, and that's just, this is my job this game. I am a Tide magnet. Just need to stick. It's Roche time here. Corrosive Haze being put to good use with these physical damage heroes. And didn't even bring Skitter for it. Didn't need it. So, a little extra efficiency on the
Who
map.
takes this? Is it Malrine? Or Amar?
I think Amar would be a nice choice here.
Okay.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, but he's got the Aghanim Scepter now, so Cool Spray will be doing quite a bit. As, okay, Malrine had the first hit bash, had that ready to go, and Omar will have to pop the ult, but I do believe he will fall shortly. As Crit will ensure that he cannot cast anything. Eventually brought down here. A 5K lead for Falcons.
These coming 5 minutes are stupid hard for Nigma, I think. This is when it gets scary. The Age is in hand, the Ags on Bristle. I think Falcons are going to turn up the speed here and knock down at least mid tower, top tower, and maybe bot tier 2, just back to back. And you're going to have to try to defend them. I don't think you can just give this up for free. It's like, yeah, now it's daytime, but it's only for a very short amount of time here before Crit's back online again. It's not like it's likely for Nigma to find a big play. And also, they're just not flat out not ready, right? Like, Ghost has a Battle Fury only. There's no BKB in the works. There's no Sanjin Yasha. He's working on a Manta currently to get rid of Corrosive Haze.
Oh, wow.
I can't say I love that, but at the same time, what are you supposed to do, right?
Well, don't you just have to go BKB in this case? As we're going to see, Void was already used, so no way to cancel the TP.
Yeah.
But they do force the TP nonetheless, and the tier 1 tower will likely fall. And they're going to continue on to GH as the calling is placed from Omar, just sitting by that tier 2 tower ready to go. Solar Guardian coming in as well. That is the death of the Tusk to start things out. Sprout, a lot of blade mail damage coming out. Ghost going to get hit by the Starbreaker, but now Falcons on the run, trying to disengage for the time being. As Noob jumping in, gets the Ravage, hits 3. That's going to be the death of Crystal Maiden to start things out. Inside the Sprout is the Slardar. Now a big Starbreaker onto 2, absolutely deleting NGX members left and right. Double kill for Amar as Noob falls again. And Omar, the last remaining member of NGX. Are they just going to chase him down?
Oh,
Let's see, why not? That is a full team wipe for Falcons, and they still maintain the Aegis.
I mean, when I watch these fights, I'm imagining being Omar, and I'm imagining being Ghost in these fights. It's just hopeless. They jump on you, and when you have any turn potential, they pop Blade Mail.
Yeah.
And like the Muerta can't hit because she's going to kill herself on Blade Mail. The Marcy absolutely cannot fight. And it's like, what do? You have to find more burst damage against these tanky heroes, but your lineup doesn't have it yet. If you try to play keep away and farm it up, your lanes went too poorly for Marcy to really get there, and you're likely going to be hunted around the map by these fast heroes with Slardar, Night Stalker, and Solar Guardian, so that's tough. It just feels a little bit like a checkmate, right? You kind of have to try to defend these towers, but the fights are really hard to win. If you just give up all the towers and the whole map, you feel like you're never coming back, so it's a very uncomfortable spot to be in for sure. And yeah, just, oh my god, this damage is so ridiculous.
Yep, these minus armor strats, man.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
And usually in the past, minus armor strats have maybe had the Achilles heel of, yeah, you have this minus armor, but then the heroes that are doing the physical damage can be killed.
Yeah.
Now they can't. So it's not like it's a minus armor strat with a PA that dies if she gets caught in a stun. Nope, the carry's a Dawnbreaker with 2,500 health and a Blade Mail. Good luck.
I've been waiting for a strategy with this and the Corrosive Dragon build.
Yeah.
Right? Where you get like all the spells are converted to physical damage, thus the minus armor becomes that more prevalent.
I think Slardar and Green DK is a possible play this patch.
I think, it sounds pretty cool.
Yeah. It's just the fire facet was so stupidly overtuned that you could just not say no to it.
Right.
But now DK might be in a place. At the very least, this tournament so far, he hasn't been like first phase picked or banned every game.
Right.
He's becoming a little bit more of a selective ban and selective pick and more situational. And if DK's in that spot, maybe that's when the Green Dragon actually gets to have a chance, because the red one just isn't so busted anymore that you cannot opt for anything else.
Yep,
so
hopefully we see.
I would like to see that. And I think the team you're watching right now is maybe the most likely in the entire tournament to run that strat would be Falcons, because they play DK on all 3 core roles. They play Slardar on at least 2 roles. Both Malrine and Amar love this hero, so could very well see them bring that out. If AUI is listening to this cast and getting ideas, we want credit.
He won't do it.
Suns fan comes up with a lot of good things for Dota, such as Roshan around the middle. He was definitely the only person to ever have that idea 10 years ago.
That's right.
And to this day, he makes sure to remind the green room daily that this was my idea back when I was 25, he says.
That's right.
To which we say, wow, you're old.
That's right. That is actually quite accurate. Sadly accurate, in fact. Amar, his Aegis will be expiring very shortly.
Yep.
And we'll be finishing up his Lotus now.
They got a lot out of it. They got exactly what I was calling for, right? Mid tier 1, top tier 1, and bot tier 2. So nice cleanup crew here by Amar. Get the full heal. And not only did they get the 3 towers, they got a full-on teamfight win to boot, right? So this Aegis gave them 7,000 gold. That's a nice little win there.
So from NGX's
Skitter's
perspective,
level 19? Sorry, excuse me?
Yeah, excuse me?
How's he 4 levels ahead of Amar?
Yeah, that's something.
When did that
We're gonna
happen?
see dead in the water onto the Night Stalker. NGX need to get a clean kill here.
Oh,
they will.
It's a very small one, but it's something.
It's something.
About 1,000 gold for that one. A little snack. I'm blown away by Skitter being level 19 here, because I feel like Amar's game is good, and they're both obviously very farmed. You can see their net worths are neck and neck, so I just wonder, where did Skitter find this additional 3.5 levels?
Yeah. That is something.
Obviously, a lot of his farm is happening solo out on the map, so he's not sharing XP, whereas maybe a lot of Bristles, there's going to be other heroes in range. But even accounting for that, this still feels ridiculous that Dawn is this far ahead on levels.
And that's the beauty of Dawn. Just go jungle.
Yep.
And if a team fight starts, you just jump in.
Yeah, I was theorizing in this B patch that a lot of the other very popular offlaners...
Oh, they get the frostbite.
No way out of
this.
this.
It's going to be the death of the Tide Hunter. Even a freezing field being used for full effect here for Snake King. I mean, he's not going to be able to use that.
First one of the game, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not a great game for freezing field.
What was I going to say? Yeah, so I was theorizing... Oh, where's he going? Oh, he is...
It turned to night, so things have flopped around a bit. Sumail has a Mjolnir on himself. He is going to be surrounded here pretty shortly, although decent amount of damage being done. Ghost now on the run trying to pursue someone else. Sumail will end up falling. Ghost gets his TP canceled by the Void from Crit.
That is just
And across the map, 3 deaths with nothing to show for it from the NGX side.
Ghost has a Yasha, he's working on the Manta. I think it's going to make zero difference. I'm kind of with you. I think you had to buy BKB here, and you don't like it, but because you still need to deal with Corrosive Haze, but what's the alternative? Yeah, you can Manta off the Haze, you're still going to get killed by some sort of stun, some sort of lockdown, Night Stalker Silence is going to get you, whatever it is. Like, it's definitely very tough conditions. But yeah, I have to say, I'm happy to see Falcons rating Dawn as high as they do in this game. It was picked second in the phase for their overall second pick. I think this hero in the B patch, I was theorizing this was going to be one of the offlaners of this tournament, specifically because a lot of the other offlaners got nerfed, and the B patch was just flat out nerfs across the board almost exclusively.
Yep.
Dawn was untouched, and she was already pretty good in the A patch. So
Alrine getting tickled to half HP now.
Oh, he'll get away.
It's enough time for the rest of his team to think about going in as Noob with the haste. That's going to be a hard kill now.
Yep.
And Amar leading the way.
Yeah, trail everywhere. So much water.
Yep. He loves it. He does have the Aghanim Scepter, I believe, right, on the starter?
Yep.
Yeah, so getting even more bonuses inside of water.
Yep. He has effectively the region of, I want to say this is about half a heart.
Oh, NGX.
In
this
water.
has to amount to something.
It did not.
My goodness. That is unfortunate.
Well, they forced a Crystal Nova. So it did amount to something.
Oh, they got a D-ward because of
true.
that.
Yeah,
All right.
not bad. One of their more successful moves in the last 15 minutes. Nobody died in their team
Yeah,
in this one.
I mean, that was going to lead to my next question. What do they need to do to try to bring this back? Because this is getting ugly.
Yeah, I'm just confronting the
Ghost. Frostbite
This is not what they
into
need
the
to do.
Solar Guardian. Literally couldn't cast anything.
Nope.
Omar pops his ult to try to retreat.
Frostbite.
And that's going to lead to the death of the Muerta as well.
Bonk.
Double kill for Skeeter.
Dawnbreaker is so... Starbreaker is so satisfying.
Okay, the TP in from Sumail. Noob going to use the Ravage just for this Slardar.
if they
Mallory
don't get it
has to
now.
die.
No.
He has to die here. Oh, dear.
Oh my god, that's not...
And now he's thinking about going back in, just puts a casual Corrosive Haze on his way out.
Feels real bad.
And now the Night
obviously with
Stalker
that
ult.
The status risk, the
Airball with the Frostbite in tow. Good Sprout onto 2. Malrine with the Crush, though, and crit. Crippling Fear. Still quite a tanky Tidehunter we have here. As the Crystal Maiden is the first to fall, actually.
Did she
Dead
die
water
for a
onto the
tramp?
Bristle. I don't know. Maybe we can look at that in a replay. Is a lot of right clicks onto Amar, but he's just going to shrug it off. Yeah, they put a lot onto that Slaughter kill and just came up short.
So again, I called this before the game began, but I think if Nigma are to win this game, Ghost needs to pop off. So to answer your question of what do they need to do, they have to somehow get him into fighting shape. And that is so much easier said than done. But I just don't see an alternative. You have to let him farm. You have to try to mitigate or avoid deaths on Marcy until she gets BKB after this Manta. And then maybe you can stand and deliver. But yeah, they've just bled so much on the way that it feels almost impossible to control the map to the extent that you need to.
I mean, if you can't fight without BKB, I'm just struggling to understand why not just buy that first then if you're going to...
That's what I think. I think
Just seems a
BKB
bit
first
odd.
and then Manta would have been a better approach with this game state. I think if you're doing great, if the game was going well, I think this would make more sense to me because then you're playing from ahead and maybe you can, you know, just keep the momentum going. But when you're in this desperate of a situation, I just don't think Manta is the game changer. To be fair, I don't think BKB is likely to be that either. I just think it has higher chance to get you that one fight that could maybe change everything. Oh, ooh, swing and a miss.
Rush misses, Solar Guardian as well, but they have the vision now. And Ghost, I mean, we've seen this time and time again. Attempts to TP out, but the Crush on the other side of the tree line to a Starbreaker, easy peasy.
Yeah, it's rough. There's water up here now, buddy.
That made the difference there.
Not easy, not easy to get away from Slardar. And, okay, what do you think is the biggest distance on the map that doesn't have water, excluding the bases? Like, which area has the least water? Probably the right side of the map, like Ancients plus the Wisdom area. There's like no water, right?
Yeah.
But yeah,
only
for
safe
the most part, he can get to water pretty quickly when he needs to.
Yeah, he just hits W and he gets water. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that's
really weird.
It's weird how that works.
AC now online for Skeeter.
Yeah,
so
more
even
physical.
more minus armor.
And Crit eyeing the BKB now. Interesting on the support NS here. Not exactly dealing too much damage, but he, again, the logic is I'm going to stick on Tide or Muerta or like whoever he wants, he's going to be able to stick on that target for a long time. I think an interesting idea here could have maybe been a Vlad's. If you think about the way they're lining, oh, he changed it to a Blade Mail. Well, what do you know? Let's get one more of those, boys. 30-minute Blade Mail on the position 4. Why not?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
They're like, wait, Ghost still doesn't have BKB. Let's buy more Reflects.
Is it more because they want to take or make use of this Aegis and get buildings? So if you're going to fight now, you might as well complete an item.
Well, then I mean, you could have bought the Vlads, right? At the same
you're saying Vlads before that?
Yeah.
Okay.
You could. I don't know. I'm not sure it's
All right, Malrine creates Water Puddle, now invulnerable.
Okay.
It's a tier 3 tower.
That would be pretty broken. Then it's a Slardar patch. If you're invulnerable in water, he would probably be...
Yeah.
He's probably still second to Dragon Knight on release of patch. He would probably be second best hero of this patch, but...
Yeah, because a lot of people don't know how to hit W when they have Ags.
That's right.
Sumail caught out on the other side of the map. Skeeter will finish the job.
Oh, Malrine's in there.
They're going to jump Muerta. Oh my
God,
just
dude, it's like...
decimated, man. Solar Guardian to come in as well. Just adding insult to injury for NGX. He does get off the Ravage, but where is the damage?
Ghost has to ult and run away.
Skeeter can't attack GH because of the Ghost Scepter, but the Crush will hold him in place. Starbreaker destroys everyone, and Amar is gonna get the Rampage.
Oh, what do you know?
Might as well just cap it all off. Why not?
Rampage with the help of the Radiant Fountain.
Beautiful.
Bristleback Classic. Yeah, I mean, what can you really say? This was a game where everything that needed to happen for Nigma in the first 15 minutes didn't. And the map just completely fell apart. And I mean, big props to Falcons. I really like the way they set things up. I like the way they drafted. I think, once again, extremely crucial for the outcome of this game that Amar gets the double kill bot, if you want to go all the way back to the laning stage to focus on that. Because in reality, what really went Nigma's way post lanes, I don't think any singular move was in their favor.
They got that D ward.
That's right. They forced a blink from CM.
I hope they have that highlighted, actually.
Yeah.
That's going to be a big highlight to watch for NGX here. The last stand for game number 1, as I don't see a reason for Falcons to retreat because they still have that Aegis. It's going to be used. And Malrine and Skeeter both popping the BKBs as Noob attempting to retreat now, but the jump in from Crit silencing everybody. Sumail will drop, as well as the big fat juicy watermelon, and GG is called as Falcons will take game number 1 in quite convincing fashion, I do say, if I do say so myself.
Yep. Just solid stuff from them. Love everything from their draft to their play. Don't really have much to put a finger on here. Just, yeah, solid work in game 1.
Very solid work, as the panel will break this down thoroughly, Shiva.
Thank you very much, Sunsman and Syndrome. I mean, I gotta be honest here, guys. This, I mean, okay, I think this view actually says what we all think. That was bad. That was not good. Here with Lacoste and Tigov, or as they like to describe themselves, here is just a guy and a 12K plus MMR player.
Whoa. Okay, sure. Go on.
You don't know who's who.
Yeah. Well.
What, do you want to say something else?
No, I just feel like I feel a bit cringe, but it's okay.
You said it.
Yeah, I did, but I didn't think it was going to be like a... Okay. Anyway, moving on. Great game there from Falcons.
No, from Falcons, yes.
Yeah, I wasn't going to go Nigma. I did watch the game. But no, yeah, unfortunately for Nigma, we are going to obviously see some highlights which aren't too good for them. I feel like, Lacoste, do you already have some points about this? Do you want to start, or...?
No,
okay.
I think I'm going to save it for slightly later, but overall a very difficult game that we've seen from Nigma Galaxy. Nothing went their way. He was talking about some laning stage. I don't think the lanes even went their way by, like, the lanes were kind of over almost immediately because they broke down with some slaughter rotations with that double kill that Amar got after he got first blooded. So yeah, I think they needed to shut down this Prophet, and because the off lane is relatively slow, and they also needed to focus the safe lane, which is exactly what they did. And the Nigma Galaxy, they didn't have like a way to come back into the game, or as we like to call it, play Dota.
Yeah, I mean, it's self-inflicted, right? Like, we're already mentioning how in the draft, we respected the fact they wanted to be aggressive, right? They're picking their Marcy, they got Prophet, but I don't think they're prepared to deal with a Slardar. Like, this Slardar pick by itself did dismantle a lot of the ideas. Because now, like, you put the Prophet to mid lane, now your Marcy's in the safe lane, you finally pick a Tidehunter, but your entire draft is built around tempo, but there's no real hero to create that unless you win your lanes. If you don't win your lanes, the comeback mechanism isn't really built into your lineup.
No offense, we brought up the Slardar. We looked at what they played. Shouldn't Nigma Galaxy have done the same and then also seen, hey,
that they should have also picked Slardar.
Yeah.
No, they played Slardar. Like, it didn't come out of left field.
But I feel like maybe it happened again in Blast, where they had a clear idea of, like, they thought they could beat a Timbersaw. They got destroyed by it, eliminated. But their perception in the moment was Timber is not a bad is a bad hero against their lineup. They lost. This could be another learning moment for them, where they thought that Prophet plus Marcy flex, if they pick the Slardar, we just put the Prophet mid, it's fine. So in their minds, they probably were ready for the Slardar, but they got reminded that that is not the way it works.
I do think it's kind of mean that they put, you know, it's 7-0-27 for Malrine. He did really well. And he did a leg day, but he doesn't have legs. Slardar.
Yeah, leg day. Never skip a leg day. And yeah, Malrine, he kind of owned throughout the whole game. There are going to be new heroes after the B patch did drop, and this is going to be the one that we're seeing. I like after the 7.38 drop, I thought we're going to be seeing like more Slardar immediately, because it just makes sense. Like he's getting the benefits from the water. The map is water, but it took this whole new patch to discover that this hero is actually going to be really good right now.
It wasn't just really good. I feel like also the plan against him just was bad. So I feel like we didn't really get to see how good Slardar is, apart from he's good against the lineup that's not prepared for it.
Yeah, if anything, we probably learned a little bit more about how to try and deal with Slardar in the future, right? The fact that Falcons was able to pick Slardar into a Prophet that it can play and beat, a Marcy that it can play and beat, and then they ban out like a Necrophos and a Sniper. We already learned that Sniper Necro are the counters to the mid, right? Because if Falcons are picking it and insta-banning, that's probably the main thing here. Is like if you go against teams that can play Slardar middle, you need to like just respect the fact that you have to beat it in lane. Like if you don't beat it in lane, if you go even, then the map play from Slardar will be disgusting. It'll be just, you're overwhelmed with the early Corrosive Haste, chasing heroes down, the Crush, the Blink Dagger Rush. Like you're not going for like an Echo Saber, or you're not trying to farm up. You're just going straight Blink into Shard, and you're a part of the team. And that alone is so scary to deal with. But yeah, I feel like the way that Nigma drafted was either they did not respect the hero, and now they do, or they just didn't know about the hero, and now they do.
Yeah, and then the reaction was initially to move the Marcy away from it into the safe lane, because surely Lacoste, she would do better.
Yeah, and
straight away starts with this clue. Oh my god!
And it didn't. Like they just brought in numbers. The lane didn't start too well for them. They got first blooded, but with the rotations from Slardar, every single time he's involved in these rotations, which we're talking about the Marcy here. Like this hero is supposed to win the lane. That's why they paired it up with the Tusk, so that you have that extra bit of a damage. Sure, you kill the Mar here, but you're also going to be losing many more. You're going to be losing your carry. And the most important thing in some of these rotations is you are losing your Marcy. Like at this point, I think Marcy died 3 or 4 times, and for her, pretty much the game is over, because this hero relies on building the Battle Fury. You don't have IO with yourself, so the only way you can farm is to get the Battle Fury. This hero doesn't farm the jungle fast by any means, and you also lost your early tower. So we see the timing on the Battle Fury pretty much at 16:30, which is not the greatest, and you can see like the damage that she dealt and the how much net worth she has, which is not ideal for this state of the game. So she needs a little bit more time, and also the items that he did go for. Instead, I gotta agree with Centurion, who was opting, like saying maybe go for a BKB Manta style as an item is not gonna give you that little bit of oomph, and I think he finished Manta at like 27, 28 minutes, which is a pretty rough one.
Yeah, they tried to delay the game, but at the end of the day, for what, really? Falcons was able to close the game out very strongly. We'll see if they can do so again, or if Nigma Galaxy has a better plan for game number 2, which is coming your way after a break.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Pudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome to another episode of Dota 2 Letters. I am here with the one and only. Good to see you, my friend ATF. We're going to play Dota 2 Letters. Do you know lore? Do you know items? Do you know heroes?
I used to know, but I don't know anymore. So
what happened?
I just couldn't care less anymore.
Couldn't care less. Great. Well, care today, my friend, because you will be judged against all the other pros. You got to go as fast as possible. You got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And if you don't know the answer, you can simply yell hint or help. What would you like to scream out when you need assistance?
I don't know. I would just say I don't know.
Okay, great. Well, I'm sure that will never come up. Let's go ahead and begin the game. Ladies and gentlemen, Dota 2 Letters, question number 1. Wielding fire, ice, and lightning, I am an arsenal of arcane powers. My spells will obliterate entire armies as I walk away unseen. This is a hero, okay? That's how many letters it is, ATF.
Jakiro?
It is a hero. You can say, I don't know.
I said Jakiro.
Jakiro, no, it's not Jakiro. That is a hero. You are running out of time. Just start screaming, I don't know.
Zeus? No, not Zeus.
Zeros? The man doesn't know. Give him a hint. V. Third letter is a V. ATF, the clock is ticking here.
Next.
Yeah, give him another hint. Okay? V.
Next.
Give him another hint.
Next.
Vukr. You know, a bunker? All right, come on. Next. All right, next time. A master of blades with a bounty on his head. He goes through combat with steel and unpredicted strikes. Only 3 letters. ATF, you're not playing the game very well.
Yeah,
you have to guess. You have to hint.
Hint.
Hint. Okay, starts with a K.
Oh, it's Kiz.
Yes, we got one. Thank you so much. Next. A cutting blade that allows the wielder to traverse vast distances and move at great speeds. This is the hardest one. If you're going to use hints, use them now.
Terror blade?
No, no.
Hint.
Hint, please. Starts with an S. There's an item that starts with an S and it's 2 words.
Oh, it's item.
Yes. Item, 2 words, starts with an S. Use more hints.
Hint.
Hints?
I give up.
Okay, one more hint, please. It is a instantly move item. Starts with an S. Bloop, bloop. There's 3 different types of this item.
I don't know. Just
okay,
give me the
hint.
one.
Great. Swiftling. All right, next, please. A celestial warrior that brings night to bear, empowering those who follow the light. This is a moon-based hero. You have one more.
Luna.
Yeah, Luna, we got it. All right, we got one.
Something.
Next up,
Fast.
With deadly aim, I mark my targets to give them swift death, deliver justice.
Sniper.
What?
Sniper?
No, no. Hint, you have one left. U. Okay, it's a hero, second letter U.
Hint, fast.
No, you're done with hints. It's over. It's over for the hints. You may guess. You're out of time.
I'm dying.
You know that U is the second letter, so it can't possibly be undying.
You give me time. It's so stressing.
The time is over. You have. This is the free. This is the shot. Second letter is a U, and it's a hero. You can do this. Think it over. Deadly Aim. Justice.
Morta.
Yes! That's my boy right there. 5. Well done, ATF. 5. Okay, that's pretty standard, honestly. You did well. I'm surprised.
I didn't do well. You gave me time. It made me stress and panic.
I'm not trying to stress you and panic you. This is a game. It is for, you should be used to stress and panic. That's Dota, right?
Yeah, but you don't start the game and you have a timer till the game is over.
Thank you so much, ATF. It is so good to have you. Really wonderful job there. Always a pleasure. We'll see more of ATF and Team Falcons at PGL Wallachia.
It's a good thing Amar has, a better record playing Dota than he has guessing heroes in Dota. That was a fun one. Thank you for that. First game of this series was fun for Falcons and their fans. It was a very one-sided affair, and we are hoping, and we were kind of predicting that Nigma Galaxy was going to be able to put up a bigger fight. They didn't in game one, Lacoste, but learn a lot from a game one.
Hopefully, yeah, because this was definitely a Giga Stomp. It was a pretty hard shellacking that Nigma Galaxy just received, and I want to see some adaptation as well. I don't want to see them play same type of a draft where if they lose the laning stage, they're kind of cooked. They don't have the real playmaker. Sure, Nature's Prophet, he's gonna farm. He's gonna look good on the post-game stats with the damage, with his net worth, maybe even KDA because he has a bit of a global presence. But the whole setup with the whole lineup of the team just didn't have too much synergy together.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the key thing is, first of all, we learned that the hard counter to Amar is just simply counting down. So that could be an option in all chat. You just start throwing numbers. And 2, when you are second pick, you need your flex cores to at least not be countered by one hero, like both of them, right? Yeah. Normally when you're flexing heroes, it's like, if you pick that counter, now suddenly that hero can move away from you, and then we utilize last pick to punish you. The fact that the Prophet and the Marcy were counterable by the same hero, it really begs the question, did they respect Slardar, or were they just not aware of Slardar?
Also, the ultimate scaling lineup that you have from Falcons, the way they itemized as well, you have the Dawnbreaker, who came in very clutch in a lot of these fights. He's going for AC. Most of the damage is kind of physical on their side from Bristleback and from Slardar, which also means that you're going to be taking Tormentor at 15 relatively easy. You're going to be the ones controlling Roshan. So pretty good way of thinking. And something to point out is that they had 4 strength heroes in the previous game. Universal heroes got nerfed. So we're not going to be seeing much of those. Agi heroes are kind of so we're going back to this tanky meta with the neutral items, with enchantments as well. These heroes are very, very difficult to kill.
Yeah, and so far the 11 matches we've had at PGL Wallachia, Night Stalker banned in 9, picked in 2. 100% win rate so far. It's it's the hero, and here it is again.
Yeah, this is so far exactly the same as a previous game for both sides. It's just same. So it's going to be very interesting to see where they make the changes. We saw previous game Falcons banning out the Terrorblade and the Dazzle. We'll see if they go the same route. It is kind of interesting to see that both teams are still taking this time to think if they want to do the exact same thing again. What's up?
One thing potentially for a change on Nigma would be they pick Dawnbreaker out of phase to prevent the Falcons lineup becoming this unkillable force. A lot of the clips we saw in the early game was the simplicity of when you take a fight, we didn't see Tidebound to TP the bot lane because a bad Tide TP can break his game. But a Dawnbreaker just throwing out her ultimate, joining in a fight, it's not going to punish her.
What if Dawnbreaker is about, it's about to turn into day and Night Stalker goes nope, or starts turning into day and he pops his ult, nope, you're not going to be seeing anything.
Funny, actually.
I gotta say, I don't like the trade, even though Tusk had a pretty high win rate in the previous Dream League. This hero was kind of a sleeper one. I think 9 Class was the one who pointed out that the hero is very strong because of the facet that you do choose, because you're focusing on the laning stage rather than playing for some later timing. Drinking Bodies did got a little bit of a buff, but I think the trade-off that you're getting, Night Stalker for Tusk, is not really ideal.
And also we saw in that previous game how the itemization of a support Night Stalker is somewhat flexible. You can go for phase drum if your team is fighting early. You can go for phase blink if you need to find that backline support. There are And I'm pretty sure that second item that I'm mentioning, or first item, really is anything. And this time around, with the Dawnbreaker banned, they upgrade the Slardar to an earlier pick.
Yeah, and it was the previously Nigma Galaxy banned out the Razor. So it's not like, oh my god, now Falcons can pick up the Razor. I don't think they care too much.
No, I don't think they do. It's the whole logic of when you draft against Falcons. It's at any minute when you ban one of their big heroes, it's like, oh, cool, they respect it, but we weren't going to rush to pick it. We normally pick it when it's a good opportunity. And now the debate for Falcons will just be, is the Slardar only going mid? Because if Nigma picks, obviously, maybe they're going to pick like the Sniper or the Necro that Falcons banned out last game, right? But if they pick a hard counter to a mid Slardar,
it's going to
that's just going to go to the side lane, right? So you can't overreact to the Slardar right now. You need to wait until your last pick.
Yeah, we also don't know yet where that Night Stalker is going to go. Actually, we also don't know yet where the Nature's Prophet's going to go.
I mean, it's the same formula, right?
Yeah.
We already mentioned it, right? This is the Falcons formula. Pick 2 heroes that are very flexible, a really strong 5, make your opponent like panic. You reveal 4 heroes, and now suddenly Falcons like unravel their draft.
But they also kind of upgraded it in the second game because how they picked Slardar straight away, and now they're putting a lot more pressure onto the draft because Slardar was the key hero in the previous game from the mid lane with the rotation. So now Nigma Galaxy, because they didn't find the answer for any of these heroes, and you're kind of playing into the same matchup. Maybe they believe in their own ideas, but I also want to see something more other than Marcy, because Marcy definitely didn't look good, even though I think the hero is super strong right now. There's a reason why they're banning out Io. Io Marcy is a super strong combo, and this is something that Nigma Galaxy loves to run, so splitting up the combo, much necessary. But Nigma Galaxy, I want to see something more explosive, something that can fight, because with the same draft from Falcons, they're going to be running pretty hard at you during the first 5 minutes as well, and also when Night Stalker gets his another ulti.
So you don't want Muerta Marcy coming out?
No,
right
no,
okay.
Not at all.
That's right.
I kind of don't mind Leshrac because you play into Slardar well. You can play into most mid matchups well. It compounds into the aggression that we want to see from a Prophet Tusk. If Slardar does gank, then you technically could go for the other facet to pressure towers if you really wanted to. But
I'm down for some Darkseer, Jakiro type of heroes, something that can punch back relatively early on, because you're going to need to bring the numbers. I'm fine with Jakiro plus maybe 1, because right now, Prophet, a lot of the times you see this hero being ran at, and he's just a food, especially in the previous game against Slardar. You get hit by 1 Crystal Nova, the rest of the team is going to be able to catch up.
Yeah, I was kind of I've already mentioned that maybe they want to hold mid pick to last, but then also I just mentioned a mid pick, right? It's
Ooh.
Okay.
They used all their bonus time for this pick, by the way. Only with 14 seconds left now. They go for the Mars, which is a very...
It isn't Marcy.
It's not Marcy, and it's a very easy to play around hero because you know exactly what it's going to do, and it does allow you to contest areas like a Roche, like a Tormentor.
Yes, but I think Mars excels when his arena is joint by damage. And at the moment,
there is no Damaggio. I'm fine with
Damaggio.
I'm fine with Jakiro. Just have something that can follow up the damage, gives you a little bit more control.
It's just go back to basics.
This is some classic. Again, I don't mind it. Dark Willow is, or was, one of the best early skirmish 4s, right? If you throw down a Bramble in a chaotic fight, you now have to run around it. Then you have the Terrorize as well. Again, it's dealing with all the aggression that we expect to see from Falcons.
Yeah.
Her pop win rate
Still kind of
good, though.
worry about the damage. Mid Leshrac for me completes the draft from Nigma. That is the hero in my mind that is the pick to make their draft look very strong. But I expect Falcons to ban it.
I like the idea of Mars because a lot of the time, Slardar didn't die at all in the previous game. It's one of the best heroes to just lock down certain area and decide to kill the heroes. Slardar, he ran out of the fight so many times. You also have Night Stalker, who's pretty elusive, so he's going to be the one jumping. They had a bit of a lack of control in the previous game. Sure, Tidehunter did land some 4, even 5-man ravages at one point, but it just wasn't enough in terms of the damage that they had. And the same draft from Falcons. They're going to need to change up the last hero because Darkbreaker is banned.
But that's the thing with Nigma. It's we like the fact they have maybe earlier fight with Mars and Willow, but to execute on that fight, the Night Stalker will always see you. The Bristle will be running at you no matter what. if you are out of position, Slardar will then jump on the bristle positioning or the vision from Night Stalker. So if at any minute you miss execute, you will just have your map disappear in front of you. If Arena's on cooldown, if Terrorize is on cooldown, there's no way for you to kind of stand your ground. So they have to execute like flawlessly. That is what this Falcons draft is. It's we will run at you, we fight you, and even if we make mistakes, we can go again. But if you make mistakes, we're going to have 10, 20k gold lead on the map. It's very, very scary.
It's also not that good of a Dark Willow game. Like, I really like this hero, and she's not played into any kind of counters. You're playing into so much AoE damage. You're playing into Silence from the Night Stalker, probably something that you hate to play into. You can't TP out with your Shadow Realm because there's so much damage on the ground. You know that if it's going to be Amar, and most likely it is going to be Amar on his Bristleback, he is the one who's going for the Seeing Red Facet. He's building into Aghanim Scepter, so the damage is definitely going to be there to kill you. And I think, again, Nigma Galaxy with this Mars pick, they need to win the fight inside of the arena, because if they don't, like, their reset is really bad.
I mean, their lanes are better though, at least. Like, we're talking about fighting and in like 15, 20 minutes, even like early moves. At least their first 6 minutes of the game, unlike the last one, they can actually play it out, right? A Prophet and a Tusk in the same lane. You have tag team, you have Sprout, you right click. You can pressure a Bristleback to some degree. Mars Willow, again, very stable lane. So at least their entry to the game, they will be able to control the fight they want to take. Unlike the last one where it was, oh, okay, just get run out the entire game.
Are we just assuming it's going to be the same people playing the same heroes here for Falcons, or are they going to swap up their roles? Because that is still a possibility for them as well.
I think so far, yes, based on the bans, right? They're banning out the Sniper. Maybe they ban out the Necro again. Maybe they think about Leshrac that I've mentioned. But it's, yeah, just same roles for Falcons.
Yeah, because we do have the carry heroes being banned out, and it was Skeeter playing the Dawnbreaker that's banned out this time around. So I think that Nigma Galaxy agrees that we're looking for a carry for Falcons. They have one more ban left.
10 seconds remaining.
What other strength heroes are still
That Skeeter could play.
Yeah.
I could be feeling some CK.
Oh, you took it out of my mouth. I was like, CK or Tiny, like any generic hero that plays strong lane.
And I was being funny, but you guys do think that it should be a strength hero again?
Yes.
Like,
I'm not even joking, because like the damage that they have, like if they manage to kill, let's say, one hero with the arena, maybe two, I still feel Falcons can easily punch back.
I got it. Give me a void carry. Dilation, you run around. We already mentioned the pressure of hitting the arena, hitting the Terrorize.
Getting out of the arena.
Getting out, you know, have a void who just runs around, you soak
He's
it
not
up.
strength though, is he?
Then you have the time, no, but then you have the time zone combo with Bristle, where
Lowering the cooldown.
Oh, that's actually
the one that I tested that had the most sense, if we're talking about like some mid and late game timing, is actually Slardar.
Okay.
With the time zone that excels your cooldowns, you can get, because Slardar, a lot of the times you would see him like at the later stages of the game.
Crush.
You can use Crush 5 times in the time zone.
How would a lane with a Crystal Main do against the Mars Willow?
I don't consider this lane to be strong by any means. Also, the facet that Dark Willow chooses nowadays is the new facet, which accumulates the damage on your Curse Crown. You're not even getting the Curse Crown.
It's true.
Oh, boo, they're not doing it.
Yeah, I wanted to see Ember in the previous game because of the bans, but still, like, it synergizes so well. You have damage, you have 2 frontliners, you have a lot of minus armor, so that's going to be damage amplification.
Yes. That's what, indeed.
I could see it on your face. I knew the question was, but the roles have changed, panel.
They
and I'm
did.
Like, yes, they have.
So who do you want as carry? Slardar.
Probably
Bristle.
Slardar. Bristle off lane, Slardar carry, Ember to... I mean, technically it could also be Ember carry, you know. Either way, it's very scary. Now you have Corrosive Haze on a hero, Ember slights them, Bristle goes on a hero of goo, Ember slights them.
New hero.
Oh, yes,
All right, I mentioned the OD in the green room earlier today.
Oh, okay, so it's mid.
Mostly, if Troll actually was starting to be good.
Ah, yes.
Why is OD good here? Is he good here?
OD is classically very good against melee heroes because you have Imprison, you then have Sanity Eclipse. They just does a lot of control in the fight. Eventually, you get to Aghanims, where you then get that big barrier to play on. When you get to low HP, you have to kind of kill him again. So it's like, it is a greedy hero that in high-pacing lineups never gets online. But
Yeah, you said he's a hero. Is he really a hero? Because I just don't like. This is the classic, the old school hero
very old
that
school.
always was very good at dealing with tanky heroes because you're dealing the pure damage. But you're also going to be playing into Night Stalker, which is not ideal. If you see him, if he's the one getting jumped, they cooked. I don't know if I'm hungry with this type of a draft, to be honest.
I mean, to be fair, I think OD classically is good against Ember and lane, right? You can, against melee heroes in general, you out-deny him. And if Nigma Galaxy can just hold the game for like 20 minutes, you get to like, let's say he goes for Midas Witchblade Ags, OD can then become a bit more of the front line to soak up the fight because you become extremely tanky. But if there ever was a time for OD to be good, this is the game where it should be good. And if you lose the game and OD is like 0-3 game over, it's proof that OD is just in such a bad place. But I kind of think I'm seeing it in pubs. I am seeing like high-level players like Paparazzi trying it.
Specifically against Ember, or is that just
against the meta in general, like the kind of tankiness. But Weehar's playing it. I'm seeing, you know, MTD, Paparazzi. Like there are top-level mid laners doing it. It's just competitively, it's a lot harder because the pacing of the game compared to a ranked game is very different.
In theory, they should be winning that lane in the mid lane. Bottom lane is also relatively strong with the Tusk and Nature's Prophet. I'm just worried for the top lane because Dark Willow and Mars, it doesn't look strong against Crystal Maiden and Slargar. So another difficult game for Nigma Galaxy.
Is it going to be as one-sided?
I think slightly better for them, but overall, I don't see them having an easy entry to this game.
Sumail's the MVP if they win, like easy. He's gonna be like 20-0 if they're winning. He's gonna like, it's gonna be one of those like, oh my god, it's Sumail. Or they're 0-2. Congrats, they're now playing tomorrow in the loser side of the Swiss bracket, but all the pressure's on Sumail. Everything's on his shoulders.
It's just funny for me to see the OD pop up because we haven't seen him actually do well in such a long time. So it's interesting to see him pulled out in this game where game one did look so rough. Is he specifically good against extra tanky cores potentially? Like, do they have a way to, do they have the damage and a way to deal with the sturdy cores coming out of Falcons?
I think it's just the race to can OD get to Aghanims. I think the Aghanims is the thing that not only do you have damage to kill tanky cores, but the Aghanims buys you time to hit your opponent and actually, you know, get them down. So if Falcons can shut out the map before OD gets to that net worth, Falcons will feel very happy and not care. But if it is a free game for OD, he beats the Ember in mid, farms, then
well, it's going to be exciting either way to see how game number 2 will play itself out, and made more exciting, of course, by our caster duo in Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Thank you, Shiver, for not calling us fat this second time around. Sunsfan here with Cinderin in game number 2 between NGX and Falcons. Game number 1, not so pretty for NGX, Cinderin. Now, the draft for Falcons is almost identical. Outside of the Ember Spirit. We might have to hold this thought as Amar, he's going to get banished right off the bat by Sumail. This could very well be first blood, and indeed it will be. It'll go to Ghost, who's playing the carry Nature's Prophet, so already a way better start for NGX.
I love that. Malrine just tips him for dying. I know, I think it's funny. I want to say I'm very much in agreement with the panel here. I think if this is a game Nigma are going to win, it's going to be the King Show. Good start for them, of course, getting first blood here. The first blood going to Ghost is probably my second best recipient of that after Sumail. I think they would have ideally had it on OD, because this is a game that they've very clearly gone into a little bit into the think tank after game 1. They're like, okay, they're running at us, they're too tanky, we can't kill them. So they get, this is something out of the old playbook here from Coach Kuroki, right? This is from... This is a classic from many years ago, OD into tanky strength cores. You have a ton of pure damage. You have the massive AoE burst with Sanity's Eclipse. Most strength heroes have low mana pools, so you exploit them a lot with that as well. So theoretically here, if Sumail has a good game, he could just do vintage Sumail stuff and look unreal on this hero. He's very, very good at OD. It's a hero that plays very much into his strengths as a player. I still think Sumail is an S-tier laner, and this is a real lane mechanics hero where if you have very good understanding of perfect timings on last hits and creep manipulation, you can win your lane handily against a hero like Ember.
Yeah, definitely the most annoying hero to play 1v1 against as well. So if you're playing against a tilter, like a GPK, for example, not to throw his name randomly out.
That's interesting. We're just, all right.
I was just thinking of a tilter. It's the first one that comes to mind, all right? It's just nothing personal. But yeah, Odie definitely a hero to get you riled up, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, the pure damage against like these really
GPK, just pick OD, I guess.
Yeah, true.
It's not about the hero matchup. You're playing the man, not the meta.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
so
OD Go ahead, Cinder.
Yeah, I was going to say, so we've covered this lane, right? The difference of putting Ghost on carry Prophet, I think, is also going to help Nigma out quite a bit. Last game, the mid Prophet didn't really seem to find the impact, and by extension, the Marcy was struggling.
Yeah.
I think the carry Prophet here should have a decent laning stage and can then transition that into perhaps being a bit of a kill squad with OD. Just getting that little bit of extra assistance in. Maybe you can kill mid before Ember is 6 by a Prophet teleport. Maybe you can help your top lane that I would say the panel rightfully so pointed out should become quite difficult for the Mars plus Willow. There's just a lot of potential here compared to game 1 in my eyes for Nigma Galaxy. So hopefully
I totally agree. I mean, you have the mid aspect that you already discussed, the pure damage against all these really high strength heroes, but I feel like Ghost, it feels less likely to get shut down on, like if you absolutely demolish a Nature's Prophet carry, I feel like you still find farm on this hero. As opposed to Marcy, who's stuck with a Battle Fury 25 minutes in the game, still hasn't finished the second item yet.
I'm also just struggling to remember a time that Nature's Prophet carry got bodied. This hero is hard to lose lane on. You actually need to
There's a reason it's the best body in ability drafts, Cinderin.
That's right.
Best stats in the game.
Crit taking a massive beat, actually dying here. Tag team plus Prophet, that nice body. Night Stalker just couldn't withstand it.
Yeah, it's understandable.
It is a Giga Chat hero here for
Very
Ghost.
majestic. Yep. So 2-0 start for Ghost. You could not have scripted this any better for NGX in terms of their comeback from that game number 1, which felt a little uncharacteristic, I guess. I know that they're, this roster hasn't been together that long in terms of the full 5, but GH doing some decent damage here. Did he go for the tag team as well? I assume.
Yeah.
Are we not seeing the other facet anymore? Drinking Buddies? It got buffed in the last patch.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen Drinking Buddies. I think it does have a place in some situations, but yeah, tag team has been the staple for
Nature's Prophet Courier, will you be outrun by Night Stalker? He's going to dive the tower for, the creeps come in to block out the Night Stalker. What a play from Creepy the Creep and his friends. Back to you, Cinderin.
Which one is Creepy? Is that the range creep?
The range, of course. Yeah, he's the leader, obviously. Come on.
There's literally a flag bearer on this wave.
Oh, perfect.
I'm pretty sure that's the leader.
Okay, fine.
Maybe it's just for show, though. Maybe the real leader is the guy in the back calling the shots. He's telling
That's
them how
true.
to march with the flag.
Yeah, it's very deceptive. Understandable.
This mid lane is, honestly, even. Maybe you could even argue that Malrine is winning here.
Yeah, based on regen alone.
Regen alone, as well as the total CS and net worth. He's winning in more or less every aspect of this lane. So, I mean, I can't say for a fact that this is unlikely to happen, but obviously this is a matchup that we have not seen very much of as of late. So, I guess we'll learn as we go along. But I would say now is when OD starts becoming a fearsome laner. It's that level 5. That's when you really start being a big nuisance with the Astral Imprisonment against Ember. As long as you catch him off a Flame Guard, you do good damage, and over time should whittle away at him. But
yeah, nice spear. Brambles will be avoided as he can take some extra damage from that Shadow Realm. We're going to turn things around onto Noob. Gets the Bash's crit, and Snake King coming in from the south. They will be able to take out the Mars eventually. Although he pops the wand, staying alive with the Frostbite will ensure that this is a successful kill in terms of the Falcons side. First death for NGX.
It's one of the benefits when you play with Amar on a hero like Bristle is you basically, when this hero reaches level 3-4, a lot of the time the position 4 gets a little bit of freedom to move. And
oh boy, Malrine getting ganked. GH is there with the snowball along with Ghost. There's the Sprout as well. Very nice kill for NGX, and that is the 3rd kill for Ghost in there, and he's on a killing spree.
That's that move. The Prophet connecting on mid to help OD crush the lane now. I say crush, he's ahead by 70 gold.
That's crushing.
If nothing else, giving him an advantage, and now they're turning this into a tower push, so really daring Falcons to bring some defense. And what's really in the tank for them? It's daytime. Nightstalker's level 2, so he's garbage.
That's less than garbage.
You've got Bristleback level 5, who could potentially TP and be a bit of a body there with Quills, but somebody's got to take out the trash here. This Treant is going to go to work together with the Siege Creep. They'll pull away the wave with a Slight and then Glyph. And maybe that is going to be enough to only lose about a 1/3 of the tower. So nice distribution of resources here from Falcons to not over-rotate, but also not sacrifice too much on that tower. Oh, if they even get a kill on the way out
yeah.
here, Crit.
Illusion's taken by Crit, and he's going to use that to try to surround GH with the nice shards. Only thing outside of it is a useless illusion. A lot of couriers being in the river right now. A little baboon. Love that animation. But yeah, definitely a better start for NGX. The question is, can they keep this up? And in terms of OD, I mean, again, not a hero I've seen a ton, Cinder. And how does this hero scale these days?
It still scales really hard. It has the same Banes as it used to with
They
BKBs.
redid the Roshan thing, right?
You can Arcane Orb him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that works.
As
like
Ghost and company getting gone on Snake King. He's going to be the first to fall. Ghost still really healthy, but the Crush is going to connect onto 2. There's the snowball onto the other side. It's going to go on top of Amar instead into the spear on that lone tree. Beautifully done from NGX. The Crush again onto 2 as here comes Mallory trying to finish the day. But Sumail coming in now. Gets off the beautiful ult. And somehow nobody from NGX has fallen. As Mallory now
doesn't
off the remnants. He's stuck inside the shards, though, and like you said, no mana to escape. So, very big fight for NGX, as they are certainly in the lead at this moment, although the net worth is still quite even.
Yeah, they might not be in the lead in terms of just straight-up net worth, but compared to Game 1, this is a total shift of momentum, and it gives them, this time around, it feels like they have the potential to keep making plays. That was a struggle in the last game. It was Falcons were making every move, they were responding and failing to respond. This time around, when you have this kind of a start, you're almost 6 on profit. Well, he might have to wait a little bit longer to get said 6 as he is being dove, but no chains used from Malrine here onto Ghost. Gives him some time to run it off, maybe just entirely. Was one more remnant in a second.
Yeah,
no,
that's the Searing Chains will certainly cause his death. So first death of the game for Ghost, as Falcons finding a way to take control of that lane. And looks like they'll be able to clean up the tier 1 as well.
But yeah, to follow up on your OD question, this hero can scale still absolutely crazily with enough items, especially in the given matchups that it has. Because once again, it's going to be hard for Falcons' heroes later in the game to itemize against Sanity's Eclipse, right? You're going to have a BKB as a potential solution, but there's no other obvious way of covering the mana difference multiplier, right? You're not, maybe your Ember is going to buy a little bit of mana, but and Bristle will have some from a potential Ags, but that's kind of it, right? Slardar isn't going to buy massive mana items. Nobody is, really. Even CM. Not that you're trying to counter her specifically, but yeah, give Sumail enough time, and this is a hero that can carry this late game, and he's planning for that already, rushing Midas on his OD. So not very many heroes are doing that very frequently anymore. OD, one of the ones that will take its chances. And I think it's going to be very telling what he goes after. Because OD, there's a couple of different approaches. You could rush a Pike. You could go for a BKB. You could think about the Ags that T-Gov mentioned, just for tankiness and uptime and sustain.
Tag team doing quite a bit. Curse Ground keeps him out of crawl, but there's TP rotation. Falcons looking to pursue, but won't be able to close the gap. So another freebie for NGX. By the way, I wanted to talk about this, and maybe this is normal, I just don't know, Cinder, but the Mars facet. He took Victory Feast instead of the Mars Arena Vision one. Have you
I wonder why. Is that something you do? I'm just trying to wrap my head around, because you mostly have seen the other one, I would say.
Yeah.
Generally. I'm just trying to think if there's something clear here that makes him not believe very much in the blind. Like maybe it's because of Night Stalker. Maybe he's also considering that the enemy team maybe aren't saving each other that much, and the hero that you jump, it's a matter of do you kill him in stuns or does he get out? So that the vision doesn't matter as much. Like Ember, it's a matter of can you kill him during stuns or will he get out with a remnant? Night Stalker, you're probably not targeting him very much as Mars here because he's a support.
Very interesting. I mean, I would have put that in the same category to follow up on our discussion from game number 1 as one of those one-and-done facets that you would never see the other one, but here we are seeing that here is Snake King caught inside the shards. Crit on the low ground, just going to leave his poor little CM alone. As there's the Hand of Midas now officially is Noob actually going to use the Arena right off the bat. Terrorize as well. We've talked about this combo time and time again, but they don't have the damage, or do they? As Sumail comes in now. Ends up helping take out Skeeter Malrine.
Not quite enough
in prison.
here.
He does have his Remnant. Okay. Will be using it after the Sleight of Fist. A blood grenade used by Omar. Malrine to the other side of the trees will be met by Crit, and he will get away. But still, And GX looking totally different than game number 1.
Yeah, it's fascinating when you run basically the exact same strategy again that the other team adapts. It's funny how that works.
Well, they did get rid of Dawnbreaker. That was a big one.
That is true. And it is actually a really
Having
big part.
that global presence is pretty good.
That was very strong for their lineup last game. Omar will try to use some fancy footwork here. Can he get the TP out? He just barely got the mana, and I think the answer here is a resounding yes.
Ooh, yeah.
Skeeter will be too late. He will see the end of the TP animation, though, so not going to waste his time hunting ghosts. Oh, by the way, Amar's mega fat. That's kind of standard.
Stop fat shaming against
Bristleback. Sorry, wrong word. Amar's mega farmed.
There you go.
Stop profession shaming, Shannon.
As we see now, a Maelstrom on Ghost. Is this a game for a Silver Edge on the Prophet, you think? To try to break the eventual unkillable Bristle?
How about a Conda for break, Shannon?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds terrible.
Love to see it.
It could be part of his build. I think he should not be specifically targeting Bristleback with his itemization, though. I think it's better that he just goes all round, how do I have highest DPS and can stand my ground. I'm a little bit worried that going silver just leaves him vulnerable. When he gets jumped, he's just going to die. So maybe stats, some armor, BKB potentially.
Surround tactics.
Nice. Nice shard.
Somehow living through this. Blood Grenade is applied. That's not going to be enough to tick him out, I don't believe, although Crit pops the ult to try to pursue, but the Bramble's holding him in place. Nicely done. That's the getaway of the Mars.
Vintage GH Tusk right there. Beautiful ice shards.
Crit continuing, though.
Yeah. He's not
really looking for this kill.
Sees Omar. He's,
and they might get a consolation kill. Or not.
This is a difficult one to go for.
Ooh, so close. Ghost coming in with the Sprout, though. It's immediately broken as Skeeter attempting to run. Snowball not going to connect as Noob is still in the area, apparently. Has his Mars Arena.
Oh, look, there's water. He's out.
That's true. The ultimate counter to anyone, water.
That was actually kind of close without the water there to being in range for an arena, but did get out.
Oh, Omar. Okay. Malrine will get Curse Crown, and that looks like it'll break things up.
Is Crit going to stick around the neighborhood here for the 14 Wisdom? He's pinging it out. I don't really think Falcons have the resources to contest this, so this should just be an even trade. And once again, things definitely looking up for Nigma compared to game number 1. Sumail will be rushing that Pike. I do like that choice against run-at-you heroes like Slardar and Nightstalker and even Bristleback. I think Pike Ags sounds really
I thought
stable
you said
here.
pipe, and I'm like, what?
No, that is Sumail, not Eternal Envy. That's another player that made a name for himself many years ago. Eternal Envy now does other stuff than Dota.
Very successful, apparently. Omar going to get caught off guard. See the Searing Chains onto the Mars, but this time they should be able to clean up the poor Dark Willow.
Oh, vintage GH Tusk with the...
You are great at just jinxing everything, aren't you?
It just had some great shards and then he makes those ones after. For what it's worth, I think that's a death sentence no matter what, so that's the silver lining. That one didn't matter. He hit the one that mattered, Shannon.
Yep, true that.
That's when you want to peak.
Yep.
So Amar, we're rocking that axe. We'll be farming up a storm here. Easily top off the net worth, eyeing up a shard, so pretty standard. And now, 15 minutes, it's Torment time, and they have a really good lineup to do this with quickly.
That's right. It's similar to last game with the literal exact same heroes.
That's right. It's funny how that works. The neutral creeps and the Tormentors cannot redraft themselves. They are playing the same character.
That would be an interesting change. That it's just a different type of Tormentor every game, and you're drafting around it, you know?
And the neutral creeps get to pick other abilities. Like, oh, there's a Chen. I don't like this team playing Chen. I'm going to have no abilities.
That still won't be patch 8.0, though, of course.
True.
Omar crushed. The Shadow Realm is there.
He's cooked.
On the Brambles, okay. Gonna use the Terrorize. The GH gets the punch as well. There's the Mars Arena. Noob coming in. Big Sanity Eclipse onto 2 dead for Falcons in the blink of an eye, and the rest attempting to get out of dodge as Crit is somehow being pursued by creeps that have global vision, it seems, thanks to that ward.
Very nice counterplay. And again, let's keep in mind, if Nigma managed to weather the storm here, they are playing with... Oh, are they going to get more
Spear?
here?
Do they have the stun locked down? The Walrus Punch into the Cursed Crown, demolished Malrine.
Easy overkill. I think they could have killed him almost twice there with all the damage they had. Showing up in spades here. Okay.
We got ourselves a game.
Yep, we definitely do. Because even though the gold lead isn't that significant here, it's the fact that this time it seems inevitable that Nigma are getting somewhere where they can take fights on their terms.
What is this?
Crit with some nice... yeah, juking at daytime as Night Stalker is surprisingly difficult. The hero doesn't really do very much.
Indeed. Sumail will clean it up.
Dominating Sumail.
So like you said, the Pike will be coming shortly.
Yeah. So only missing a few hundred for that. Top net worth of the game now. Finally overtakes Amar.
Yeah, Amar has the Aghanim Scepter. We'll be going for the Hairball in just a moment into the eventual BKB.
And Malrine is level 9. He's the same level as the enemy position 4 in the Willow. So really not much to write home about for the Ember. And it's not the easiest Ember game ever either. You kind of want to have a couple of items here to be able to navigate fights with confidence. If you get caught by a spear combo, you can just get burst by OD. You need to play around brambles. You need to play around the potential Tusk, Snowball, catch, and save against your chains. There's issues. I guess the good news is Prophet doesn't have the level 20 talent anymore that Sprout leashes, so he doesn't have to worry about that exact one.
Yeah, that was an abomination. So I think we're all happy to see that. Sumail, Astral Imprisonment.
That got to stay in the game surprisingly long.
Bramble holds him in place. Terrorized to follow. Do they have the damage?
Yep.
They have the stun lock. They have the damage. They have everything as Malrine. Still level 9. Oh, I just made that up. He's 10.
I really like this combo.
Yep, go ahead.
The Astral into Brambles is kind of... It's giving me OD Mirana vibes, where you're finding someone on a side lane, you banish them, and then you hit the Brambles into Terrorize, which effectively lasts as long as a max duration arrow.
Ghost being surrounded, but TPs are coming, but he still evaporates. Snake King gets credit for that one. It's a hit and run for Falcons.
Yep.
Perhaps they try to stay and pursue again. Although Sumail in the background does have Sanity's Eclipse. A nice double crush from Skeeter, but the Mars Arena comes out, holding Skeeter in place. Sanity's Eclipse into a spear. Down goes Skeeter, so a 1-for-1. Rebuke, not enough to do that much damage to the Ember Spear is Malrine. Remnants away to the low ground. They lose Sumail in the midst of all of this, though. And Amar continuing his rampage. Not literally, of course. The punch-up is there from GH. Amar will continue to poke a bit. Either way, it's a 3-for-2, but 2 cores dead, or sorry, 3 cores dead for NGX.
The OD kill's big, and that one went to Bristle. You can see the damage numbers here. I think he took a full Quill Burst with the Axe activated from Bristle, just killed him like 75-0, I think. Got caught in an awkward spot there, Sumail with the Pike.
No. Oh, the crush.
Yeah. We're serving
and
the bash.
Surround tactics coming. Skeeter does take a lot of damage, but it is the Nature's Prophet who shall fall. And this was, I mean, the Ghost dying back to back to back.
Yeah.
From game number 1. Getting a little PTSD now.
Sumail killed definitely the bigger one overall, though. He was 7-0, so he gave a big bag over to the enemy team. And what happened was he was piking himself away from one hero, and then he kind of gets caught in this awkward spot in the river with Astral on cooldown, and Amar just identified that immediately and took advantage and found that kill. So pretty much a dead even game in terms of just raw net worth now. But as we've more or less talked to death, a massive upgrade over game number 1, which seemed basically hopeless at this point.
He's going to fall in the bot lane. You can see Dota win probability, Dota plus win probability, which means basically nothing, by the way. We're discussing this earlier. We're pretty sure that these numbers are just random these days. There's no logic anymore, as opposed to when they originally came out, there was logic.
I feel like the accuracy of Gabe and has...
yeah, it's fallen off a bit.
Yeah, he needs to spend more time playing the game and less time on his yacht, I think, if he wants to keep giving good estimates of...
It's definitely set to an old patch from like 8 years ago.
They've never disclosed how it works at all.
Right.
So we're just in the dark, kind of like, okay, does this take every game into account? Does it take all brackets? Does it use this or that? Does it take into account facets, talents, barracks taken, you know, all this stuff? We don't know. I'm pretty confident it takes barracks into account because I feel like when you rax, the graph spikes massively, right? And generally, the team that gets the first set has a massively high win rate.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. There's been games where I'm like, okay, this has to be like close to 0, and then Dota Plus gives it 20. I'm like, there is no way.
Yep.
This is 20.
Okay, Noob is all alone here.
Oh, that's not a good arena.
And he's dead. Yeah, using the arena as well.
Yeah, it's one thing to use the arena to try to protect yourself, which I kind of like there, but he has to place it better than that so they can't run in. He placed it with them basically already inside, and it's just an instant death sentence. There was potentially an escape play there with a clutch arena that you're inside and Bristle can't get in, but nevertheless, the trade is
Snaking
coming.
will be the global trade, as it were.
That's a good
But
way
still
to
a
put it.
Cinder. I mean, I know we're not seeing the experience difference, which I would love for that to be like one of those little numbers at the top at some point for Valve to implement. But net worth is basically even, despite the score being 18-8.
Yeah. Classic Falcons fashion. They're very good at finding farm on the map. So even in losing position.
Oh, man, that's some damage. Woo.
Nice snack. Yeah, I mean, Sumail's starting to hit really hard, and he's got the Witchblade now, so faster projectile speed, that extra damage is really nice. Obviously, OD, a part of any 5-item OD build will be Parasma. It was a matter of, are you going to go that now? Are you going to go the Ags?
Where are those blade mails at?
True. I mean, they ran
So
it
good
last
against
game.
OD.
Yeah, they ran it against Ghost's Marcy in game 1, but not so much against the OD, it seems. Maybe the logic is against Marcy, you're effectively outlasting Unleash, and against OD, you're kind of just delaying the inevitable, where you pop Blade Mail, he can just banish you and wait, or hit someone else, whereas Marcy's a little bit more locked in place. When she's already jumped in, she can't just pivot to another target.
But if everyone has blade mail, he can only ask for one person, Cinderin.
That's true. Yeah.
Really important strategy.
And if that person is himself when the other team blade mails, then all their blade mails are over.
Very impressive.
Going for the Shivas now is Sumail, so that will be the defensive item of choice. Wasn't exactly on my bingo card. It makes a lot of sense, though. You're against Slardar and Bristle, right?
GH locks in crit. He's done so.
He is having a rough one. 1 and 5. Just seemingly getting caught everywhere on NS of all heroes.
Sumail TPing to the top lane. They want to get Amar, who is retreating successfully, it seems. Sumail will eventually show.
He's a tough kill. He has BKB on Bristleback. Always going to be difficult to take out. But again, I think the most important part against Bristle in a game like this, you see the BKB on BKB second item on Ember. That feels awful, let me tell you. You do not want to buy this. Some games you don't want to buy it at all.
Yeah.
And having to buy this second is a real feels bad, man. So that's another piece of good news for Nigma, honestly.
There are 5 Essence Rings in this game, Cinder. So another AUI special. 3 of them on.
Yeah, trust to shovel into Essence Ring builds. Yeah. Very good.
I think they have established what the overpowered neutrals are.
So Crit has a mystical one. Okay, there's a mystical one on Slardar as well.
Okay.
Okay, let's see the other team. Sumail has a quickened one. That's very good on OD.
Oh.
And Alert on Prophet for the attack speed. So decent variety. They didn't all go mystical.
Yeah.
Maybe only the lucky few that got the option.
Yeah, I feel like the mana cost for that one is pretty extreme. So getting the mana regen after the fact is kind of nice.
Time for Tormy. Falcons know when they killed it, they can add 10 to a number.
Yeah.
And they will find it once more. Insta-kill.
Ooh, doggy. Malrine with the shard. Very
This is actually, when we were talking about the net worth difference, that's the Tormentor, right? That's skewed it so
true,
much.
huh?
They've killed it twice.
Yeah.
It gives, how much net worth does it give by now? Like 2,500 after the nerf, or maybe a little less, 2,400? Because it gives the shard plus, how much is it per player? 170, I think?
I forget what they changed it in the B patch.
Yeah, they lowered the number.
It was 250 to start.
It was 250, which was insane, and it was absolutely.
Malrine!
Oh, they found him!
Punched up. Terrorize is coming for him. Do they have damage between these two supports? Well, Ghost shows up, and now they certainly do.
Really nice execution. Ooh. No chance to BKB there. Perfect layering of spells. The stun from Snowball, punch, terrorize. Just very, very nicely layered.
I feel like they've been doing
not
that.
Layered.
Well, it is. Yeah, they're layered. Why not?
I don't know. I feel like when you hear stuns being layered, to me that's a negative thing because it sounds like they're on top of each other rather than.
No, that's stacking.
Yeah, I mean that's also a layer. A stack is a layer. Anyway.
Okay, well.
Shut up.
We're going to be seeing non-layered stun / pure damage being applied as they take out yet another core for Falcons. And with that, will they be able to get this tier 2 in the top lane? Although Sumail, again, having to be forced out of lane because of the pushing of Amar.
They, dare I say, they look a little bit lost on the side of Falcons, struggling to string anything together, finding fights. They have consistently, like we talked about, they've got the Tormentors, which has been a good objective pickup for them. If they hadn't had the Tormentors, this would have looked real bad by now, but they're not really able to put it to any use. They're just gaining net worth, but they seemingly cannot fight into what Nigma are presenting them. Now Sumail with the fully completed Shivas. I'm very curious to see his next choice here. Will it be an Axe? Will it be the finished Parasma? Does he want a BKB so he can more likely stand his ground against stuns and silences? Plenty of options here.
Well, I mean,
Going
that's
for
the thing. If
Gunpowder Gauntlet.
If the Night Stalker was a little bit more prevalent this game,
yeah.
If Crit was more farmed, then Sumail would be forced into an earlier BKB, right? But because of the current state of things, he has the option of just foregoing it, theoretically, based on his good start. But like Crippling Fear is just so good against these heroes. Is seeing it being used to full effect here, as GH will take a tumble. Shadow Realm TP looks to be successful.
It's a very small grab here for Falcons. They get a support kill, but they use Dark Ascension and bring 5 heroes to the play. So effectively now you can just be Ghost and TP top lane, push that in with Teleport, and the rest of your heroes can start spreading over toward the Wisdom. So it's something for Falcons, but that's about as little of a win as they could get there. Crit now. Looking at the Wisdom, not going to happen. Oh, is he actually? He's spotted.
Uh-oh. Arena. And that should be the death of the Night Stalker again. So Crit, the tale of 2 games between 1 and 2 for the Night Stalker for sure.
Really nice contribution there from Ghost. Teleported in and attacked once and got the kill. That's everybody loves when that happens in their pubs. The AM blinks and hits once, or the Prophet shows up for one attack. But
yeah, how does this facet work exactly? Is it a burst of HP and mana, or is it over time for the Mars?
It's instant, I think.
Okay. Okay. Snake King snowballed up, and GH has been setting up so much. I mean, this just brings us back to days of old Cinder, and GH Tusk is a thing of legend for sure.
He's in 20 out of 24 kills as that 5 Tusk, and he's got the items to really keep this ball rolling. Blink, Ghost Scepter, and Gale Guard. He's a tough kill. Like, if he's going to blink in and start the fight, I don't think Falcons can actually kill him in a Crippling Fear. He's just going to Ghost Scepter and block 80% of their damage. What's realistically going to be hitting him? Crippling Fear itself, Void, Maiden spells, and that's kind of it. Maybe some Searing Chains, but if he outlasts that with Gale Guard and Ghost Scepter, he could maybe even get a snowball off. So you can see he's playing with so much confidence, just walking up high grounds, really leading the charge. Oh, very fast.
Yeah, the Shadow Realms have been on point, but it's not enough this time, as Amar able to rip through with that Aghanim Scepter.
That's a much better hero for Falcons to find first than the Tusk. The Willow is a great target. They get that done.
I mean, Falcons, it does feel like they're just hanging around. I mean, 1 teamfight win, and they're back in this for sure.
Absolutely. That's why I still think Sumail's itemization is going to be really important, because, yeah, he's 12-1 and having an awesome game, but it's not.
The Nightfall special for Ghost.
Oh. Don't actually think the BKB was needed, but...
that's why it's called the Nightfall.
Yeah, I think even with a 12-1 scoreline here, OD still needs to be a little bit cautious. He has 3,000 health and 35 armor, so it sounds kind of ridiculous to say this, but it is still possible to kill Sumail. He will finish the Parasma, and I guess more so than anything, he's just counting on his teammates to protect him. He can probably count on either an Arena or a Snowball, and then maybe the Solar Crest of Willow, and then that might
just a bit of a steal though for Falcons.
Get the Roche.
Okay.
Don't forget the banner.
Aegis on Amar. And Sumail, I mean, he should know that they're here. He's going to get crushed, but GH with the counter Walrus Punch. Noob comes in to get a big Sandy's Eclipse coming. Sumail, okay, the arena's going to set him up. And that's going to be the death of the Aegis already as Maureen getting ripped through. Has the BKB activated, though. Will slide a fist into the Remnant away. Will live as a result. GH finally will die. And after all that, it's a 1-for-1 if you're not including the Aegis.
Yeah, very good fight for Nigma, though. Getting rid of the Aegis instantly. And Slardar never got the BKB off on Skeeter. I'm not sure what exactly caught him by surprise there. Maybe it wasn't anticipating the Arena Spear, but yeah, that he could not stand his ground at all. Just, you see that 134 pitiful damage numbers.
Still a 9-second BKB as well.
Yep, it would have been potentially quite big for that fight if he had got that off and got off another crush or two for Amar to really do the damage, but yeah, nice play call from Nigma to quickly isolate and kill off the Slardar within that arena. And in the first place, to bait Sumail. This is what we were talking about. He maybe doesn't have the best defensive items. Well, he has a lot of farm, so he's tanky, don't get me wrong, but he can count on something to protect him. And if Falcons get baited in to go on him, that can just be a nice counterplay.
Yeah, Crit again getting caught off guard. Nice spear on Satu. Here's Amar. He's left his own device. Skeeter on the other side, though. Already found Crit, of course, as Skeeter jumps in with the... he's the one that's going to get punched up instead, actually. Pops the BKB, now continue to pursue GH, but the Snowball going to keep them alive for the time being. That is a lot of damage from the Wrath of Nature. And a big terrorize from Omar as Sumail just right-clicking to his heart's content. Hurricane Pikes away. 3 dead for Falcons.
Beautiful
the only question
placement.
is, can NGX get any more? It doesn't look like it, although an aggressive TP for the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, nice footwork from Snake.
They won't be able to find the CM.
Yeah, cuts down south and gets out, but yeah, damn, look at those damage numbers. The Prophet, 4.4k, was really laying into them, and it's only going to get worse as he gets the Silver Edge as his next item. So you were talking about it as a solution to the Bristle. He will now get it, and I like this order of getting the Pike, Mjolnir, and BKB first for that overall just stand and deliver mentality. You're seeing that right here. They kind of can't fight back into him, and that opens up for the Silver to be his next item of choice. Sumail, that's very awkward.
Hurricane Pike away. Ghost able to TP in at any point, of course.
Oh my
God,
God,
poor
the
little
damage
Bristle
Crit.
back, although he is very tanky. Not able to block him with the shards. The BKB will be used to fully escape.
Actually, Sumail just killed Crit with Pike.
I feel like Crit is just dying as just on the sidelines. He's not even necessarily the focus.
I mean, this begs the question, is Ghost Scepter a viable pickup for Falcons too? Because we've seen it as the GH's kind of, yeah, as his item of choice to prevent himself from dying if he is the one getting opened on by Bristle and Slardar. But if you have a Ghost Scepter on the Dire, you're also kind of protecting yourself from Prophet and OD simultaneously, right? So maybe there's something there. It could be an interesting idea.
Yeah, but Silver Edge very close for Ghost. And we have a full AC now finished for Amar on top of his Gale Guard. I feel like, do I even need to look at the graph or the items here? There's 3 Gale Guards right now. That definitely feels like the best of that tier.
It was the most broken before B patch, without any question. Gale Guard in 738 was the best neutral item in the whole pool. Now, I think it's still very good, but now there's a case against it at least.
Yeah, and that one was not a surprise. Just reading it, like, oh my God.
I mean, the moment we read through the changelog together and when we got to that, I was like, okay. I mean, there is no way this stays like this.
One did not get tested.
Yeah. It's like, the thing is, 400 might not sound like that much, but it's because it's a barrier. And the way barriers work with damage resistance or mitigation is just crazy strong. Snoop gonna find trouble.
Noob. Yes, indeed. He's gonna pop the BKB, though, along with the Arena. Not able to do too much damage because of the mass BKBs from Falcons. They able to clean up Noob in the end, but Ghost comes in now. Curse Crown onto the Bristleback to hold him in place. Skeeter dies, so 1-for-1 to start things out. As another fight onto the other side is Sumail on the cliff, and Maureen out of everything.
King of the hill,
just
baby.
Dead. And now he's going to be stuck on the cliff a little bit longer. Curse Crown ends up hitting 2 here, as Amar going to get punched in the air. Brambles being very annoying to traverse through, and Crit trying to go on top of the OD. We talked about that Crippling Fear being so good, but he just does not have the utility to work against him right now. Amar does find one residual kill, although now he is the one being pursued. Gale Guard activated, Curse Crown. Will proc. And it's a triple kill for Sumail as they kill Snake King on the back line.
That's a miss on the Brambles. That sucks for Omar because, I mean, he had the setup there, right? He got the Cursed Crown off. Those Brambles, you just have to hit those. That could have been an addition. That could have been a full team wipe. I think Amar might have actually died in those Brambles to the Silver Edge from Prophet. But they get out with one. It's still a great fight for Nigma, and now they hit their 25 on OD, so Sumail with additional Arcane Orb damage. Kind of, I'm saying that like it's a big deal. I think that's 25 talents actually kind of bad. I don't know. Like you look at the percentage damage compared to other 25s, I think this one's maybe in the lower end of overall power level, but it's still, it's a meaningful upgrade, of course.
Better than nothing.
Yep.
Defense is mounted. Mars Arena placed. Astral in a defensive measure right now. As Amar and company have their BKBs activated. Terrorize is coming. It does go off, connecting onto 2 as the BKBs finally wear off. Malrine. Okay.
This time Sumail's in trouble.
Again, yeah, Sumail might be left to his own devices. He's going to be surrounded as Crit and company trying to do as much damage as they can. They finally would get through the King. No cliff for him this time. So 2 cores dead for NGX as Noob will likely be the third. Falcons able to mount a defense.
Yeah, not
very
just
successfully.
that. It's a major comeback. This is about half the lead down the drain for Nigma pushing there without Aegis.
GH.
He's not getting out of this one.
Yeah, that's going to be 4 dead for NGX as they try to go high ground and are punished severely.
Now that's going to be a Slardar Axe. I guess OD, one of the best heroes at dealing with the bonuses Slardar gets from this, because the OD actually kind of doesn't care about all 3 defensive stats. Armor, HP regen, and status resistance are not OD's biggest concern, so Sumail can still make quick work of him, but this is really big for the Slardar against Prophet. It's a massive increase in tankiness. He's still going to be rocking the Quelling Blade so he can get out of the Sprout, and yeah, I feel like Nigma were getting to a point in this game where it was just a matter of keep your cool, continue to win fights, don't over push your advantage, get the next Roche, and then look for the play that you just made. Now, I can't say with full confidence that they're in the driver's seat necessarily anymore. Amar hits 25 on Bristle. Bristleback's 25 makes ODs look like a joke. You're getting 20 talents almost across the board here. Maiden and Nightstalker are 19. Slardar just hit 20.
And Malorine got a huge injection of money, and it's only 1,000 from Ags, which, Ember Ags has still got to be, even after the nerfs from however long ago, it's got to be a top 10 Ags in the game. It is crazy good, as this will be a 3rd Tormentor for Falcons.
Yep. I mean, the gold is basically 0 now, almost.
Everybody has shards.
It was 13k a moment ago. You blink and you miss it.
I mean, that is one of the downsides maybe from the NGX lineup. Other than Prophet, their building hitting is kind of pitiful.
Yeah, it's not the best, but again, then
going with Aegis is almost mandatory.
Right, it's like that makes the push maybe that much worse. That makes the mistake feel bigger, right? Because then you had even less incentive to try what you just did. And yeah, they got the base tower, they almost got the melee racks. It's easy to be Captain Hindsight and be like, wow, why did they go for that? They didn't even get racks, but you know, it's...
I mean, they were owning, so we've seen it time and time again as a Lincoln Sphere on Amar, so does not want to be astraled any further.
He is tired of Sumail's shit. He's going to run at him. And this is where, again, now OD's itemization once again comes... It's kind of at the forefront of what we should be looking at here is how does Sumail overcome his next challenge, so to speak, because he is eyeing up Ags. Maybe we'll be playing without BKB from the entirety of this game, but then if Nightstalker now with his 9-seconder can get on top of Sumail for a 6-second crippling fear and just take him out of the fight, I think his team can get the job done in the meantime. And Sumail cannot counterplay this with anything else than piking away.
Yeah.
And Crit will just hunt him, you know? He's going to run him down. He will even die for it if he needs to, just to remove him from the fight while the others on Falcon's
he did
side
get the blade mail eventually. I didn't even notice.
Yeah.
Okay. So they got one.
Yep.
I mean, Sumail still doesn't have BKB, so... In fact, he's going for an Aghanim Scepter, which will make him a lot tankier.
It's good for sure, but again, it doesn't guarantee him dealing damage. That's the one trade-off here, is when you choose Axe over BKB, you're giving Night Stalker the moment of opportunity, right? Now with this, you're a stupidly hard kill, but do you need to kill this guy first? Or can you just kite? It sounds kind of strange, but you like kite OD? Like force him out with your Night Stalker, keep chaining him with your Ember, you know, throw a little bit of CM in the mix, just keep him busy. Because when the BKBs of Ghost and Noob run out, I think they're food, actually, for the Falcons lineup. So you really need to make sure Sumail is in fighting shape.
There's also this new neutral item, the Pyrrhic Cloak Cinder, which is a pseudo blade mail.
Yeah.
And, I mean, against OD, that sounds
Oh, he
really
took it on Bristle, yeah.
sick. Really sick.
And on NS, okay. It's reflected as physical damage. OD does have high armor.
That's true, I guess. But they do have minus armor.
Yeah, that's right.
Radiant are scanning.
That is
I don't
right.
know how. I haven't. Is it an obvious effect or is it?
I don't know
activated?
actually.
Like,
I've barely seen this item. It's not particularly popular.
It does seem like it's. Yeah, this is the more common one that we see. The crossbow, the crippling crossbow.
Right, and I think Pyrrhic Cloak, when it came out, it's like mainly, okay, you're going to get that on Legion and Axe, right? Because you can force people to hit you.
Backstab crit. It's going to pop his ult. Nice blink away for the time being as Noob trying to re-aggress a bit here. Pops the BKB, has the Mars Arena available as the Dark Will is going to die before being able to get anything off. The buyback instantly, though. Skeeter punched into the air, destroyed. He buys back instantly. Now Noob gets off his arena, dies, buys back. Guess what? Another one coming out of Floridar as well. As Ghost getting destroyed by Amar. G8 jumps into melee range. Have to be careful. Nice defensive measure from Sumail, helping his teammate out. And they will be able to turn around onto the Bristleback eventually. Malrine terrorize into the Curse Crown. The damage from Sumail is absurd. Gets off the Sanity's Eclipse, and now the buyback coming in. The Snowball has no idea what target he's going to be going to. Ultra kill for Sumail, but he's rooted up. Do they have the damage on Falcon's side? They're going to try to surround him. As Snaking, he's going to get 3-shot if he's not careful. Another crush coming out. Sumail all alone. Finally, the Agnum Scepter activates, so he's going to be alive for a little bit longer, but eventually they take out the Outhouse Destroyer, Cinderin. 4 dead for NGX. They don't have enough buybacks to work with, as Falcons have used many to stay in this game, to stay in this fight.
And they
I'm
do
really
manage
interested
to.
what the net worth discrepancy was with this fight overall. That is 8 buybacks.
Yeah, and 5 of them on Falcon, so they burnt everything. But it will give them a Roche, and that one is big. See who it put. Who did they put this on? They do put it on Amar. He had insane impact in that fight. He just ran down and killed the Prophet in a matter of seconds. You're going to see that in your bottom left of your screen soon here. Ghost going to work. They get the fast kill onto Skeeter, and it's looking honestly completely chaotic. I don't think either team feels whether they're winning or losing that
we have
fight.
to go back to the live, Cinderin. There's not. The fight is continuing. Here's the kick onto the other side. Sumail.
Oh.
All right.
Okay.
Malrine able to get out of dodge just fine. So ends up being a little sniperoo.
GH said, if you're not going to save me from the Ember, you can save yourself from him instead. Sends Malrine flying into Sumail's arms, but... Okay, well, the dust settles. This is still now... The game is extremely tense now because, the goal is even. This isn't really a matter of item advantage as much anymore. The Aegis is big, and it's about buybacks. There's very few of them available anymore. Dare I say that Sumail burning his was a mistake there, trying to save GH, who had managed to save himself, and even if he were to be successful, would that have been worth it? Because they still had tier 2 towers up, there's still time. The Sumail buyback is massive.
I mean, GH is the only one with buyback currently.
Oh, they missed the spear!
Oh, boy.
Oh, that was a free Aegis.
Unfortunate.
Oh, they had that one for sure.
As long as they get the lockdown onto even Bristle, the damage from Sumail is absurd.
Yeah.
And, of course, they do have the break on Ghost to make it a little bit easier.
Damage is not a problem for Nigma Galaxy as long as they get to hit the heroes. If heroes are hexed by Noob on the Mars, or if they're caught in a terrorize or whatever, they can kill them. That is not the issue. The issue is getting to hit the targets that you want when you want. And again...
I think this is maybe the scariest item, is the Refresher Shard on Malrine. I mean, Ember Spirit one of the best at utilizing this item.
He has enough mana to run through his entire cycle of items twice and spells. So yeah, he's going to do massive amounts of damage in the upcoming fights. And again, Sumail, he's looking at an Aghanim's Blessing to free up his inventory slot to get the treads back. He still doesn't have the guaranteed ability to just attack heroes that he wants to. So still looking for that. We saw in the previous fight the way Crit entered the fight was actually not going on the OD. He went on the Mars as well as the Willow in that situation. He has Block of Cheese.
On who?
On the Night Stalker.
Ooh.
Who'd he give it to? They put it in a Mars backpack. I have not seen this item. I've never cast this item. They've obviously buffed it a ton this patch, so it's easier to obtain. So now it's not as ridiculous as before. But genuinely, I have never played in a game where this item was used, nor cast one, I think. So this is the first time I see it.
If you guys haven't seen it, it has changed a bit. You still activate it like cheese, so you're not going to see people activate it beforehand unless they really value the barrier. But for 5 minutes, you gain that barrier that was the old one.
Previously, it was the whole game.
So you get like an upgraded type of cheese that gives you more mana and HP, and then in addition, you get the barrier for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Very cool. And Amar.
Giving you an ability for a few minutes reminds me of, do you remember the neutral item, was it Aghanim's Tome?
Oh, yeah.
In the first wave.
That's right.
We had that for 2 weeks or whatever.
Yeah,
the tier 3 item that gave you your scepter for 5 minutes or whatever it was. Man.
Somebody was smoking something real good.
That was very good on some heroes.
That was the first building that went down here in the base center. That was a range rack.
Range barracks claimed. Yeah.
At this stage of the game, not too impactful.
Largely irrelevant.
Eventually, we'll have the upgraded catapults into trebuchets.
Oh, this is actually this is a big item.
Ooh, refresher.
Crystal Maiden gets BKB.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see the refresher. It happened simultaneously, but Snay with a Blink. He now has Blink, BKB, Force, and Shard. So he has all the tools in the kit needed to find a big CM ult. And they don't have very many BKB piercing abilities on the side of Nigma. It's only the punch, and that's kind of hard to hit on a CM ulting because she slows your attack speed by so much. So potentially Snake King could come up big in this next fight. And if nothing else, if CM is just forcing BKBs on her own, that's already job done, right? That's already a great teamfight impact you can have by just going in there.
Aegis up in 10 seconds.
Kamikaze style. Well, okay, that was not the way to use the BKB, unfortunately, for him. That was not very offensive.
Yep, Searing Chains from Mallory.
And Skater crushes the ground.
Okay, a lot of misspells here as Crit's going to BKB and go into the brunt of things, but he's taking so much damage from Sumail on the other side of the map with that Hurricane Pike is destroying him. Mars Arena final pace, but already 2 dead for NGX, and just like that, it's a 4v3. They do get Crit eventually as Malrine, though, cleaning things up with the help of Amar. 4 dead for NGX, and all that's left is Sumail, and they only have a single buyback on Crit. And in terms of buybacks, it's still basically a minute and a half away for everybody in the game, for the most part.
Yeah, that's just a really big part of that victory is just vision advantage, right? It's just Night Stalker going in there. He's tanking up so much of the damage, eventually does get brought down, but it took them really long. And in the meantime, Falcons just have full overview of the fight. Malrine gets in there, uses the refresher to find a big fight. And I believe this is a second block of cheese, right?
We're going to have double block of cheese?
Or, wait, is it still the same one? I thought I saw Mar use it, but I guess he didn't. He gave it to Skeeter.
Oh, okay.
But you're going to see here, right? So the Night Stalker is giving them full overview. The BKBs are running out. Malrine is soloing Omar. Noob gets off an arena and tries to get anything out of his Hex, but just gets isolated and killed. And they're struggling to get damage done here. Sumail is spending the entire fight running away.
Buildings are falling. Fortification is going to pop on live. As Amar and company will be able to get this lane at the very least. The question is, how much more can they get? So top lane is theirs.
Yeah. Looking
Onto the
toward
mid lane they go. There's no tier 2s. Oh, GH with a big kick back as Skeeter's going to pop cheese. Sandy's Eclipse and is destroyed. My goodness, the damage from Sumail is out of this world. Even onto the Brisbane. Look how squishy Amar looks. It's insane.
Yeah, if they don't
Just
manage
like
to disengage here, they could just lose the game off of this mistake. They have no buybacks. We've established that. Actually, I say that. Skaters just came back off cooldown.
The timers are about to come back for everyone.
So maybe ROK there, but...
Yeah, Amar will have his in 10. Sumail is 100 gold away from his and 30 seconds. But yeah, for the most part, we'll have a good old-fashioned 10v10 here pretty shortly.
Sumail is closing in on Refresher. Big damage when BKBs are down.
50 minutes.
It's fun how we were talking about for Nigma to win this game off when we went out of the drafting stage. We were like, we need to see the king show. He's 23-3.
And it's still not enough yet.
It's still not enough.
Still close.
I really needed to put on a true show.
I think T-Gov said 20-0, which is, you know, he didn't hit that quite.
It was pretty close.
It's pretty close, though.
It still wasn't enough.
Yeah, this has been an insane performance for Sumail. I mean, how can he grow from here, Cinder? The treads into the refresher?
Yeah.
You can backpack once you use it. I mean, is BKB still not in consideration here?
That's what I'm saying. I still think BKB matters here. And I think it's... I don't know. Do you not swap out Broach for BKB here? I don't know. I'm okay. If he wants to get Refresher first, fine. He has Ags, right? It's a very powerful tool on this hero, no doubt about it. Double ult. He can reuse his Pike and Blink as well, so there's definitely a lot of utility, but I don't know. I'm still missing that BKB, especially when you saw the makeup of the previous fight where he kind of got ran at and just needed to full disengage. He needs to be able... Okay, to put it in simple terms, when his entire team is BKB'd, he has to be dealing damage, right?
Yeah.
If they're just wasting away their BKBs in their arena on running away, the fight is already lost if he comes back with full resources and everything. So the things need to connect simultaneously. And if he does that by getting a BKB, or they do that by changing their approach to team fighting, whatever it is, that is what needs to happen.
Malrine is going to want this rune.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Well, he did want it.
Oh, man. That would have been dirty.
Yeah.
Omar with a very long-range snipe. And you can see Ghost fully decked out as well. Not much room to grow as well. I guess an Ags, if you want. I mean,
yeah, there really isn't
much. It's not too bad.
Moon Shard.
Yeah, if we're going to start talking about Moon Shards, then...
Yeah.
Then we can start talking about tier 5s, of course.
No, not very far off them. I just thought about them a moment ago, but I don't get ahead of myself.
That's one of your greatest strengths in life.
Let's get a little bit closer. Yeah, I don't get ahead in general.
That's true.
Bristle starting to butter up Roche with some goo. It's a family recipe.
Sounds delectable.
Yeah, it's about as delicious as you would expect. He's not committing to it, though. Just still slowly poking it. And now the roar.
The disarm, yeah. That thing is pretty powerful. Terrorize, not going to be
they
fully
don't
used.
know.
Spear is popped already. Now gaining some vision with this Treant. So they know that Roche is kind of vulnerable right now.
Does Amar not see the Treant?
Okay, the Spirit to start things out. The Crush is not going to hit. The Walrus punch as well, but the Mars Arena finally comes out after all this. And the mass BKB Exodus Tusk is going to be the first to fall in line. He's actually going to stay alive. Just his Slardar buys back instantly. And Sumail getting rooted up. Finally gets up the Sanity's Eclipse, and the Essence Flux gives no fucks here. He's going to Astral himself again, but he is completely surrounded. His teammate is trying to buy back into this game. A rebuke from the sideline. That's going to be enough to at least get one. Another Hurricane Pike is crit, desperately trying to come into melee range of Sumail. He's going to die, but has buyback available if he really wants to use it.
Honestly, I would love a replay of that so you can see Sumail doing nothing for 15 seconds.
He was kited hard.
Full Crippling Fear into Frostbite into second Crippling Fear. That was flat out textbook stuff from Crit and snaking their supports, just locking down that hero. And Sumail, after that, he changed his mind. That's the BKB.
Oh, they want to go for this Roche desperately. They finally get it in the end. Double kill for Amar, though. That is just absurd. Where did that damage come from? Oh. Just like that, the fight is over, and possibly the game.
This is the good news for Nigma, Shannon. Sumail has his BKB now.
Are you serious?
He just bought it.
No way.
He swapped away from Refresh. He was like, he played that one fight, and he was like, okay, this is not.
Oh, no.
So now he has it, but he has one teammate
Oh, they go straight throne here.
Yeah,
Surely.
they push
Sumail.
real fast.
It's just him and Omar together in a 2 versus 5 to go against the Aegis and the Cheese Skeeter. He's forced to use his BKB, but Malorine searing chainsing into the fountain as the rest of his team hits the buildings. And this is looking like the beginning of the end of this best of 3 for NGX. Sumail finally pops that BKB. It took him the entirety of the game to purchase it, and it's not going to be of much consequence, unfortunately, for NGX fans here as the GGs come out. And Falcons take this 2-0. Very entertaining series, though.
Yeah, that was a great second game, and I think for all intents and purposes, this looked like a game 3 for a very long time. But yeah, Nigma Galaxy, that high ground push that they made where they lost 10,000 of their lead, the fact that they lost all the Tormentors and the Roches, eventually it became too much of a mountain to climb here. But still, credit where credit's due. They played great, but ultimately Falcons the better team in this series.
Shiva!
Thank you very much, Shannon. This was a way better showing from Nigma Galaxy versus game number 1, but it still was not enough. And there's a lot to break down with a game like this because we had a lot of brawls, a lot of fights, T-Gov.
Yeah, no, there's a lot to break down. I don't know really where I want to start, though. Lacoste, do you have anywhere you want to start personally?
I'm going to start with the lanes, because they had much better lanes, especially for Ghost, because in the previous one, he got rotated so early on, multiple times. This time around, they were so ready for the rotations. They were bringing in numbers, getting the even trades. So that one was much better. And also, Sumail, like, I think he's going to be the key point that we're going to be talking about throughout this whole panel, because he did completely own the mid-matchup, did really good. Off lane, however, wasn't as good as I expected it to be, but you got to take an L in at least one of those lanes, because if you lose all 3 lanes, the other team is just going to snowball.
I think Sumo had too good of a game.
Ooh, controversial.
Because it went to his head. And then he forgot to buy the items that continues giving him a good game, because he done that mid thing where it's like you kill heroes, you keep killing heroes, and you think damage is the way to win. And I feel at some point, like the Aghanims was too late. He then didn't get BKB because in the last fight, we're not going to really show it, but the 54-minute fight, you had Crit as a Night Stalker with BKB silencing him. We never had any orbs. We had nothing. It was just an OD with 30, 40k net worth that couldn't do anything. So I think, unfortunately for Nigma, all of their fights kind of transitioned to a point where Sumo, all the pressure was on him, and he wasn't able to kind of turn that into that. And we are going to see the highlight, at least the 33-minute comparison. Right now, his build is looking extremely strong. But this is the point for me where it's like, it needs to be the Aghs or it needs to be the BKB. He needs to make that statement to transition the big fights.
Yeah, he's basically 6k gold ahead of Malorine, who at the time was really struggling with his GPM, hero damage as well. You can see Sumail is popping off. Big fan of this Shiva's Guard that he did pick up, because it did allow him to survive at some of the early stages. I think this is going to be the fight, because he has that extra bit of armor. And in this fight, Falcons, they were not clicking their BKBs. They wanted to have BKBs for such a long time so they can disengage against the arena. But this is the fight where they take the Aegis off, and they still are going to be like getting an even fight after all.
But this is the fight that Nigma wants to create, right? They want to have their Mars start the fight, have everyone utilizing that kind of like double artillery of the OD and the Nature's Prophet getting the right clicks. But when they go high ground, the arena's up on the high ground. Their 2 ranged heroes are on the low ground. They're not really capitalizing on that. Localize the fight, do the damage, and as soon as that fight is dispersed, the later this game goes for Falcons, Slardar, Ember, Nightstalker, Bristle, incredibly tanky heroes that they can kind of get through the burst that you expect to see from OD. And we never at any point was like, wow, Sanity Eclipse, especially the way that they were playing. It's about the right clicks, it's about the damage over time, and we are now going to see another highlight, which is the same story, right? Falcons, they get the jump. They break Nigma's ability to set up a way in which OD can stand his ground. And unfortunately, it does boil down to itemization. At this stage of the game, not having the BKB against the Crystal Maiden with the Frostbite, the cast range talent, the Night Stalker with the silence, a slight change, like you are unable to really bring your hero into the game. And look at the the battle view from here. That's a full HP OD, was full mana until I just started speaking about it, and his entry to the fight is the end of the fight. That is
pretty much.
Yeah.
If he gets isolated, if he gets surrounded, and at this point, Team Falcons did use all 5 of their buybacks.
Get ready for the axe usage, though.
Yeah, they were waiting. They were so ready for it. You could see that they were kind of kiting, and at one point they decided, you know what? He's kind of alone, so we're just gonna kill him in the end.
Like Axe is meant to be like the nail in the coffin at 30 minutes, right? Like you already have the Witchblade, you have the Midas, the Blink, the Hurricane Pike. The Axe is then, I am already killing you because your strength, your melee heroes, and you can't kill me. So the fact you're buying it at 40 minutes, it's 3 items.
Losing the value.
You're losing the value. And then, again, not the BKB, but to stop harping on Sumo a little bit, the rest of the game from Nigma was very strong. It was just they were outplayed in kind of like the wider map, right? Like Falcons, they were able to take away some of the key Roshans. They had the first Tormentor, instantly took the second one. So they were creating economy that way. Then they were also just farming the jungle more effectively. Amar was like top net worth for his team. Yeah. Even though Skidder had like no game, he was like slowly getting his items, and Amar took the kind of carry role. So it was a very classic Falcons win of play the map better, take the objectives away from Nigma. Even though they're killing us more, if we're more efficient, we will eventually find that fight.
Yeah, I do think that Amar was...
Oh, absolutely.
100%.
The absolute... Because he was set up. We talked already about how Marine was struggling, Lacoste, Skeeter was struggling, but that all was for the benefit of having Amar basically take the team on his back.
Insane amount of damage that he was dealing in the fights, basically having 900 damage plus because of his facet, and you can see the hero damage, 65,000 damage as a Bristleback. Really love the itemization, picking up a relatively early BKB, and then also getting a refresher. He did throw in earlier Lincolns on top of that because he got kind of bored what OD has been doing to him, so he was unable to deal the damage, and that was a good way to itemize against it. I also love that he is going for seeing red facet. We've seen a lot of green facets coming out from Bristleback, which does not allow you to scale. And Amar has always been that guy that kind of plays his own game and always goes greedy. Basically, you have another carry. So when it comes down to the late game, Team Falcons, they're always going to have that extra bit of a punch, extra bit of oomph coming out from the offlane.
You're also against a couple range cores, right? So going for the green facet against range cores, they naturally have ways to kite away from you. So you can just kind of distance yourself. So
I think I figured it out when to choose green facet. If you're Radiant, you take green facet. If you're Dire, you take red facet.
Are you going to give us any more context to that?
Yeah, so if you want,
red against green.
I was going to say I have that context. You fell right.
I fell for it. No.
It happens. It's all good. At the end of the day, though, it is Falcons that take this series 2-0, and that means we are ready to move on to our next series. So get yourself ready. We're having a break, and then it's time for OG versus Spirit.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
everybody? I am here with Yatoro from Team Spirit. So good to have you. Yatoro, is it back to Yatoro again? I just want to confirm.
Yes.
Yes. You guys are back in form. You just came back from the last tournament, which you guys did a very good job in, despite many people trying to prevent you from doing a good job. Well done.
Yeah,
You
thank you.
survived. And now you're here for this. So you guys still pumped? You excited?
Yeah, we very happy to be on the tournament and tournament after tournament. It's very good for us because we are in good form, I guess. And I hope it's gonna be easy tournament for us. Yeah, but maybe something gonna be bad.
Okay.
So I'm happy that it's like not so long tournament. It's 11 days, I guess. So I like the format of the tournament because like schedule, I don't know how to say it.
Schedule,
in
yeah,
English.
you got it.
Like it's Schweizer.
Yeah, nice short condensed schedule. I mean, that's good
You
for you
got
guys because you guys are on a roll right now. It's like the old Team Spirit days where you guys are winning everything, going to the big events, nobody can stop you.
So.
Yeah. What's that like? Because you know, it's got to be a weird feeling because when you guys are winning in Dota and you're just stomping everybody, you know that Ice Frog is actively trying to kill you. Like, actively trying to stop you.
Like he do last 4 years of it.
Right, but you guys survive, and a lot of teams don't do this. Like OG, no offense to them, but once they got figured out, they were done. You guys, 4 years now, you're still stomping. How?
I think we just adopt for the patches. I think we just understand that even some small changes in heroes, in patch nodes, it's gonna be like big consequences in Dota. Because some heroes like out of meta, that means what other heroes not touch it at all, they gonna be in meta because other heroes are weak.
Sure.
So we just understand this simple rule of Dota and we're trying to adapt or die. So yeah.
We saw a lot of meta changes already in the last tournament, but it was a new patch. You know, nobody knew. But how do you change the meta? Because you guys define the meta all the time. You pick a new random hero and...
I think we just like, you know, collective mindset. Like, yeah, we like a bee, you know. We just thinking together and trying to find the solution how to beat this team or other team. And I think good work our coach did, because he always think the solution from the all heroes of Dota. He don't watching only on meta. He watching at all heroes at all Dota because he has great experience of Dota, like 10 years, maybe 15. I don't know. He 100 years.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
So he just know a lot of stuff from Dota, from heroes. He just catch every meta when every hero was in like uber disbalance.
Yeah.
So he has a good vision of Dota, and he trying to find some solution, some new meta heroes, and we trying to help him as well.
Gotcha. Well, if there's anyone to ask about the patch, I guess it's you. What do you think? Is the game going in a good direction? Do you like the new patch? Like the waterways and all that?
Waterways is fun actually, because Dota really needs some map changes, because map was like 2.5 years, I guess.
Yeah.
So I really like this way because we need some new map, and I like the thing with water and all of the stuff. It gives some dynamic of Dota. Because you just pulling on the river, like in the Hobbit, you know this?
Yes.
Yeah.
The classic reference,
that's
the Hobbit
definitely
film.
me. Yeah.
Yes.
So I really like how patch notes goes, and I like what they drop the patch of, like after the event, not in the middle.
You guys are always one of the best, the leaders of finding out the meta first and executing it well. So now that you think people have had time to watch your games, catch up on you, how you did well, do you think we're going to see a lot of different stuff here at Wallachia, or do you think it'll be mostly the same since the finals?
I hope we will see some different games, some different play styles. I really like when some teams from other regions bring their meta, their Dota with them. So I hope it's gonna be some difference between like EU, China, and Asia as well. So I hope it's gonna be good Dota.
All right. Well, I'm sure it will be, especially with you guys involved. So best of luck. See if you can get out another champion for your back-to-back here. It is a pleasure talking to you as always. And we'll see if Dota can keep it interesting for you, Yatoro. Thank you so much for your time. And we'll see more from Team Spirit and Yatoro here at PGL Wallachia. Don't look at that. That's mine. You look at that one. All right, you look there, and then we'll both wave at the same time. Goodbye.
It was very good to hear from Yatoro and Slacks there. It's good to know that he is Yatoro again and not Radon, because that literally changed in the last 2 days. Glad how he keeps changing that up.
I mean, Yatoro is such an iconic
He
nickname.
really is.
Radon, still strong. We did call him Radon. It all actually got into my head. Yeah,
He
was-
said also during, he had an interview during Dream League, like, hey, are you Radon now or Yatoro? He's like, Radon.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
So
maybe he's gonna.
I've called him
keep
Yatoro the
changing
entire
that.
time.
Yeah, me too,
I've-
but that doesn't stop him from wanting to.
No, that's fair, but it's still so baffling. You have such legacy. You're like an icon of Dota for your region, and then it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna change my name. I'm just gonna ruin all that.
Keep it fresh. Speaking of legacies, though, we have 2 legacy organizations going up against each other because both OG and Team Spirit are the only 2 organizations in history to have 2 TI titles. Now, I will say that there's a little bit of difference in terms of who's on the team from winning TI then to playing now across.
Yeah, big difference. But I also have an interesting stat, Shiver. As these 2 organizations, the last time OG as an org won a best of 3, even a BO2 against Team Spirit was back in 2016. So doesn't look too good for OG. Different rosters and everything, but also Team Spirit, they did form like pretty much the majority of this roster in 2020. So it's been a couple of years since OG didn't manage to win a single best of 3.
Yes.
Couple, just 5. It's 2025.
There we go. And okay. Time flies, Shiva.
It really does.
I'm looking on that tournament actually. I'm just looking at Miracle, Notel, Moon Meander, Crit Fly. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh, that's the OG.
Yeah, and that's when they had a green logo.
So that wasn't even with Seb.
No.
So there's not even a single person on the roster.
But Notel is in Romania, so maybe the aura of him turning up
there you go.
enables that 2016.
And I'm sure 9 at some point in his career has beaten Spirit.
Sure, yeah.
We didn't do that math. So
No, we didn't.
let's focus our attention on this matchup and the players that we have coming into the battlefield for this best of 3, because there is a little bit of a difference in regards to the results that they've had this year.
Yeah, I think OG, starting off the year, it was a very intense qualifier run for a lot of the up-and-coming teams, right? In January, there was like 3 or 4 qualifiers, same in February. They've played 5 qualifiers, and they came 8th in 4. And they qualified to 1 tournament, which is this one. So, we actually have the graphic. How nice. So it really is a matter of, this is their only real shot at showing us what they can do, what they've been able to develop as a team, because they also have played the online tournament, the Asian Dragon Series, and they lost to the Mongols, which is a team that can't even get out of the SEA region from qualifiers, right? So it's not as if they lost to a team that is an SEA staple on LAN. They're losing to online SEA teams, and they're not qualifying to anything. So this is their time to really show their fan base, like, what can this roster do?
Yeah, absolutely. And they also lost the team Jiglin.
Hell yeah. Jiggling, baby. Let's go. I did coach a team that eliminated them from one of the qualifiers. So that's great.
Biased panelists, right?
Very biased, but then the team did disband.
I wanted to point out that they can basically lose to anybody. That's not a good sign for OGs. Want to see what they have been cooking. I think for teams that have not been doing great when the new patch drops, I think they definitely have the upper hand in terms of bringing in new strategies. We've been on this patch for what now, like
2 weeks.
2 weeks, and the total 738, like 3.5, maybe 4 total. When did the patch drop, T? You're good with numbers.
2 weeks.
It's literally a couple of weeks ago, mate.
Couple of weeks, yeah. So maybe some of that ship has sailed.
Not
for
even a couple of
OG,
weeks. It was,
but
it was Thursday.
Wait, when did I walk the half marathon?
Not
guys?
last Thursday, but
Don't worry.
the Thursday before. So that's literally 9 days ago.
It was the 19th of February.
My math is completely off.
Yeah, but you also said that 2016 was 5 years ago. I feel like we're not the best with dates or time right now, guys. I think this segment, we should just move on. And maybe we should talk about the draft.
We have the draft ready.
Did I say 2020? Yeah. Oh, sorry. 19th of February, 2025.
I hyped you up. I said you're good with numbers.
Yeah, but I looked at Shiva, and suddenly every number just...
I'm so sorry.
It was Shiva's fault.
That's why we're on this side, and we leave the players to do the hard stuff on the other side. And we do have a draft for game number 1 coming.
Wait, it is 2025, right?
It's 2020.
It is. I can confirm.
Christ almighty.
Wow, we're on a roll. Let's see if Team Spirit or OG will be on a roll for game number 1. We have Leshrac first phase picked. We are so different compared to the previous series. I love that. So far, every single series that you've been able to watch here on this stream has had very different flares when it comes into the draft.
Yeah, I think within the first month of a big patch, you are going to see a lot of teams try and prove that they are the innovators of a patch. Eventually, of course, things will get kind of aligned to everyone agreeing, like Night Stalker, Abaddon. They're kind of the key things that are being at least agreed on right now. But yeah, I'm liking the fact that we are seeing so many different things.
Something that they did play quite a lot in their pubs is Leshrac, because this is his most played hero in the last week. We're talking about Leshrac, that is. Strong position 4, but I also like... If you want to run this as a core against Ember Spirit, it makes it very difficult of a matchup, because... He's building into Mage Slayer, reducing your damage for 3 seconds, which makes it super annoying for Leshrac. You come into that one fight, it can make a lot of difference. And also, we were doing the math for one of the Dream League
more
segments.
Numbers.
More numbers.
Was it
there
good?
We go.
Was it good math? Or?
Big numbers means good. So if you get hit by a Mage Slayer with level 15 talent on Ember Spirit, you basically need to deal like 1500 damage to be able to remove the shield, which is almost never going to happen.
Do you think Leshrac's in support is just a boring hero with the, I might mispronounce this, the misanthropy facet, where you do more damage but not to towers? Like, conceptually, I find this incredibly boring, because all you do is you stand there.
I kind of like it. Like I see Leshrac go brrr on the side, solo killing the hero. I kind of like it.
Yeah, but you're the offlaner who plays with that as your support.
That's
I'm the
why
5.
I like it.
Yeah,
I leave. I leave the lane as a 5, like any 5. I walk out to try and maybe block a camp with a sentry, or to maybe look at my small to block it, and he walks there and goes.
I also
you're
played
half HP.
a lot of
You're dead.
position 4 when I saw 9 class that on the prior TI spamming this year. I'm like, I gotta try this out because it looks really broken, and nobody was picking it up until last Dream League, but now people are like, yeah, it's going to be a flex pick. I think he's also one of the few heroes that utilizes the Gleipnir itemization if we're talking about the core Leshrac, but let's focus on some of the bans. I think there's been a really good duo combo that I really liked in the previous tournament is Silencer plus Dawnbreaker. These two heroes, when paired up together, having like counter initiation, or because it makes it super difficult for the enemy team to play into. You're running in, you have 2 ways of disengaging, so you need to basically bring in 2 extra heroes to be able to get the kills. Especially if you lose the lane, it makes the game so much more difficult to play.
I mean, you're also showing your hand quite early with a Leshrac pick, be it mid, be it support. You're a skirmishing hero that needs to cast spells, right? So a Silencer ban just is a respect towards the kind of natural playstyle you're going to have, and for Spirit, yeah, it's going to be... I mean, they're already matching it. You mentioned the Mage Slayer build for Ember, which is going to easily be built this game. If you throw a Silencer in as well, there's so much cheap damage that it will be a battle of who's got the better positioning rather than one draft being slower than the other. Because right now, like, these like equally high pacing opening heroes for sure, and Spirit yet to decide their single ban.
Tigav, I was told you know a little bit more about position 4 player days on the side of OG.
Who told you that?
I don't know anymore.
Who made that up?
Who made that?
Didn't you?
No, so yeah.
It was Owen that said that.
Yeah, so when I was coaching Jiggling, which was briefly into the breach before the owner embezzled money and destroyed the entire organization and our careers, we were interested in maybe playing with Days.
Yeah.
And he was on the bench for Navi Junior. Very kind of up-and-coming player. He has he wants to be confident. He has his really strong ideas. And I think a key thing was they were trying to tone that down during Navi Junior. And a team like OG will be able to amplify that because, not saying it's ego, but they like confident players who have like their own identity. So at least the reasoning for like his free agency was he just had confident ideas. Of course, Zayax kind of took his place due to experience. But He is the perfect type of player that OG could craft into a contending team once again. But
yeah,
of course, he has
one thing
buyouts
that they've
and
been
whatnot.
struggling when they were playing with Ari is that they were kind of lacking the hero pool because he's been mostly
He
playing
plays a lot of heroes, yeah.
Yeah, this guy plays pretty much anything. But seeing old man on the horse here, Shiver, Keeper of the Light, he's been changed. Some of the cooldowns have been changed. For Spirit Form, cooldown has been decreased in the B patch. Duration has been increased. Illuminate Heal has been increased. That's the big
buff,
one.
yeah.
From 50, now it's 70 on all levels, and level 20 talent, which is not that big of a deal. Most likely this is going to be a support, but I could also see carry Ember Spirit laning with Coddle in those.
Sure, but also depending on where OG puts their heroes, Coddle could maybe be flexed between 4 and mid still, right? Then you have the mid solar bind, Vessel bind, Coddle that will play into the lane of the Ember or the Mars, because Shaka on a Mars, you're suddenly getting 2 spears in a fight rather than 1. With Ember, you're getting 2 slides. So I think the Coddle, be it support or core, it already is going to amp up any lane it goes to. But it'll be interesting to know if they're going to flex it or if they're going to reveal its position. Because OG, they're doing the same, right? The Shaker could be a 4 and mid, Leshrac could be a 4 or mid, so maybe these 2 heroes will be held until the end of the draft as well to make it a little bit harder for Spirit to put the Coddle in the role it wants to be in. So I'm expecting most likely position 5 here for Poshka.
He hasn't been playing, he hasn't been practicing.
Oh.
Coddle.
Oh, okay. I was like, in general, or?
In the last week or so, so...
Who has
Interesting.
Miposhka or?
Miposhka.
Yeah.
But Laurel is also the one who kind of likes to bang out Coddle mid from time to time if it's a good game for it. There's going to be a lot of healing coming out, especially if Mars also decides to pick up the Victory Feast facet. So whoever's inside of the arena will get the damage, will get the heal, Pugna with the life drain, and also this ward from Pugna could be pretty relevant in some of these fights.
It's so good, especially because like Pugna got ignored by a lot of people because now that you can't get the mana on your life drain, it's like, the heroes, whatever. But when you have Leshrac, a Shaker, a CM, all spam hungry, and you can't pick Silencer, sure, you pick a Pugna, right? You're going to be able to counter a lot of that and eat through it.
I don't think coming into this series, nobody expected them to pick these heroes, kind of, because
Which team, sorry?
Like for Spirit.
Okay.
Because draft for OG, it looks normal. It looks easy to play. You have some stuns. On the other side, you have Coddle and Pugna. Like, I didn't think that these heroes are good enough to be paired up, especially when paired up together.
Do you think OG's falling into the trap of Coddle going mid is just the best position now for Spirit? Because you have the Vessel for the early morphling, you can lane into Shaker or Leshrac easily, so the flex of OG, it does not matter. And we already had the amps that we mentioned for Mars and the Ember.
Yeah, but then Yatoro has to play Ember, and I know that he can.
Yeah, true. Maybe I'm overcooking with the assumption that Yatoro is just going to
Yeah.
casually play some Ember. Yeah, that's probably... Yeah, you're right there.
I mean, he can, though. I mean, that that.
Yeah, this guy can play
still-
anything.
Yeah.
Previous Dream League, he played 20 different heroes.
Yeah, madness. But he normally does get the last pick from his team.
That's true, and...
We'll see where they want to go.
Yeah,
Maybe
just put the Coddle
maybe-
support.
Yeah, maybe not overcompliment.
I really like the idea. Like, if they want to do it, this would be the game where Coddle can just, 1v9 the early game, and then you just pick a 4, because Pugna can take the early towers, the rest of your heroes will all get the kills, but then it puts yourself on if we don't close the map out, sure, Morphling will outscale an Ember carry very easily, right? And because of this logic, I would assume they would put Coddle to support and, find the carry that they can...
But overall, what I'm seeing, this is a pretty free Morphling game. There is nobody that builds into silence. Damage is really not a burst damage by any means. From Pugna, from Ember Spirit, Keeper of the Light has some, but I see also good amount of protection, especially coming out from the Earthshaker. So, yeah, for now, I'm really liking what OG has been cooking, but I also want to see how they're going to round up the draft on the side of Spirit.
Mana of Void and a Doom. So strong, of course, Void offlane with the time zone. So annoying tempo offlaners, but I don't know. I'm so sold on this mid Coddle that everything I predict now is probably just gonna be wrong because I'm convinced that they.
No, I can get the idea because you could have a hero that comes online so quickly. I'm not sure about the Coddle farming patterns from the mid lane because this hero has not been relevant, at least for now in the new patch.
I'm just trying to picture, how does OG play the game if there is immense early damage at them. Like, Leshrac needs a couple items, Morphin needs items, your hand is raised, yes?
Yeah, I'm thinking about the Ember Spirit going to
Off
carry
lane.
and Cuddle going mid, and that means Rue still needs a hero, and Muerta is still in the pool. Or is she dead? Is she dumpstered? Did she get a nerf?
No,
no. She's still
Is it a good Muerta game?
I mean, I honestly like Muerta just for the Ags and the fact that you have this like AoE dead shot, but OG, okay, they ban out some Slark counters, Morphling counters, right? Slark with some Diffusal build, Drow, of course, even though you have Leshrac that can maybe deal with Slark and a Shaker, but okay.
Ooh, and a Brewmaster coming out. Classic.
Oh, good way of dispelling things. Good way to control Pugna in the backlines. Good way for catching Keeper of the Light, dispelling Ember Spirit's shield, something that we did talk about when there was Leshrac picked immediately, because it gets pretty difficult. If they're looking for Rue's hero, I think...
I want Rubik.
I could see maybe some Tusk, but I could also see a different carry. I think maybe just keep it simple in this one and pick Yataro's hero last.
Well, they don't have a lot of time to think about it. Is there a preference, by the way, that we have for the Shaker and the Leshrac and where they're going, or is it still up in the air depending on what Spirit is going to do?
I would argue it's up in the air where they can truly decide.
Ooh, a Sven!
Okay. No exciting, spicy changes.
Yeah, classic counter to Brewmaster and his Ruling. So you will have explosive damage. It's going to be 9 playing the Earthshaker. I'm not trying to copy what the Brewmaster is producing the sound, but yeah, Sebastian Debs back on the Brewmaster.
Yeah, vintage.
I mean, outside of OG laning, Morphling should farm well, but I think it's going to be the battle of the position 4s in this game for me, because Leshrac, if you open up the game for Brewmaster, now you have life for OG. But if Leshrac doesn't achieve that, you're kind of stuck. Everyone's just kind of farming a little bit, right? Morphling needs farm, Brew needs farm, Shaker needs farm. And the other side for Spirit, you can follow the Ember. You got Kotl behind him, amping him up. You got Pugna taking towers. Sven can join with a Warcry as well. So I think Spirit, it's a little bit easier for them to play. Like, a couple mistakes, now OG's lack of team fight will be very apparent until items come online.
Yeah, I think Spirit's lineup doesn't come online quickly. Like, this is going to be a bit of a slower one, because Sven doesn't join.
You don't think the supports plus Ember can do a lot for them?
They can, yeah. Of course, with the, like, I think Ember is going to be the key, maybe some Mars rotations, but I don't think we're going to be seeing super explosive game. It's going to be a slower build-up where they hit, like, critical timing between 25 and 35.
For me, I'm just... OG just has to, like, pop off.
Yeah,
like,
but I think that was known from the get-go, right?
Yeah,
because
but
they are the underdog in this series.
Sure, but I feel like, at least with their qualifiers that I've seen, their 4 8th places, 1 qualification, they always seem to have this tendency to give themselves drafts that they need to have, like, the OG magic to win the game, rather than it just being a draft where you're like, you know what, this draft can win. Like, I'm looking at this lineup and I'm like, okay, there's going to be some, Seb epic bait into multi-hero, but easier for Spirit.
Easier for Spirit. Let's hear some other opinions. Suns fan!
Oh, hello, Shiva. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you holding up? It's been a while since you casted.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, aren't you out of breath already?
That's not
Why must it always devolve when you guys talk about me?
This was actually, you're right. Synderen, how you doing?
I'm good. And I've got the stamina for another series, Shannon. I'm doing well over here. How about you?
I'm out of breath.
Yep. All right. That's how we roll.
Thank you so much for that conversation, Shiva. Riveting as always. Sunsfan here with Synderen, game number 1 between Team Spirit and OG. So OG finally back at a Tier 1 tournament, Synderen.
Yep.
And first game is against the team that just won the last Tier 1 tournament in Spirit.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that's the question. Is that good or bad for OG? Because it's like, you're going into this tournament, like the panel talked about, you're clearly the underdog in this series. Is it best to meet potentially one of the absolute giants of the tournament first, or is it better to meet them later in the Swiss? Because arguably, if you're playing against one of the best, this is where you can maybe learn the most, or obviously if you beat them, it's a mega morale boost, right? So best case scenario, you beat one of the favorites, which is awesome. More likely outcome, you lose 2-0 or 2-1, and then you have some really valuable tape, because this is going to be somewhat like the best way you can improve your team. So I think personally for OG, this is a good draw to start against a favorite. Because either outcome is good in my eyes for them compared to
either outcome.
Yeah.
They get shellacked. It's all good, guys.
Well,
that was the tournament winners.
So the point here is that if you're, I mean, let's not sugarcoat it, okay? Recently, OG have just not been good, right? They've not been up to snuff. They've not played at the level that we're expecting to see from them across the years. So a lot of the times getting back into the groove can come off of either momentum from winning a big game or off of getting really valuable experience that you can finally crack the code of what's been going wrong all this time. And I think this is the type of opponent you can meet early in Swiss that could give you that. So,
okay.
And obviously, the angle I'm going with here is that Spirit are heavy favorites. I think there's no denying that. In this draft, I like what Spirit have got. I'm with T here that I think they can play very, very fast around Ember Caudal if things go according to plan. So for OG, it's a matter of weathering the storm, outlasting this early pressure that Spirit are likely going to try to bring through their mid-hero plus Pugna Caudal, and then get to the team fights. That's where OG's lineup shines. Brewmaster split, Leshrac AoE damage. You're playing with a mid-shaker who has big combo potential. And then, of course, 23 Savage on probably his best hero of all time, the Morphling carry.
Yep.
Just don't stand up until the throne falls.
Yeah, that's a hard lesson learned, Cinderin, but I think he did learn it in the end. Yeah, let's talk about a couple of these heroes that are maybe a little bit more unusual, like the Brewmaster. First of all, great to see Seb back as position 3.
Where he belongs, I guess.
Indeed. I'm just sick and tired of seeing Windrunner on it. It's just so
He'll try to find a way.
Yeah, true. Maybe there's a way to make it work. But the first thing I noticed with the Brewmaster pick is, the first thought I had was the Dispel from the Storm Panda. Takes off Warcry, takes off Flame Guard, takes off Decrepify.
Takes off Searing Chains on allies.
Yep, true.
Takes off.
Like
he has recall, not solar.
A lot of good utility with that, but what other reasons do you think this brew was picked? Or is that maybe the main one?
I think maybe OG are thinking about this in like, how to say, like in a macro sense of the way they want to approach the mid game, where they want to have overwhelming team fight so that their Morphling can come in with confidence. And I think the Leshrac and Brewmaster play a very similar type of, let's say, 10 to 20 minutes, where Brewmaster wants to go and fight all the time with his split, and Leshrac support just wants to go and kill stuff, right? So these two heroes together, well, now that Leshrac runs Misanthropy and can't take the towers, well, fortunately, Brewmaster can bring that to the table with the push, and then you organize and take those fights on your terms to try to get a good outcome.
Yeah, the Diabolic Edict, like you talked about with that facet, does not hit buildings, but it hurts people a lot more.
Yep.
That's one that they've kind of buffed over time. It was not popular at the beginning, but I think they've buffed it enough that it's quite good now.
Yeah, the other thing is the alternative, the Chronoptic, whatever it's called, was insane in the first version. I think that one got nerfed hard, if I remember correctly. And now it got buffed again recently because even that wasn't the best. But yeah, the original version of that seemed incredible. It was the one, I think Leshrac regained so much mana on hitting enemy heroes that he was just a harassment battery in mid lane, if I remember it correctly.
I mean, speaking of battery, I did want to talk about Pugna, because a huge change for him is the fact that you do not get mana through life draining.
Yep.
Which, just an objective nerf.
Yeah, they made life drain a bit better.
Yeah, it does a bit more damage.
Or heal, of course.
So, yeah, where does that hero fit right now?
I personally am a Pugna believer, but I think the biggest issue this hero has is, in order for it to be a good pick in Pro, either Netherward needs to be very good for the game, or Decrepify needs to be feel valuable against at least one primary core, right? In this game, I would say Decrep isn't the best. The cores are Shaker, Brew, Morph. I think all three of those actually deal with Decrep quite well, but the Netherward is quite solid, right? Against Leshrac, against Crystal Maiden, against the style that OG are proposing, which is group up as a ball and fight, Netherward is very strong.
Does it still work against
I think it's okay.
Attribute Shift the same way it used to as mid lane? X-Nova, he's going to get taken out by Laurel, so that's first blood here at the 4-minute mark. Days on the high ground. Laurel was kind of stuck in a weird spot. He's going to get Enchant Totem, but should be able to get out. Another change, by the way, is the Lightning Storm no longer slows attack speed. It's actually quite noticeable in these engagements.
It's a good question. I'm actually not certain that Netherward hits you at all when you shift. But technically it should, because it does spend mana, right?
It used to.
Yeah, I'm actually not completely sure about that one.
I guess we'll
9 getting pressured by Laurel.
Yeah, Laurel, he wants to continue here, it seems. Slight chains combo is now available.
It's not good news if Shaker's losing mid to Ember. I'll tell you that. Obviously, there's a kill coming Laurel's way, which is the big win here, but 20 and 4 against 9's 22 and 13, so 9 with a lot of denies. This is mandatory for Shaker against melee cores mid. You have to get a lot of those denies with Enchant, and he does, but yeah, that one kill Laurel got has been more than enough to offset that advantage that Shaker should have, and 9 has to walk back to base here because there's no rune for him to claim right now.
Yeah.
The bounty rune top is gone, so he can't take that one. He already expended his 4-minute water.
He's going to miss 2 creeps, it looks like.
At the very least, the 2. And also, Laurel is getting a fast 6, and there's rotation potential, of course. And he's also, you know what? If you're running low on mana on Ember, guess who you have on your team?
Yeah.
Old man on a horse who loves sharing wisdom about how he loves every female hero and how to give mana.
That's true.
Those are the 2 things he does. Great hobbies.
He has a lot of passion, no doubt about it. As Searing Chains again, as Rue makes his way back over. Laurel, recipient again of the chocolate.
Oh!
He's going to use Remnants to try to get the rune, but X-Nova was already there to claim the regen.
I thought for a second 9 was actually going to get that regen after he fissured the Ember, but X-Nova already took the regen, assuming that Ember would do exactly what he did, which was start Remnanting over. So, yeah, not going to get the rune. Ember will go back to base, but here's the difference between these 2 heroes going back to base. He comes back instantly because he has level 6. So he didn't really lose anything on refilling his bottle. In the meantime, 9 taking some serious damage here.
Oof.
Illuminate not connecting. It's only level 1 though, so not even close to a kill, but still the pressure once again. 9 will not have access to a rune.
Yeah, what's he going to do now?
Yeah, because there's no wisdom rune anymore. He would have refilled on that if this was the last patch, probably. No bounty rune to claim. No power rune. He's going to go and stack a big camp, but a little bit troublesome here.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that. How big of a, other than just the less amount of gold on the map, the bounty runes being 4 minutes instead of 3.
Yeah.
Have you noticed any huge differences like the mid lane and the rotations in general?
Particularly mid, yeah. Because now that the bounty rune timing overlaps with the water runes, generally speaking, the mid laner gets access to one of the 2, right? And that means instead of beforehand where you would get a potential bottle refill if you needed it minute 3, a bottle refill when you needed it minute 4, a potential 1 minute 6, and then 8. Now there's like these 2 downtimes, right? Nothing between 2 and 4, and nothing between 4 and 6, and 6 and 8 for that matter, right? So you're kind of, there's a lot more focus and a lot more value to getting the power runes and the water runes. And we've seen supports specifically targeting mid more because of that, because now the lane actually feels more winnable,
right?
Which for me is a very, very good change for the game, because I think mid lane, a lot of the time, especially in Pro Dota, was kind of mind-numbingly boring, to be honest. Like, they were just trading resources, taking water runes, and then...
9 Searing Chains up. He's going to have to use his ult. It does a lot of damage, but he dies in this engagement. Daze can only look from afar.
Oh, Collapse is coming over too. Arena at the ready.
Yep, Arena into Spear. Oh boy, this was a really bad engagement for OG in general.
Yep.
The 2 kills for Spirit. I mean, some of that was just really rotten luck. 50-50 on the rune. It was top. And Laurel will be the beneficiary of that orange.
And this is the perfect situation for Spirit, right? Not only do they get these 2 kills and the rune, Miposhka's level 5 knocking on the front door mid. So OG did not only get out of that with casualties, they have to immediately reinforce or just lose this tower. Look at the Chakra plus double blast as well here.
Oh, yeah.
Just very, very quickly taking down this mid tower. It's going down sub 10, and then you would imagine Miposhka wants to rotate top to play up there with Mars, maybe find a kill with Life Drain into that tower with Caudle. This was my biggest concern for OG's draft when I saw it, was can they keep up? And so far, they've lost all 3 lanes. The guy with the best game is obviously 23 Savage on the Morph, but his hero needs more to really withstand this pace. So you're looking at Seb finding a big fight with Split as your way of slowing the game down. And
Laurel stealing some camps. Will he get punished, though? He takes a lot of damage, but I think they've run out of steam.
He knows there's no Echo. It was used before, so he has the confidence to do that. And yeah, a little bit of a snipe there, as you said. 5K lead, minute 9.
That is brutal.
Yeah, I knew this was possibly going to be tough for OG.
Hammered up. Going to get life drained as well. Does have his ult. Will have to use it. Question is, can they turn this around? Can be able to dispel that war cry if he wants, as Radon now on the run, or in the air more like it. And the rest of Team Spirit just want to fight. They're going to get the Searing Chains onto Daze. The Spear does miss, but they have the damage nonetheless. Primal Split not going to last too much longer, and Seb looks to be the next death for OG. Can he deny himself to these creeps? Mud Golems are not interested, as the Stormhammer will finish him off. So Yatoro with a kill there. So 2 for nothing, 5-0 start, 5K net worth lead for Spirit, and they're heading into the enemy triangle. There are a few stacks of these Ancients. Oh boy.
X-Nova.
Oh boy. X-Nova will just casually die to Maposhka. And now a stack of Ancients goes the way of Team Spirit as well.
Oh, he stole 1 creep.
Okay.
Of his own stack.
Okay,
Radon,
Daze.
this would be a big one.
Yeah, he's got the Diabolic Edict doing quite a bit of damage, being shared a bit though, as Radon's gonna get some HP via Maposhka. Seb trying to make his way over the Thunderclap, not quite in range. He's gonna catch him a little bit. There's the Echo Stab, only hitting 1 though, as Radon, is he actually gonna live through this? Oh my god, the fissure! Oh dear, he's on the other side. And 9 trying to deny himself to Roche. He will do so, but still not so great for OG.
Yeah,
somehow Yatoro gets away.
Oh, it's rough. We're 11 minutes in and Roshan has more kills than OG. That's not a good look. It's not a good start, boys.
Oh.
It's time to... The neutral creeps are the 2nd strongest team in the game right now, and they gotta get on the board, man. This is... We've spent a lot of time talking about this mid matchup because that's really where everything gravitated around early. But in the meantime, Spirit have still done very well for themselves in both side lanes. Sven is dwarfing the Morphling. Ember is dwarfing the Brew. There's just... I mean, it's just sometimes a spade's a spade. Nothing has worked for OG. Yeah. They've lost literally everywhere. And now they lose another tower. And here's my question. 8K down minute 12. What does your lineup actually conceptually do now? Because for me, this is the time that their lineup is meant to fight and prevent Spirit from ramping up and running the game. And I just don't think they have the levels. Lesh is level 4. He has nothing on Daze.
Yeah. Yep, it's not looking good. 9K lead, tier 1 tower might make it a double digit. Indeed it does.
Oof.
And OG, what can they get out of the map right now? And how long do they need to get into fighting shape?
I mean, I knew Spirit were the big favorites going into this, but I was not anticipating this level of just absolute beatdown in game 1. That's a bit demoralizing. But like we talked
either
about,
way, they're happy.
I'm still going to stick with that. Like I said before the series, I think it's better for OG for this to be their first game so they can get the right ideas off of it. Because, you know, if you're playing on this level and you get crushed this hard, it means there has to be some serious nuggets you can find in this replay of figuring out what to improve for your easier opponents, right? Because you have to imagine that the next matchup, if they were to lose this series, which, well, so far it looks potentially quite likely with how these first 13 minutes have gone, you can get the right ideas going forward. But I don't want to write them off. It's game 1. Things could go wrong. It happens. It happens to everyone.
Yeah, we saw NGX come back in game 2 looking like a totally different team, right?
Absolutely. Game 1, they got rolled. Game 2, they did lose, but they very much were in a winning position for a big portion of that game and could have won. And who knows what a game 3 would have looked like, and that was against Falcons.
BKB away from maybe winning that
Arguably.
game.
Definitely. There was a lot of criticism towards Sumail's itemization in that game. That could have made the difference. There were other ways of winning that game. It's never on one player.
Yeah, especially when you go 22-3. It's hard to put blame on that one.
That's right.
On that one
there were
guy.
many other things that could have gone right. Spears that could have hit, spells that could have been comboed better, better positioning, better warding. You know, it's a very complex game. It's never that easy. All right, Wisdom. It is time for Lesh to hit level 6, minute 14.
Oh dear.
The young on Daze is like, finally get my big break with OG, and he gets to show up and get absolutely nothing in this game.
That's rough.
Oh.
I mean, do you even go ult at level 6 in this case?
You have to, right? What else would you do? Even if you don't fight, it's still a farming tool. He's got
He's thinking about
He's not. You're right. He hasn't skilled instantly. I would have thought that was a gimme. Uh-oh. Daze. Well, okay, nice TP out. I think Collapse. Yeah, he's still searching for him, so he didn't see the TP out there.
Okay, well, either way, Team Super will have control of this area for Tormentor, which means Wait, is the Pugna shard still the same as before?
Yeah.
Okay.
Longer cast range on ward, and you can drain the ward.
How would you rate that? It used to be a lot worse, like genuinely useless, but I think they eventually buffed it to a point where it's at least okay.
Yeah, I think it has its moments, but for me, a big part of those moments were about illusions, and now drains no longer one-shot illusions.
Yeah.
So life drain and mana drain alike do not kill illus, so I don't know.
Well, we don't have to worry about it
pretty
because
low.
Rue gets the shard instead. So
This is much, much better.
yeah, 2 charges of recall. By the way, let's talk about that real quickly. The recall ability versus it's Solar Bind, right? Is the other facet? Which one is more popular?
I've seen supports mainly take recall.
Collapse. We'll get off the arena. My goodness, Yatoro just destroys 9. And now OG on the run. The spear is there onto Daze. Double kill for Laurel as Collapse wants to find more. Seb does not have a ton of mana. And he does now. And he will die. Doesn't matter how much mana he has because he has 0 HP to use it. 9-0 as another stack being taken by Yatoro.
Damn.
OG has basically been stacking creeps for Team Spirit at this rate.
Yeah, they're trying to set a record here for the enemy team Sven GPM. It's unfortunate.
Jeez.
So what did you want to talk about with recall versus Solar Bind? Just which one's more popular? I think has been recall on support.
Yeah.
I do think there are games where Solar Bind can be a superior choice on support as well. But in a game like this, he is pulling around Ember, around the map. He's able to bring Sven while he is farming. He can still participate in fights. You're kind of turning any core of your choice into Dawnbreaker in a way, if you understand. Like, so it's like you're, yeah, that was very advanced. I hope you understand that one.
Are you stupid? You understand?
If you catch my drift, let's put it that way. So yeah, it just allows Radon to play way more effectively on the map because he never needs to be worried about showing up to team fights.
Sab. Well, okay. Thought for sure he was going to die there, but I think the first thing OG needs to do is get a kill on the board, feel a little bit better about yourselves.
Yeah. Well, it's not happening yet.
No, it is not. It's nice sleight to dodge the Enchant Totem. Searing Chains onto 2. Illuminate as well. Laurel has a mega streak. And you can see the CM on the low ground is likely to... Oh, this might be the first kill. Indeed, it is. The Ember Spirit takes a tumble as Daze gets credit for that one. So 11-1. OG finally on the board. Haven't really seen much 23 Savage.
Nope. But...
Yasha and Vlad's at the moment.
I don't think he had much to show for. Like, what was he supposed to do, right? He's a Morphling.
Yeah, it takes time
early
to
in the
get
game. You're not going to contribute much in these early fights. This hero, by the way, in the current patch, or at least in the pre-B version of 738, had a pretty bad win rate in, at the very least, pub games.
The Morph?
Yeah. Is particularly bad on the other facet. When you played with Flow, I think it was the single lowest win rate in the entire game was Morphling with Flow. Morphling with Ebb was sitting somewhere around like 46-7-ish, which is still, considering how strong this hero is in pub games, was still a pretty bad win rate, I would say. It has its games. It doesn't get to show it here so far, but see if they can find a way back into it. This is going to come down to finding some fat echo. I don't think there's any other way that OG realistically build themselves a winning position.
Yep, as we're going to see the arena. Freezing Field is used. There's the echo on the 3 heroes. That is massive damage. Mars dies first. It's going to be the trade of the Lesh, though. So 1 for 1 to start things out. X-Nova very low HP. Slight finishes him off.
Oh my god, they lost that. That is... Oh... That's so crippling. If you cannot turn that into a win, and that was a big Illuminate heal.
Depends on if he dies here, Cinderin, which it looks like 23 Savage. Oh, he's getting a lot of strength
nice
up.
Manta. He has Tumbler's Toy.
He does, and Waveform. He's actually fine. I mean, it's 2 supports for a core. I think that's a win at this stage.
I mean, you could argue. So yeah, they did get more gold, but the amount of resources that they had to pull for that, just to get a minor win.
Yeah, but
in fairness, they would have killed all 3 if not for that big Illuminate. So that was a very big heal from Rue, and of course the Shard making that Illuminate heal 100% means that was a 500 AoE heal.
I'm fairly sure that was a level 1 Echo, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so too, yeah.
If it was level 2, I think they get 3 kills there.
Yeah,
right.
Possibly.
That was pretty close.
It would have been close.
That was pretty close.
Yeah. But yeah, Illuminate's just such a big heal. Oh, Seb will get
off
off
the primal split. Maposhka is going to get cleaned up now.
find another.
You just have to be careful if you're Seb. You do have very low HP on your main hero. So
I think what you do now if you're Spirit is you just straight up run to Roche. Because you know the enemy team has no Echo and no Split, so effectively they have no team fight in them. Echo is 40 seconds out. If Sven has ult in 20, so I think if you were to force that right now, you could probably pull it off. They don't have any minus armor except a single corrosion though, so maybe... maybe not quite enough to feel confident about it.
Well, Radiant's finally there for Seb. So,
yeah,
better late than never. It is a very late one, though.
Yeah.
As they are down, as we see, 15K.
Especially considering he's playing without boots. So,
I did not even notice that.
That is not an uncommon way to build Brew, but it does mean that if you're comparing it to usual Radiance timings, then there's like the asterisk of, okay, you actually don't even have boots in your build.
But, well, the arena comes out, 9 in a lot of trouble. You can hear the Sven using that ult, and Yatoro just rips him a new one.
Pop him. Not gonna Roche though. They're gonna keep pushing mid by the looks of it.
Yeah, 9, 1-5-1 in this game. He has his blink, as we saw earlier. Looks like BKB is next on the menu for him. Not that it would have done much there. As tier 2 tower cleaned up, and now the tier 3 in peril. Fortification is forced on the OG side. Decrep keeping the siege alive though, and I don't think this push is stopping anytime soon. You got the Nether Blast as well.
Daze.
Yeah, Daze trying to cut the waves. Looks like Rue will make his way over to help finish the job as well. And Miposhka all alone in the top lane, but lots of damage done to this tier 3.
Yeah. He's not an obvious kill. He's got Glimmer and Essence Ring, so you can't just run at him with like a support or 2 supports and just kill him off. You need more than that. X-Nova.
Yeah, Frostbite.
About to get 2-shot by Radon. Maybe 3-shot. He doesn't have ult.
Let's see, Spear, 1. Okay.
Oh, that was a Stormhammer, so...
Didn't, yeah.
It was technically
not a true test. As Root, looks like the Primal Split used another Fissure blocking teammates, though. They do get the kill nonetheless. See if they can reset for OG. 1 for 1 across the board. But the Primal Split is now down. So not the hugest kill on either side. As we're going to see the Revenant's Brooch on to Yatoro. So what's the idea of this item on Sven?
Right, it's just a solid value pickup, right? High damage, you get the crit as a magic damage component, so you split your damage type. So it's a bit harder to itemize against you. It's just a real feels good item. It's cheap value right now, and it hit hard. So
yeah, it's been pretty popular in general. Been seeing it fairly regularly, whereas before we would never see it. As Radon, oh, insta-gives 9, and now we'll turn his sights to the top lane, which they will claim easily.
Yeah, Spirit have I just checked. They have a dinner reservation at 8, so.
Yeah, but when Yatoro wants to eat, he's gonna eat.
Oh yeah, he's taking some big bites out of the OG base right now.
And looking for the double lane. They do have Echo once 9 is back. I mean, he has buyback, but I can't blame him for not using it here. You need to maintain at least a little bit of farm. And Spirit actually backing away on some of the heroes. Laurel will try to finish the melee, and he actually will get it.
Well,
as Seb coming from the backstab.
He doesn't have ult.
He is pretending he has ult, scaring them away.
I think Spirit thinks he has ult. It's pretty close. So they will yield, and
2 lanes already at the 24-minute mark. This is looking, I mean, I'm interested what Dota Plus thinks.
How about this? Oh, that's a good game for this tournament. We need to guess.
8%, really?
1 in 10 games, the Dire wins this.
No
way.
No
Or
way.
1 in 12?
That's no way that's accurate.
I don't know, man.
Was that updated for the last 2 racks that were just taken?
Well, now it's 9%, so now it believes even more.
Oh, okay.
I don't know about
Question
that
is,
one.
what's changed in the last 5 seconds?
9. Slight chains.
Searing chains. Such an
caught.
annoying spell. Collapse.
Done. Yeah. Slight chains again. Thank you, Keeper of the Light.
Easy peasy. Oh, and Yatoro takes out 23 Savage in a 1v1 battle.
I think that's an important detail about Spirit's lineup, actually, come to think of it. They've drafted 4 male heroes with Coddle, so he's not getting distracted. He's fully focusing on giving mana and not on being horny.
That's true.
And Rue is really showing up, just empowering his allies.
He is a creepy old man.
Yep, that's good. I think, am I wrong in saying, did they change or remove some of the voice lines for COD? I
couldn't tell you.
I think they took some of them out because
It's
they were like deemed
possible.
inappropriate.
Yeah, it's possible some of them did not age well over time.
I think
as
some of them were
things,
taken out.
As it happens.
Oh
in today's
god.
Culture, but
Who got that idea to begin with, though, is what I want to know. Like, who thought, it was like, what if Keeper of the Light is just like an old man on a horse flirting with all the ladies?
I mean, it is funny. It is funny.
It's just so fucked up, man.
See, I would have gone more with the horse is the one that's obsessed.
That sounds more like your thing, yeah.
That's true. That's disturbing as Seb. Oh.
I think they did see each other,
Did
but
they?
neither of them really cared.
Okay. I was going to say, yeah, it was impossible not to see. Plus, there's the Radiance and whatnot. Here's the 1v1 battle. Okay, it wasn't much of a battle.
Fair fight. Yep.
Yeah.
One of them had a slight mathematical advantage there.
Just a little bit. Oh, here's a smoke from OG. They need to get here on time. Echo Slam would be pretty nice. Scan does detect that this is in the area. Roche is getting really low. Jays comes in with a nice split art. BKB is popped. He's going to get deleted, but the Aegis is still claimed by Radon. Freezing Field on the high ground. I'm not sure what happened there. And now OG looked to be in full retreat. They were, unfortunately, no Echo Slam in that area. That would have been great positioning for the Earthshaker. Speaking of positioning, Mars Arena onto 3. Echo Slam was used, but that's a BKB collapse. And that's the second death for OG, and likely more to occur. 9 is going to get illuminated. Heck, double kill for Laurel here as Seb, all he can do is tornado and run away. Meanwhile, 23 Savage being pursued by the rest of Team Spirit. They find the one building that they can latch to with that spear, and that is the death of the Morphling as GG's mercifully come. This was a Gaben's top hat shellacking.
Oof.
Not remotely close.
All right,
As
Shannon.
Spirit will take game 1.
Here's the silver lining. We were talking about this was going to be an uphill battle for OG playing against a Spirit that's in form.
Yeah.
And if it's a tough series, you can learn something from it. Here's my inter-series call.
Okay.
It cannot get worse than this for game 2, right?
Okay.
You can only go up from here. It's only going to get better. You're going to learn something from here and show up better in game 2. Now, if you can pull a win out of that, you need to improve massively, but they're better than this.
All right, well, let's see what the panel has to say. Will or can this actually get worse, Sheever?
I think it might get worse. The thing is, I don't think it will. I think it's possible, theoretically.
When they got 4 kills,
they did.
They could get 3 kills next game.
Yes, but I don't think it will. I hope we're going to see a little bit of the similar learning curve as we saw previous game. That doesn't necessarily mean that OG will win the next game, but I hope that they'll do better so that they can use this experience moving forward. We're going to break this game down either way. It was a very difficult one, Tigov, for OG, and it was very strong, and it does actually make Yatoro's words very true. He said in an interview earlier, should be easy for us. It was.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way that they played the map was just punishing to OG. We mentioned how OG's cores are very farm heavy, and now you have a Kotal and a Pugna running around the map. You're enabling an Ember. You're then dragging the Ember to take fights bottom. Shaker walks up, tries to hit a fissure. It's like a lot of the early game pacing was just Spirit utilizing their skirmish ability. And OG's skirmish ability is like morphing, twin gating with a brute ultimate, taking bot tower, trying to open up the map. But into these heroes, the fact that you're always going to miss one core due to that need for farm, you're never going to 5-man an objective as OG. And if you are, you're running into an arena, into an illuminate, a slight spam, Warcry. It's just so hard for OG, even if they are winning in the lanes, to actually turn anything into a good advantage for them. I just feel their draft was just lackluster this game.
Yeah, I think the hardest part for this one is going to be for our editor, who's going to be finding the clips of the highlights, because there aren't going to be many, at least not in favor of OG by any means. I mean, they got their first kill 16 minutes into the game, which makes the game very difficult. They lost all the lanes. The support duo did pair up together. They did roam around. They gave, like, this is the old school combo. I think we're seeing that more and more recently, where some of the old ideas are coming back. The hero pairings as well. So you have Keeper of the Light playing with the Ember Spirit, lowering his cooldown. You also saw Keeper of the Light giving mana to Miposhka so that he can double blast the tower. So they killed tower pretty early on, which does open up the map. And the Collapse, he was having a great time laning with Coddle, allowing him to stay pretty much on top of the network as well, on top of the CS chart, because he was really not afraid of the killer combo that they had in that top lane.
Yeah, and the key thing here, you can see from the facet from Rue, right? Like, he's going for the recall facet. Again, we didn't see much Coddle in previous patches. If we did, it was maybe mid.
Facet.
God.
Please continue.
Thank you. And yeah, I feel like this was a facet that should be explored more, and especially because you could teleport onto allies, right? So you TP onto an ally, you mana them, you mana yourself, you then throw out it's just you're amping up the speed of the game. You're making it so much quicker, and especially when you have a Sven that is complete free farm in lane. Like the Brew, the Leshrac was not able to pressure him. He was top net worth. He farms the enemy stacks. He takes every time that Ancient got stacked on OG, he was there stealing it away.
For a second, I thought Yatoro has tattoo.
Yeah.
Of Aghanim Scepter and Shard. It could be a good place for a tattoo, though.
It could be. It also is a good logo, I think. It's pretty cool.
It is. Also good stats on the screen that we're seeing from Yatoro, because he definitely popped off. It's just very difficult. Like Seb, he did farm a lot in this game, but we never saw them play together in terms of what they're going to be able to do. They looked very disorganized after losing the laning stage. I think this is one of the hardest things in Dota to do. When you lose the laning stage, you lose all three lanes and somebody needs to call the shots. You had level 6 Leshrac hitting level 6 at 15 minutes into the game, which makes the game pretty difficult to play.
Yeah, and you also had one moment in particular that was especially...
Yeah, Shira, I was just trying to find some funny moments that did happen. This is going to be the fight where they're going to be... Oh, man, Yatoro, he's going to be so low. Let's try to kill him. But, yeah, the healing coming out from Coddle, coming out from Pugna as well, they are keeping him alive. In the end, they're, like, getting so close to it. He got ignited. Fisher on the wrong side of the map. They were unable to get him anyway. And look at the MVP for this game. It is going to be Roshan, so he gets denied, and they don't get that kill, but overall, a very rough one for OG.
Yeah, it was. And we learned a little bit. Obviously, we're hoping OG learns a lot from that game as well. But I think we learn a little bit as well, because there were a couple of heroes that we don't normally see. For example, the Keeper of the Light you talked about.
Yeah, already mentioned it. But another reason why it is strong is if you do get the early shard from Tormentor, you then have 2 charges. So it didn't really work out too well for Spirit in this example, but he TPs first onto the Mars. He then already cast it on Ember as well. So within about, a couple milliseconds, he's able to get into Mars, plus Ember comes in, 3 heroes in any gank on the map, anywhere, anytime. Sure, playing into heroes like Shaker, Leshrac, maybe even like a Winter Wyvern can punish that. But if you have a big enough lead, the fact that you can pretty much relocate you are IO with the shard. 2 heroes anywhere, anytime. It is insane. So any type of lead, you're going to break down your opponent very quickly.
Yeah, and I would imagine that we're going to see that a lot more, because tempo, Lacoste, seems to be the name of the game in a lot of series we watch.
Yeah, and I also wanted to point out that the support duo from Team Spirit, the way they play the game, this is not a traditional support duo by any means. Usually I would not like it, but they were also paired up with the stun, with the control from the off lane, also a bit of a protection, and also you have Sven with the Warcry, another hero that does have a stun. But these 2 heroes are dealing insane amount of damage, plus they're also healing by quite a lot. You can see the damage numbers, 5,000 damage from Coddle, which did got buffed in the previous patch. It did go up to 70%. And also to point out that he has a healing locket as his item, just to amplify that healing even more. And the damage numbers from Pugna are also going to be higher compared to the previous patch, because you're healing more rather than giving mana to your allies.
I mean, Pugna can't give mana, but of course Coddle can. So you're fixing the patch, right? The fact that Pugna got patched out of the game, you pick Coddle. So it's like Pugna used to do what Coddle did. Now you get to do both, and you have the teleport. So if these 2 supports are able to play behind stun and damage with all 3 cores doing it, this is conceptually like maybe a very broken combination.
Yeah,
if
but
your cores do all the
lift. What you mentioned, that you do have to have the disables, because obviously
100%. But like if these heroes are untouched, the early game, the fight, the poke, the map play, plus the tower damage, plus the healing, it is very, very obnoxious. But you are sacrificing, you know, stun, Roshan potential, etc. But if your 3 cores can do all that lifting, very, very scary.
Yeah, it didn't hinder Team Spirit this game at all. They had all the problems that OG threw at them fixed before the game even began, it seemed. Let's see if OG can step it up for game number 2 and have a bit of performance. We're going into game number 2 after a short break.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight. The heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Pudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello everyone, I am here with Daze from OG. Welcome my friend, it is great to get you in the interview chair. You done a lot of these interviews before?
Not many of them.
Okay, well let's make this one a memorable one. So, OG, big deal. You came from Navi Junior, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And did some cool stuff on there. Big promise. You heard that you guys beat OG, right?
Once.
Yes. Is that what prompted you to get onto the team? Was Seb like, if I can't beat him, join me kind of deal? Or how did it come about? How did you join OG?
I was, I left Navi Junior. I played in some rosters, some teams.
Sure.
And then I was offered to join OG.
Okay.
I said, like, why not? Let's try. Let's try.
All right, so you were on a few teams. What made OG appealing?
I'd like to play with, experienced players. Already, most of them, all of them already champs at some point. Good for me.
Okay.
Like to bring some ideas. New life,
Sure. You got to learn from the old guys. No one's older than Seb and the rest of the boys. So tell me a little bit about you, though. How'd you get into Dota? How did you start playing?
My brother taught me to play Dota when I was 6. Actually, he didn't teach me, he just played and I was watching. And when the computer was free, I just played against passive bots.
Oh, I see. All right.
Yeah, because other level of bots destroyed me.
They were too hard?
Yeah.
Hey, can you beat them now?
Not sure.
No, really? You haven't gone back?
Yeah.
Jeez, okay. So you said that you learned stuff from older players and you look at them. When you were first starting off, did you watch certain players? Did you, study them?
Yeah. I was watching, I've watched a lot of replays of Creed. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Creed.
Okay.
Yeah, and of course I watched TIs that OG destroyed. Big Seb's fan as well.
Sure.
Yeah. That's it, I guess.
Is it weird to play with a guy like Seb when you're a fan and,
No, I was a fan. Now he's my teammate, so...
Yeah.
It's good. It's good now.
It's good now. So
Yeah.
if he messes up, you're gonna say like, "Hey, don't do that." You
Yeah,
suck.
I mean, someone says that it's bad to be a fan of his teammate, and I agree with that. And for now, we're just teammates.
Okay, good to hear.
Good teammates. I mean, we trust each other, and it's not about being fan. It's about being not in love, being trust each other.
Yes, I have that trust. What do you think about the new update? Do you like it? Do you think it's in a good direction?
Any update is good.
Any update?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Something new to learn, new patterns, new heroes. I like it.
So we'll bring back Wraith Pack then? All updates are okay?
Yeah.
Wow, okay, jeez. Well, I've been hearing from, some of the young bloods in Dota that they like the new patches because they're a little bit faster. There's more fighting, there's more things to do, there's more objectives. Are you that kind of player where it's more about fights, or do you like thinking about the game more?
I'm that kind of player. Aggressive fighter. And it's good that they updated the system of wisdoms. The new Tormentor is OP also. Like you have to fight for it. You have to be ready to fight for objectives. Yeah, I like it.
What about neutral items? Do you like the new system there?
Not really sure yet, but as I said, any update is good update.
All right, cool. And last question, Ice Frog looking for inspiration from the new blood of Dota. Thank you for being our new blood that will be the rising stars. What should Ice Frog do? Any heroes that are busted? Anything in Dota that's boring? How do we keep this game alive for 20 more years?
That's a good question. I'm focused about playing. I don't think about other stuff.
Whoa! So there's no hero that you think is so broken needs to be deleted, or item that's too strong?
Broodmother has to be deleted.
Deleted?
Yeah.
Broodmother?
Yeah, I hate Broodmother players.
Dang. Yeah, they are sicko freaks. But,
no, just kidding.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. It's okay. You're a very respectable player. You have a respectable pool. So I have no flame for you in your disgusting playstyle. So thank you, sir. Well, this has been a lot of fun. Thank you so much for letting us get to know a little bit about you. We're excited to see how far OG can go, and I hope you can take down those guys that you used to watch those replays of, man.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much. All right, we'll be seeing more from him and OG coming up at PGL Wallachia.
Nice to hear a little bit from Days. New kid on the block here for OG. Although we heard a little bit, he was not that new. Navi Jr. He's still, he has already played on the team. It's good to see him in action. He does need to step up together with the rest of his team. It's not on him. It's the whole team was a little bit lackluster for game number 1. So we're going to see what they learned and see if they can put it into practice for game number 2. Lacoste, Tigov, I'm going to put you on the spot because I need to know what did they need to change, because wasn't necessarily draft.
I will echo what Cinderin said during the cast.
Okay.
He said that for OG, being a team that is not in form, not very good at the moment, I think going up against the most recent previous Tier 1 tournament winner, if anything, even if you lose the series, you'll be able to learn a lot more than, for example, no offense, but if they beat like a 15th seed, let's say they beat Yellow Submarine today.
So you think they should be very happy they're up against Spirit, deal with it now, learn it now.
So I fully agree with what Cinderin mentioned. It's like, even if they are to lose, it really shows the kind of the support structure of the team, because if you can actually learn from losing to Spirit, then you can create yourself that journey through Swiss. You have so many chances in Swiss, right, to create those wins, create those chances. And especially after game 1, I think it is optimistic to expect a team to truly bounce back instantly in that style. But I think if they can at least use the series, then there's hope.
Yeah, the question is, can they replicate some of the things that they learned from other teams as well? We don't know what's been happening in scrims. Have they been winning? Are they on some big losing streak? Because it can definitely affect your mentality coming into a tournament and knowing that you, for example, lost like 90% of your scrims. You lose confidence in whatever you're doing because you know that you're doing it wrong. You're trying to fix it. You don't have enough time, so it gets pretty difficult.
They did say on the OG tweet that scrims are going well.
Ooh, that's good.
No idea what that means, though.
No, but I think for this series, I do agree that we should. Oh, sorry.
That's something that people who don't
do well,
don't do well would tweet it out.
True. Yeah, I can see it.
No, they're just giving some confidence to the fans. I think I will echo the sentiment that you and then also Cinderin said that it's okay if they lose this game, but I would like to see them improve upon game number 1, because I fully accept that they need to learn per series, but I also expect a team to learn within the series.
Sure, and that's where we can simplify it by talking about draft, right? When you go up against Spirit and they go for an Ember into your Leshrac, they pick Kotl. Like, OG's the team that should know Ember Kotl some of the best, right? In regards to like the history of the combination, like they are the team that has done it the most, won the biggest tournaments with it. So I think to draft in that style against a combination that they know, even though it's different patches, different timeline, I don't think they really respected the speed of play that these two heroes will bring, even if Kotl was a different role, whatever. And that's my big adjustment. If we do see the kind of the same draft line, then just ensure you have some way to match the timing of Spirit.
Well, we do have a bit of a change already. I mean, it was first pick this time for Team Spirit. The sides remain the same. And we don't have OG banning out Tinker. They ban a whole bunch of other things. With the Darkseer actually getting banned and the Jakiro picked up. Hype.
Jakiro is still a pretty strong laner. Like, his facet got slightly nerfed, but overall the hero is, I would say, relatively easy to play. He's one of those position 5s that are kind of bullying other offlaners. And OG, I think the approach that they're going to have for the second game is go for completely different heroes. I think we might not even see a single hero overlapping, because I feel that they're also losing a bit of confidence in their own ideas of what has been working out, because you just got completely stomped. So even with if you will look at that replay and you're going to be like, yeah, we could have done this like so much better, but you got completely overran by Team Spirit. So I think they're going to, because coming into this, you have a couple of strategies prepared. You've been practicing the draft, and I think this is a good start. I think you need to remove IO as well now, because this hero just makes the game so much more difficult for you to play if you're playing against IO Marcy, because you can go for different item build. It's also a hero that secures the lane for Marcy. But for now, Spirit are going to be removing Warlock, because I believe that they were undefeated in the Dream League with their Warlock. They've been like 8 or 9 out of 9 games at one point.
It was the reason why I think Warlock was first phase banned by OG in the not by OG, by themselves actually, by Spirit themselves in the first game. Very popular support still. We get a Marcy opening from OG though. Do we think that OG, just like other teams, will have this as a flex pick?
Maybe they forgot they kicked Ari.
I don't think that's the case, D. Just a hunch.
Maybe. Yeah, that's a good point. No, jokes aside, of course, support Marcy with the pick-me-up facet is very strong. We're seeing teams being able to initiate with it by dragging a core into the fight. But also,
I've seen some memes as well with this facet.
Yeah, no, there is.
That's why I like it so much.
Yeah, but I like I like the defensive capabilities of it.
Yeah.
Right? It feels to me a little bit reminiscent of like Drinking Buddy's Tusk. This idea that you can just grab a core and just take them to a whole new place. And if you're getting stunned in the low ground, now suddenly he's high ground and stunned, that can be enough to win a fight in Dota. And sure, into Jakiro, it can be a little bit, spicy. Some ice path, you stun yourself, you jump in, now you drag a core into Macropire. Like, there's ways for it to go wrong, but in regards to the speed of play, Mirana, Marcy, these are heroes that want to play into the map. You can gank, you can kill. Yeah. If that's your 5 and 4,
I did say that they're going to go for a different draft, but yeah, I didn't expect anime draft coming out from OG. They're memeing it up right now. Dragonite is available.
Right? Mirana got changed?
Mirana got changed. She got nerfed with the Starstorm, the duration of the blind. It's been
3-second cap now on all levels.
It's been pretty strong. I think it's something that we don't talk about too much when it comes down to Mirana is her innate ability, because Lotuses, we are getting more Lotuses as well, like you're getting more value, and this innate ability, it's been a meme before because it was only 20%, now it's extra 50, so you definitely want to pick up Lotuses when you have Mirana on the team. And I really like that they banned out, because I was thinking like, why are they banning out these counter initiators? Warlock, Silencer as well, they want to get the jump, they want to kill the heroes immediately, and it's going to be Mars one more time.
I mean, again, it's just the combo breakers, right? Like OG, both draft openings have said we want to skirmish to win the game, right? Same thing here with a Marcy Mirana. Now you're running into an arena, into an ice path. If they had a silencer or some additional support like that, then that would just create OG's way. It's like, okay, we've globaled, kill them before arena, and then get back out. Disengaging for OG once they commit is the difficult part. Spirit, all 3 heroes once you're in the fight, you'll get silenced or stunned or punished for an incorrect position.
It is a lot.
Yeah.
It is a lot. It gets very difficult seeing these two heroes who are kind of maneuverable in a fight. That's why Mars is such a good pickup against them, because they want to be using the rebound, they want to be using leaps, but if they get locked inside of the arena, they're definitely going to die. And I don't see any ways of them like counter-initiating. These heroes need BKB to get out of the arena. So maybe it's going to be a time for Marcy to put it on position 4 rather than play it as a core. Or maybe shift priority, put it to the off lane.
But as a, like, if it is, let's say these are 2 supports now on the side of OG, how are they going to deal with the 3 cores that they still have? What type of heroes do you need that actually can deal with the amount of damage that Spear has?
I would like survivability. Like Seb's been playing like offlane DP, for example. The issue here is like you're giving Spirit the counter pick, so maybe not. But I just want a hero that can walk into the fight and go, I absorb your arena, I absorb your ice path, and then the Mirana Marcy can play around that after.
Yeah.
But to find that hero at the moment, again,
it's a tough puzzle.
It's tough, but also it's like Spirit with the counter pick. Like, do you want to pick it on your, let's say, your mid lane? Which I don't really think I want to see 9 doing it. So I think realistically, Seb needs to find that hero. Of course, I think pre-patch, maybe we've been talking about Lifestealer here, right? Lifestealer into Jakiro and Mars is pretty fine, but he did get some nerfs. Again, there's still the counter pick in play.
Could be some offlane Faceless Void that could come out, which is a good way to, like, there's so many stuns, there's silences as well, so it might not be the best one, but it's also a bit of a flex pick if you want to run it. Great against the arena because you can jump out. Time dilation, of course, is going to be great, but yeah, I think they need to cook pretty hard for this one. I think they need to
still go for the Tide then if you really want this logic as well.
Sure.
Like, but yeah, any hero that can absorb fight is happy. Okay, they go for a Sven.
So on the side of OG, they'll have overall last pick. Is there any player in particular, any of the cores in particular, potentially that you want to have last pick? Is like all eggs in the basket of...
I might be wrong based on this pick right now, but if I speak quicken, okay, don't worry.
Never mind. We do
That's
still
fine.
get the Faceless Void that you guys wanted though. So that's an offlane Void, no?
Yes.
Yep. So they're giving...
Unless they want a position 4 Voided. We've seen a good support Void earlier, but that means...
It is a soft flex, I would say. There is some potential to it because they have overall the last pick, but I would prefer if this is going to be offlane Faceless Void. They're still going to decide. They're going to see, you know, 2 more picks, so they will see what's going to be good, what Yatoro is going to be playing.
This is the type of draft where it's like Sven carry, Void offlane, and then you give 9 like the last pick Dazzle, or like a hero that you see your matchup, you know you're going to win that matchup, and you provide the tempo through that. So yeah, I think Void offlane, Sven carry is perfectly fine. We mentioned the need to survive that jump. Sven naturally buys BKB, so you deal with the arena. Void, like you mentioned, with the jumping in, jumping out, going for halberd build and whatnot, like you're tanky in that, right? So you're able to at least cushion the blow of Spirit, unlike the last game where it didn't really feel like they had anything to deal with the team fight.
Yeah, we're going for the square facet.
Yeah.
So
time zone. Yeah.
Is there any combos that I'm trying to think? You can maybe get the hammer out a couple more times for the Sven.
I don't think
Starstorm.
Personally, I've yet to really see the bristle, the Slardar Quap-esque, haha, I have time zone, really low cooldown. I think it's more just like the leash and the annoyance, but at some point. Right now, I'm not seeing that combo, but maybe 9 has the hero. Maybe there's some...
I'm dazzled, dude. You
yeah, I said Dazzle. Yeah, true. I still want Dazzle. I do.
He is the one that benefits from having the lower cooldown. So they might remove it, but also this Ursa pick from Yatoro makes things very difficult for offlane Faceless Void to play the game, because what you want to do with the hero is go in and out, be very annoying, but the constant stacks from Ursa doesn't allow you to do so. So not going to be the easiest game for Faceless Void, and he's also going to be playing into... Like, they have 2 physical, maybe even 3 physical damaging cores, and you're playing also into Morita, which she kind of loves to do so.
And, the Puck and the Stormbound, it's screaming Dazzle for OG.
Well, if it's screaming that, aren't they begging for that to be banned out? Or, actually better yet, Team Spirit still also needs their mid laner. Laurel is lacking a hero, so they might get it themselves.
Could be an option. Again, for Spirit, to kind of conclude the point of Void, Jakiro is also a hero that farms quite well, right? Another reason why it's a strong hero. You can always get Boots of Bearing on Jakiro, which Boots of Bearing is the biggest counter to Void. You can press it, you don't get capped your move speed by the time zone, you just walk away, and that small little thing is now fully countered, right? And Ursa already is a lane counter. Boots of Bearing is
If
the
we
game
want
counter.
to make this Times Square facet viable,
Boots of Bearing got to go.
Either Boots of Bearing have to be changed, or we have to cap the move speed inside of time zone, so that you can't get like higher. You can't be like Boots of Bearing is just too good of an item against it. It got slightly nerfed like 2-3 patches ago, so it's not 2 seconds anymore. Now it's down to 1.5. They're banning our monkey, and they get themselves a Dragon Knight, denying the anime completion.
The biggest problem with OG's lineup is simply they don't progress the map, right? Sven farms lane, Void can run around, Marcy Morella can set up kills, but when they look at a tower, if there's not a catapult there,
where is Damagio? Who's gonna deal the damage?
Death Prophet that fixes the damage.
I mentioned it earlier. I was hesitant, but
it will be 9 playing the Death Prophet.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So Death Prophet is again, we saw Sumo do OD into Ember. It was into Ember. DP also is the same thing. It's really good against melee heroes because you have that Siphon, you push out the lane, you get ultimate, you just take the tower, and you force the entire game around you in the early game. You can go Ags, Witchblade, BKB, Shivas, so you naturally tank up to deal with the patch. So I don't think the hero is as bad as before. Of course, if you waste Exorcism and get picked off, your game can disappear, and you just keep dying. Into Ursa, if you ever stall behind on itemization, you will just be deleted.
Something the DP always lacked, especially at the early stages, is some extra armor. And in some of these fights where there's going to be 5-on-5, you're going to be getting extra help from Sven's Warcry. You're going to have Marcy with the pick-me-up facet, so you could pull her out of the trouble. So I think this time around, it's not going to be a stomp as we've seen in Game 1. This is also a bit of a new draft as we expected. I said 5 new heroes. They actually picked 5 different heroes. Sven could pop off. I'm slightly worried for the damage. I want to see 2 supports make some early rotations, try to keep them busy, because Ursa as a hero, he also needs a little bit more time, but I also see Team Spirit with the draft that they have. It's a lot of physical damage, and you're playing into Sven's Warcry, so that's going to be not the easiest thing to execute.
I also like the fact that you have the evasion on Morana as well. So the Death Prophet that I mentioned can be sometimes squishy. You mentioned Sven and the pick-me-up of Marcy. You throw in the evasion as well. Like, if OG can get to their first round of items, they should be the ones that can dictate some of these earlier objectives that are so critical. But if they mis-execute, you got Sven ultimate to play around, you have DP ultimate to play around. Like, the game is very easy for Spirit to poke the spell, to reset and take the fight. So OG have to be in control of every move they make.
And do they have better lanes? Because it went wrong on the lanes already.
Oh, compared to Game 1?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They have better lanes.
But is it good enough to go 50-50 on the lanes? Ooh, silence.
I wouldn't say 50-50. I think Void is going to have a hard time playing into Ursa.
The best lane is mid, though. OG's best lane, and the only lane you should care about if you're an OG fan, is 9's lane on DP. You have DP into a DK.
Okay.
That's the lane to care about.
Okay, that's the lane to watch, OG fans. You heard it here. Let's find out how this game is going to play itself out with Sven and Synderen.
Thank you, Shiver. Game number 2 underway. Spirit versus OG, hoping for a better performance from OG overall. Last game, Synderen, it's just one of those, you forget about it. It was a warm-up game. It was a dream, a nightmare, whatever. It wasn't real. We're in a simulation.
Okay.
Game 2 is now upon us.
Is this one real?
Well, if you do well, it is. If not...
There was also a nightmare.
That's right. It's not real.
If you can operate on that level mentally, that is really good.
That's right. The Earth is flat. The chronosphere is square.
Those are not relatable at all, or related. Those 2 statements have nothing in common.
Okay.
Jan.
Did you have anything else to say? Did you want to say anything else, Synderen? Huh?
Well, as always,
shit on anything else today?
No, I'm good. I'm curious to see this one for a couple of reasons. First of all, I'm a big fan of Faceless Void offlane, so I think that could be fun to watch. However, I do think the worst core-to-core matchup you can possibly have in the lane is Ursa. And they did choose to pick Void with Ursa open, and then they picked it together with Sven, which is one of another hero that Ursa can actually want to play against in the game, because he's one of the few heroes that can hold a candle to Sven in a straight-up one-on-one fight. And a lot of the time with Sven carries, it's about, can you survive the burst, or can you jump him, and or can you kite him? And Ursa can kind of do all of those. So I do think this is a potentially very good game for Radon, but still, I'm curious to see how Seb deals with this. I think this is a lost lane on paper. So how much can you get and how do you get it? And also, let's have a better game from 9. That last game on Shaker, just not his best performance. This time around on DP, he has a favorable lane matchup, and he has a lot of potential impact in the game with the pushing prowess of the hero.
Yep, absolutely. Don't get to see Death Prophet all too often as well. Yeah, both. You can push the wave with Crypt Swarm. You can have very favorable trades with Spirit Siphon. So in theory, this is a good lane for Death Prophet. We'll see how well he does, though. On the other side, though, we see Collapse again. I think it's the only hero that remained from game number 1 on both sides, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's the only repeat for either team.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
See how his performance is this time, but I'm very excited to cast Rue playing Muerta. I don't know, again, it's a small sample size, but I have not seen another player able to hit these dead shots as consistently as him. It is gotta be his S tier hero.
Save is also very good at this hero.
Why do you always have to disagree?
I'm not saying he's
very good, Cinderin.
You're wrong. Save. There you go.
Good. At least be more emphatic.
He is really good at this hero though, and well, it would be good news for Spirit if he manages to win this game because that would be Muerta's first win of the tournament. It's currently 0-5.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising.
So pretty bad stat line for her, but yeah, Rue. Excellent and the hero, and if game 1 is anything to go by, Spirit favored in this game overall in terms of just team power levels. So should be a good chance for Muerta to get her first W if things go right.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a small sample size, like I said. It's only 5 games.
Yeah. For sure.
Don't want to look too into it. We'll probably have this conversation again in a few days if that percentage is still absolutely garbage. But only time will tell. So 23 Savage this time playing the Sven. At least a hero that can get a little bit more active than maybe a Morphling would want to in the semi-early stages of the game, but not expecting the lanes to go the same way this time around anyway.
Yeah, this time you would think OG absolutely should do better in mid. And up top, I think they can realistically probably draw. Although I say that, 23 Savage has taken an absolute beating here. X-Nova was out opening the small camp. And Spirit identified that and found a nice spear into calling combo. And they get the first blood onto 23. But yeah, I think the bottom lane is just, for me, is completely doomed. Like that one, I do not possibly see OG ever winning. It's a matter of how badly do you lose. The other two, mid, I think they should win or at least draw. And top, I think, is a draw on paper as well. Probably at least close. So yeah, considering how they got beat down last game, that does bode better. But I don't feel like they've drafted themselves into an overall winning position in the laning stage in total.
Oh, nice dead shot again. 23 Savage forced to use Warcry in retreat. And his CS is, in terms of the cores, not doing super well, but still not that far away. It's obviously relatively early. It's really the Void that is the one struggling, which, like you alluded to, pretty impossible lane for him.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess that's the question. When you're a faceless Void and you just can't lane properly, what do you do to get back in the game? Because they will likely be in that position post-laning stage, I assume.
Yeah, I think so. Offlane Void's best spell is Time Dilation. So the most important thing is that you have a game where Time Dilation has... Oh, hang on. X-Nova.
Yeah, pretty close there on the connection on the calling. The spear actually does hit, though, to keep Rue alive a little bit longer. Nice blocks from Collapse as well. 23 Savage trying to finish the job as Rue enters the tree line, and now this is going to be really annoying for 23 Savage. Can he? Yeah, he's going to
actually going to give up on the chase.
Give up entirely. Understandable. Little reminder. Hey, I'm still here. Come chase me.
You on the way out.
Stormhammer, arrow. Ooh, sidestepped.
Oh, if that would have been rude, that would have been funny.
That would have been really nice. It would have been really anime. Yeah, they were close to completing that lineup.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate.
Stole away the Dragon Knight.
Yeah. Speaking of the Dragon Knight, I do want to talk about that. I guess we can update everybody on the mid lane so far. It's 24-7 for Laurel, 25-5 to 9, so pretty much a wash.
Yeah.
But this is the Corrosive Dragon, the green dragon.
True. He is playing the... Yeah.
Now, they don't have crazy minus armor like in the first series that we really wanted to see, but what do you see the benefits of this version of Dragon Knight?
I guess if this entices them to go physical in a way that also would empower Ursa, right, then you have like this nice synergy between the two of having overwhelming amounts of physical. But I wouldn't say necessarily this was the most obvious game to do it. Yeah, I don't know.
He's going to turn into that said dragon as Miposhka makes his way over as well. Calling connects, dead shot as well. Arrow not going to hit anybody as Nine getting a lot of HP thanks to that Spirit Siphon. In his retreat, though, he should be able to live. X-Nova won't be so lucky.
Oh, they're going to dive him.
Continue. The Dragon Tail back up again. Dead shot hits Daze, but trying to sidestep the spells here from Miposhka. Dual breath. Couple right clicks. It's going to be close. And it looks like the wand will keep him alive, but still 2-0 in favor of Spirit.
Oh, and this is such a good timing, too. They pick up the amp damage rune, and they have siege creep. So big damage here from Laurel. He would love to tank this tower a little bit if he could, but he's starting to drop low on resources, and now has to eventually
maybe
give
the
it
Green
up.
Dragon, the main aspect of it is for the push of the towers and whatnot.
How much is it you actually gain?
Well, it's
10
whatever the damage
DPS.
it's the minus armor and the DPS, right?
Yeah. You definitely do push the towers faster. It's just how significant is the amount is what I'm thinking. So like right now with 2 points in Worm's Wrath, it's 10 DPS for 3 seconds. It's definitely something, Seb. We didn't finish talking about the offlane Void, of course, but...
Hey, he's level 5. It's not... I mean, his farm is not great, but that we were expecting that.
That's going to happen. He's going to find his 6 here, and I like his build a lot of not getting time lock. I think there's absolutely no point. I would love to see Seb go 4-4-0 this game. And just really play fully on Dilate.
Fire Laurel gets clipped by the Crypt Swarm. Another dead shot hitting here as Rue will rue the day as he dies. As time zone, first time zone usage was used on the other side of the map, but not able to net anything in that engagement as Laurel takes out Daze. And Collapse actually get a very rare miss on his spear, but it's not going to matter.
The timing on the rebuke was pristine, though. He stopped him mid-leap, so that was really nice. Hasterin for 9. Laurel could be in trouble here.
Okay. Dragon Tail will open things up. Daze going to make his way over. Again, Seb has already used his ultimate, calling his place. Daze just getting ripped apart. And Seb able to time walk to the high ground just in time.
He was in trouble and...
Good one.
Thank you. If they could have stuck that Siphon, I think that could have been a kill, but 9 had to use it to start the initial pressure, and then he just got tailed and ran out.
Collapse.
Okay, he's dancing a little bit. Do you want to move, bro, or what's the deal here?
It's the ultimate taunt, apparently, as Miposhka and Rue show up on the doorstep here, the Tier 1 top. 23 Savage not able to save his comrade, and now will have to run away in shame.
9 trying to be cheeky here. There is a Watcher, though. Uh-oh, this is pretty awkward. He kind of maybe just has to TP. Yeah, he's just out of there. Tried to go for a cute backstab there onto Collapse, but mission failed.
Yep, he'll show up mid instead. Back to his proving grounds here. Level 7 on 9 versus the level 8 on Laurel. But still, I mean, the Tier 1 tower still remaining. And, I mean, I don't... see, which facet did he take on the Death Prophet? Oh, it's just the Spirit Collector one, so pretty standard overall.
Yeah.
Ult will get stronger with each death. As Laurel not able to pressure the tower too much more, but you can see the numbers are here from OG. 3 members in the mid lane.
And we've now reached a point where 9 is a full level behind DK as well as 500 net worth. So this mid lane that was meant to be DP favored has now effectively been lost through strong rotations on Spirit's side in particular, just being more successful.
Yeah, but I mean, this rotation needs to turn into something. Seb is going to show up as well. So that's 4 members of OG. They lost 23 Savage top BT dubs because of this rotation.
Nobody ever says that.
BT dubs.
Yeah, he wants to make them exo for it. He wants to make them pay if they want this tower. Or maybe it's just going to cook them.
Miposhka with the ice. Okay. Dispose back into... Oh my god, the rebuke!
Dude.
Oh my, 4 dead in the blink of an eye. Collapse.
The moment that arena was placed, I was okay.
Oh,
they're just
dear.
Instantly done.
And that's without a blink dagger, by the way.
I think he just TP'd in an arena to 4 people.
Jeez.
Yeah.
All right, well, just like that, it's back to a 7K lead for Team Spirit.
And I
looking
think,
a lot like Game 1 all of a sudden.
I think after that play, I think Collapse once again in this game averages 1 hero per spear because he hit 4 with that one, I think. You're going to see the replay here. TPing, I believe he did TP in the lower line of the trees here, right? So Seb going to go in here, get the time zone. Like this right here.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 4-man rebuke, 4-man spear.
Wow. Wow. Play of the game.
Yeah.
Play of the series, really. I mean, OG.
That's dirty, but it takes 2 to tango. OG really stacked up for that one and gave him that moment of opportunity, but damn if he didn't pounce on it immediately. It's a very quick counterplay. And now, similar to Game 1, it's a little early to get... Maybe a little too quick to come to conclusions, but in both games, OG's supports have been struggling, and especially Daze.
Yeah.
Last game, Daze was level 4, minute 12 or something. This is a repeat of that, and he's Marcy. This hero does not do much without any levels, and gotta be able to find some sort of skirmishes going your way, or you're not gonna have much to show for the entirety of the game.
Yeah.
23 Savage being hounded by Collapse up top. And I don't think there's any way to play your way out of this
Savage.
one.
Yeah, this is a long
Maybe Moonlight
pursuit,
could
but it's
do
gonna
it.
Be worth it. Moonlight Shadow, but they have the arena again and the sentry placed. Laurel comes in for a casual right-click breathe fire, claims the kill. Insult to injury, 9K lead for Spirit. And this tier 1 tower will likely not be defended in any way, shape, or form. (14-2), OG just getting manhandled this series.
Yeah, how do you play your way back in? That mid-fight felt like that was pivotal. Like, if you were going to change this game, that was the one that had to do it. And now that that failed, you have effectively a Marcy that is half a hero. Your Death Prophet is level 8. And your offlane Void, the panel talked about this, offlane Void, or I'm actually not sure how much they covered this, but when you're playing this time zone offlane Void, you're not doing very much damage. You're extremely disruptive, you're tanky, you're annoying, but other people need to bring that damage that you don't have. And if Sven and DP's lanes crumble, you're kind of just there, like running around, throwing a little dilate, maybe you get a time zone off, but can people actually die in it, or are you just delaying the inevitable? You are not going to be pressuring the map at all. Like this Void, they can, honestly, they can just close their eyes and pretend he doesn't exist, and it's fine, because he's not going to push towers, he's not going to gank anyone. So really, it is a hero that
down
depends.
there to pressure Seb a bit more. He's about to finish his 14-minute Vanguard, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, again, this is the
build-up.
lane that we were expecting to be
Yeah,
very
of
hard
course.
for him anyway.
But yeah,
It's
maybe
more
I would have
so-
hoped for him to do a little bit better than this. But.
Seb has to use the time dilation. Radon, very fearsome bear. I believe the Battle Fury is on the way. Not too shabby. 14-minute Phase Boots, Orb of Corrosion, Battle Fury. Pretty good.
Yep. He's the poorest of his cores, by the way.
Yeah. It's because he's only been hitting creeps and not killing heroes.
True.
over and
So if
over.
he's doing quite well, then everyone else is doing excellent.
Atos, the jump on in with the calling. Dead shot. Goodbye, Seb.
Yeah. Atos is a really difficult item for offlane Void to play against with this poor of a game. Just going to get
Yeah.
Atos into the silence every time.
My.
Nice catch.
Yep, Spear to finish it off.
Styling on him.
Oh, yeah. And he's going to be going for Desolator, so this is just going to get worse for OG. Lots of damage going to be coming out on a Collapse. You know, obviously, you have the Ursa, who's damage incarnate.
Yeah,
and we haven't really talked about DK, but Laurel, he's got the Mage Slayer. We'll be going for the Blink relatively shortly.
I like the Deso on Mars a lot. First of all, they're owning, and it's a really good stay-ahead item, but the synergy with the physical Dragon Knight is very apparent. Talked about how they're not that much minus armor in their lineup. Well, if Mars gets a Deso, and Ursa has an Orb of Corrosion, that's already minus 10.
Well, they have 2 orbs of corrosion apparently.
Oh yeah,
Laurel
DK has
also
his own
has
too.
one.
Yeah.
Atos into the silence. Moonlight try to save a nice rebound save onto Seb. And now we can turn this around potentially with a time zone if it's even good. As 9 is going to get gone on. He gets deleted though. There's the time zone disposed back in the fray. Radon is just beating up on Seb. He has to time walk away now. Radon. He's going to get rebounded on. Can they finish him off? No. The damage is too great. That's 2 dead for OG now. Make it 3 with 23 Savage following suit. So close to getting the bear, but again, 19-2 advantage. Everything is going the way of Spirit.
Yeah. It's so extremely snowbally by nature, this game, with the heroes that they have. It's, in a way, it is a little similar to game number 1, where if OG's early 1 or 2 fights fail, their lineup kind of runs out of steam very quickly.
That was awesome. We need a highlight of that one, please. Oh, that's the highlight of the tournament for me so far, is Seb getting pressured into a time walk away. Whew, I gotta catch my breath. As you're speechless.
It is what it is.
Seb, okay, he's gonna get some help here from Daze. He's gonna die shortly though, yeah, he just casually dies. Laurel though, that's a big kill for OG if they can clean it up, and they do. So that is a trade that OG will gladly take at this point in the game. That's a 5x kill streak ended on Laurel.
The bounty going to 9, so he will now complete his Yules 17 minutes in, and he will need it immediately and will do it.
Good, Yules will dodge the spear. Arrow not going to hit though. Collapse. Not able to follow up, but the Atos helping out Radon, just beat up on 9.
Oh.
And now the tower will be taken out as well.
So last game we had 20-4. In this game we have 22-3.
He said it couldn't get worse.
Twitch memes, literally, the meme investors are
it's the
eating
reverse
good today.
3-2-2 for sure. And there's the time zone into the immediate evacuation of the void, but Radon gets destroyed by 23 Savage, so maybe not a meme after all. Lots of damage being applied. Beautiful. Okay, was the rebound into the calling, maybe not the best.
Beautiful for Spirit.
Beautiful for Spirit. Unbelievable play from the Marcy as X-Nova now on the run. And into the grave he goes.
Another Deso charge for Collapse. That looked... See,
it was really good at first.
The thing is, when you have a situation like that where you see glimmers of hope of what OG's lineup can do in these situations, you just imagine this if it was remotely close. Like, then it just leaves you wanting, what if the first 15 minutes just weren't a complete travesty? Because, like, there was definitely some hints of it there. Like, a nice time zone, the idea of Marcy carrying Sven into the time zone and just absolutely wailing away at enemy heroes. It looked good for a second. If they weren't 15k gold behind, they would have team wiped them there. But, you know, you can't undo the first 15 minutes of the game. And if there's any big takeaway from OG in this series, that's got to be this early stage. They have to sharpen up. Like, you can't get bodied this hard by any team in the tournament and expect to win. Obviously, you're playing against one of the best in the world right now, but if you want to be in contention for not necessarily a podium finish, but at least a top 8, your win rate, if your laning stage goes like this, will never be high enough to get top 8, in my opinion. It has to just go better than this. So that's number one thing to focus on, is how do we structure our first 10 minutes so that we get in at least a fighting position.
That's
speaking
true.
of fighting, see you later, X-Nova.
Because we haven't gotten to see the end game type of...
No, not at all.
Like, with the lineup actually coming together from OG. It might be very good.
It's possible they play... Oh, here's the replay you wanted, I think. So, missed arrow. And then X-Nova's going to leap over and get the illusion rune.
And
trying to fake him out.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Oh, man.
It's always good to see people enjoy themselves.
Now the question is, what does the other camera look like?
I mean, X-Nova's on 9. He's not having the best game ever, but I think...
Atos into the silence and into the ice path as well. Why not?
Yeah.
Great layering from Spirit, and this will be another tower in their name. They have yet to... Yeah, I'm actually... They have not gone for Roche yet, despite having an Ursa.
And a Deso and a physical DK.
Yeah.
So yeah, they absolutely could.
Maybe they want to get all the outer towers first. So that
why is 23 Savage here?
Well, he's dead.
What?
So we'll have to ask him in the grave.
They literally just killed Void up here, and we're pushing the tier 2, and he's just randomly there. Okay,
circling the Roshan area.
That one I don't know about. Like, that's just poor awareness, I would say. I mean, maybe he's just desperate for farm, right? And he has to take riskier farm, but that was a little bit crazy for me.
Okay, Spear. Okay, Seb is dead as well. And this is on the doorstep of their base.
Yep.
I believe we've seen...
Daze trying to get the wisdom. This is not going to work.
Daze. Get out of here with that dispose. He's just going to get casually wrecked.
Okay, maybe it is going to...
up. Okay. Do they have the damage? They do. The bear is down, ladies and gentlemen. And 9. Spirit siphoning quite a bit. They're going to lose the Marcy on the back line, but you can see OG pretty worse for wear, but they're still pursuing this Jakiro. Mr. Maposhka will use the Essence Ring, but here comes Collapse. And this is where the damage gets... Okay, he's actually not going to hit the spear this time. As 9's Exorcism tickling Collapse at this point. He's going to get Yulesed up as 23 Savage eventually taken out by Laurel on the other side. And the blink out into the final rebuke for Collapse. So they still get 4 on Spirit's side despite losing the Ursa pretty much immediately.
Yeah, in the meantime, they also lost a full lane of Barracks top.
Oh!
Dragon Knight and Mars were just pushing.
Oh.
And then they were like, okay, I guess I'll come over, said Collapse, and then got a couple kills as well.
Yatoro sacrifice? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, he was just a distraction.
I mean, they're doing multiple objectives simultaneously.
Yeah.
Consistently this game. As we're going to see the Barracks being pushed here from Laurel and Roshan being taken out by basically the rest of the team. I mean, he's taking this by himself.
He has Rue covering him, and there's obviously... OG don't have the information to confidently
And they're just going to call GG. This was very demoralizing for OG. As Spirit take it 2-0, very, very easy display, I would say. Back to the drawing board for OG. It's really, like you talked about, the laning stage is just rough.
Yeah, and let's talk about what we said before the series began, right? I made the claim that this might be a good opponent for OG to face first, because either they lose and hopefully can learn something meaningful from playing against one of the best in the world, or they win and it's an insane morale boost. This is not a morale boost. I'll confirm that right off the bat, that that's not the case. But did they get destroyed too hard to come to the right conclusions? Like, are they going to overcompensate against easier opponents now and go a little bit too far in one direction is what remains to be seen. But I personally still think it was better for OG to face this team now so they can learn, especially going off of like history with Seb and how he can kind of dissect losses in previous teams. But there's definitely some things to figure out here.
There indeed is. OG gets stomped 2-0, but Team Spirit continuing their dominance from the last tournament, Shiver.
They really do continue their dominance. That was a whooping. That was not even... Like, we thought Game 2 was going to be a little closer. We explained the lanes were going to be better. Their plan was a little better than Game number 1. We were wrong, Lucas.
Yeah, we were, Shiver, and I'm still chewing my chicken because we had to run. Did not expect them to GG out as quickly. Kind of thought they might do it, but in the end they actually did. They also held in game number 1 for a really long time, and we're gonna be having the same issues finding the highlights in a 20-minute game. I mean, they're having some issues. I feel like when they're playing from behind, they like the decision making, what needs to be done to make a comeback or any kind of moves to try to make a comeback into the game, it's just not there. It doesn't exist.
I also think you'd be wildly optimistic to think that OG should be a true contender in this series. We're comparing a team that just won a Tier 1 tournament to a team that qualified to 1 out of 5 qualifiers they played in, finishing 8th in the other 4.
It's a bit of a David versus Goliath situation.
It's David versus Goliath, and also it's a day 1 of a tournament where this is the series which will make or break OG, right? Like, they use this series if tomorrow they're playing like this against another 0-1 team. I mean, Collapse was also going like Blink Deso. He's just bonking people throughout the game. Like he's just styling on his opponent, right? But to kind of summarize the OG point, it's if tomorrow against a 0-1 team in the second round of Swiss, they are still playing like this, that's when we can start truly critiquing them as underperforming. But I think it is too quick to react to OG because, again, they are playing up against one of the top seeds of the team and they just aren't good at the moment.
Yeah. No, that is absolutely fair to say, and I don't think anybody is disagreeing with that per se. It's just I think, you know what the difference was, especially between this series and we saw earlier Falcons versus Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy had the chance to go up against Falcons, similar lineup, 2 games in a row, and they could easily adapt to the same strategy twice. OG, they adapted, but then Spirit adapted twice-fold.
They did, yeah. This Ursa that came out ruined what Seb wanted to do in the lane, and the standout player, of course, is going to be Collapse on his Mars. The guy popped off, didn't die a single time, and we're seeing more and more of this Victory Feast facet because there are no real saves if you don't need to blind them inside of the arena. It does work out really well. The amount of heal that you get and everybody else, plus the extra damage, that's why he did. I mean, in this game, he could have gone for pretty much any item that he wanted after he picked up a Blink Dagger, because the game at that point almost felt like it was over. But overall, great performance from Team Spirit. Not really challenged in this series. So yeah, as I gotta agree with T. I want to see how OG is gonna look tomorrow, because right now they're not looking good.
No, the whole offlane duo. Sorry to jump in there.
No,
but,
go for it.
Rue as well, 11-1-17 on the Muerta, right? Like, Collapse did 16,600 damage, the Muerta did like 15,000 damage, right? Like, between the two of them, they did all the heavy lifting and kind of broke the game to make this feel so one-sided. So
yeah, I think the key moment in this game was that 10-minute fight where he found a really good angle to like find the opportunity to land it on 4 different people.
Yeah,
and I think we're gonna be seeing the clip pretty soon. But it just feels that his positioning, and I kind of missed. Because he's the OG Mars player, right?
Yeah.
If we're talking about when Mar entered the competitive Dota, he was the one who was shining the most on the hero, and it's always a treat to watch him play.
Yeah, I think we would have had the clip if the GG wasn't called.
Maybe, yeah. Man.
Don't forget, I did tell production we just don't want any clips here. You know, let's be respectful. I actually kind of ruined that.
Yeah, you did. Okay.
Because you asked for some clips, and I said we should be respectful and not keep reminding OG.
Well, let's remind people anyway by just looking not at the clip, but we can look at the scores today. Now, upside for people that have seen their favorite team get 0-2 today, which is basically everyone apart from Wildcard. Today was the most lopsided games you'll see, because today there was an 8 seed difference between every single team. So today's games theoretically were supposed to be 2-0s.
Do we have any upsets today?
Yeah, pretty much. Aurora Gaming, they did lose that one game to Wildcard. They got cheesed a little bit with the Jungle Venomancer. It's still a thing. It pops up every now and then. And yeah, let's see this one.
That's our one upset of the day.
That is our one upset. Tidebound.
Yeah, the only minus.
Is that really an upset?
On the rankings, yes.
On the rankings, yes.
Well, technically, yes. Tidebound are 8 seeds lower than Heroic, but I would argue Heroic at the moment are often quite a middling team where they play into their opponent. They're not like the statement team that they were last PGL Wallachia. So
and Tidebound is a new team. As in, well, obviously all the players are very known, but they don't have any rankings to seed them with.
Yeah, that's true. I think with the 2 Chinese teams, with Xtreme Gaming and Tidebound, China is looking really good again. If they're going to be sticking together, because I like the Xtreme Gaming, basically the old Xtreme Gaming with 3 X's. Jinkyu is back. Ame is playing back on the team.
So I think back.
Yeah, that's the big one. That's the big one.
Yeah, it really is. Let's take a look at what's happening tomorrow, because tomorrow the matches are going to be a little different. If you're unfamiliar with Swiss, it means that everybody that lost today will go up against a team that also lost today. This is going to sound mean. These losers are going to be...
Damn! All right, Shiva, now take it away. Who's going to be the biggest loser tomorrow in the first matchup, Shiva?
Why are you asking me this?
Because you're the one calling them losers.
I actually thought that of all the games, all the teams that lost today, Mosquito Clan did lose hardest.
Wait, hot take.
Harder than OG?
Harder than Yellow Submarine?
So I think that AVULUS and Mosquito Clan should be most uneven matchup. But I am happy to be proven wrong. So I think actually this is going to be very exciting. I think Wildcard versus OG, it's going to really test OG to see if they learn something today, because I do think Wildcard looked very good today compared to what I was expecting them going in. So it's going to be exciting to see everybody adjust.
Yeah, 100%. I think Wildcard, against Aurora, they probably could have won that series in a different slight timeline with a change here, change there, troll pick, whatever. But I think RCY on that Dazzle was exceptional in the first game, so that was really good to watch. And yeah, I mean, Na'Vi, Nigma Galaxy, these are two teams that in their stride, they can really upset a lot of teams. So that should be probably the most competitive of the four.
Yes. Let's take a look at what's happening on the mainstream, where we have the winners of today going head-to-head against each other. Lacoste, which one jumps out to you?
I think I'm going to be looking at the Chinese teams against the Western European teams. Falcons against Xtreme Gaming. I think that's going to be a very interesting one. I'm a big fan. I always was a big fan of Chinese Dota, and I think they looked the strongest in the last year or so with the teams that they just formed. So that's going to be the one. The second biggest one is going to be Tundra against the Tidebound, because I want to see them in action. If they can match up against the top dogs, Tundra, they looked so good in the last couple of months. So that's going to be the true test for the team.
Yeah, 3 Winged Gaming on the same squad.
Yeah, I feel like it's cheap answer, but I'm just going to copy Lacoste. I feel like often Chinese teams have been, a little bit underwhelming, and with all these roster changes and the fact that last tour we had SEA win, right? No, SA win. My apologies, SEA, you didn't win. SA winning it. This is maybe this is Chinese time to do it. So China's time, sorry.
It could be.
Could be.
For me, it's Liquid versus Aurora, because I feel like both teams are just... I have no idea what to expect. So it should be pretty crazy. It could also be very boring. It's like, we don't know. I think that's the one that I'm just most unsure about how...
I want to see more about Aurora. I want to see more of their games, because I don't know what to feel about the team. There's going to be, something spicy always going on with the team, with the roster that they do.
How long will they last?
I'm going to give them 2.5 months.
I heard someone in the green, and I will not name names, but they also think they'll implode, and they said 1 month.
1 month,
which I think is way too short. And it might also just be 2 negatives make a positive. I don't know. That's what makes.
I hope for the good of Dota and the good of mankind, they've overcome their individual issues which create problems.
Yes.
And that they never disband.
Yeah.
And now this is a team that will play together until the end of Dota in hundreds of years' time. Because somehow they'll still be old enough to play them. That's fine.
I just want to see Panto do well. I think it's cool to see him have a good team. We're going to find out how that's going to play out tomorrow. Any final thoughts, gentlemen? Lacoste, day 1.
Day 1.
Season 3 in the books.
I mean, the way that the Swiss is set, didn't see too many upsets, maybe not upsets at all, but we've seen some new stuff coming out from the team, some new heroes as well. So definitely with the B patch that just dropped, I think Dota is going to become even more interesting.
I mean, it took several months on 7.37 for people to understand that Lycan was good.
Yeah.
So I hope teams, because of last patch, now have new confidence to, if they think a hero is good enough to play, just play it.
Yeah.
Exactly. And especially in the Swiss format, when if you lose a series, you're not instantly out. You still have time to react.
Well, it depends on which, series you're playing.
So maybe I'm talking to the 1-0 teams right now.
Yeah.
But it's I hope that the Lycan, the Night Stalker of 7.37, I'm hoping teams are just trying to be a bit more confident now, because it shouldn't take that many months to find a hero. Sure you can, but just innovate. Enjoy the patch. Just if you think it's good, try it.
I think today already a lot of the series we've seen have been vastly different in what they have pulled out to play for us. So that was only day 1. I'm sure it's going to only get crazier from here on out as the matches also get closer. So today, was the odd one out. You need to have a day like this to have days like tomorrow and the day after, because this is only day 1 of season 3 of PGL's Wallachia. Can't wait to see more. And I know you can't wait to see more either. You have to wait a little bit, but we will be back with more action tomorrow.
Vreau să-mi dă o mare baciu.